Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man and he's handsome like my daddy too. Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man and I found out that's what I'm telling you. Mama must have met Santa Claus before, 'cause he started dancing all over the floor, and I fell asleep at the door. Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man, and he's handsome like my daddy too. Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man, and I found out that's what I'm telling you. Daddy,
Yes, Kimmy.
do you know what happened last night?
What happened, Kim?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and do you know what?
What, Kimmy?
He looked a lot like you. He was handsome.
I can dig it.
He was black.
Right on.
He had an afro. He was really out of sight. Now I'm going to tell everybody that I trust Santa.
Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man. He's handsome like my daddy. Yes, he is. Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man. Oh, I found out that's why I'm telling you. Listen to me, people now. Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man. He's handsome like my daddy too. Oh yeah, Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man. I found out that's why I'm telling you. Oh yeah, Santa Claus is a black man.
I want to wish everybody happy Kwanzaa, happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas. Have a nice time.
Oh, Santa Claus is a black man. Santa Claus is a black man. I found out.
It's your boy, Trump the Don, back at it again on a Christmas song. Shout out old Saint Nick, Santa Claus, Santa, the big guy, not the big guy you're thinking about. Nasty Nancy inside trading, San Fran is decaying, homeless people pooping on the slide where kids are playing. Fentanyl and heroin and pedophiles praying. Start another foreign war and you're the one who's paying. All I want for Christmas is these politicians to put America before their foreign vested interests. No more communism, repeal Obamacare. Ain't no more Joe Biden always falling up the stairs. All I want for Christmas is cheap gas and some mean tweets. CNN goes out of business and MSNBC. If the government shut down, we'd probably have world peace. Until then, we're stuck with expensive milk and World War III. All I want for Christmas is Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama and Joe Biden put in prison. All them already weaponizing their justice system. That's why no one that was on that island got convicted. All I want for Christmas is some cheaper gas, but that will require me time traveling to the past. All I want for Christmas is a safer border and to destroy the Great Reset and New World Order. All I want for Christmas is cheap gas and some mean tweets. CNN goes out of business and MSNBC. If the government shut down, we'd probably have world peace. Until then, we're stuck with expensive milk and World War III. Shout out Elon, the cheap nerd, Steve Bannon, Salty Cracker, Dom, Toure, Conservative Idiot, Don Jr., and David Harris Jr., the juniors as I like to call them.
Oh, Santa, don't you come knocking at my door. I ain't got no cookies, no milk, and no decor. Times is tight, man, my wallet's gone dry. Even Rudolph said, damn, this broke-ass guy. Spent my last few bucks on some gas for my car. Now I'm sitting here singing about a Christmas so bizarre. Ain't got no tree, ain't got no lights. I'm praying my landlord don't cut off the lights. I can't afford no damn presents, no way, no how. Not for you, not for me, not even my damn spouse. But baby, don't you cry, don't let your heart fall. Cause I still got this sweet Motown groove to give y'all. Tried to hustle for some dough, but man, it went south. Sold my old mixtape and they threw it in my mouth. Tried to pawn my gold chain, but they laughed in my face. Said, player, this ain't gold, this is some fake ass lace. Wrapped my kid's presents in the damn newspaper. He opened it up, said this some broke ass caper. Gave my woman a coupon book I wrote by hand. It's good for one free hug, girl, ain't that grand? I can't afford no damn presents, no way, no how. Not for you, not for me, not even my damn spouse. But baby, don't you cry, don't let your heart fall. Cause I still got this funky groove to give y'all. Now listen up, y'all, here's the real twist. A Christmas so broke, but I still feel bliss. See, love don't cost a thing, and that's a fact. If you got soul, you don't need a fat stack. Gonna sing these blues, sip some cheap ass wine, make some dollars for eggnog, and call it fine. We'll dance around this broke ass tree tonight. Cause the real gift's love, and that shit feels right. I can't afford no damn presents, it's true. But I'll sing my love like the Supremes would do. So light a candle, hold me tight. We'll make this Christmas funky tonight. Can't afford it, but I'll groove it. Yeah, baby, we'll move it. Can't afford it, but I'll groove it. Yeah, baby,
Can't afford it.
we'll move it.
Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Politicking with Porsha. We're going to be politicking tonight. We're going to be talking about a lot of different things. I do know hopefully Master Kim and John Galt get to call back in so that they can talk about all of the many things that they wanted to talk about, especially with the stock market, Amazon, and other things. But I do have a lot on the docket for you guys today. Rand Paul did release his Festivus report, so y'all know we got to go through it. Matt Gaetz, we gotta talk about Matt Gaetz. We absolutely have to talk about Matt Gaetz and the bombshell report that was released about him. We got to talk about Joe Biden and the Christmas gifts that he's given us a couple of days before Christmas. We are on our Christmas countdown, and y'all know I bring you guys the news, and I kind of like to break it down a bit. And so we're going to talk about a few things, and then I have some silly things, I guess I would say, to talk about as well. So again, thank you all for being here, and welcome in. Juan just posted something in the back that we're definitely going to have to talk about. And of course, in the Christmas spirit, here at the Urban Landlord, I have so many Christmas songs to play for you here and there. I hope that you guys liked the intro with some of our Christmas songs. They're not traditional, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it is Christmas. And, we want to make it extra special for all of you here at the Urban Landlord. I want to make sure that I say hello to all of you that are in the building right now. We got 12th Man. Good evening, motherfucker. Or is it good afternoon for you, 12th Man? I'm not sure the time there. Abiola. You know what, Abiola? I'm not even going to play with you. Hey, Nate. Lovely T. Who else is in here? We got Garion. We got Dolomite. We also have Juan and Lindy in the building. Hey, y'all. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here.
Hi,
Hey,
Porsha.
Lindy. I saw you dancing in the background, Miss Lindy. I saw you.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw you. I felt, hey, Jordan, where have you been? Where have you been, Jordan? I need an explanation, okay? Yes, I do have some other songs that I'm going to be playing throughout the show tonight, Miss Lindy, and I'm going to apologize in advance. Just forgive me.
It's okay. It's a little raunchy, but I've never heard it before. Put it that way.
Most of you won't have ever heard any of the songs that I'm going to be playing for you guys tonight. But you know what? It is what it is. Merry Christmas.
Merry
Hey,
Christmas.
12th Man. Okay, 12th Man's not here. Merry Christmas to you and Sam Fisher. And to you as well, Miss Lindy. And to you as well, Juan.
I figure if Juan is cammed up, I'll cam up.
Oh, Miss Lindy, I haven't seen you cam up since the other channel, so it is so good. So good to see you as always. As always. So I guess we can just go ahead and get right into it. Oh, Master Kim says, just advanced feedback. They need more programs. You can never have enough of those. You can never have enough of those, Master Kim. And I'm so glad that you say that, because that is going to walk me right into my very first topic.
Yeah, what Master Kim just said. 100% facts.
Yeah, before we get into the meat and potatoes, we want to make sure that we talk about all of the programs, all of the things. So
I knew you were gonna go there, Porsha. I saw this chick also. I knew you were gonna go there.
Yeah, you kind of felt that. You felt that. Yeah. So in terms of programs and things, let's go ahead and get into a program. And I don't have any bias towards this whatsoever. So it would be up to you guys' opinion on what it is that you think. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys hear this short clip, and then we're going to get into a longer news clip, which is still ultimately a short one, but programs in the spirit of Master Kim.
Address the roadway safety crisis, including the critical funding that would accelerate the development. And this is an area I've written to you about, of the use of female dummies in crash testing. This will start to fight the gender inequity among vehicle safety and crash victims. This budget also builds upon and helps actualize, address the roadway safety crisis, including the critical funding that would accelerate the development. And this is an area I've written to you about, of the use of female dummies in crash testing. This will start to fight the gender inequity among vehicle safety and crash victims. This budget also builds upon and helps actualize, address the roadway safety crisis, including the critical funding that would accelerate the development. And this is an area I've written to you about, of the use of female dummies in crash testing. This will start to fight the gender inequity among vehicle safety and crash victims. This budget also builds upon and helps actualize, address the roadway safety crisis, including the critical funding that would accelerate the development, and this is an area I've written to you about, of the use of female dummies in crash testing. This will start to...
So female crash test dummies. You know,
I never even thought about that before, Porsha.
You know, and maybe this is the time for you to start to think about it. You know, 12th man, because...
Are women more likely to get into wrecks? Maybe we should look up the stats. Maybe that's
actually,
why they're used.
Women are more likely to get into accidents. Actually,
maybe that's why they're used as a crash test dummy.
Well, so the thing is that they're saying that the crash test dummies are men, and so because they are male crash test dummies, that means that the women aren't getting their fair share of research because it's not covering the women. And this old lady with purple hair, she is just saying, hey, we need to go ahead and step that up. And I don't know if is she right? Is she wrong?
Like
not the purple hair, Porsha.
That's Senator What's-Her-Face, the Grinch. She looks like the Grinch that stole Christmas.
No, freaking Jasmine Crockett, 12th man, looks like the fucking Grinch that stole Christmas. This chick looks like the Grinch's sidekick.
Of sidekick?
Yeah.
Okay. So there has been, some studies that have been done on, hey, all-seeing guy, hey, Eric W, HB2N. Oh, my, okay, I'll check.
I don't know. That's something. Is that something government should be focused on?
Yes.
Like how the auto industry is testing their vehicles or whatever.
Yes.
Yes, 12th man, because it's a matter of national security, buddy.
So let's take a look at this here.
Women are more likely to get hurt in car crashes, but test dummies used in crash tests don't reflect the female body.
Fox 6's Aaron Mabin takes us to an area crash lab focused on saving lives and changing the norm.
They can happen in a flash, but the injuries can be long-lasting or worse.
As a trauma surgery nurse practitioner, I see crash patients every single day.
For years, Susan Craw noticed women with more injuries from crashes compared to men who were also involved in the crash.
It's really dramatic to think of how quickly a person's life has changed.
And the stats back it up. Studies show women are 73% more likely than men to be injured in a crash and more likely to die.
And I just started thinking about it and asking about it, not getting enough answers.
That's what led Cron to a Medical College of Wisconsin crash lab, where the focus is female. In this lab, they're working to save lives through the development of female crash test dummies.
You got the pulse set up over there?
For decades, government crash tests have relied on smaller, male crash test dummies to represent women. Women often have less muscle mass and are more petite. This female dummy is about 5 feet tall and 100 pounds.
Using a scaled down version of a male dummy, I just don't think we have all the information.
This female crash test dummy has dozens of sensors and reflective markers. Cameras capture what the eyes can't follow.
The crash tests we're currently doing, we're collecting over close to 300 channels. So it's a lot of data to look through.
For this test, researchers put it in a reclined position. Engineer Hans Haaschild says calculations and setup can take days. But watch as the test itself takes just milliseconds.
We are talking about thousands of lives and serious injuries that can be saved if we employ female crash test dummies in our rating systems with regard to crash test worthiness for cars.
Former U.S. Congresswoman Susan Molinari co-chairs Verity Now. The group advocates for closing gender disparities in vehicle safety.
Look, we can do this one of two ways. Congress can legislate it, which will take some time, but we're happy for them to do that, or the Secretary of Transportation can make this change tomorrow.
The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration says equity and safety is central to its mission, and female fatality risk has been reduced in newer vehicles. While the U.S. Transportation Department has been studying female dummies for years, it still doesn't require them.
There's no doubt that using a female crash test dummy will save women's lives.
It's fascinating physics, it's interesting, all of that, but this isn't theoretical to me.
These researchers hope their published work will lead to equity and change.
That dummy is real. That dummy is a patient I saw.
Don't ever forget about equity.
It's a mission to make an impact. In Milwaukee County, Aaron Maben, Fox 6 News.
The bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed in 2021, it authorizes $108 billion for public transportation. The NHTSA says it will allow the organization to accelerate research to evaluate remaining gender disparities in fatality and injury outcomes and try and determine how to eliminate them.
Might not think about it all the time, but it's certainly a difference there. You know?
I've never thought about it. You think crash test dummy is just a dummy and genderless, right? Not the case, turns out.
Wait, all that matters,
The
right?
differences it could make.
The differences they can make. What do you guys think? What are we thinking? What are our thoughts here?
Well, it looks like they're using females for, to study the right thing. To make cars safer for females, right? So what's wrong with that?
I'm kind of with Samuel on this. He said, I don't get it. I kind of don't get it either. What are they trying to say?
Whatever happened to assumption of the freaking risk? Like somebody posted in the chat. Give me a second. In 8 ways. Great. Now we're gonna have to hear about belt burn on the cleavage. Come on, man. Whatever happened to you get in the car, you assume the risk that there's a chance that bullshit might happen to you in the event of a car accident.
Well, there is a case of a young lady who was involved in a car accident involving her seatbelt, and because women are typically shorter than men, unless you're Brittany Griner, of course, and our statures are not as broad as men, and she had a pretty huge case that made it all the way to the house, and she was able to testify. And whenever I saw her story, I figured, you know what, maybe there's some stock in this, and maybe we should probably
Porsha,
pay attention.
Porsha,
Yes,
I'm thinking with developing technologies and stuff, like when you go to buy a new car, shouldn't you be able to maybe have it outfitted for someone your size and shape or whatever, like as far as safety belt, steering wheel for the airbag and stuff like that,
So essentially,
that would
like
be
whenever
nice.
you go and buy a car, you need to test it out, like your test drive for the woman.
Yeah, they already do make girly cars for small people.
Yeah, but doesn't the seatbelt adjust to, like, when you put it on, you can move it and adjust to the size of the person?
Well,
I might be missing something.
Well, I'm thinking maybe the, how it's always fixed to just above the door, basically to the roof. Maybe that should be slidable or something. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, you can adjust your seat up and down, and I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm just we need to bring back caveat emptor. We need to bring back the assumption of the risk. I'm sorry. You get into a car, you know that bullshit's going to happen if you get into a car accident. If it's the other guy's fault, give me and my boss a call. We'll take care of you. Again, we'll take care of you, especially if you got hit by an out-of-state driver, right? But the thing is we are making so many rules. My concern is that it's going to make it impossible to make cars that are drivable again.
Well, Trope says I usually test crash it before I know it's safe to buy.
So does Rashi Rice. So did Rashi Rice, and that Lamborghini did not test well. But we
have to make sure that the ladies are safe. If you have a man like mine, he prefers to drive, and I hate driving, so I prefer him to do so as well. But women are, if you guys paid attention to the last video, 73% of all car accidents are caused by women. And so they didn't specify, they didn't say, if it was intoxication while driving or, just any type of driving. It's 73% are all women. And so the crash dummies need to reflect the women more.
Oh,
And the story that
all
I'm
right.
about to play you guys now is going to highlight a woman who actually spoke at the house about her particular car incident. And she was someone that crazy older woman with the purple hair used to defend her position. And of course, we will be getting into the Festivus tonight from Rand Paul about the government spending, but this is another form of government spending, and I'm not convinced yet that this is a bad thing. So let's check this out.
Well,
this morning, we're getting a possible major change to crash test dummies to accurately reflect the female body.
This is a big deal. Right now, the dummies are largely designed to replicate only the male body.
When a seatbelt is designed to stop the forward momentum of someone's body in a crash, it's designed to stop that by hitting on your bones, which can absorb a good amount of force, right? I don't have the male pelvis that the seatbelt was designed for. So instead of hitting the bone, it slid up and hit my stomach. And that's how it burst my intestine.
Unbelievable. Maria Weston Kuhn was in a serious crash in 2019, and she is now advocating for change. She claims that cars are designed to be safer for men than women because there is no accurate female dummy testing. It seems kind of unbelievable this day and age that we have gotten there.
Right, exactly. Experts say women have
Porsha,
less
pause that real
muscle
quick.
mass, and they tend to sit closer to the steering wheel. And
Pause that real quick. All right, so Porsha, how much is a 2024 Ford F-150 right now? About $54,000 when you take out $17,000 MSRP. Congratulations. What these chicks are arguing just made the price of that truck go up to damn near $100,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I remember the old days, like our first family car was a Thunderbird. I don't remember which model, but it didn't even have seatbelts. So, like,
You're absolutely right. The 56 model all the way up to like the 88 model, the Thunder Chicken, as we used to call it. You're absolutely right, 12 man. Did not have seatbelts. It wasn't until I was at second grade.
Me and my sister'd be riding in the front, and when she had to hit the brakes, her arm would go up to, protect us.
Spot on, 12 man.
But you do see here in this photo, with the pink crash test dummy, how she's shorter, she's closer to the wheel, and whenever it's the male crash test dummy, because I think in this video, it does show some of the crash test dummies, like with breasts and stuff like that, but it just shows like the difference whenever a woman's behind the wheel versus a man being behind the wheel, and how it's important for them to not only incorporate women but children as well, so that they can study the impact of car crashes with women and children in the car. So I'm not so sure that's a bad thing, but I've never looked at crash test dummies as I just felt like it was just kind of straightforward for everybody across the map. I didn't look that deep into it, but apparently it's a issue because it's this purple haired lady on the floor said that it's something that we need to spend money on. So let's go ahead and finish this really quick.
and their legs are often bent at a different angle so that they can reach the pedals. Now, all of that will impact how our bodies would respond in a crash.
Now, the largest crash test dummy manufacturer in America, Humanetics, has developed a new...
And don't forget, guys, really quick, although a man can transition and become a woman, and a woman can transition and become a man, and we have over 70, 100 different genders, that doesn't apply here. So don't get confused, folks. Okay, just don't get confused. This is just a man gender and a woman gender. Okay, so don't get confused.
New female version, and they are now trying to get it into government testing right now.
This is about our mothers and about our daughters and about our sisters. Every woman getting in a car is at more risk than a man.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says they're working with Humanetics on the
Is that sexist? Is it sexist?
atomically correct female dummy, and they have hopes that it'll be approved by this fall.
But it could still take 4 to 5 more years until it's mandated in crash tests. You know how the rollouts tend to be slow, but I mean, progress.
I would say progress, and why wait for the mandate?
That's it. All right.
Help us.
Porsha, these men don't care about us. You know how it is.
Caveat emptor. Sorry.
Miss Lindy.
They don't care about us.
They're not worried about our safety.
No, they don't care.
Again, caveat emptor, Lady Lou. Sorry. It is what it is. You know the risk when you get into the car. You know the risk, especially when you get into a truck, a man's vehicle. Sorry. It is what it is.
Mavis said, wait, why are the dummies brown? That's not fair either. Sexist and racist.
Sexist and racist crash test dummies. You don't want to get into that, you know.
Great non-female dummies, and they're Mexican dummies at that. Ain't that some damn, man?
So they're gonna
Can't win for losing.
protesting over these dummies. You know, you just gotta be careful at every turn. You gotta be careful at every turn. So Juan actually did send a link in to something that I wasn't aware of. And I want to make sure that I cover this. Let's see here. 12th Man, do you have anything else to say about the crash test dummies as we go through some of the news until we get into the big stuff?
Well, I remember now that it was a 59 or a 60, I think, Thunderbird. So I looked up some pictures of some of the older cars, and you know, they didn't even have seat belts, but they could get up and go. And you know, one time when I was a kid, I did something really stupid. I was like 3 years old. I accidentally put the car in reverse. Huh? Yeah.
You remember that far back?
Yes, ma'am. And the car rolled out like into the, like I put the car in reverse because back then there was no safety measures on. You had to have the key in to change the gears and all. And it just rolled out there into the middle of the parking aisle. And man, my mom got mad at me.
12th Man, we not only did we not have seat belts, we had like big station wagons that had like not the back seat, but then there was the back seat. You know, you pull it up and yeah. We used to drive in the back of pickup trucks.
Lily Lou, my father, El Boriquín, he actually had a big ass Dodge LeBaron back in the 80s. And I remember that bad boy, that big ass green vehicle. And my stepfather after that had a 1977 Pontiac Grand Prix. Big box model. Like if you were getting hit, you were gonna be okay. Like
Right.
They weren't gonna make it. You know, you didn't need a seatbelt for those cars back in the day. Now, me, my daughter real quick. My daughter real quick is driving a little 2013 Nissan. Yeah, when we're going up on the 410 loop, I get scared because I already know if I get hit, I'm screwed. Man or woman, I'm screwed. We're screwed.
Porsha, probably in Texas, y'all can ride in the back of a truck, can't you?
No, we cannot.
We used to be able to. I lived in the country, so we did it all the time.
Yeah, in the country. Those were the days. Those were the good days.
Yeah.
Under the Texas Transportation Safety Code, because we get money just like every other state from the freaking U.S. TSB or whatever the hell that is. Right. Or butt plugs group or whatever the hell. We had to change the law. So no, you can't ride in the back of the truck here in Texas unless the back of the truck has like a seatbelt or some type of securing mechanism. Not prepare for a freaking big ass ticket because it's like up to $500 per person that's in the back of the truck. I had a friend who got like a $25 ticket for that bullshit.
What I miss about the old school sports cars is they were still big enough for a family. Like
Right? The freaking well, man. Remember the IROC cars, the Pontiac Trans Am IROC cars from the late 70s, early 80s?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, no, that's not happening.
No. Like it was big enough to, get down and boogie in the back seat with a date too, if you know what I mean.
No, what do you mean? I'm scared.
Yeah, I say, yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Trying to keep it clean for the ladies.
Chris Reed, I do know what he says. What do you know about riding in the back of a station wagon? I know a lot. Yeah, those of us that are of a certain age, as you all put it, we know a lot about riding in the back of a station wagon, like in the back, with the two seats up and
station wagon. Like anybody that grew up from, I would say from 1980 up to about 93, 94, that was that last good time. After like 94, 95, that's when they started getting strict as hell. Like,
and then Dad would roll the big window down in the back so we could have some.
That was the fun part.
It was fun.
You would pass by in traffic going,
yeah, it was fun.
And pulling your arm up and down so the truckers
yeah.
blow their horns.
We used to do that shit. Like when we were going through Winston-Salem through the mountains of North Carolina, we'd stick our heads out the window of our hands going, to get the truckers to
you do the trucker thing and try to get them to,
No,
they almost always would too. They loved it. Nowadays, do not put your arm out the window. It's a safety hazard.
It's a fine. It's a fine. Like here in Texas, if you're not careful, you go through here. In the rural areas, you'll be fine. But you go through like San Antonio, you go through like Puerto Verde, Austin, San Antonio. I'm sorry, Dallas, Waco. You get stopped by DPS or you get stopped by the city cops in those areas, you're getting a ticket. You can't. Go ahead.
Well, my husband, when I was dating my husband, we didn't have seat belts, right? And we didn't have bucket seats. We had, just regular line. He'd have one arm around me, a cigarette in one hand, and he'd be like steering with his finger. We didn't have it, and it was fun. I'd sit up close to him, and I don't know. There was just something really magical about that. And then they put it in the bucket seat. You can't sit next to each other.
When I grew up in North Carolina, my mom took us to Lumberton, North Carolina, and we got into the back of the truck. It was like myself, my two brothers, and like 8 other kids in the back of that truck, and it was no.
Yes.
It was an old school Lindy Lou and Porsche. You remember the 1976 Ford F100s?
Porsche does not.
Yeah.
She's
Okay, never mind. Yeah. Porsche's in my daughter's age. I'm sorry. Ford F100s. We'd pile everybody in the back of that thing.
Y'all gonna stop playing me, because you know what? I didn't choose when I was conceived.
No.
No, it's not your fault, but
no, we just think you're a little older than what you really are, and I have to think, oh my gosh, she does not even know. But I know that you've heard the stories, Porsha, so I know that you know.
I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna get in there. I'm gonna know.
One, I had
y'all, Porsha don't know this, that, and the third.
Well, only because, anyway, no, Porsha, we're not making fun. It's not your fault, honey. And we know it, and we just got to remind ourselves we're sounding like old people babbling. So go on ahead, dear.
No, real quick, when I have to explain my daughter's age group, not my daughter knows, thank God now, but when I'm having to explain to her friends what a freaking record player is, about that.
Portia's the same age as my daughter. She might be a year or two older, so. But I know Porsha has parents and grandparents that, she knows what a rotary phone looks like, y'all. So I know that Porsha has been educated in our ways. I'm just going to say that.
Thank you so much. I know things. I've seen things,
I know you've seen it. I know.
Like old time record players, like the very first kinds. My grandfather, he was actually born in 1928, and his sister was born many years before him in 1917.
Oh shit! His sister is as old as my grandma. My grandmother was born in 1919.
You know, they knew how to
1917.
drive stick shift.
And my Aunt Renee, she had one of the very first, kind of curio record players. And it's super long, like a,
Yeah.
I don't know, I guess like a smaller entertainment center. And it was actually built within.
Yes.
Within the entertainment center.
Yes.
And so,
Photographs.
Yep.
I meet her, of course, before she died, and that was like earlier in my life. And my aunt, oh my gosh, she was so mean. But she did actually leave that to me. And I actually do have it.
Oh.
And her showing us, showing me, especially before my sister came around,
Aw.
how to use that. And I just, I always loved it. And so by the time she did pass, I was pretty shocked because she was a mean lady that she actually left that to me. So I actually still have that.
Yeah, you could put like 5 albums and, put them up at the top. And when it's done, the next one would just drop down. And then Nita would come.
Yes.
I had one of
Well,
those.
here's where my daughter has BB. My daughter,
I had a
when I went to her
Pioneer
high
like
school
that.
graduation, when I went to my daughter's high school graduation, and Porsha, I shared you those photos with me and my daughter during our graduation.
Yes, you did. Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, here's where my daughter has BB. So in the 90s, real quick, when Nirvana was the rage, I had the Nirvana CDs and the Nirvana cassette tapes. And my mom, of course, super Christian, would throw all that shit away. Of course,
Right.
and I would buy the new ones. My daughter has the Nirvana, the old school Nirvana records. The Bleach album on record. When I saw it, I'm like, what the hell do you know about Kurt Cobain? And when my daughter oh shit, you win.
Juan, did you get called up to Sinners music? You can't listen to that stuff,
Lindy Lou, I was listening to Metallica. There was a song that I fell in love with called Fade to Black because the Kirk Hammett's guitar riffs reminded me so much of the stuff that I played in the band, from Tchaikovsky to Bach, to things like that. And even though it was on the electric guitar, and I remember my mom and this other lady.
Oh no,
Mary, I'll never forget. You're going to hell, and at that time I had already moved out, and I said, "Fuck it, I'm going to hell in a Porsche that says one way." And from that moment on, to give my anecdote, I remember when I hit some really, really bad moments in my 20s, twice, real bad moments in my 20s, twice. And my mom and my stepfather were, you can move to Texas, back to North Carolina, but you will have to move under our rules. Fuck that. I'm good. I'll rather be on the streets because I know I'll get off that shit within a week or so.
Yeah.
That's how bad that was, because I already knew I had like 80 CDs, Lindy Lou. Metallica to DMX to Mary J. Blige to Mariah Carey. And I already knew under their rules, I would have to throw all that shit away. And I had like 20-some DVDs. I knew I would have to throw those away. Nah, I'm good. I'll figure this shit out.
You know what? Jewel just put it. I'm sorry, Jewel just put in chat. My dad took my rap tapes, so I copied them when he wasn't home and hid them in my mansion.
My mom did the same shit. I had Exhibit. I had the first Eminem, the Infinite album, not the Slim Shady, but the underground shit.
I'm gonna take it back a little bit further because whenever I was growing up, even though this was like way beyond my time, growing up and just spending a lot of time with my grandpa, my aunt, and just being around old people a lot. So
old school, yep.
First introductions, like Nat King Cole, Fats Domino, Ray Charles, Little Ray Charles, Chuck Berry,
Porsha, did you ever listen to Porsha? Did you ever listen to Porsha? Did you ever listen to Johnny Mathis?
Oh yeah, I love his Christmas songs.
Yes, Johnny.
Yes.
The Let It Snow. Woo.
Yeah,
old Christmas songs are really the best.
The old school, and that's always been my
my
thing. And so I old souls, because I grew up where whenever I was born, my papa was already old. I had a real grandparent. Like I didn't have one of them young ones. I had my papa was old before I got here.
Didn't B.B. King do a Christmas album one time?
Yes, he did. And I have that CD, 12th man. I'm not giving that CD up for shit because it's out of print.
We
It's
gotta
out of
hear
print.
some of
It's
that.
not for sale.
Aw.
We gotta hear some
To
of
my
that.
daughter when I die.
Clear that I have like all of the original albums and all of those things like that.
Oh,
So I
wow.
grew up listening to those things by way of my lovely mean aunt. But before we
Aw.
get too far off, I want to make sure that we go through this article that Juan sent in and then get into some other stories that I have for you guys tonight. So we have
All right.
breaking news. Bill Clinton, hospitalized with fever, will undergo testing and
Oh,
observation.
no. Oh, no, no, no.
Maybe he has the COVID.
No, his wife probably did something to him. His wife was probably sick of the bullshit that he'd been giving her for the past like 80 years.
Allegedly. So we have former President Bill Clinton has been hospitalized in Washington, D.C. after developing a fever 2 days before Christmas.
Ooh.
President Clinton was admitted to Georgetown University. Shout out to Georgetown, one of my alma maters, medical center this afternoon for testing and observation after developing a fever. Clinton's deputy chief of staff, Angel Urena, said in a statement on Monday he remains in good spirits and deeply appreciates the excellent care he is receiving. No specific details regarding the fever or what precipitated the illness were immediately available, but according to NBC News, the source close to the 78-year-old former president has described the situation as not urgent. He will be fine. He developed a fever and wanted to be checked out. He is awake and alert. He was previously admitted to a California hospital for 6 days in 21 after a urinary tract infection reached his bloodstream. He also faced health scares involving his heart in 2010 and 2004. Clinton left office in 2001. The prominent Democrat campaigned for Vice President Kamala Harris, who lost. She lost. And he kept a busy travel schedule post-election. Clinton recently released a memoir, Citizen, My Life After the White House. Yes, because you got top from Monica Lewinsky. During his speech at the Democratic National Convention in August, Clinton said he may not be able to attend future conventions depending on his health. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. So Bill Clinton, don't come to any more. Prioritize your health. I think that would be best. What do y'all think?
Bill Clinton, keep your head. Keep your head. I'm drinking. I'm sorry. Porsha.
So my one.
Real quick, I saw. No, well, I'm drinking for a different reason, Lindy Lou. I'm drinking because I saw what happened yesterday in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Que ese pinche pendejo que le mandan ese pinche pendejo pa'l carajo. But I cannot unsee what I saw. That was the equivalent of some cartel shit that I saw a decade ago, and I'm trying to get rid of that. But here's the thing,
Well,
Bill Clinton,
just thank God you don't live in New York, one.
Well, Bill Clinton, keep your head on a swivel because I think it might be a certain person that's close to you, sir. Allegedly. Hillary, don't sue me for defamation. By the way, I said allegedly. If you sue me for defamation, we have the Texas Citizens Participation Act here. I might actually win this bullshit. But the thing is Clinton Billy boy, just be careful.
You know what I think? I think his PrEP pills quit working, and now
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's very disturbing, and I chose not to watch it for different reasons. But yeah. I think a couple of people in the chat are disturbed by it. So
Good thing you didn't watch it. I watched it last night and I posted it on my X. If you want to follow Real News, follow me on Rumble, Hablo Pacheco, Hablo Pacheco. Follow me on X at Hablo_Pacheco. But the thing is I posted it on X. And when I saw this son of a bitch fan the flames, Lindy Lou,
big story.
I still thinking about that. I still want to hurt him. I really do. And it was a black person. Where the fuck is BLM? That's what pisses me off. Where's BLM on this? The girl that he set on fire was a black woman. Where is BLM?
No, she was. Well, they said she was white. They said
no,
she was
Porsha.
a
She was black. She was black.
Oh.
Okay, so do you have something else? Because we HB had something earlier that said that she was a white girl.
Just follow me on X and follow Jack Posobiec. This chick was black.
Put it in the back chat.
Let me Let me go to that really quick because we saw that. What's your name on X?
Hablo, and Jewel has it spelled properly. Hablo, Hablo _ Pacheco. And that's where you'll find me. The girl was black.
Hablo _ what?
Pacheco. My last name.
Pacheco.
So, here you guys, this is
Fuck
gonna
you
be
spell that.
No, River of Hate. This wasn't meat. This was her skin, and it was black fire. That's what pisses me off.
Okay, so hold on, wait. Let me see because we saw that she was a. Hold on, wait, one. You got a lot of this stuff in Spanish now.
Yes,
it is innate. I mean, I know what you're saying, Juan. I don't care if she was purple or green, but yeah. But if she was black, where's Black Lives Matter? I get what you're saying, Juan.
Sin Sebastian Gonzalez, this was the motherfucker that did this shit. Send him to me. I'll invite him to Mexico.
It says that she was well, from what we saw, she was white, but you're saying that she was black. I just kind of scrolled down a little bit, but I didn't see, but I'll look a little bit more. So I want to get into Governor Kathy Hochul, what she had to say, and then we're gonna hop into
go ahead and post what she's about to say. Go ahead and post what she's about to say. And people in the chat, have fun with this one.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look. So this is the governor of New York.
I'm on the subway train heading out to Queens Center. I have a lot of, not quite last minute, but I have holiday shopping to do. I've got an adorable 2-year-old granddaughter, so it's a lot more fun to shop. I can take the subway wherever we need to go. And I want all New Yorkers to feel safe, which is why we've added so many more National Guard, over 250 more people that'll make sure that your ride is as safe as it can be.
I mean, I agree with it. I think for the most part, I get what she's trying to do. For the most part, it probably is safe. So, I mean,
no. Let me go ahead and stop you, Lindy Lou.
Okay.
Let me stop you. You need to do an X post. You need to do an X search or Twitter search for the old school people for her, and then read exactly what she posted on X. And it literally happened her post happened literally at the exact same moment that this chick got set on fire. Tone deaf a la motherfucker.
Well, in the first place, that guy would have been arrested for disorderly conduct for disturbing the peace around him just for being that drunken.
Here in Texas, 12th man, let me stop you. Let me stop you. Here in Texas.
Get to the here in Texas is. Go
yes, here in Texas and 12th man, even in your neck of the woods, this dumb son of a bitch. Yes, I said it. I'm drunk. I'm sorry. He would have been arrested for capital murder.
Sorry for that.
He would have been arrested for capital murder, and here in Texas, we would have sought the capital penalty.
Well, I don't think they've handed down a actual charge yet, have they, against this guy? Like that takes a grand jury to do that. I don't think that's happened yet.
It's just so disturbing beyond anything.
Since he's an illegal immigrant, I guess the feds could pick it up if they wanted to.
Only for the deportation, assuming that he gets released from prison. But here's the thing:
no.
He was.
Of course, people are going to keep coming back to this. That's how disturbing this is. No matter, you're going to try to get off this, but it just seems to keep coming up. It's that bad.
But 12th man, real quick, he was deported in 2017, and this son of a bitch came back in 2018.
Yeah. So to me, that makes it federal. Like he could get the death penalty. I think feds should pick up these illegal migrant cases. That way, you know, decide what to do with them, not to stay.
Well, no, that it would be federal 12th man. I'm going to. This is where I'm going to bore everybody, so I apologize ahead of time. Porsha and 12th man and people in the chat. Here I am getting sober and I'm drinking to try to forget this shit. The thing is, 12th man, when you commit a crime within the state boundaries, it's a state offense. So he did whatever the fuck he did in New York City. The federal government does not get involved. Let's say that he took this chick, drug her to New Jersey, and then did what he did. Then it's federal because he crossed state lines. That's the difference.
I think it's
Well, I
federal
mean, it is
because
New York,
he's an
so they're
illegal immigrant to begin with. Sorry,
But
Porsha.
it is no, it is New York, so that's probably not going to happen. But we have someone trying to approach AOC, and we're going to see how she kind of sort of responds or not. So let's take a look.
Ocasio-Cortez, so your district is really suffering under the pressure of the border crisis.
Thank you.
Why are? I'm sorry.
Trying to get through the tour, man.
Don't touch me. What? Your district is very much suffering through the border crisis. By the border crisis. Why will you not? No. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Dude, fucking get your hands off me. What?
Go down the stairs, man. Relax.
Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
Well,
are you talking to the Biden administration about fixing the border? Get off of me. What is wrong with you?
no comment. Cute dress.
I did
though.
not
I
touch
like
you. I have it on
it.
video. It's Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, she has nothing to say about this, of course. Nothing to say. Nothing at all. Not that we expected more, but you know. So, you know, AOC. It happened in her district, and she has her people to go ahead and make sure that, you know, certain things are not covered. Now, Juan, I'm going to go ahead and switch to your Twitter page here. And
Oh God.
you said that you have it posted somewhere that it was a black woman. Now, I'll tell you from what we saw on the
Porsha,
last show.
real quick, don't post it here because the fire that you're going to see is going to get this channel struck. It's that bad.
Well, yeah, but you said it was a black woman. So, like, you
Yes,
said her name.
I was going to say if you look at the woman that's on fire, minus the skin, but you can't post that here because it'll get your channel.
Right. And so, yeah, we didn't post that, but it said that her name was Amelia.
Yes.
And they said that she was a white woman, and she was a white woman studying for her PhD at UPenn.
Well, I wonder if the feds could pick it up as a hate crime if it was a white woman.
They could pick it up as a hate crime if it were a black woman as well, based on national origin, 12th man.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
They have too much they're too busy dealing with Luigi.
No, Samuel. Nope.
Fuck that guy too. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, no, her race really
Can't
doesn't matter.
believe
No, it doesn't matter. Again, I would say New York, don't prosecute this son of a bitch. Don't prosecute him. Mándala para mí. Yo le voy a invitar a México con mis amigos y le voy a decir a mis amigos lo que sucedió. Translation, don't prosecute this guy. Send him to me. I'll invite him to some brisket.
What? Was this man? Was this man Latino, or was he?
Yes, he was. His name was Sebastian.
Okay. And so that really, I think that really hits home with you because that's your people, right? It doesn't. I don't know. You're very bothered by it.
It doesn't hit home for that. It hits home because no, it doesn't hit home for that. It hits home, and Porsha, without showing it here, you'll see exactly what I saw on my post. I posted it on my X page. That's why it hits home. You don't do that shit to people. That's why it hits home. And this motherfucker, pardon my language again, it's the alcohol talking, was fanning the flames here in Texas.
Yeah, I heard that too. That's disturbing.
This would be the death penalty. This would be here in Texas, the death penalty. We would send that shit to the
Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals for appeal. Like that, I would get
denied. He would get sent to the Supreme Court. They would reject it, and we would send his ass to the needle. That's why it hits home for me.
To be fair, if
I would have been in Daniel Penny.
He would be dead already.
Yes, he would. That's why I say send it to me. Don't prosecute the son of a bitch. Send him to me. Send him to South Texas. I'll be like, oye, mijo, ¿sabes qué? Le voy a
Well,
mandar
that
a
ain't
Stay
gonna
con
happen.
los amigos un asado.
Oh, Juan is really upset.
Tell my friends what the fuck he did, and I'll videotape what he did.
Hey, no country for old Sims. Long time no see. Yeah, he would. I mean, like if Texas had that system, and it was a train, somebody would have shot in the head, so he would be dead by now. However,
Yeah.
oh goodness, Jordan.
I would have
Okay,
tackled his ass at least in the subway, Porsche. I wouldn't have just stood
Yeah,
there
because all
and
he had was a lighter.
watched the lady get doused in fucking fuel
Well,
and
12th
lit
man,
on fire. I'd have fucking been on that motherfucker.
Let me interrupt you guys real quick. What you guys didn't see because the video cut off at that part. What the video, what you don't see, and again, the video cut off at that point was that same police officer was radioing the EMS, which is FDNY, and the fire department. He could not do anything. Furthermore, hashtag no legal advice. And this is where people, and this is why, thank God in Texas, we are relaxed on our gun laws. The cops have no duty to act. Hashtag no legal advice. But so that you know, there's no duty to act, and that same no duty to act applies to the citizens. So, for example, if I see something and there's nothing I can do about it, I don't have to act. Matter of fact, if I act and I leave somebody worse off, they can sue me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It says a lot about our society too. That a lot of people
like we need to call Walker Texas Ranger.
they just stand
Y'all
there
been
and
calling
watch
me Walker
it.
Texas Ranger for the last 2 weeks, but I'm letting you know I light them up. All right.
Can y'all hear me?
I would light him up as well. Fuck Alvin Bragg. If he wants to freaking prosecute me, Alvin Bragg, I went to law school, so I can defend myself. No big deal, fucker. But yeah, no, I would have lit his ass up right then and there.
Go ahead, 12th man.
I was just gonna say that it says a lot about. Okay, never mind.
No, go ahead, 12th.
No, go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say that it says a lot about our society that they would just as much as it does about that illegal immigrant that stood back and took pictures and watched it all and didn't do a fucking thing about it.
12th man, again, hashtag no, 12th man, real quick.
Man.
Real quick, and again, hashtag no legal advice. I'm giving you general information that will help me pass the bar exam if I can fucking pass this son of a bitch. There's no duty for the pedestrians to act. Generally, if you act and you leave the victim worse off, their family can sue you. So what the hell were they supposed to do?
Good luck with that with a legal immigrant that had already been deported.
Fuck that son of a bitch. Que Sebastián González, que se joden a su pinche madre, que se queman el pinche infierno. Mándala para mí. Yo le presento a mis amigos y yo lo grabo lo que está pasando con
You can look back and do it all over again.
Like, who turned Juan into a Pookie? And then No Country for Old Sis says Don Julio got Juan acting different.
No. The Don Julio doesn't have me acting different. Follow me on X at Hablo_Pacheco.
Enough is enough.
Follow me on X on Hablo_Pacheco, and you'll see the video that I posted. Again, I'm drinking.
What else you got,
what I saw, real quick, 12th man. What I saw, I would not wish that on anybody.
No.
I would not wish that on anybody. I'm drinking to numb myself from this bullshit.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You know.
I'm a little more hardened to this kind of stuff because I've been to prison and I've seen the worst of the worst, you know.
Yeah, but this was kind of goes beyond.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. It just kind of goes beyond what we're used to seeing. You know, we're seeing people shot or whatever like that. This just, I don't know.
You know,
I love this side of Juan. Let it fly, hermano.
Joe Biden would.
It's okay. I'm having a couple tonight too because I don't have to work tomorrow. So, yeah, I get it.
Hey, Pablo.
Joe Biden would pardon this son of a bitch.
Yeah, so we're gonna get
That's what Joe Biden would do.
Stories before we get into the thick of it, and so I talked to you guys. I brought some news to you guys last week about the children being trafficked all across the United States of America, and a lot of these children are actually coming from the border. And so what they have been telling us is that they have sponsors, right? And so we got to hear last week from Mayor Eric Adams that, you know, they can't find the folks that are supposedly sponsoring these children. And so there was an interview on Face the Nation where she sat down with someone very prominent, and he basically says that that's not his responsibility. And
Well,
it's
Tom
kind of
Hammond said that
disturbing.
we were gonna find all these children, Porsha. That's what Tom Hammond
Hopefully
said.
we do.
We're gonna
You
find
know,
them.
believe it or not, some of those kids are probably some of the kids that I teach right now. But you know, you never know, because you don't know who these kids belong to, where they are supposed to be, and who they are supposed to be with. As far as I know, whenever I make parent phone calls, who am I getting through to? Not many. However, let's take a look at this Face the Nation interview, and then there's a little short documentary of some people doing their own work, the work of the Lord, confronting people within our United States government, trying to figure out what is going on with the children.
ICE was also unable to account for more than 32,000 unaccompanied kids who failed to appear in court.
Can y'all hear it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
From 2019 to 2023, according to the report we read. The incoming border czar, Tom Homan, says these children are being exploited and trafficked. Is that true?
Well, we
Do you
certainly, Margaret, we certainly have received reports of children being trafficked, even those as to whom we know where they are. That is outside the responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security.
Mhm.
What we do is we turn children over within 72 hours, as the law requires, to the Department of Health and Human Services, and then HHS places those children. Of course, we investigate cases of trafficking, but there are children who are reunited with a parent here in the United States or a legal guardian, and they move. And sometimes the government loses track. Individuals do not comply with the reporting obligations or otherwise. I think it is inaccurate to say that all of them are trafficked or victimized. There are a number of reasons why we might lose track of an individual. That is not necessarily specific to this administration. That has been a long-standing challenge in the immigration system. One example of why that system is so broken, why the duration of time in proceedings is unacceptably long and has to be remedied. Remember, we're dealing with a system that was last reformed in 1996.
Okay. And so,
Yeah,
Mayor,
well, he's
last week, really quick. So last week, Mayor Adams said this about the missing children.
We have 500,000 children who had sponsors in this country that we can't find.
Where are they at?
It's much more than that.
We don't know if they're doing child labor. We don't know if they're doing sex crimes. We don't know if they're being exploited. 500,000 children. There's a level of hypocrisy that everyone that states they want to protect everyone, but innocent individuals who are victims of crimes and children. I want to support and protect children and innocent people that are victims of crime. And those who don't understand that, it's not up to me to try to convince them. I know what my job is, my goal is, and I was clear of that while running and when I became mayor. Safety means everything to me. 500,000 children, we don't know where they are right now in this country. We have 500.
Don't know where they are right now in this country. Don't know where they are. Where are the kids at? You know, since
I
this
thought it
whole
was
illegal.
closer to 340,000, but you might as well say 500,000.
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's quite a bit. Quite a bit of kids missing, and a
More
CIA
than we know
contractor
about.
was recently caught trafficking children through an airport at 5 a.m. you know, we have our journalists, our social media journalists on the ground digging into these things and looking into these things and giving us, you know, reporting back to us with their findings. And so let's take a look at this, and then I would like to hear what you guys think before we move on to the next thing. I just want to make sure that I'm bringing the news to you guys. And we are definitely going to hop into Joe Biden because ooh-wee, and Matt Gaetz. So let's go.
Vacation, and now you're moving this small child to the airport. I thought you were on vacation. Ma'am, I thought you were on vacation. What happened to that? Do you have any comment about children that have gone missing that you've helped to escort across the country? Wait a minute. Is this MDM? No. We have footage here that a lot of these children don't know the sponsors that they are going to. What's going on? There's kids in the car here. They're moving these kids. They just turned the lights off. This is the MVM headquarters that we are currently at. There are kids in this van right here that they are moving. There's somebody that's going to come out. Let's see what they have to say. Hey, are you a manager here? Hey, we've spoken to some of these children, and they tell us that they don't know a lot of times the sponsors that they're going to. Do you have any comment on that at all? This is MVM, correct? I'm not sure. You're not sure. Excuse me. What's going on here? There they go.
And then these dumb sons of bitches leave with the fucking leg. They leave the luggage behind. That's how stupid they are.
Think about that. They got out of here. We don't even know what's in those bags. They just left them there, and they took off in the van in such a hurry because that's how secret this operation is. They do not want you to know what is going on. That van that we just confronted, they are now taking off. We are following them. We believe that they're taking these kids to the airport. We have talked to some of these children that you guys escort, and some of these children have told us that their friends don't know the sponsors that they're going to. Are you okay with that? Excuse me, why are you all wearing masks? Do you have any comment on that? Why are you hiding your identity? Do you have any shame, sir? There's still time to redeem yourself. Would you like to see the footage that we caught of the girl and what's going on? Were there IDs even checked just there? Were their IDs even just checked? Who checked their IDs? I didn't see any ID check this day. There was no ID check. Why weren't there IDs checked? If I was going to go here.
Why would you do that?
Well, to be fair, those people, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, they're not allowed to comment. They have to refer them to the media department.
Are a lot of the kids coming over here, are they trafficked?
That's true.
What's some are. I'm not allowed. Some are. Does that happen a lot, that the kids come over here with a totally fake name?
It has.
Yeah?
There's no way for us to verify.
And so they come over here with a fake name, and then they just come up with one. They just get a brand new identity. They could be anybody.
Have you seen the movie?
Sound of Freedom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Exactly like that.
You guys get the kids coming over here with the notes that are attached to them with the addresses, right? And a lot of times that just lead to like a sex trafficker or something, right? That's legit.
Yeah. There's a lot of shit that we can't tell.
What's the issue though? Why can't you guys talk on camera?
The policies that we have, things that we can't say.
But why don't they want you talking on camera? Politics. What, like making the administration look bad? Or...
Yeah.
Damn.
Honestly, though, I really wish there was more people like you.
Yeah.
Exposing this shit.
Yeah.
Because it sucks. It truly is a horrible thing.
Yeah.
It is a horrible thing. But me, I can't do that.
You could blow the whistle on it.
No, I can't.
You could, but you're going to lose your job.
Yeah, exactly.
You work for MVM, and MVM is an organization that has moved thousands.
I don't work for you.
You do not work for MVM?
I'm on vacation.
We've now landed in Houston, and it appears as if MVM has requested a police escort because they don't want media exposing what they're doing. But if you look, they have all of the kids wearing masks, and they have them keeping their head down. All of the kids wearing masks, keeping their head down. They're telling them to hide their face. Many of these kids go missing. You said that you were on vacation, and now you're moving this small child to the airport. I thought you were on vacation. Ma'am, I thought you were on vacation. What happened to that? Do you have any comment about children that have gone missing that you've helped to escort across the country?
Well, what do y'all think?
I see this shit every day, Porsha. And if you guys remember,
yeah, especially in your profession, for sure.
yeah, I'm in South Texas. Well, Porsha, you see it every day too.
Yeah, I do.
You do, but the thing is for some of those in the chat that remember when I was walking to McDonald's a couple of months ago, if you remember, I turned my phone camera to a big ass building, and I explained to you guys on the show. It was early in the morning. I think it was Trucking with HB2N. Shout out to HB, by the way.
Shout out to him.
I said that
make human trafficking illegal again.
What I said when I showed that big ass building, which is literally a mile from where I live, I said that building was the Office of Refugee Resettlement. And if you guys remember, what I also said was that's stage one of all of the bullshit. So here's what happens, or what happened. It stopped, Porsha, real quick. On October 31st, all this bullshit ended to a degree. So the way that it worked was, on my end, people would fill out what's known as an I-131F. I'm sorry, an I-134F. An I-131F is otra cosa. I-134F. And what that was it's basically said, I'm sponsoring insert kid, insert woman, insert man here because I am their family member. Now, Porsha, real quick, under the Trump administration, when I had my second job, when I got my second job out of law school, the way that worked was, they required a shitload of stuff. They required specifically DNA testing. And if you did not match, you were not going to pick up that kid. Under the Biden administration, about a month and a half after his inauguration in 2021, that ended. You can thank Alejandro fake Cuban Mayorkas for that bullshit. You can thank Merrick Garland for that bullshit. You can thank
Mayorkas is a faggot.
Blinken, and I say Blinken properly because his name is actually Blinken. However, his family changed their last name when they got to the United States to avoid persecution. Look up his name in Wikipedia and you'll see exactly why I say that. Hashtag small hat. The thing is,
January 20th can't come soon enough.
The thing is this, when they got rid of the DNA testing, about a month and a half after that, that's when the floodgates entered. And I said on another channel, the people that are going through my neck of the woods, because I was seeing it.
Lindy, you look so beautiful. Sorry, one.
I was seeing it.
You look great, Lindy.
Real quick, man, I'm sorry.
Want to go on a date?
Well, real quick, and I'm sorry for getting on the soapbox, but the thing is this. I saw it in Heroica Matamoros in Mexico. I saw it in Reynosa, Mexico, where we had clients. I saw it in Vallehermoso, where we had clients. The people were built different, and the people that they were claiming as kids, you could tell it was easy. The kids were not theirs. Like the skin tone was different, the hair was different. Like there were people that had chinito hair, like nappy hair, like me, claiming kids with hair lacio, like straight hair. Oh, this is my kid. No, motherfucker, that's not your kid.
You're not nappy headed compared to Stanley. Don't worry.
Oh, come on, man. But the thing is this: those people
12th man, don't do that. Shots fired.
The thing is this: the people that they were handing off. The thing is this: the people that they were handing off here in South Texas at the 4 points of entry that I have connects to, the people that were at the ports of entry from Rio Grande City to Zapata, the people at the ports of entry from Laredo to Del Rio, the people at the ports of entry from Pecos to El Paso, those people were not matching, and it didn't matter. You know what? We're just going to give them off. Here you are. This is your kid. And that's where all the bullshit started. And again, I saw that line after line. It's not happening as much now in our neck of the woods, Porsha, in South Texas, because they know that they know who won, right? Here's where it's happening now. And I was talking to a buddy of mine who shall remain nameless because we have a case with these people, but it's happening in California, from San Diego to Arizona, Ciudad Nogales. That's where that's where all of that bullshit's happening. And what it does is this, and this is what, fuck, man. This is what makes me angrier. What it does is this: it puts more scrutiny on the people that actually deserve the immigrant benefits that are, that are calling my boss, that are paying my boss $3,500 to $5,000, that actually have a true, I married a legitimate U.S. citizen and I legitimately love him. That claim. I have a stepson or a stepdaughter. Genuinely love them because I brought my wife or husband over here. It's fucking it up, pardon my language, for them. So now, congratulations, these people, they're getting what's known as a NOID letter. NOID, real quick for you guys in the chat, that stands for Notice of Intent to Deny. In other words, the wife made it, the husband made it. However, the stepkid, we're going to send their ass back. That's what that means. And so now they're spending more money with us. Thank you for the money, by the way. However, they're spending more money with us that they don't need to be, because now we're having to gather more evidence that we didn't need to gather had these sons of bitches not done a freaking DNA test. That's the difference. And not only that, you're dealing with Haitians, you're dealing with Venezuelans, you're dealing with some of the people from El Salvador, you're dealing with some of the people, believe it or not, from Syria. Yes, Syria, in the Middle East, that don't have to deal with the shit that some of these people are paying thousands of dollars to us to fight for. All that they do is, this is my kid. Okay, here's your kid. Off you go. And there they go. They don't need us because they have $13,000 a month. They have other, X, Y, and Z immigrant benefit. And that's what pisses me off more than anything. Because again, when I'm dealing with the certification of citizenship case, an N600, when I'm dealing with an I-130/I-130A case, this is what my boss deals with. We're having to put in more evidence than is needed for those people to get the proper immigrant benefit that they actually deserve because they did everything the right way. Meanwhile, this person on the other side, no, here you go, off you go, off you go. And what's happening? I'm getting a call. I'm sorry, Porsha, for pulling you in this. I'm getting a call from you, and I'm getting a call from other people because, well, this person is dealing with this, that, and the third problem. And when they're dealing with this, that, and the third problem, what can we do? Oh, well, we can't do anything. However, the NGOs can. Meanwhile, that NGO not only can deal with the problem, but these people are getting $15,000 a month. It's infuriating.
Oh, yeah,
It pisses me off.
Since you're here, I have a question. So I have because you know what we talk about offline. So I'm curious. So if there is someone who is currently in ICE detention in Texas, are you able to find any information about them, their status, their well-being? If I send you a name for somebody who got caught by ICE in Texas, are you able to,
their name and their alien registration number, their A number, an A number, real quick for people in the chat, it looks like a social security number. It's basically a 9 to 10 digit number. Send me both of those, and I can go through the ICE detainer locator, and I can pull them up right then and there.
Okay, you can let me know if they're okay. Let me.
You know what? The question that has to be asked: how many of these children are being harvested for organs?
It's not organs, 12th man. And this is another anecdote that I can get in. This is before I went to law school. This was when I would say I was a rising junior in college. What they're doing, 12th man, is they're putting these people, if they have a debt to pay, on the streets. I see it in South Texas where I'm at. It's happening further up north because the money's more lucrative up north. What they'll do is they'll sell them for sex, and Latinas are in demand.
What?
Like that.
One, all you need is the full name, and you said the other name, the ICE, what?
The E number, the alien registration number. I need both of those, and I can go through the ICE detention locator, and I can pull up where they're at.
But it's Native American communities in the United States that are mostly targeted for human trafficking here, and ironically, Alaska is #1 for human trafficking in the United States, and it
But
targets
well,
the native. No. It targets the so I'm thinking that they're looking for the purity of the Native American, or what exactly? Why are they targeting Native communities?
No, that's not the case, because with Native Americans, 12th man, and there are Native Americans that are tri-citizens. For example, your Comanches, like they're citizens of the United States, Mexico, and Canada, right? Some of your people in the White Earth area, that's Montana, Wyoming, parts of North Dakota, Saskatchewan province, and I forget the other province that borders British Columbia. The difference is there are federal laws that protect them, and believe it or not, the dumbasses that get caught doing that shit, they're facing charges in 3 countries. It's hilarious. Like, there was this dumbass that was messing with a Comanche woman, and what he did to her is unspeakable. Congratulations, that motherfucker is facing charges in Canada, the United States, and Mexico in the federal.
No, I'm talking about
both countries.
Why do they target? Why are the human traffickers, or the child traffickers rather, targeting Native communities?
Well, they're not targeting Native kids. What they're targeting they're targeting Native areas, because in Native areas, it's easier to cross. Like, for example, in Arizona, there's an area known as the Sacred Gate. It's near Calexico, Arizona, right near the border of Arizona, California, Mexicali, and Sonora, bordering Tijuana. That area, bordering Baja California Sur, bordering Yucatan. And the reason why is because in that Sacred Gate, because again, these people are tri-citizens, right? They can go, the Indians can go, from the United States to Mexico, and then they can go from the United States to Canada, because they're sovereigns within a sovereign. It's like a country within a country. That's
down there, though.
Same thing
down there.
Same thing in Canada, 12th man.
Like in South Dakota, North Dakota,
the same thing.
Montana, Wyoming, Alaska.
The same.
All targeted.
The Comanche, the Apaches, 12th man can cross through 3 countries. Like, I have a cousin that's Apache, and he's me. He's like Black Puerto Rican, but he's also tri-citizen. He's a U.S. citizen, he's a Canadian citizen, and he's also a Mexican citizen. He can go through all 3 countries with no problem. Through Mexico, he can go through the Sacred Gate, and through Canada, I think he can go through Montana, he said, with no problem, because he's a Native American. So it's a sovereign within 3 sovereigns. It's a weird thing, but I can understand that, because they were here.
Why are the traffickers targeting? Why is Alaska mostly up in lonely, nowhere tribal lands, like
and again,
people coming up missing and shit? Dude,
the traffickers are
creepy, man.
Those traffickers are targeting those regions because it's easier to pass through. Like, if you go through the Sacred Gate, there's no customs and border protection. If you go through a couple of areas through where the Montana North Dakota border, the Montana North Dakota border are, there's no customs and border protection. There's no Royal Canadian Mounted Police. That's why. There's no Canadian Border Services Agency. That's why. So they can just move down.
That's what. Like, you're right, because Alaska is a part of Asia in a way, and there's a lot of wide open spaces, and that's what makes me think
Richard's
that they're
here.
targeting people for organs. They're targeting these children for organs because
it's not just that.
Some of the most pure.
It's not just that. What they'll do is they'll go here in South Texas and Porsha, also in your neck of the woods, and they'll say you owe a debt of $15,000, even though these people.
Also, Juan, that number, or that hold on, wait. I think I just said the right thing. It's the ICE detainee number.
Well, the alien registration number.
Okay, alien.
Yeah. If you have WhatsApp, Porsha, send me a message through WhatsApp because it's encrypted, and I'll be able to look up everything, and I can talk to you through that.
Okay, so once I get that, I will send that to you because again, offline we've talked, but I have another that I'm gonna get to you as soon as I get the rest of that.
But real quick, if I may, there was an anecdote that I can give you. There was my friend and I, when we were in college, we went to these comfort bars. It's basically like the gentleman's club for research purposes. Don't ask us how we know. But
Did they get government money for research, Juan? Hopefully not.
Befriended a couple of these women. We didn't know any better though. We befriended a couple of these women. This particular spot, we knew the person that owned that spot, and of course, we were thinking, my dumbass being in my 20s, my friend being in his 20s, we were thinking, we're gonna get some easy nut, blah blah blah. We invited these, after about a month or so, we invited these people to our house, blah blah blah. We're watching a UFC fight. We're talking, blah blah blah, and that's when the truth came out. And that's when they told us, no, we have to, they were talking to us about the beers that we were buying, because at these particular places, my friend and I were spending anywhere from 10 to 25 bucks per beer. And they were telling us, no, that money goes to the owner, and we're lucky if we get $2. And so, of course, my friend and I, the moment they told us that, and they were telling us, what they're being charged for certain extracurricular activities, our excitement dropped, to say the least. And at that particular point, we let them stay at our place. The next day we took them to wherever the hell they needed to go, and then the next day we ran into this person of ours, and we're like, dude, you don't know who the fuck you're fucking with. If you continue with this bullshit, we're gonna make a phone call, and your place is going to be out of business. The problem is, Porsha, there's a shitload of those places in South Texas. What makes it worse is this. That happened in 2008, 2009. We're in 2024. There's a shitload of those places in your neck of the woods, in Dallas, in Houston, because those are the hubs where they send all of these people across the country. That's the problem. And again, because there's no DNA testing, you have these people that are like, oh, this is my kid. It's not their kid. They're taking them to Houston. They're taking them to your neck of the woods, and they're forcing these people to do whatever the hell they're doing. Now, if these kids or these people make it further north, they're not being sold for sex. They're being made to work. And there are reports where kids were working at a certain cereal factory that were falling into the vats and dying because they fell into those vats. That's what it is. It's sex slavery or slavery, like what they did to black people in the 1800s. That type of slavery. Yes, that's what's going on here in our country right now.
Yeah, and then a lot of it takes place here in Texas. And so whenever we bring this news to you guys, and yes, while I did show you guys a couple of clips, it's a really big deal. And for those of us in the chat that are in Texas, and for those of us like Juan and myself, and of course HB is newly minted here in Texas, but whenever Blacks Who Defy is on the panel, so if it's ever a time where it's me, Blacks Who Defy, Juan, and even Mike 123, we'll get these Amber Alerts. And I can tell you guys, especially since Biden has been president, the Amber Alerts that we get
have been going off like every other freaking 5 minutes.
Yeah, so it's like every 5 to 10 minutes
Wow.
here in the state of Texas, and our Amber Alerts. And I'm telling you guys, we have an attorney to be almost on the panel. Every 5 to 10 minutes or so, our phones are blowing up with
One
Amber
just
Alerts.
went off on me just now, Porsha.
Mine did too.
Hey, Porsha.
That's why I brought it up. Hold on, wait, 12 minutes, really quick. It's like our Amber Alerts are so insane. And again, whenever we're talking about, immigration, illegal immigration, and things like that, as a Republican, as a conservative who votes Republican, I may sound crazy, this, that, and the third, but it's just like, you guys have to actually look into how dangerous this stuff becomes. And whenever we're complaining about it, it's not just because, just because I hate illegal aliens. It's not just because of that. It's because of the dangers and the safety issues that it poses. And then even me as a teacher, John he's actually been mentioning this, like every day since I called in one day because I had a really bad day at work. I was overwhelmed. And I have over 17 languages in my class because, I'm almost up to 1,000 illegal kids right now. And, I have to do my work as a teacher. I have to try to contact parents, contact this, contact that. And majority of my kids, there's no connect, there's no parents, there's no this, we don't know who their sponsors are, this, that, and the third. A lot of these kids are being trafficked all throughout the United States of America. And it's very sad. It's very unfortunate. But whenever you're at a charter school choice, that anybody can come, And,
even in public schools, the Supreme Court has said that you cannot keep an illegal alien, which is the codified term, ladies and gentlemen. 8 U.S.C. 1101, Section A. It's literally codified as a term. You cannot keep an illegal alien out of the school system based on the fact that they are an illegal alien. It doesn't meet the rational basis test.
And so, like, for people like me, at my school, because we let a lot of teachers go, I am the main ESL teacher on my campus. And so, yes, I am a math teacher, but I'm also teaching these kids how to speak English. And I have 17 different languages in my classroom right now. And, the kids, we don't know who they belong to for the most part. Now, there are some that I do know. And there's other details that I wish I could tell you guys about other students, but I'm not going to go ahead and do that. But it is very wildly disturbing. However, beyond my
school. That's not where you teach, right, Porsha?
Yes. 12th man, I'm talking specifically.
Not where you teach.
Yes, no.
Right.
12th man, I'm specifically talking about where I teach.
Well,
yeah.
I thought you taught at a private school or something.
I teach at a charter school, but charter schools are school choice.
Public school.
No, they're not public. It's not a public school. It's a charter school. It's totally different from a public school. However, it is something to be aware of, and y'all kind of get whatever inside information that I give to you guys, because I can't give you guys everything, but we do have a crisis in my school specifically. I'm not gonna lie.
In Texas, period.
In Texas, period. Like, and these kids, it's like you just don't know. And so, like, we get these Amber Alerts, like the one we just got a few minutes ago. It's like, you don't know. And so, like, for one thing that I started doing is that every single time my phone rings and it's an Amber Alert, I have to open it. And then I go and search the kid, and I look it up to see if it's one of my kids. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm like, is this one of mine? Because I be wanting to know. But beyond it being one of my kids, these kids are getting trafficked left and right.
You're not the only one. I have to look at it. I have to look at it the same thing, because it's like, okay, well, we had this particular person that my boss approved the case for. We're waiting to do the intake for. Is this one of mine? And if it's one of mine, then at that point, a whole checklist.
That's how it is. Like, whenever we get those Amber Alerts, I'm like, is this one of mine?
Yeah, we have to.
Is it one of my kids? Because if it's one of my kids, then I have to get in on this. And I've actually had that, over the school year one, I've had that at least 10 to 15 times where the Amber Alert was one of my kids.
Well, for me, it wasn't one of mine, thank goodness, thank God. But at the same time, it's the same worrying, because at that point, it's, okay, is this person an SIJS, a special immigrant juvenile status person now? Is this person a VAWA now because of what the hell they did? Okay, is this a T visa? We don't handle T visas. Now I have to refer him out to a friend of mine that does T visas. Is this, is this an S visa? At that point, we close the case, and, we close that case because the U.S. attorney is now handling it. Is it one of those? But Porsha, some of the shit that I saw some of these fucking men do, and it's like, dude, you don't know that this person, the kid, like, all that you need to do is hear this little girl or little boy talk. Okay, they look like an adult, but they sound like an American kid in the tone of voice. Dude, again.
I'm telling you, if that's something, obviously I can't do that, but like if I could go into detail on the channel just to give you guys like, you know, more of an in-depth understanding of what it is, you know, it's really messed up, and it's been mentally taxing for me this school year. And I can tell y'all right now, if it wasn't for HB, I would have been gone. You know what I'm saying? Because it's been what it has done to me mentally. It's broken.
Pardon my language. And Porsha, somos dos.
It's broken me, and I'm not gonna lie. Like it has literally broken me, and it's so crazy because like y'all know how I feel about illegals. Y'all already know. Y'all know I can't stand them. But the thing is that these kids, they're here now. Whether they're here on their own volition or not, they're here now. And I'll go ahead and say this without saying too much. Some of these kids, they're in the school systems, they're in the 9th and 10th grade, and they're well over the age of 18. However, I can't, you know, I don't have any control over them. Education. I can't deny them an education, even if they're 19 or 20 years old, because I don't have any say-so over that. However, you know, it's not, y'all know I work at a pre-K 2 all the way up to 12th grade. And so we have kids of all ages. And, we have the resources that we have. They could be better. I mean, because they don't support 17 languages in a classroom, because my classrooms are huge, because my kids are learning math and English for me at the same time, while I do have kids that are already American that speak English. But it is very daunting. And you don't know if these kids have been snatched. And so if we have any, you know, if we get any information from the kids at all that says something, which I've had to do that all school year long, they don't know who their sponsors are. They were brought here by somebody else.
And what's to say, pardon my interrupting you, Porsha. And what's to say, pardon my interrupting you, but what's to say that they are actually fucking kids? And again, I'm sorry, Stanley, you can laugh at me. That's fine. For the people in the chat, you can laugh at me. That's fine. You didn't see.
Stanley.
South Texas, real quick, man. I'm sorry. There are people in South Texas that claim to be 13. These fuckers are my age. I'm 44, and they're in schools, and some of them, Porsha, might be in your school. That's the thing. What's to say that they are kids? There was a person an hour and a half away from me that was arrested because he claimed to be 16 in high school, messing around with 14 and 15-year-olds. This motherfucker was 41.
Well, I'll go off of like what my kids look like the ones that are over 18, like we know how old they are, like because we have some that are in the 9th grade and 10th grade that are over 18, you know, but like as far as any of them being older than that, like I have more of my little people, because I always call my little people, you know, the little ones, but you know, through the translator and all of that, like I have, you know, developed relationships with these kids that I'm grateful for. So it's not like I hate the kids and all of that, because I do feel for them, you know, but I will say it does disrupt my teaching for my other kids that actually speak English, that are trying to get, you know, like their calculus, whatever it is, you know, but it's just, I have almost 1,000 kids, almost 1,000. And it's Christmas break right now, so ain't no telling. Like, by the time we get back to school, ain't no telling how many more I'm gonna have. You know what I mean?
No, there's not. I might end up getting a call from you in the middle of January because of this bullshit.
Yeah. It's just like, man, this is crazy. And like you said, like there's a lot of kids, and not at my school specifically. We don't have like any 30, 40-year-olds, but there's a lot of schools in Texas where they actually look young. I'm not gonna lie, they actually look super young, and they are in schools in Texas, and they're in their 30s, their mid 30s, their early 30s, their late 30s,
their late 30s, early 40s,
their mid 40s, and they are enrolled in these schools as 9th and 10th.
As 9th and 10th graders, and again, and this is what's infuriating to me, they're sleeping with 13 and 14-year-olds. I have a kid in college. You do that. My kid's in college. She's a grown woman now, you know. But if she were still in high school and you did that, Porsha, I'm going to jail. I don't give a damn about a freaking 99-year sentence. And you know Texas does not play when it comes to that shit.
Yeah.
I will go to jail gladly.
Get him, Juan. Get him.
That's the thing. Like, you know, we you know, back whenever, especially over the summer before it got cold, whenever John was doing his interviews, it's like, you know, we're hearing people, you know, from different states talk about, they were talking about this, and it's just like, me, I'm just listening, and I know I'm in Texas, but not to say that I didn't think that it would come to me, right? But it's like one thing to hear somebody else talk about it, but then it's another thing whenever it comes to you, and it doesn't just come to you, it comes directly to your classroom, and it's like, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And like the amount of Haitian kids that I got, and like the male, because like all of the Haitian kids that I do have, they're all males. And during their advisory periods or their study halls, they always want to come in my room. You know, they're like, can we just come in here with you, miss? But you know, oddly enough, my Haitian kids, I'm not gonna lie, they're all grown or whatever, but they're the ones that are the most engaged and want to learn English the most. They turn in all their assignments. Whenever we do our speech lessons, they're very engaged. My Haitian kids are the ones that are the most clued in, and then my second kids are like my Colombian kids. But I think I was telling y'all the other day, because I love Pablo Escobar, rest in peace. I've been wanting to ask my Colombian kids about Pablo, and I'm like, gosh, I would be so out of line, but I'm probably going to end up doing it because I got so many new kids. Like, I even got a couple of new kids on the last day of school, believe it or not, because, you know, we just take them whenever they come, right? So,
Right.
And they're from Colombia and everything. And I'm like, gosh, I just want to hear about the hippos. And
Yeah, but Porsha, Pablo Escobar was, shit, he got executed in 1993 by us in Colombia, Medellin. These kids are what? They're 30 years.
Oh, but they know one. They know. And I just want to hear it from them. Because I'll never go to Colombia.
Here in South Texas, and this is headed your way, Porsha, the majority of the kids, the women are Venezuelans. And yeah, there's some.
One. I got Venezuelans for days. That's the majority of my kids.
Yeah, those are the women, and if you have them your way, there's going to be more. But the men are from Africa, from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Let the fun begin.
Well, you see, like, the only blacks that I have are Haitian, but then I have Venezuelan, I have Colombian, I have El Salvadorian, I have Guatemalan, I have Brazilian. I got a lot. And you know, like in Brazil they speak Portuguese, right? And so like you come over to like Guatemala, El Salvador, like they can't even talk to each other. Like even my kids from Mexico, because like I have a few kids, and it's very few. I think it's let me think.
Well, the Mexican kids, you just hang them around. You put them with the Tex-Mex kids and
right.
give them about 2 months, and they'll catch up. They'll catch on.
But one, you put my kids from Mexico. Okay, so they can interact with my American kids that speak Spanish. Like, I can't put my Guatemalan, my El Salvadorian, my whatever. I can't put them with them because they don't speak the same, but, you know.
It's not the same dialect. So, for example,
It's not the same dialect.
Yeah, same thing. I'm dealing with the exact same thing. Like, I'll deal with a Mexican kid. Quiero hablar con usted. La cosa es que estuve yo con mi dad y estuve bien happy, which is, Tex-Mex. Like, I was with my dad and I was happy, right? And then I'll deal with, the people from Colombia or from Venezuela, and they're like, oye, licenciado Juan, quiero hablar con vos. And thank God, like, I know that dialect. Okay, that means I want to speak with you, right? But, you put them with a Mexican kid, and they're like, oye, Lázaro, quiero hablar con vos. They're like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean I want to quiero hablar con vos?
My kids from Mexico, like, they don't even feel comfortable translating for them. But you know what I will
No, they don't.
say?
You're right.
My little Colombian and Venezuelan kids, man, I ain't gonna lie, they bad as hell. But oh my gosh, they do bring me a lot of joy. I'm not gonna lie, like, cause I have like a few boys. I have a couple from Colombia, a couple from Venezuela, and every morning, even before they have me for class, they find me Good morning, Miss. I'm not gonna say my full name, but Miss. Oh, good morning. So good to see you, Miss.
The Venezuelan kids with me, the Venezuelan men and women with me, when they find out that my father's Puerto Rican by way of my grandfather, it's the same thing. Ah, tú eres boricua, que lo que? Which is like, what's up? And I'm like, ah, que lo que? What's up? You know?
And they tickle me, and they're just like, oh, and I'm like, no, what, like, especially when they come to class, I'm like, no English. And they're like, no, me Spanish, me, no, me. And I'm like, no. And then they start laughing, they start laughing and stuff because they playing with me, right? And it's just like, no. And I'm, but they do.
You ain't about that playing though, huh, Porsha?
No, I'm not.
You don't be playing.
No, I don't, especially whenever they start, But I feel for them, I do. I love those kids.
What's your motherly instinct?
I do too, Porsha, for the kids that fall into the special immigrant juvenile status, and we have to send them out to other people. But when their parents come calling, I don't feel sorry for them. What the fuck were you thinking sending your kids up before you decided to come up? That's a you issue.
Well, you know what, Juan? I don't know if you were here, and it was probably maybe a week ago, or when I first told the story, and then I revisited it last week. I have a girl that just got here from Venezuela, and her parents escaped 6 years ago, right? And her dad came first, and then her mom came, and then they snuck back across the border to go and get the little brother. And so they brought him, and a little brother, he's been at the school for years now. He speaks English fluently and everything, right?
Yeah, he caught on.
They just within the month, they just got her and brought her here from Venezuela.
Right.
So they snuck across the border. They went and got her, and they brought her to America, Texas specifically, and now she's at my school, the same school that her little brother is at. And so we're using the translator, for her to tell me this story. And I'm asking her, like I do all my kids, like, where are you from? How long have you been here? How do you like it? Blah, blah, blah.
Right,
and she's like, I hate it here. I want to go back to Venezuela. I hate the food here. The food is awful. So she tells, she'll tell me like my Colombian kid, like all of them. And so like what I'll do is I'll find a place to find, to find the foods that they like, and I'll bring them to them, so they can have them during class. And I know it's not from Venezuela, but it's some Venezuelan person here in Texas that made that shit. So, to make them feel more, comfortable or whatever. But 6 years, little brother came before her, and now she's finally here. And I'm the closest person, that she is to here in America, but here I am trying to make sure that she's fostering relationships with other kids, and then as she's speaking to the other kids, as she's teaching them their dialect and things like that. But, it's a very sad process, honestly, because like at that point, I haven't seen my parents in 6 years, so you know what I mean. What I don't, and I'm only in the 8th grade.
But the difference is this person has somebody that will be able to catch them on quickly. Imagine somebody that comes up from Venezuela, or somebody that comes from Afghanistan. Believe it or not, we're dealing with Afghanis here as well. Imagine somebody like that, no brother, no sister to catch them on, no mother, no father to catch them on. They're screwed.
Yeah, and so like majority of my kids, they don't have nobody to catch them on. She is just that special case where her parents are actually her parents. Majority of my kids they have supposed sponsors that aren't really there.
Right.
Especially my Haitian kids, it's just them. I mean, they grown already. But then, most of these kids, they ain't got nobody one. And so like they build these relationships, here, and like all of my Colombian kids, family, nah. Guatemalan kids, El Salvadorian kids, family, nah.
Nothing. Exactly.
They have no, but then we got to step into the Russian kids, the Ukrainian kids,
Oh.
kids from Afghanistan. Listen, they ain't got nobody.
Well, the Afghanis, to be quite honest, Porsha, and not to pull a Rashu or to bore everybody in the chat, but here's the thing. If you listen carefully, the Afghanis, the people from Iran, we have those as well. The people from northern Iraq, right under the border of Turkey, those people, yes, they're here as well. Those people aren't here for good reasons, believe it or not. Those people are here to start shit. Those people are what are known as the, in Spanish, they call them soldado fedayeen. And fedayeen, I forget the Arabic term for that, but they're hardcore. They're one of those that you could put holes in them and they're still going to be shooting at you until they can shoot no more, basically, in that regards. And yes, those people aren't here. And those people didn't get here until, I would say, 2022, the end of 2022, the beginning of 2023. And they're so bad, believe it or not, Porsha, that the Venezuelans and the Mexicans and the Chinese people are like, yeah, we're not messing with you. We're not even talking to you down here in South Texas. They're like, they'll see those people and they'll talk to them. And when they find out who they really are, they'll actually segregate themselves from them. That's how dangerous those people are.
Yeah, and then like for my kids that are from there, right? Like I've had some, you know, they were very antisocial, but like they've been coming around, you know what I mean? Like, so like they want to fit in, like they want friends, they want this, they want that, but there's always that, of course, a hesitancy because it's like, well,
Well, I remember a story from a few years ago. As soon as they got over here, they were demanding Coca-Cola and pizza.
That was under the Trump administration. And the person that did that, 12th man, got deported. Because that person made it. That person got arrested for domestic assault. This person actually beat up her aunt. that person got sent back to Guatemala with a 20-year ban, which means if this person gets caught here in the United States, they can do up to 20 years in federal prison because they have a 20-year ban. They can't cross here legally for 20 years.
Well, what happened to that guy that burned that woman alive? He was already deported. I mean,
again,
what are we gonna do with that son of a bitch?
Again, 12th man, send him to me. Give him a no-cost.
Yeah.
Give that person a
I'll
no-cost.
tell you too, like a lot of these kids that come from, you know, like the Sand people, we already have so many Africans, so many Muslim Africans on campus. Like I have so many. And so what they end up doing is they end up...
Muslims ain't half as bad as some of these illegal immigrants.
Not yet.
Well, 12 minutes. All the kids I'm talking about, they're all illegal. All of the kids I'm talking about, they're all illegal. All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like these are kids that don't have, and like I said, I've only had a few. So out of my 1,000, I could probably tell you like 10 right now that actually have parents. You know, it's actually their parents. But for the Middle Eastern kids, they connect with the African kids that are Muslim too, because that's what they know, right? And so
because it's their same culture.
Exactly. So like they wear their hijabs, and you know,
they do the salat, the prayers.
Yep, the prayers, Islam, whatever. They have their rugs and stuff like that, and so that's who they that's actually who they connect to.
That's who they are.
Yeah, and so like they hang out with those kids to make things easier. And so of course my African kids that I've had that are Muslim for years, they'll come to my room like whenever it's time for them to pray and everything else like that, and they'll help me out with certain things to make them feel comfortable. But like whatever it is that I can do, like I said, I got 17 different languages. I got kids from all over the world. I got kids from China and everything. You know what I mean?
Well, same here, because if I'm dealing with a person, if I'm dealing with a Chinese person from Hunan province, and
Right.
their parents got that phone call like, you will return to US or to China, or you will face the consequences. And believe it or not, the Chinese communist, the MSS officials, they're here in the United States, believe it or not, as well, on B1 visas, which are tourist visas, threatening them here. And when I'm getting, when I'm dealing with those people that are like, oh, okay, I got this text message on WeChat, and it's like, okay, you know what? Go to this person, you will get automatic asylum, because you're not only under threat in China, but you're under threat here. Or my boss's friend that had to do a freaking loyalty oath, or some bullshit like that. And it's like, you know what? We got you versus. But the thing is they'll hang around people. The thing is, Porsha, they'll hang around people that are like-minded, if that makes sense. But the other difference is if they have a legitimate immigration claim, they'll see what the other guys are really about, and they'll self-separate. I've seen that time and time again. The Venezuelans do that. The Central Americans do that. The people from El Salvador, the people from Guatemala, the people, believe it or not.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't know, it's like they're all segregated. So like in class, they'll come together. But like I got my Guatemalan kids, my El Salvadorian kids, like
they'll self-separate.
Yeah. And
But
so
they'll
like,
also separate from their own group if they know that the person that they're hanging out with is full of shit versus them that they actually have a legitimate claim.
Argentina, Bolivia, Chile,
You're absolutely
Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuelans, like they all kind of do that thing, you know what I mean? And it's crazy because again, they all have different dialects. And so when I'm telling you guys like 17 different languages in my classroom, like I'm not, oh my gosh, it's a lot, because even when I'm teaching in my headset and then my kids have it on their headphones, like I have to do so many different things to make sure that it's translating for them. And then of course my kids that speak English in the midst of my class, but they do stick together in that, right? But I'm happy to be the person that they're comfortable with. But is it comfortable for me? No, it's not.
Well, for me, it's different. If I see them get the benefit that they need and they truly deserved it, the things that are unforgettable for me, and it's not the pay, because immigration, you don't make shit for immigration. Let's just be honest. But when they're shaking your hand, the guy's shaking your hand, and the kids are hugging on you because they know they've gone through some shit and they can stay here. That to me makes my profession well worth it. And that's why I've said what I said on a couple of shows before. If they have a true legitimate claim and they're about to get sent back, and I know that they're a dead man walking if they get sent back, I'll commit a felony all day, every day, because I know what's up, But when they're doing that,
I don't say that one.
Or real quick, 12th man, I'm sorry, or the person that real quick, or the person that's been
you don't want to go to prison, homie. I promise you.
Well, I'm sorry if they're going through some shit, and I know it's a legitimate claim. They're legitimately going through some shit. I'll gladly commit a federal felony every day, all day, every day, because
you must never been to prison before.
Real quick, my former boss and I, without talking too much, because I can't talk about client cases here, but when you're dealing with a somebody that gets deported, and then you get a call from their parents because they got shot literally the day that they landed off the plane, I'll commit a federal felony every day of the week. But there's a difference between those people and the people that are full of shit. And I've dealt with so many people that are so full of shit, and Porsha, you have too. It's like, you know what? Why the hell are you here? You're just here. Solo estás aquí para aprovechar la pinche sistema. You're only here because you want to take advantage of the goddamn system. Go home. Why are you here? There's a difference between that.
Excuse me.
That's a difference between those and the people that have actually seen shit. And here's the other thing. When they've seen shit, because when I've done intakes, and Porsha, when you've talked to them, you can see it. It's written on their face. When you're dealing with somebody that's trembling because they know what's up if they go home. When you're dealing with somebody that got that
going back to prison.
When they got that phone call from their family members the day before they're walking in my office or the day that they're walking into your office, Porsha, to, you know, go through the lesson plans of the day.
That's why I say they should be deported, one, because the prison there is much worse than this one over here. Over here,
they're not going to prison. I will go to prison. That's the point that I'm making. I don't want them deported, because the thing is if they're deported and they have a legitimate claim, for example, you're getting locked up in Nicaragua because you're a Christian. Yes, that's happening. The Rohingyas that are getting locked up because they're Catholics. Yes, that's happening. I'll commit a felony all day, every day, because that's what our laws are to protect.
Let's pray for Portland Andy. He just spent 2 weeks in Nicaragua. I was a little worried about him.
Yeah, but
he's home now.
Go ahead.
Huh? Yeah,
Portland.
he's coming home now. Yeah.
Yeah.
You been following him too, Porsha?
Yeah, I've been following Portland Andy since you put me onto him.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah, we love Portland Andy.
I do. I hear your sentiments, Juan, and you've been very consistent. Like, I'm not willing to, you know, do all of that. But, you know, what I will say is that I've seen it, I've experienced it, I know it to be true. I know that majority of my kids were snatched. My kids, they were taken. They were literally kidnapped from their parents, and their parents are.
I dealt with that.
And their parents are still in their home countries. Like, majority of my kids, like almost 1,000 of them. Like I told y'all, it's only about 10 of them. Majority of my kids were kidnapped.
Some of them
are
in Mexico.
And so, shit, my kids, they don't know where their parents at.
Some of them, believe it or not, Porsha, it's happening in Mexico. In where I visit frequently, Tamaulipas. It's happening in Nuevo León. It's happening in Chiapas. It's happening in. Go ahead.
If they got lucky, their siblings are at my school. Now, there's a Venezuelan girl where her parents, they left and they came back and they just got her within the month, right? And her little brother, he's already been at the school for the last several years because it was easier
Joel.
to get him first.
It's nauseating.
But like the majority of my kids, hell no. My kids, they were snatched.
Even in Cuba, in Cuba, there is an agency in Cuba. It's called the CDR, the Centro de la Revolución. It's basically the equivalent of the Chinese Ministry of State Secrets. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the equivalent of our CIA. So they know that, for example, Thais went from Guayaquil to Tampa, Florida, but they know that Thais has like 5 people in Guayaquil, Cuba. Those 5 people are getting snatched.
You know what I think is the hardest part is a lot of people that don't understand, educators like Porsha, Juan, who is right in the thick of seeing all this stuff. You can't just walk off your job and leave it at your front porch. And when you walk through your home and forget that you're not seeing this, watching it, hearing it. It just takes a toll on the brain, on the psyche. I have not dealt with what y'all have dealt with, but I was in special education for 18 and a half years. So you just cannot act like, when you leave that building that none of that meant anything. You do take it home. You try not to, but you do. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, Porsha and Juan. It's really hard to just go, oh, all right, well, I left the building, so, none of that means anything. That's not true. Because you love what you do, Porsha, you love your students, and you can't just... I know you do. I know. I know.
Thing is again,
and Juan, I know that you love. I know that you love what you do and you care.
So it makes my life worth it. When families are dying on me because their kid was a U.S. citizen all along. We've dealt with that as well. Like, dude, why the fuck are you crossing illegally? You're a U.S. citizen. We'll get your certification, no problem. When they're hugging on me, like, thank you.
Oh, God.
person, but it makes my job. It makes everything worth it. When I go to hell, at least I have that to hang on when the devil is tormenting me.
I'll have to call in from my phone and show you guys a little bracelet that one of my little girls from Colombia that she made for me, because she my best friend bracelet that I wear every day that my best friend gave to me. And so one of my students, her English is very poor, but she was able to tell me all in English, because I always tell my kids English, and whatever it is you got to say it in English. So she made me a bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and it's beautiful.
Aww.
And she was telling me how it matched my bracelet, right? And so she gave it to me, and she's like, my name, and she's like, I made this for you, and it matches your bracelet, and you know.
And that just means everything.
Yeah.
It just means so much. This little bracelet, however she made it with whatever, she could have put rocks and made a bracelet out of a rock. It was the idea that it came from her heart.
I said, I'm aware of that.
Because they make it from their heart, which is different from these.
It's the heart.
Sending us a fucking Amazon gift card. Fuck your Amazon gift card.
They're trying to relate to you in any way that they can, to tell you how much they care and how much they love you for what you've done. And
exactly.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. So it's just, y'all know how I feel about the illegals, but but
not the kids. God.
When it comes to my little people, it's just like,
But there's a difference between illegal because I'm here because I'm looking for work versus illegal because I'm actually running from shit. If you're here because you're broke, I'm sorry, Papa, but we're just as broke as you are. At that point, I don't feel sympathy for you. Why the hell aren't you making things better in your country? Oh, I'm running because of the violence, the gang violence. Well, dude, there's gang violence here as well. Why the hell aren't you raising up your arms and fighting?
One of my solutions, was...
I'm sorry, 12th man.
Fly them all back, dump them off.
Excuse me, 12th man. The difference is if you're running because Daniel Ortega, that's the president of Nicaragua, when he's locking up Christians because your submission belongs to the state and fuck every religion. That's
right, Joel.
That's different. You're here. You're running to the United States because you voted for Machado instead of Nicolás Maduro. Yes, that's happening in Venezuela right now. That's different. That's different than, oh, well, I'm broke. Well, dude, I'm sorry. I'm just as broke.
I'd rather just dump them off one of those big air bombers with a parachute and supplies and an AK-47 and maybe 1,000 rounds and let them go at it. Not our fucking problem.
I was you once, 12th man, and I met some of these people. No, I wouldn't wish that on them.
No.
Yeah, I don't know about the adults as much as I do about the kids, because my kids, they don't come with adults. So.
And a lot of the people at the Office of Refugee Resettlement, Porsha, they don't come with adults either. And the reason why it's strategic. The reason why is because, at least here, for those that qualify for Special Immigrant Juvenile Status, SIJS, if they catch that benefit, they can bring their parents over as derivatives. That's why. And then in your neck of the woods, for those that have been trafficked or those that have been the victims of violent crimes while in the United States, yes, that has happened. Kids have been raped. Yes, I shit you not. Kids have been raped. Kids have been assaulted. Yes, that has happened. The moment they catch those U visas, they can bring their parents over as derivatives. So the parents are basically using that gamble. And for those parents, I say put them on the fucking wall. How dare you sacrifice for that?
Did you hear we're bringing 2 B-52 Fortresses back from Europe, maybe to help deport illegal immigrants? So I think that'll be good.
Good evening, Kimmy Cake. Sorry. Hey, Kimmy, come on up, Kimmy. Sorry, I was just saying hi to Kimmy and told her to come on up, Kimmy.
Hey, Kimmy Cakes. So yeah, that's kind of the position here in
we
Texas,
will take Panama back.
That is from the perspective
We're gonna take
Juan
Panama back.
position,
They violated the treaty.
and what I've had to deal with my kids. Majority of them, no parents. No, the sponsors nowhere to be found. They were enrolled with sponsors, but now it's kind of like, where are they? And that's just kind of where we are right now.
And what I'm dealing with, Porsha, on my side of it, are these sponsors, are the sponsors that. What I'm dealing with, Porsha, are the sponsors that are sponsoring like 15 different kids.
Here's
the thing: when you're a sponsor, you have to meet a certain income threshold, and that income threshold increases by $6,000 per kid. If you have 13 kids, how the fuck are you able to sponsor them? And I'm looking at your paperwork, and you're like, okay, I make $80,000 a year. Okay, you have 5 people in the household. How the hell are you meeting the 125% threshold? To me, it makes no sense.
Juan, can I ask you a question about that?
Go ahead.
I had a student, he was sent here from Mexico, or south of the border, I should say, to be with a family in the U.S. I guess they were sponsoring him, but then they said they didn't want to be responsible for him anymore because I guess they have to provide his everything, healthcare, meals, clothing, all that.
Yes, they do.
So we were like, okay, well, where's he gonna go? And they were like, well, that y'all figure it out. And we were like, what? So we called child welfare.
Where's he gonna go? He goes back to his home country. But the thing is this. The thing is this. If that sponsor is basically doing
prison.
Give me real quick, 12th man. I'm sorry. If that sponsor's doing the freaking safe harbor bullshit, let me go ahead and drop him off at the fire station. For starters, that sponsor's going to jail. If this were a proper administration, this is Biden, right? But if this were an administration that were following the proper immigration laws, that sponsor's going to jail for child abandonment or for abandonment. And that particular person, if they're abandoned like that, they get other benefits that open. There's a trafficking visa, there's the U visa, there's the S visa, there's other visas that open up for them. And depending on how badly that person was abused, that person could get what's known as the VAWA benefit. The VAWA is basically the acronym for Violence Against Women Act, but it doesn't apply to just women. But people that do shit like that, pardon my language, send them to me. That's how angry I feel about this whole thing.
Yeah, we tried to call child welfare, and they were like, they're not going to place him in foster care. He has to go back to his country.
Yeah, they have to go back to their home country.
And then I felt so bad because
they have to go
he didn't
back.
even want to come here. He didn't even want to come here. His mom kind of just forced him along.
Wait a minute. Say that one more time, Kimmy.
And Kimmy, and say it again, and I'll tell you.
Say that one more time for the chat.
He didn't want to come here, but his mom pushed him to come here. His mom.
That's where I get angry to no end. And Porsha, that's probably, if you get angry to no end, that's probably why you get angry to no end.
Yeah, because my kids, none of them wanted to come here. And so I always ask them, what do you think about Texas? What do you think about America? And they're like, no, me. So I don't like it. Me no like. I want to go home. I miss my friends, my hermano. They go on and on and on. They hate it. They hate the food. They hate everything. They hate everything.
Well, to be fair, I like the immigrant food better than I do the freaking food we eat.
The food is good, but like I said, majority of my kids, they were kidnapped.
For all intents and purposes, you're absolutely correct. They were
a trauma counselor at your school.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? They want their little house back. They want their little bedroom back. They were
kidnapped.
Yeah, they want all their little stuff back that they knew and loved.
Now, don't get me wrong. Some of them, they love it.
Do they get any trauma services?
Yeah.
Trauma counseling, or do they get that?
Yeah. They get all that.
Wow.
But I have some kids that are, majority of my kids, they want to go back home. But then you got the other ones that are just Oh no, miss, I love it. Like they love it. Like they don't want to go back. It's like my kids from Haiti, my African kids, my Arab, like my Middle Eastern kids. Hell no, they ain't trying to go back. Like they love it. But a lot of my
Yeah,
kids,
largely,
go ahead, Kimmy.
largely the migrants at my school came from Ukraine, because of what's happening there, and they all want to go back. They're like, as soon as things calm down, we're out of here. We're just here temporarily. We don't have like a lot of students from south of the border. We have like a handful, but just not a lot. Because I think what happened in New York schools, they placed those students in certain schools.
That's
Which
funny,
might
Kimmy,
sound bad.
because I have a handful of kids from Russia and Ukraine, but majority, and of course, I mean, I don't want to say that it's funny because I am in Texas, but like I have a handful from Ukraine, Russia, but the majority of them are from south of the border. It's not even Mexico. It's just
I
South
don't
America.
see that many people from Ukraine. I saw one person from Ukraine, but that wasn't something that we dealt with. It was one of those where everybody was in that long ass line, Porsha. This was back in 2023. And this woman with her 2 kids had a Ukrainian passport, and shoot, Customs and Border Protection moved them to the front of the line. Like, okay, we'll give you immediate parole. And
Right.
I'm like, dude, I feel sorry for the people that had Russian passports because they're going to be pissed. Blame it on Putin for invading Ukraine for that bullshit.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
they
a
have
very
something
interesting
called,
dynamic.
yeah, they have something in New York called Project Open Arms, and it's for schools. It's specific schools for children that come from south of the border, because those schools are already staffed with bilingual speaking teachers and all that stuff. So they get like sent to those schools. So I don't really see them because my school's not one of those schools.
Yeah, it's just like a lot of heavy duty at my school, I'll say. Lots and lots and lots of heavy duty. And because I am the main ESL teacher on campus, I am the ESL teacher in secondary, so I get every last one of them, no matter what grade they are in. If they're 2 years old, all the way up to 18 and beyond, they all come to me. So, and I'm like,
You said
gosh,
2?
I'm a mad. Yeah. We started at 2 years old. We started pre-K 2.
At 2 years
Oh,
old.
we started 3K. I know. We
Yeah, and
started
our
3K.
pre-K starts at 2.
Kid's gonna be like 5 years old, reading the story of Marie Antoinette.
No, so like
Porsha, that's just horrible. That's
whenever the little 2-year-olds come to me, y'all know
ah.
I ain't got kids yet, and y'all,
Oh, I
y'all
can't.
know I can't wait. I cannot wait to be
So
a
those
mama.
aren't like separate
can't wait.
schools? Because like here,
No,
like if we had like a 3K to, let's say, high school, they'll be like broken into separate schools.
Yeah, so it's all the same campus, but it's 2 different buildings. So it's 1 school, 2 buildings. So we have a primary building, which is 2 years old up to 5th grade. And then our second building is 6th grade up to 12th grade.
That sounds a lot like where my daughter went to school. My daughter went to a magnet or charter school here in South Texas, only because her mother, thank God, agreed with me. And we put her in lotteries, but they did that. Like the school that my daughter went to, you had one building that was for K through 5, and then you had another building that was 6 through 12, and then they divided.
You said Harmony, right?
Yeah, she was at Harmony Science Academy.
Harmony. Oh yeah, Harmony.
It is funny because when my daughter went to San Antonio, man, that was funny. My daughter went to the San Antonio Independent School District, and she was Porsha. She was running circles around those other students.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, Harmony is something else. That's like another different.
Yes.
Harmony is Harmony. So, but at my school, yes, we have 2 years old to 5th grade on campus, and then the building right next door is 6th grade to 12th grade. But like we've made exceptions because of the illegal kids that have been coming in. So for me, because I am the ESL teacher on campus, I get the little babies. So whenever I get the little ones, here I am all buckling at the knees and whatnot. because I have to actually leave my building to go next door to primary. And I call them little people. So I have to see the little people. You know, the little people, they're pretty disgusting. You know, they like to touch you and do all of the other extra things that little people do. And then you get over there. Yeah, I know. Oh my God, the little people. Oh, and since we started too, you know,
Porsha, we used to call them the littles. We used to say the littles.
The Littles. I remember that cartoon when I was a kid.
I started
The
at my
littles.
school. I started at my school, little people. So now everybody says little people. So it's just like, oh, he's little people, especially in the morning whenever they're walking into school. They're so little and they got
Yeah.
on those little bitty backpacks, but they're bigger than
They got
them.
their little tiny backpacks on. Yeah.
And it just tears me up, and I just, you know, I kind of fold. I fold. I'm not gonna lie, because I just can't wait to have one of those. You know, I get so excited. I'm like, I can't wait to have one of those. But they don't understand English. But of course, obviously, the little people, it's easier to teach them than it is the older ones, right? So
Well, because the little people, it's monkey see, monkey do. That's the difference. And so what they'll do is they'll mimic you, and then they'll get the point later. Whereas you know, people that are actually framed, they have to figure it out the other way. But here's the difference. You know, to bring this back to this son of a bitch that set that girl up, that poor woman up.
Oh boy.
The thing is, Porsha, there are people, the people that you and I deal with, again, aside from the people that I turn away, they're appreciative of what we have to offer to them. Unlike this Sebastian goes up, man, that fucker needs to go to hell. Yeah, I said it again. I don't care. He needs to go to hell. And again, for the people that see me drinking this rum with Coke, I'm drinking because I saw what I saw last night, and you'll have to follow me on Twitter to see what I saw.
Oh boy.
All Puerto Ricans love rum.
Well, I'm Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans and rum are like made for each other. Like that.
You were part Puerto Rican or something.
That's the difference. You're dealing with we're dealing with people. They may not like where they came from, or they have a bullshit case, or they have a bullshit claim, and then you have this son of a bitch that did what he did yesterday.
We're sending them back. Don't worry. We're gonna get rid of them. Tom Hummon said so. Rest your heart in that one.
Want it? It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I know. I know that you're like perseverating on this because it's hard not to.
Let me find that really quick.
Yeah, it's hard not to perseverate on this.
Tom
And
Holman said.
and
I'm gonna go ahead and hop into this January 6th video, and then we'll go ahead and get into Joe Biden.
Yeah.
But let me find. Oh no, I have that up already. So
rest your heart one. We're gonna.
It's a hard. It's very hard.
Out of the country.
That was the hardest because again, the only thing that I saw worse than that were cartel videos, and of course cartel videos. When I'm seeing that shit, at least I have some solace in thinking, okay, how much money did you owe these people? This was something.
Yeah, we're not. We're not used to seeing this kind of stuff. We're not used to seeing this in America. I mean, we're used to guns and people being shot, and you know, we're just. This is beyond all of that.
What?
It's beyond it. Yeah.
You know, one question I was wanting to ask you was, would an individual like this be put in a general population, or does he get a solitary cell, or
12th
No,
man?
he'll more than likely be in
we would have
jail.
sent his ass to the Palunsky unit because he would have been on death row.
well, not so quickly. So would he like this guy needs to be thrown into general population, and knowing what I know from prison, right? Like general population will take care of it. It might be lucky to make it to trial, unless he's segregated.
Okay, let's see. Uh-oh.
No one on the block is gonna like this people print, and maybe his own kind in there. I'm sure in Rikers there's probably maybe a Latino population he could join, but I don't know. I think the OGs will get him eventually up in there. You know what I mean? They're gonna be playing with somebody like that. No, fuck him up his ass just for a statement.
It's true.
Not even for sex.
Critical Drinker says, you know, you all had the power not to watch it. Curiosity killed the cat. And while that may be true, I think sometimes it's good to see like what people are doing out here, what people are capable of.
Well, I do it for a different reason. I have Avlo Pacheco on Rumble, and I tell people to follow me on X because there are certain things that I can't publish on Rumble that I want them to see. And so, as fucked up as this is, people need to see as much as this fucked me up. Again, I'm through literally a half a liter of rum because I'm trying to forget this shit. The thing is people need to see that the world is not nice. That's the thing. And so that's why I had to see it, and that's why I had to publish it.
Juan, here's what we got to do. We just got to believe that our system is going to, take care of this, and this man's going to be off the streets. He's going to be punished severely.
It's New York. No offense, but it's New York. I'm sorry, Kimmy Cakes, but it's New York. If this were Texas, I would agree with you. Texas, we would have struck his ass up a long ass time ago. We would have struck him up. Porsha, you would agree with me. We would have struck him up like Saturday afternoon, like Sunday morning. He was doing this. He wouldn't have even had time to do this. We would have struck his ass up like Saturday night.
Wait, is that the guy that burned the woman alive?
You never know. Joe Biden could pardon his ass.
Say that one more time, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Is that the guy that burned the woman alive?
Yes.
I heard the report, but I didn't see any video for it.
You don't want to see the video, but for the people that were asking why she was standing up, the thing is when you're burning, you go through shock.
Oh.
The other thing is your nerves lock. That's the other thing that people don't see. People are going through cremation.
Hopefully, I don't have an echo. So,
hey, Juan, let me ask you a question. Is your daughter home from school?
There's my gold bracelet, and this is.
Is that what your kiddo made?
Yeah, so it's the one that's on top.
Oh.
Are you wearing that to the inauguration portion?
Yeah, I told her I was gonna wear it every day, no matter what. So she told me.
Which one is it, Porsha? The white one or the gold one?
It's the white one.
That is so nice. Wow.
That's actually beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah. I like it.
Porsha, if they order her removed, call me. I'll commit a felony. I'm not lying. I'll be all day, every day.
Calm down, Juan.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Juan, is your daughter home for the holidays from school?
She's with her boyfriend. She's not with me.
It's done for you, Dad. I'm telling you right now. The boyfriend's going to
I'd rather be heard and not seen. So I understand that. I was the same way when I was 19.
All right, so let's hear what Tom Homan had to say about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yep.
Well, look, this is another example of an illegal alien killing American citizens. It's almost a daily occurrence now. Because historic number of criminal aliens walking the streets, because this administration's policy in sanctuary jurisdictions and lax immigration enforcement. ICE has their hands tied. Secretary Mayorkas have given them priorities that they can't even go arrest an illegal alien anymore unless he's convicted of a serious crime. Then maybe they can arrest him. So this is on this administration. As far as Governor Hochul, shame on her. She supports sanctuary status in that state. She welcomed thousands of illegal aliens to to her state. She sent it to Buffalo and Syracuse. Murders occurred by illegal aliens in Buffalo and Syracuse. She has a green light law. ICE and CBP can't even work with local law enforcement. Local law enforcement can't even share DMV data with these people. So Governor Hochul, shame on you. There's nothing you can say that's going to make this right in New York.
Get him.
Well, look, this is another example of an illegal alien killing America.
Nothing she can say to make this right in New York. So, I mean, I don't know what she could say or what she would kind of sort of plan to say, but I mean, it's done and it's done and it's done and that's it. So Tom Homan, he says Chicago is his first stop,
Yeah.
but you know, of course, everything that happened over the course of a few days in Queens on the subway. So he said
He
what
would
had
have to stop in Chicago, though, Porsche. I don't mean to interrupt you. He would have to stop in Chicago, and the reason why is because Eric Adams already said he's going to cooperate with Tom Holman. So
right.
New York is basically easy pickings for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. This is an easy sweep.
and
And
Kimmy
plus, we
Cakes.
know where all the migrants are.
Kimmy Cakes, she's on the panel. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Kimmy.
You can show it. It's fine.
Kimmy says, one, I feel no way about people calling out New York City being soft on crime. I have actually encouraged people to sue the lawmakers and local politicians. So go ahead, Kimmy, since you're up here. Sorry, Kimmy.
No, that's all I wanted to say. I didn't want to interrupt the program to say that, so I wrote it in the comments.
Oh no, you have to please interrupt.
Yeah.
The program.
You're from there, so
shoot.
Yeah, and I
your
feel
neck
no
of
way
the
about it. Like, especially when I hear people like being like repeat victims and someone that should have been in jail because they have a rap sheet that's 15 years long. Like, no, this is time where you actually make people, you know, what do they say? People know. It hits different when it hits people's pockets. Like, sue these people. You can bring a lawsuit against them. They've created a situation that has caused you harm or took your life. Like, don't stand for that.
Kimmy, he fanned the flames on this
have a
woman.
question
I can never forget that. I can never unsee that this motherfucker fanned the flames on this woman. And again, I'm sorry for drinking for people on the chat. You can use it against me. That's fine. But I cannot unsee that. I cannot unsee that shit.
he did do that. He was fanning it to make it go hotter.
We're gonna have to unsee it because we're gonna talk about other things, about these criminals intimidating very beautiful black women in the neighborhood on the subways and stuff, and we're gonna have to talk about it.
12th man, let's talk about beautiful black women.
I didn't want to, since we have a beautiful black woman, a woman up here.
Yes.
So I know like it's cold up there and everything. It doesn't get cold like that. Like, I did go to college my first year in DC, and then I went to college in Kentucky. Now, you know, it's cold, snow, and so that's like humidity, precipitation, like, you know, moisture more than anything else. How do you keep your hair straight like that? Because it's like I'm looking at it, and like every single time you came up, and I know it's cold and stuff, like, how do you keep it, like, how do you do that?
Well, the cold air actually really helps because it prevents frizzing, and we haven't had any rain or snow recently, but the cold is great for hair. It really is. It's also good for your skin.
It's better than the humidity, right?
Right.
So that's how you're able to manage to keep your hair straight.
You walk around with a frozen head, Kimmy?
No, I wear a hat.
No, it's in the atmosphere, you guys. Humidity is in the atmosphere. Cold air is in the atmosphere, and I think that.
I'm looking like, so like I typically wear my hair in an afro, but like in January I'm gonna be like straightening, like flat ironing my hair. So like Kimmy, like I see like maybe in the front like a little bit of, you know, curling up, but for the most part your hair has like maintained its like blowout. status.
Yeah.
Even in the poll. Oh,
Plus, I
geez.
also have like very fine hair. Like, I don't have like coarser hair. My hair's like very fine, so I think that also. Like, if it was wet and it got curly, I could brush it. I could just brush my hair out straight without heat.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't, I don't cam up for very specific reasons. However,
Porsha, cam up, girl.
Yeah, come on, cam up, Porsha.
Porsha, cam up.
By the way, people in the chat, Porsha is a very beautiful woman.
Oh, she's beautiful.
I understand exactly why HB was extremely attracted to her. She is.
Oh, and by the way, Porsha, I just want you to know I'm like one of the last people to know about you and HB. So
Yeah, no, and I can't cam up. That is not that we have a contract, but
She doesn't want to get doxxed. I understand.
yeah, I don't want to get.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want me on camera either.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
However, John, he was talking about it earlier, and like every time she cams up, I'm like, yo, like, how is her hair still straight in the midst of all of this? Because me and my sister, which I'll never, Kimmy knows what my sister looks like. Kimmy knows.
Yeah, she's adorable.
So my sister is probably, I don't want to say probably, my sister's, well, outside of my mother is the most beautiful woman I've ever put eyes on. And then you have my sister. Now, my sister, it's funny.
I love my mama too.
Because we have the same mother and father, but me and my sister have two totally different hair textures. So she has more of the coarse hair, but mine's is like loose curls, whatever. But I tell you, it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter. Like if it's moisture outside, we ain't going for it. I can have it straight and it'll just curl back up, and it drives me insane. And every time Kimmy Case gets on camera, I'm like, gosh, what does she do? Because I would like for it to last longer. But it just doesn't last. But like my sister, like it doesn't matter what the weather is. Like if her hair is straight, because her curls are more loose than mine, I'm telling you, it just lasts forever. But mine's doesn't.
That could be it. You know, they have like, I mean, I don't know if it happens for white people, but I know for like black people, we have like different hair types.
Yeah.
And my hair is like a 3C.
Right.
I don't even know what mine
I don't know if
is.
that makes sense. My curl pattern is like a 3C.
My hair is it's so curly. It's just like I'm usually like a wash and go type. Like, and sometimes I don't even have time to put product on it, but my hair is so curly. But like I can go, because I go to my girl twice a year to get my hair straightened. Or
I was gonna say, do you have a relaxer on it, Porsha?
Oh no.
I know that messes your hair up when you put that on, but
Yeah, no relaxer.
And that just goes through your whole body.
Yeah, I don't have.
Why do black women want to have straight hair like white chicks?
Well, like
because we're women, and that's what we change our hair around all the time. We're women.
So, like, here's one picture of my hair. So you can come and see my hair texture here. So, this is a great picture of my hair texture. So, this is what my hair texture is. It's like really it's super curly, tight curls, and it's long, right?
Well, yeah, Porsha, I sent you a picture of my daughter's graduation.
I like black women in the all natural afro.
I cut my hair, and so
Bring back make afros great again.
But it's still the same. It's still the same texture. It was just shorter because I cut it. But of course, I can't cut my hair anymore because HB said no more.
And again,
then you'll have here me. Hold on, wait. Maybe you can see it better.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Well,
is that you, Porsha?
Helen and I agree. Her hair looks very soft.
Middle note, make too many dollars and stolen money. And HB, we're gonna have to fight.
Me and my ponytail. So with my hair, and then this picture doesn't show all of my hair and the but it's pretty long. But it's just I just can't. You know what, Sam? I am.
That looks blown out, Porsha. Is that blown out there?
Yes. Whatever.
the way that picture is,
when I blow it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that picture is, and Porsha, you've seen pictures of me. You've seen pictures of my daughter. I'm sorry, I don't dox my kid, so. But Porsha, you've seen pictures of her. The way that your hair is, it's literally the way that my daughter's hair is.
Aww.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's just like whenever. Oh, you can't even see my face in this. So what is going on with this? Oh, here we go.
Afro.
You know, whenever it's so difficult to maintain. So like this is more recent, like my hair. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's one of those things. Like it's like, man,
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And my sister, hers is more coarse than mine, but like my hair is super soft, like super soft curls and everything. It's like I be trying to do everything in the world to maintain it, but like whenever it does dry, it does dry into like that point, which I do love. I do love my little afro and everything.
In 8 ways, says 12th man might be Bob Ross's kid.
I can see that. I like my hair.
But like because Kimmy like,
or straight.
Yeah, like in her, like where she's at, I'm like, man, what is Kimmy doing? Because I'm trying to.
I really think it's the climate.
Yeah.
Because in the summertime, I have the same struggles.
Well, Samuel's like, we're talking about hair. Samuel, because Kimmy Case came on and we started talking about how straight, how her hair is.
Yeah, because it's just like, I be trying to get my hair to stay straight, but it won't stay straight to save its life.
It's a girl thing, Samuel.
And I spent so much money.
Of my natural hair.
Kimmy Cakes, I think you're gorgeous.
Oh.
You're beautiful, Kimmy Cakes.
Kimmy.
She's married, 12th man, but that's a nice thing to say.
Well, the same thing, because I would have to agree with 12 man sentiment, because Porsha, I'm sorry, HB and I are going to have to fight. I'm sorry. I saw your hair. Good image of my daughter. And I'm like, HB, we're going to have to fight. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Kimmy, I love it. And I love this headband, too. I love being a really good headband, and you look absolutely beautiful as you always do. I love this. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Well, maybe, is there different products, Kimmy, that you use in hair that maybe you can tell Porsha about? I don't know. Maybe there's different products, but you're more of a, I think, humidity area, Porsha, than maybe Kimmy is right now. So I think that makes it.
Whenever I lived in DC, it was just like, okay, me trying to figure out this, that, and the third. But that's the first time. Like my homegirl, she has a Dominican salon out in DC, and I got like the Dominican blowout, and that's when I found out that Dominicans weren't black, according to the ladies in the salon. Even though like my hair, I really love the result of my Dominican blowout and everything, but I did get my blowout, and it was in the winter time, and maybe almost 48 hours, my hair was back curled up, but it's fine. I spent my money, but like I get my hair blown out and flat ironed by my girl here in Texas only twice a year, but it doesn't last long. Because my hair, it'll just curl back up. And it's just like, I always want it to last like at least a week. And like, I'll put my bonnet on, like I'll do everything, but my hair, it just curls back up, and I just be wanting it to last. So
my best friend is like that. And she just wears her hair curly. I'm like, don't even straighten it. Just wear it curly. Like,
yeah, just wear it
but
curly,
she has
right?
hair like, her hair's like how like Puerto Rican women, when they have that really wavy hair, like her hair's just like that. But she's African.
You would look at Justice Sotomayor, the way that her hair is, it would be like that.
It just drives me up the wall. So I know, like, for his birthday, like, I'm gonna get it straightened that day. And so, like, whenever we go out to dinner, because it's like I want it to be straight. So it's just like he gonna get what he get.
I'm
so
hoping.
It'll be like,
get what you get, and don't get upset.
Yeah, he gonna get what he get.
Porsha, I am hoping that you, HB, Black Suit of Phi, get a hold of me sometime in 2025 to say, hey, we're gonna do a meetup. Because the moment you do that, I'm sorry, I don't care what it takes.
Oh well, Juan, we are only but waiting on you.
Oh,
y'all, here's the thing. I'm waiting on y'all. So all that you need to do is give me the time and the place, I will
Yes.
take the Tornado Express from
It's gonna
all the way up to
Yes, we're
freaking
just
Fort
waiting
Worth.
on you because listen,
it's gonna be the
Blacks Who Defy. I mean, as far as Blacks Who
the
Defy,
HB and Porsha wedding. That's where it's gonna be at.
What were you saying, Porsha? I'm sorry.
So Blacks Who Defy and his wife, and I know he talked about her a little bit earlier. Like that's family, like through and through. Blacks Who Defy, his wife, all of his 100,000 children. Those are my babies. Okay, his wife, he's my sister, and even his wife's sisters. You know, like I'm very connected to them. So like, all we're waiting on, it's for you to come. And like Chap, he even asked about you earlier well, hold on, wait, what's today? Monday? Yeah, he asked about you yesterday.
Who, Blacks did?
No, Chap did. Chaplain.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
the
he
thing
asked about
is,
you last week too.
I'm waiting on y'all. Here we are, basically. Falta de comunicación. The thing is this Blacks Who Defy, he's the type of guy, I'll be quite honest, if he and I were to have met in college, I would have graduated a semester early, Porsha. And the thing is if we would have met in law school, it would have been on. That's how intelligent that guy is. And it's like, dude, I could talk to this dude for hours. That's how intelligent this guy is. I like somebody that's, I don't know. The thing is
whenever you come through, like, because Stanley, if Stanley is still in the chat, because my ambassadors, which you remember,
yes.
Juan?
Yeah,
yes, you were ambassador. I still have to get you your plaque and your certificate signed by the governor and the lieutenant governor. However,
I also have to send you something for the toy drive as well, actually, believe it or not.
Yes. And so,
Porsha, and Nate's like, how did we go from kidnapping to hair? And it's like, oh, chicks.
It's because Kimmy was on camera, and whenever
Yes.
Kimmy comes up, it's very distracting, and we can't always help ourselves. Even us the
I would rather that distraction because after what I
Yes.
saw yesterday and after the shit, again, I don't wish that on anybody, but again, I posted it
she's so
for news
beautiful.
reasons.
So Nate,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna apologize. I'm not
rather-
gonna apologize, but really quick one. So
Porsha.
I'll get the stuff sent out to you, and the goal for this year for our program, I would like for you to be there. I'm probably gonna give HB like I did this year. He doesn't have a choice, so he'll be there. Of course, Blacks and his family and all of that, and for you to be there as well. But we have the Lincoln Douglas reenactment.
Yes.
Yes, and I want you, and I definitely want you to be there for that because that is the part for Stanley, where Stanley, he's actually going to be here in Texas. That's already confirmed. Stanley will be here for the Lincoln Douglas reenactment, and then we have our emerging leaders coming up, and of course we have our ambassadors program, which I head, as you know.
We're going to work on it, Nate.
Porsha, do I at least
son-
get an invitation card?
Well, yes, Hoffman, absolutely. So, of course, we have in a few weeks inauguration, and after that, coming back home, we have the Lincoln Douglas reenactment, and then we have the emerging leaders, and we have a lot of people on the docket for that. And so, Juan, whenever you do meet Blacks Who Defy, I'm telling you, it's a situation. He is an exceptional person to meet.
Well, I believe it. I believe it because
his children.
I believe it because I met you guys on another channel that shall remain nameless. But the thing is this: the moment I spoke with him, and then when he and I emailed each other the first time, it was like, you know what, this guy reminded me of a friend of mine. This guy reminded me.
She's gorgeous, Kimmy.
This guy.
I just want to wear it curly. Just wear it curly. Sorry, Juan.
Blacks reminded me of somebody that I was a friend with in college, who I'm still friends with now. And it was like, you know what? This guy is something else. Like, dude, we need to hang out. And it was like I would email him afterwards, and he would disappear. I'm like, Max, where'd you go? Come back, buddy. Come back. You know. So the thing is, and then Stanley. The only thing I pray, Porsha, is that Stanley doesn't give me hell because, man, I'm here trying to
you're leaving
Stanley's
Stanley
brain.
in Texas.
Here I am trying to here I am. I'm sorry, 12th man. Here I am trying to pick Stanley's brain because I wanna learn more. And here I am getting torn down. I'm like, dude, like we all went to college. Come on, why are you doing this to me? But I love him all the same.
No one's doing anything.
So it's gonna be up. You know, next time. I mean, we took our videos and our pictures and stuff like that, but we didn't. Well, I mean, I didn't really share it out like that, but this time we definitely will. And of course, inauguration in a few weeks, so it'll be great.
By the way, I'm
Kelvin, absolutely not. Kelvin.
By the way,
Are you leaving Stanley in Texas?
By the way,
are
I'm
you bringing him to DC, Porsha?
Well, by the way, I'm streaming the inauguration live, so I'm going to ask Porsha, and you can ask John and everybody else that hosts this show. Do I have permission to stream this tonight to you guys? Because I want to introduce my friends to you guys. I'm going to be streaming on Rumble. I'm going to be drinking on Rumble because finally America's back. Yeah, por fin.
Yeah, we simulcast all the time. I simulcast.
Yes, absolutely. Please, like on the day of inauguration. But I've already taken off work because my plan is to go to New York first because I want to meet up with Kimmy Cakes, and from there I'm gonna head off to DC. And John says that he has a really nice room for me, but you know, if something happens, I got family.
No, he's got some nice rooms. I saw him.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about that, Portia. He's gonna get you.
Is
Yeah,
Stanley going to DC with you? He's gonna dress up.
What did you
go
say,
to DC with you, Porsha?
You said who, Stanley?
Yeah, Stanley. Wouldn't he
No,
suit up
Stanley.
and show up for you, Porsha?
Stanley's not going to that.
Stanley's coming to Texas the month.
He's going to Texas, where I would like to meet him because.
Oh, when is he going to Texas, Portia? I didn't miss that part.
Yeah, he's coming to Texas in February for the Frederick Douglass reenactment.
Yeah, I'd like to go to meet him. I think Stanley's a closeted conservative, even though he's God knows he's giving me all sorts of hell. But come on, Stanley, I'm trying to pick your brain, man.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, Stanley. So, he'll be here. You know, he'll be here soon, and so it's gonna be great. Whenever Stanley comes, it's gonna be really awesome. And
Oh, wow.
yeah,
That'd be
the
cool.
time- Yeah, I know.
Is he riding a Greyhound, Porsche, or flying?
No, I think Stanley's flying in. Dude. Come on now.
12 man.
The person that'll be on the Greyhound 12th man is me, all right?
No,
Because
his
it's quicker to
son.
get on the Greyhound than on the flight.
He'll be participating in our ambassadors program, and so the emerging leaders and all of that. It's going to be really great with Stanley. And by the time emerging leaders rolls around, HB, my beloved, he will be at home. And of course, Blacks Who Defy. And then Juan, I would love for you to be there in person, and all of those good things like that. But the inauguration is coming up sooner than later.
Well, I'm going to be there because I want to meet Blacks. I mean, again, Blacks, I don't know what he thinks about me, Porsha, but the thing is for me,
He thinks very highly of you.
I think extremely highly of him. I'm like, dude, we can be best buddies. That guy is,
Yeah,
I can learn so much from him.
He's a man with a plan. He is. It's truly a pleasure knowing Blacks and his family. You know, because we get online, we log in, people, they talk about stuff, but whatever it is that Black says, just better believe that it is through and through 110%. He is that person, his family, his children. I just
Portia, how many children does he have? I know he has a lot of kids.
6.
6?
he has 6 kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
A nice big family.
And out of the 6, he has a son.
That'd be a good
All
opportunity.
the other ones, they're all girls.
Oh.
That'd be a good opportunity to
He's not one yet, but I'm telling you that
get
baby.
Stanley out of his house.
Oh
Go
my
to
gosh, his kids are
something.
perfect.
Get him out of his bunker, 12th man. Is that what you're trying to say? Get him
Yeah.
out of the bunker.
Yeah, Nate, he has one son. And you know what, Nate?
One son.
His son looks just like him. His son is his twin.
His son looks like a Porsha.
His son
Oh
is
boy.
his exact twin. But you know what? Like every single time that Black says, wherever I go, my family goes.
My
He
buddy.
ain't lying.
My
He
buddy.
ain't lying.
Wherever I go.
He ain't lying.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying. Like even they've come to church with me to support me. Like they honestly, when I think about God and his gifts, Blacks and his wife and his children, they are that to me. And I love them. They're family. They are.
Well, Porsha, I would have to say that. I would have to say that not to call you out on the chat and on the panel, but I would have to say that about you because it's because of you. This year, I had the opportunity to talk to Alan West. That guy's my idol, and when I spoke with him and I saw how personable he was, there's no other way that I would have met him. I'll be quite honest. I figured it was one of those, it's an impossibility type of thing. But the moment I'll never forget when you sent me that link, you sent Blacks that link, you sent a couple of other, Ryan, Mariam. That was something to me. And in the moment that I got, you don't know this, I got emails from his camp. They liked what I had to say in the chat. And I'm thinking, me? Little me? You know, that didn't happen but for you. And I have nobody to thank but you. I owe you my soul, as I would say.
Well, you remember that night, you and Alan West, y'all was talking. So I'm glad that you were able to be there and you were able to engage with him, and that was a beautiful night. It really was.
It really was. Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was. It was really great, and I'm glad that you were able to be there. And of course, that wasn't for everybody, but the fact that you were there, and you got to, of course you remember, you engaged with him the most, and it was pretty dope because I'm really tight, really locked in. He has 2 daughters, but I'm like his third.
But the fact that he
was,
was,
and you got to talk and engage with him, so I'm glad that you got that opportunity.
and I thank you for that.
Oh, Solid Snake's in the house, you guys. Hi, Solid Snake.
The thing is, Porsha,
Solid Snake, my
I
brother.
met other Republicans from North Carolina when I was 19, and I was in the Teenage Republican Society, all the way up to you. Now from what we do, the Frederick Douglass Society, and I'll be quite honest, I didn't deal with people that were so personable until and this is one of these things where in North Carolina I talked to George Bush Jr., George W, and I talked to Walter B. Jones Jr. and the third. And the thing is they were, I don't mean to sound rude, but they were on guard. They weren't talking to me like I was a person. And when I spoke with West, it was like, whoa, this guy he's a human, if that makes any sense. Wow, this guy's a human. And I'll be quite honest, I was a kid in a candy store that night.
Yeah, that was an awesome night. So I can only say, whenever we get started back up in February, expect more to come. Expect more to come. It's gonna be
Solid Snake.
Hey, Solid Snake, salute, buddy.
It's gonna be definitely dope.
Good, solid.
Who was that? Critical
My
Drinker.
hot dog better be ready,
Critical Drinker,
solid.
he doesn't really know, but it's not for everybody to know. I will say we have the lovely Kimmy Cakes up here. She is heavily involved politically, where she's at, as am I, where I am at in Texas, and we have something going on here in the great state of Texas, and Juan got to be a part of it. He got to interact and engage with Alan West, and an old foe of ours. He got to interact and engage with one of the very first Black fire chiefs. And you know, there's just a lot of people that I'm connected to, you know, politically, that so happen to be Black, that so happen to be conservative, and they vote Republican. And even our beloved Stanley. Hey, Stanley.
Yeah. Hey, Stanley.
Porsha, how do you say that? I'm what? I'm Black. How do you say that?
I'm Black.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, Stanley.
Don't summon Stanley, because then he'll come up here.
Porsha, every single time I see that, when you do your news thing and you show that clip of your picture and it says Negro News, I'm telling you, I just can't. I'm like, where does she get this from? How does she do this?
Yes, you know, I've gotten to invite Stanley and other people that have already been involved for the last couple of years that are a part of this space. They, you know, I can remember the first time Stanley came to one of the meetings.
Y'all just crack me up.
Online, they were like, "What is Stanley doing here?"
Right?
Oh my gosh, y'all just crack me up.
But like everybody already knows Juan, right? Like, because Juan, he is huge in this space. Because Juan is Juan, and then of course Blacks, he's Blacks. And then Stanley joins, and Stanley's in here, and he's speaking or whatever. And so, you know, they're like, "How did Stanley get here?" I'm like, "Of course I invited him," you know, because Stanley, I love and I admire and I respect Stanley in a way. And,
I respect him too, but this is where I wonder if he's just giving me hell just to give me hell, because good Lord, Porsha, last Saturday.
Oh my gosh.
I'm watching Texas versus Georgia. And I'm shaking my head because the field goal kicker for Texas fucking missed. They could have won the game.
She Black, I'm Black.
I'm Black. Stop it, you guys.
The game, and I'm shaking my head, and Stanley's like, "I'll kick you off too," and I'm like,
"Oh,
it's not about you. It's not about you."
He thought you were shaking your head at him.
Yes, he thought I was shaking my head at him. I'm on this panel, and I'm watching the SEC championship because I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping my Longhorns would win, so that I could come back and give Stanley hell, because Stanley graduated from UGA. I graduated from the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. It is a UT Austin system school. I wanted to give him hell, and our field goal kicker fucking missed the kick. But Stanley misunderstood me. He's like, "I'll kick you off too. You kick off too." It's not about you.
I think Stanley's changed a lot since he's been given these moderator powers. Like, he used to be so much more conversational than he was before. You know, like
you don't know him on the
like you're saying, like, I'll just put
you
you in the back.
I know him on the other channel.
Put you in the back. You know what I mean?
Stanley, if people were to say Stanley, you're a traitor, I will defend him with my life, just like I would defend the immigrants with my life.
Okay, but you know what? 12th man, can I just say something? I'm trying to say this as respectful as I can. To be fair to Stanley, when people are in touch, go ahead, Porsha.
Sorry, Miss Lindy, go ahead.
No, I probably shouldn't say what I'm going to say because I've had a couple of drinks. So go on ahead, Porsha. Probably a good idea to nip this in the bud.
Say it, Lindy. Luke, go ahead.
No, Porsha, go on ahead. I need to stop.
No. I was just saying, hey.
No, but when Stanley runs a panel like that, it's like, well, if you don't agree with what I say, you're muted or put it in the back. I mean,
well,
he's running his own panel.
But 12th man, to be fair, to be fair, it's very difficult, and I know I sound hypocritical because I've had some wine tonight, but I don't typically have wine. It's very, very hard night after night after night after night after night. And please don't take this in the wrong way, but to hear people that are intoxicated, and when you have one and then two, and people that are intoxicated are typically, they just blurt out. I'm saying 12th man, night after night, people that are drinking think that they're funny and they're happy and they but they don't. But that becomes grating after days and days and days of that, 12th man. I'm just saying, maybe come on his show when you're not drinking.
Well,
is what I'm trying to say.
Real quick,
if you're gonna run an overnight panel,
here's the other thing.
Then
Real
you're
quick.
gonna get intoxicated people.
I'm just saying, 12th man, but night after night, it's not funny. And then when Solid Snake, both of you, you're very, very intoxicated, and night after night after night of this,
That was funny.
you're not funny. You're not as funny as you think you are. That's the problem.
Real quick, excuse me, guys. Real quick.
It's not that funny when you've done it for days and days and weeks in. I think that's where I'm trying to defend him a little bit, but then he does the same thing too. So, all of y'all need to kind of get it together. But 12th man, it's just not.
I drink.
When you hear it for weeks, it's not that funny anymore. It's just not. It's annoying.
Real quickly,
maybe it's time for you to take a nap then.
No.
Not me. I don't have to work tomorrow. So, but I'm saying, yes, I'm probably being annoying right now, and I get it. But I'm saying for you all, this is where the problem is coming in. It's night after night after night after night of this becomes very difficult to deal with.
Well, I love Stanley and I respect Stanley, but I think he needs to lighten up a little bit. That's all.
Not necessarily, and excuse me, 12th man, for interrupting you guys, and I'm sorry, everybody, for interrupting the channel. Here's the thing. For me, personally, this is where I was surprised when Stanley gave me hell all 3 times. The thing is this. I don't want to be in a fucking echo chamber, because if I'm surrounded by yes men, then I'm doing something wrong. And so I want somebody to challenge my worldview. And believe it or not, there was a teacher, there was a professor in my geopolitics class when I was in college that told me to do literally just that. So when Stanley's testing me, believe it or not, when he's insulting the hell out of me, as mean as that can be, there are certain things that he says to me where I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead and think about that. And believe it or not, when I'm not on this panel and I'm not working, I'm actually looking that shit up. And he's not the only one. On the other channel, there was another guy by the name of Lee Clinton. I love that guy to death. And there was another guy by the name of Calvin Coolidge on the other channel. Same thing. When they're challenging me, it gives me the opportunity to look up what I'm saying. And sometimes I'm wrong. Yes, Juan Pacheco, am wrong. But here's the difference. I'm not afraid to be wrong. That's the difference. Because when I'm not afraid to be wrong, I learn something new every other day. Now, when I'm insulted, the way that Stanley has given me hell, that's different. But there are things when the hell raising is done and he's saying this, that, and the third, oh, you know what? Shit, he might have a point. Let me look that up. And off the clock, when I'm not on this panel, what you guys don't see when I'm not working is me looking that shit up. Because if I'm looking at, if I'm talking about certain things if I'm talking about certain things that are like, Pacheco, you're right, rah, you're right, rah, 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 rah. No, fuck that. I'm surrounded by yes men. Then at that point, my worldview is not challenged and I'm not learning anything.
This is different to see me and Juan. This will probably never happen again for 6 months. Me and Juan on the panel, and we've been indulging. Okay. It's not something we do all the time. And so Juan, we won't do this. I'll see you in 6 months. The next time we both decide to drink together, because we have a break tomorrow. So it's kind of funny that he says I'm drinking and I'm like, oh, I'm drinking too. But I'm just trying to make a point. And then other things that I've noticed, too, in the past, calling him names, the way I've heard some people call him certain names.
I never called Stanley a name.
Not you, 12th man. Go ahead, continue, Lindy.
I'm just saying, there's just certain things that happen when everybody is drinking at the same time. And 12th man, you're always drinking. Solid's always drinking, and then you get Stanley on, and that's going to turn into a problem. And I guess that's what I'm trying to say. 12th man is you're always drunk.
Well,
Solid's always drunk, and then you get you guys are always drunk coming on here. It after a while, it's funny at first, but after a while, it's not funny. Be constantly disruptive, and then blurting out stuff is what I'm trying to say.
All right, so I'm gonna
Sorry, Porsha. Yeah, let's just change this.
Let me see. So I've showed you guys. Let's see here.
Even Solid Snake says me and Stanley do get brutal, and it's true. Y'all get kind of brutal with each other, to be honest.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, that does happen. So, for those of you that have not seen why I vote Republican, and I think the other video, I think maybe I did show it. Maybe
Who
I
is
did
this
show
chick
it.
on the right, Porsha? What's up, Mom?
I did show. I know that I've showed a few videos. Whenever I do politicking with Porsha, I tend to show you guys some of my videos of me speaking, whether I'm at the house on the floor in Austin at the Capitol or what have you. Because someone called me the catfish moderator at one point or another, and they say that I am not who I am to be, even though that person was directly involved and participated in the things that we spoke about earlier. So, here in
Wait,
this
what do they mean
video,
by catfish? Like, you don't look like yourself?
yeah, I guess that I don't look like myself because they had one of their people do some AI imaging of me.
So that person on the right is not you, Porsha?
No, that's 110% me. This person is me. But that I'm not who I say that I am, that I'm basically full of shit, that I'm not as involved politically as I am in the state of Texas, but that's not for me to prove to anybody.
I was just going to say that.
Quick, as a personal witness that has personal knowledge.
Yes, and you have had that personal knowledge for the last over 2 years, Juan. So
So I already know that that's not true.
Right.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to the internet, don't feel like you got to prove anything to anyone.
Exactly. The internet is not real.
Yeah. So whenever everything happened, it was a lot. It was a lot for me. I was like, what the hell? I thought it was weird. But I'm like, whatever. I don't have to lie about those things. So, why I vote Republican, and there's a shirt here, and I know, I'm pretty sure I know for a fact that I've never shown you guys the part in this video where it pinpoints that shirt where I went viral due to Kaylee McEnany. And I was, after that, it was kind of over after that. But Donald Trump and his campaign and all of the things that I was doing with his campaign during his last election. And as time goes on, whenever I do politicking with Porsha, I told you guys, I show you guys videos here and there of what it is that I do and all of that. And it's not just going to be Trump affiliated. It's going to be mostly Texas, of course. But here is a short video of me that's That's me. Okay, so this is me, and y'all will see my infamous Negro shirt here, and then I will show you guys a video from our most recent redistricting here in Texas. And I do believe that I've shown that here before. I'm just not sure because I was trying to measure it all out. So let's check this out.
This is you, Porsha.
I was really curious about my position in America and a lot of things that didn't make sense to me. I drove up to the GOP and I was afraid to walk inside the door. I was under the impression that, they don't like people that look like me because that's not our party per se. And I walked inside and I was like, oh my gosh, look at all these Black folks. I just didn't know. I see Asian and Hispanic and just everybody. There's a place for everybody in the Republican Party, from the elderly all the way down to the young. And now that I know better, it's like now I have to do better. A lot of us feel like our vote doesn't matter. And I'm talking to young people especially, because we think that whenever we post on social media, we voted. I sent out a tweet, I voted, I'm good, they got me. No, you actually have to go vote. Whenever I'm complaining about the way that things are going, whenever I don't like it, when it doesn't look good to me, I know that there's something that I can do. I can vote, and that's the power that I have. The Republican Party to me is the party of can. I can, I will. You can be anything you want to be. You can do anything that you want to do. You are not incapable just because you look a certain way or just because there are certain stereotypes that have been bestowed upon you. That does not mean that you are not capable of thriving in this country. But to me, in my mind, the Republican Party tells me that I am capable. I believe in reaching my full potential, and that's why I vote Republican.
I
was really curious about my position.
That is fantastic. Thank you for
I
that.
have to go in. Porsha, you look so much like my ex-wife in that video. It's scary. God, no. Lord have mercy.
I loved it. I enjoyed watching that. And you're
Yeah.
so beautiful. I play the next one. I'm invested. I'm invested.
Oh my goodness, and we got Samuel in the chat, cause I'm, we have 12-hour streams, so I know everybody's not gonna be going through it, but Samuel says the lady on the screen looks and sounds like Porsha. Yeah, cause it's me. And he says small world, I guess. Yeah, cause it's me.
Samuel's calling my name out in question mark. Yes, my ex-wife is from Veracruz, and believe it or not, people from Veracruz look
black.
similar.
Free Willy. I know, Free Willy. I'm catfish. And so
Well, you need to get that woman back.
Here is a clip of me at a redistricting hearing, and the Negroes were out there talking all their smack, and I do look a hot mess here. I'm not gonna lie.
Are we sure Portia's a Negro?
But
No,
as I was
look the
saying,
best, and we don't even try.
I want to have her do that 23andMe.
as I was saying earlier when I was talking to Kitty Cakes about my hair, listen, I be trying to do everything I can, trying to put a hat over this thing. My hair is super long and curly, but whenever it starts to dry up and it does a shrink thing, but you know what? I threw that hat on, and I got my proud to be an American sweater on, and it is what it is. And like I told you guys, here and there, I'll give you guys some videos of me doing what it is that I do. That so happened to unfortunately be recorded. And so here we have me at a redistricting, and then we're going to hop into a January 6th video, and then I want to go ahead and go into Joe Biden and his doings, and then Matt Gaetz. So here is that's me looking a hot mess.
Stop.
Well, we're gonna get through it though, because you know what? The message is more important than how I look. Let's go.
Yes.
I kind of left and I came back, but I wanted to put something on you all's mind that I have not heard yet. I believe that we are here and we are talking about different communities being diluted. We are talking about Blacks and other minorities that are being left out, and the minorities that are underrepresented or they don't have access to health care or good schools or jobs or things like that. But I want to come and sit here today to be a representative for myself as a Black minority that went to college, that has a job, that has a car, that can take care of myself, and to put it on record that all of us are not suffering the way that it seems. All of us aren't from communities or areas or districts that we're not doing well and that we don't have the capability to do well at. So I need you guys to understand that. And whenever you guys go to these different hearings and you're listening to minorities, do not forget about the minorities that have overcame and do believe in overcoming. And listen to the minorities that do. There's cops in here that are Black. There's students walking around on this college campus that obviously got high school diplomas, otherwise they wouldn't be in college, that were able. There's Black kids all over this campus. I just saw them. They have the capability of growing and succeeding in the state of Texas. So do not rely heavily only on the idea that Black people and minority people cannot be successful on their own, because we can. And we don't just live and reside in the hood, if you will. That's not where I'm from. I don't want to leave out the people that are there that are underrepresented, but I have a strong feeling that a lot of us that are here today, either we're there or we were from there, but we moved out, we got out. We have 2 Black Democratic county commissioners right now that were voted in. It's possible. It happens. We are capable. We are capable. And I just want you guys to know that whenever you guys are going to your other hearings, don't think that we can't do it, because we can. Minorities can. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Porsha did something that you don't see that many Republicans right now in this era do. And like Kimmy Cakes is doing, I applaud her. You gave credit, Porsha, to the other side. You don't see that many people that do that right now, especially in today's political climate. That there are Democratic Black men and women that are coming out of the mud and they're making a name for themselves. You said that. You. Mm-hmm. I have not heard that from anybody else but you.
We can't. And you know what? I'll tell you guys, from what I just showed you, after I said what I said, whatever it was that I said that moved all of them, we're talking about all 23 of them, they moved. And this was after they went all over across the great state of Texas. They used my, whatever it was that I said in that moment, which I really didn't feel like was a lot, because I did leave. As I said in the beginning, I left and I wasn't going to say anything at all. But they used my words to go ahead and base their vote upon. And so I was able to formulate a relationship with Phil King. Shout out to you if you're listening. Senator King, I love you so much. Listen, they shut all of that shit down after. Listen, because that was that. Even though I know I didn't say a lot, but that was my hope, because it's just like, y'all can't keep on having all of these Black folks coming here talking this shit, like, because it's just like, listen, that's not the do. It's Black cops all over this campus right now. There's Black kids all over this campus right now. We're not going to be able to do all of this, and I'm not going to be comfortable with this. And so I was actually the only Black person that night beyond chat, but he's older and things like that. But I was the only Black person, like, I guess, like within a youthful age, if you will, that said, hey, I'm not whatever it is y'all talking about, I'm not feeling that shit. So let's just go ahead and do something different. Let's dial it back and do something different. And believe it or not, not just for every local county precinct, as it elevated up to the district and then to the state, I was able to make sure that the redistricting lines happen fairly. And I'm proud of that, right? Because Black folks aren't suffering under the teat of slavery in the way in which you think. Because at that particular campus where this was going on, the majority of the students were Black. And the majority of the employees were Black also. So it's like, let's move along.
Well, that's better you than me, because I'll never forget in Porsha, this was like 2011, 2012, and I'll never forget the bullshit that my kid went through in the school system. In the you know this, Porsha, we have independent school districts, right? Like, so you have the independent school districts and then the charter schools. So my kid was in the independent school district for where I was at, and I'll never forget fighting with the principal and eventually with the administrative staff with, okay, my kid has lice, my kid is Black and Latina. It's difficult as F for a Black person to catch lice. You and I both know this, because the way that our hair is set up, those little things, it's very difficult for them to latch on. So who the hell is dirty? No offense, that's causing this shit. And I don't know about you, Porsha, but where I grew up, a kid caught lice, we all went home. And then of course, after all of that went down, okay, my kid is failing in insert class here. Okay, child of mine, why the hell are you failing? Why didn't you go to me? And of course well, I'm embarrassed to go to you. Okay, I'm the dad, understood. Why aren't you going to the teacher? Oh, because the teacher, during the time that I would normally go to that teacher, is teaching the bilingual kids. Fuck that. I'm going to run for office. And I ran for office for the independent school district, for where I'm at. I lost, but I got a shitload of votes. Okay, I lost. You know what? Fuck that. My kid is going to a charter school. Period. The end. The thing is when we do that, not to pull a solid snake, but when is that, number one, enough? Number two, the second question is when do they stop looking at us, if that makes any sense?
Yeah. When do they? I don't I don't know when they do. And like for me, it's always important that, no matter what it is, whenever the opportunity presents itself or not, because the videos that I'm showing you guys, or that I have shown you guys, anytime I do politicking with Porsha, this isn't like some widespread anything, it's just some local whatever found the video. People that go out there and they do the work. And yeah, it's not like a national pushback or anything like that, but you have to deal with it locally. And
exactly.
I can only begin to imagine, especially with you and your position, especially where you're located in Texas and me. And the thing is that, we're in Texas. And so here in Texas, hey, it is what the hell it is.
It is.
You know what I mean? But then even though it is what it is, there's still folks out here in Texas that don't always agree with our positions. And it's not a lot of them, and it's not even enough of them to make a dent, to be honest with you, especially where I'm located. But
real quick,
we gotta do what we gotta do. Go ahead, one.
Real quick, they don't until it happens to them. I'll never forget this friend of mine. She is in Nuevo Leon, Mexico. I'll never forget her till this day. She enrolled her kid in the same school that I enrolled my kid in, because she looked up to me. I don't know why. I don't do much. I talked to her a couple of weeks ago, Porsha, and she said, well, look, when I was in the country without documents and I wasn't committing crimes, but I was running from, insert bullshit that's going on that shall remain nameless. Her thing was, well, if Juan can do it, I can do it. And so, this person saw me walking to get shit done. This person saw me, struggling to get on the city bus from City Bus or Greyhound bus to Tornado Express to frickin' El Expresso to get shit done. But the thing was, she was like, well, if Juan can get it, I can get it. And then she was like, look, I enrolled my kid in the same school that you enrolled your kid in because I look up to you. And I'm thinking, you didn't have to do that. But then she said, I don't understand. Everything is in English. And I'm like, bienvenido a los Estados Unidos. Welcome to the United States. English is the primary language. You see me doing everything that I can do. And yes, I interact with some people in Spanish, but the predominant language is English. You see me dealing with everybody else in English. If you look up to me the way that you do, you have to follow that part as well. And that's when she fell silent until this day, even though she's in another country now. She's like, you know what? I got it. No, she's not in Mexico, believe it or not. She's like,
I'm reading. Put Kelvin's comment up on the screen. Sorry. Go ahead.
Kelvin, fuck you, man. But the thing is this. She's like, you know what? Because I saw what you did, being visually impaired, doing what you do, where I'm at, I do literally the exact same thing because my lemma is, which is my theme is, if he could do it, I could too. And I'm thinking, I'm just doing this because I don't have a choice, period. The end. In that regards. And so the other people have to look at it, as much as I hate saying it,
Yes, Snake, we already covered that.
Yeah, we covered that already solid. The thing is we, here in Texas, I don't mean to sound rude, but we have to look at it literally the exact same way. If you're here because you're broke, you're running from your country because you're broke, I don't feel sorry for you. You should have figured shit out over there. But other things like that, if you see what other Americans are going through, and you're able to do that, then you know what? I have nothing but respect for you. Period. Full stop. The end.
Yeah, a lot of people don't, they don't know, they don't understand, they don't see it. But Solid Snake, we did talk about Clinton at Georgetown, and what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. You know what? Let me stop sharing it and share it again so I can make sure you guys can hear it. We're going to look at this short clip. It's 2 minutes and 12 seconds about January 6th. We can have a little bit of response and commentary, and then we're going to hop into Joe Biden and his clemencies. And then we're going to talk a bit about Matt Gaetz. And then we are going to also talk about the Festivus report that Rand Paul dropped today. We are 3 hours and 36 minutes in, and I thought that we would have covered all of this by now, but we're just going to go ahead and keep it rocking up.
I'm sorry,
until
Porsha.
I go to sleep. No. You are totally fine. So let's see what he's saying about. Hold on, I want to make sure I say. Okay, so President Trump was right, is what it says. Here is Mike Sharkey on camera admitting January 6th was a scam. It was all staged. Mitch McConnell wanted it to be a mess so he could secure a Trump impeachment conviction for Pelosi and Schumer. Again, this is all allegedly, but we're going to take a look at it and see what's going on here. So let's take a look.
Why wasn't there more security?
Yeah, there was 30 guards out back there.
Ridiculous. It was all staged.
You think it was DC, the mayor influenced?
I think she just.
Yeah.
I think it was done for high.
How does that?
Hell, Mitch McConnell was part of it.
I was going to say.
He was the one that was part of the decision making how much security to have on stand. I think they wanted to have a mess.
I know they wanted to. There's no other explanation. The moment, like.
But they wouldn't have had a mess with you guys. They had to have also recruited this other group of people. And then I do believe, because I don't know if you guys have been caught up in it or not. When you're in mobs, you can get caught up in emotion.
Oh yeah, I was ready to go.
You can get caught up in emotion.
Especially when you're getting tear gas and
So some of those folks probably just got caught up in the emotion.
Well, they had a guy with a loudspeaker up on that tower. There was a tower in the middle of everything in the back. And there was a dude on a loudspeaker hanging everybody on, telling everybody what to do. Like, reinforce this side, reinforce that side. Like, we're going through over here. Like, it was definitely something to hold.
I'm sure it was fantastic to watch.
Yeah,
Like,
it was
unbelievable.
really interesting. Yeah.
It was
I'm glad I was there.
it was a surreal moment.
Yeah.
So
I said, on my little couch, tears can come on. I couldn't believe it.
because I didn't see someone get arrested. I didn't see anybody punch a cop. I didn't see a cop punch a person.
I want somebody to tell me why I shot that woman.
Exactly.
I want an answer.
What did she do to get shot?
She was breaking through a window, but
But in every other barrier, when people started to break through the barrier, they just got out of the way and let them go.
Yep.
Why in that one case, that one person who never showed his face, they never showed it on camera.
also there was a lot of people behind her. How reckless as it is to shoot?
Yeah, and I would hope
It was a
Yeah,
piece.
she was hot.
May I comment, Porsha?
Please go ahead.
This is one of those where you have the people on the Republican side that don't know what's going on the Republican side, if that makes any sense. Because here's the thing, when it came to the events that happened on January 6th, I believe that's what this video is talking about, right? And if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, it's about January 6th.
The thing is you had the events that happened on January 6th. The arrests happened later. Matter of fact, the arrests are happening till this day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there was an arrest today based on the events January 6th, 2021. It's one of those where, as a Republican, not you and myself, because we're fine, not blacks, not HB, not the closeted Republican. Yes, I believe Stanley's a closeted Republican. But the thing is this is where the people that believe that nobody could do no wrong, could be no wrong, this is where they need to, pardon my language, Porsha, but they need to get their heads out of their asses, if that makes any sense.
Of course, it makes all of the sense in the world because, you know, some things are just pretty much undeniable. And January 6th, it had to have been. I mean, you know, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, you know, but January 6th, it didn't faze me like that. You know, I wasn't in a tizzy. I wasn't all torn up about it. And I felt like it was the people going to the manager. As I've always said, they were going to the manager and they were expressing their grievances.
More importantly, Porsha, the First Amendment allows the people on January 6th to do literally that, to address their grievances, literally codified in the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. And this is one of those, as weird as this sounds, you know, this is coming from somebody that graduated from law school in 2017. I would argue that there needs to be a crash course on law per se, regarding specifically the constitutional rights that we as American citizens actually have, if that makes sense. Not something that goes into in-depth knowledge, something that I know, the stuff that I emailed Stanley yesterday regarding, for example, the Holder case, blah, 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 temporary protected status. But, something that allows people, at least to figure out how to think logically. And that's not the case now. So you see what we saw later on, and it's, oh, that person was a criminal, arrest them. No, it's their First Amendment right to do literally what they did. Matter of fact, when what happened to Ashley Babbitt, the person that did what he did actually committed a felony. If you look at it from a state law perspective, that person would have been in jail already. Yeah. If this person were here in Texas, and Porsha, you know this, that person would have been strung up literally within 15 seconds of doing what he did, because it's illegal. That's the difference.
Yeah, that is the difference. So, and that's one of those things where, Texas it's just so different judicially, the way that we handle things here.
Yes, it is. God bless Texas, by the way.
Yes, absolutely. Every single time. And so we have Joe Biden. And if you have a little bit of time, because I'm just going to zoom through this one, because I don't want to keep you or keep our audience, through the holidays.
Well, to be honest, Porsha, I got about 10 minutes, and then at this point, I'm going to log off at around 10 o'clock our time.
Yes, and yep, so that's perfectly fine, because I can show these videos within that time, or I can show a video and then have your response, and then I'll go ahead and give my commentary on that, and then a few other things before I shut it down for the night. Commute sentences. So we can get into Joe Biden, and tomorrow I might actually do my deep breakdown of Matt Gaetz. Oh, I'm gonna have to share it again, because it said the. All right, so let's see. Per the title of the show, Biden gives us an early Christmas gift. So let's see what that Christmas gift is.
And President Biden commuting the sentences of 37 federal death row inmates. I do want to take you out to this live image. This is showing the White House in D.C. as we get to more on that. President Biden announcing today that he is commuting the sentences of 37 of the 40 people on federal death row, converting their punishments to life imprisonment just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump is going to take office. The move spares the lives of people convicted in killings, including the slayings of police and military officers, people on federal land, and those involved in deadly bank robberies or drug deals, as well as killings of guards or prisoners in federal facilities.
Can you pause this real quick?
Of the federal inmates are still going to face execution. Those include the man who carried out the 2015 racist slayings of 9 black members.
Real quick. And this is just for the chat. One of the people that Biden commuted the sentence for wiped out his whole family, including 2 people that he drug across state lines from here in Texas to Louisiana. That guy, yes, got commuted from death to life. You can go ahead and play the rest of the video. I'm sorry, Porsha. I just wanted to go ahead and mention that part.
Mother Emanuel AME Church over in Charleston, South Carolina, the 2013 Boston Marathon bomber, and the man who fatally shot 11 congregants in Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue back in 2018. Biden said in a statement, quote, "I have dedicated my career to reducing violent crime and ensuring a fair and effective justice system." Quote, "Today, I'm commuting the sentences of 37 of the 40 individuals on federal death row to life sentences without the possibility of parole. These commutations are consistent with the moratorium my administration has imposed on federal executions in cases other than terrorism and hate-motivated mass murder." The Biden administration in 2021 announced a moratorium on federal capital punishment to study the protocols used, which suspended executions during Biden's term. But Biden actually had promised to go further on the issue in the past, pledging to end federal executions without the caveats for terrorism and hate-motivated mass killings. While running for president in 2020, Biden's campaign website said that he would, quote, work to pass legislation to eliminate the death penalty at the federal level and incentivize states to follow the federal government's example. Similar language did not appear on Biden's re-election website before he left the presidential race in July, handing things over to Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump, who does take office on January 20th, has spoken frequently of expanding executions. In a speech announcing his 2024 campaign, Trump called for those, quote, caught selling drugs to receive the death penalty for their heinous acts. He later promised to execute drug and human smugglers and even praised China's harsher treatment of drug peddlers. During his first term as president, Trump also advocated for the death penalty for drug dealers. Again, if you are just joining us here, we are learning that President Biden has announced that he is commuting the sentences of 37 of the 40 people on federal death row, converting their punishments to life imprisonment weeks before President-elect Donald Trump does take over. We'll bring you all of the developments here as we do get them. Again.
Well, Merry Christmas, everybody. You know? Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas indeed. And here's why, Porsha. You know how many people are on death row right now?
How many?
Were on death row, rather. I'm sorry, before this happened.
Okay.
There was roughly about, and this is a guesstimation. This is an approximate. About 50 people on death row. That's it. And Biden commuted literally over 2/3 of those people to life without parole. And again, one of those people, as I said when Porsha paused this, thank you again, I owe you my soul. Biden commuted the death sentence to life without parole to a person that killed his whole family, wiped out his whole family. And one of those people that he took out, he drugged from Texas to Louisiana. That's why he ended up on federal death row. Now, the people that he did not commute, real quick, one of them was Dylan Ruth, the guy that did what he did.
Yeah. I did see that. Yeah, no Dylan Ruth.
Yes. That guy's still on death row. The other person that he did not commute was also Nadal Hassan. That guy was an Al-Qaeda terrorist, that's a psychologist with the U.S. Army in Fort Hood. Porsha, you and I both know about Fort Hood, Killeen, Texas.
Yep, absolutely.
He didn't commute that guy's sentence. But everybody else, those sentences were commuted. And what it was basically to take the ultimate penalty from Trump. It's basically let me go ahead and fuck up the Democrats, but Trump, let me go ahead and fuck up your plans as well.
Yep.
It is what Biden did. Pardon my language.
Yeah, I mean, no, it is what it is. I have a few more videos that they've actually put out. And I was kind of waiting, throughout the day to see what, they would put out as it pertained to who Biden. Okay, my ice machine is making my ice. Sorry. As to who Biden would be out here, so they were on death row, but the Democrats, they don't really believe in death row. So Biden is like, okay, so let me go ahead and get them off of death row. Now, so they're still going to be serving life sentences, but they will no longer be on death row.
Yes, but they're going to be serving those sentences on your dime and on my dime because we got to pay taxes, Porsha.
Yeah, I know. And you know what? I hate that. Like, I just wish that whenever they got sentenced to death, they got sentenced to death the same day. That would be my preference. So it's just like, Because I like one, to be honest with you, like I don't want to pay for that shit. I'm not. I just don't.
For me, it's a little different. A little. And the only reason why I say a little is because you and I both know, Porsha, you know, the story about what happened in Corsicana, Texas, where the guy that supposedly set his kids on fire was sentenced to death, but it came out that he didn't do that, that, you know, it was a backdraft. You know, when you open the door, the air hits that fire and it basically explodes. And so I don't want the wrong person being executed. But you and I both know the people that he commuted, those people were as guilty as sin. Let's just be honest.
Well, but then too, you know, you had the dad the other day, over the weekend, he beheaded his 2-year-old, cut his kid's head off. Like a lot of times, these instances, they are as they are, and so, I mean,
And those people I say, go to hell, go directly to hell. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
right. And then Luigi Mangione, he has like a whole entire harem at this point. Like if Abiola is still in the chat, Abiola has 7 wives. Like Luigi Mangione, he has a whole entire network of all of these horny females and these, you know, they have a whole entire, you know, news segment, New York Post article of all of the women that are, you know, thirsting after him, sending him letters while he's in prison, like, you know, trying to get his attention, this, that, and the third, like, you know what I mean? So it's just like Luigi's not the only one, but, you know, even, you know, a lot of these illegals and guys like that, like, of course we have to assume that they're getting that same type of attention, you know?
But there's a difference in, again, not to support Luigi Mangione. You know, the Mario memes have been flying. But I'll be quite honest, Porsha, I'm indifferent when it comes to Luigi Mangione. And the reason why is because I had United Healthcare in my past life. And I'll never forget when I was in the hospital the first time dealing with what I dealt with. And Porsha, between you and myself in the chat, I could have died 20 years ago. You know, my kid would not have existed 20, you know, had what happened to me happen. And the thing is after everything was done, United Healthcare gave the hospital that I was in $1,000, and I was stuck with a $34,000 hospital bill because they did what they did to me. And so I'll be quite honest, the difference is with Luigi, he did what he did. And I'm wrong. I might be wrong for thinking what I'm thinking, and that's fine. I don't mind that. But because of what Luigi did, there were several insurance companies, including UHC, that changed some of their policies. And so what they're going to charge him with at the federal level is terrorism, because you change your ways based on a political objective. And technically, that's correct. Legally, that fits the bill. But you know what? Pardon my language, but at least somebody, you know, in these in the years following my lifetime, they won't deal with what they dealt with. Now, what we're dealing with on the other side is totally different. On the other side, no, you don't do what you do and get to live for that. And here in Texas, you know, you and I both know this in the voice of Ron White. If you delete somebody here in Texas for something that's not justifiable, we delete you back. It's our policy. We send you to the front of the line, and that's the big difference. Hello?
Yeah. I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So it's just like, you know, he was moved from one state to the next. And, you know, it is weird that he has all of these groupies, but there was that one guy that killed a lot of women. I can't think of his name right now, but he was kind of similar.
The guy that got put to death in Florida, right?
See, I mean, I don't want to say he was similar as far as the crime, but he was similar as far as the attention. I'm looking it up right now because, sorry, Juan, I cannot remember his name. He was in law school. He finished law school, and he killed all of those women.
Yes,
all of the
and not
women.
only that, but within hours of his execution, and I can't remember his name either.
They thought that he was so handsome, and they were like,
Yes,
you know.
but he was also
Yeah.
interviewed by a Christian fundamentalist. His name was Dr. James Dobson, if you remember correctly. What the hell is this guy?
His name? Like, I'm trying to look, and I cannot.
He was executed in Florida.
Yeah, like I cannot remember. What is this?
Give me a second. Let me go ahead and look him up.
I'm looking too. What the hell?
Give me a second.
Oh my gosh, Juan, that is gonna kill me because he was a law student.
Yes, he was. Good Lord. And freaking Bing and Google are giving me all of the people that have been sentenced to death in the past 5 years.
Ted Bundy, shit.
Yes, Bundy. You're absolutely right. Ted Bundy killed women, multiple women across
Here, Jewel said it. Bundy, yes. Thank you,
Yes.
Jewel, so much. I wasn't even looking at the screen, but yes, Ted Bundy.
killed multiple women across Washington State, Oregon, and Utah.
Yes, Ted Bundy. But all these females, they were just like drooling over him. Like they were losing their minds. Like they just couldn't contain themselves. You know,
Absolutely
it was like,
correct.
let me see here. Oh yeah, Miss Lindy, she sent in a Christmas song, and I haven't even played any Christmas songs.
Sorry, Jules.
Hey, Solid Snake.
What's up, everybody? Hey, Porsha.
Snake. Good to see you, buddy.
What's up, Juan?
Hey.
Yeah, man. Hey, y'all think we're gonna make it to see New Year's?
Well,
Why wouldn't we?
Solid Snake, real quick. I'm not in the country. In the event that bullshit hits the fan, I'm going south. I got clinics. I'll just knock on their doors and be like, hey, hide me.
I'm serious, man. Joe Biden just released like 37 I mean, it's like it wasn't even I can see like pardon somebody that was nonviolent, somebody that was probably framed and probably didn't have a
He did that too, Solid
legal defense team.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake. He pardoned a guy in Porsha's neck of the woods. This guy in Porsha, you know this. You know about this guy. This was an SMU student that got caught with child blankety blank blankety blank.
Who are you talking about now?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the judge. You talking about the
Who are you
judge?
talking about?
There was a guy. He's a Chinese national. His name was Ju.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
This motherfucker got caught with 47 images, JPEGs, of kids.
Yeah, the kids.
I would have shot him myself. Yes, I said it. YouTube, I'm sorry. John Galt, you can sue me if YouTube
Wait,
deletes
I'm gonna be honest with you, Juan, on that situation right there. I gotta be honest with you. If like, remember back in the days of LimeWire, when we used to have everybody had a PC.
Solid
I'm gonna be honest
Snake.
with you. There was a way. There was literally a way you can literally set somebody up on LimeWire. I mean, it wasn't just so much as downloading the torrent, but it was actually a backdoor in that program where you can install files
Where you
on
could,
somebody
yes,
else's
where you
PC.
could send fake CSAM and then basically they're done. Solid Snake. Solid Snake. Real quick.
Maybe
And I don't mean to interrupt you guys.
Code, they can do it. You know.
The difference is this. The difference is this. This dumb son of a bitch. Yeah, I said it. I'm sorry, John Gold. Sue me so that I can pay. The difference is this. Solid Snake. This motherfucker downloaded that shit directly. That's the difference. And here's what makes it worse. This motherfucker was only within his first year of a 19-year sentence when Biden pardoned him.
And I'm trying to tell you, man, this is ridiculous, man. This guy, he really trying. I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's China just fucking with us. controlling our government, making our decisions, because that's the only thing that makes logical sense to me. I think we just don't got ourselves wound up in a situation we just ain't gonna never know the truth about.
Go ahead and keep playing the video.
What I was looking at was that situation. Remember the NBA basketball player that played for the Denver Nuggets? The white guy that was a center? And they had got here with child porn on his computer. I can't think of his name right now. I was a big old
Solid
fan
Snake,
of
give me
him.
1 second. It's only 1 minute and 11 seconds. It won't be long.
President Biden is commuting the sentences of 37 of the 40
Can y'all hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
people on federal death row. Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev is not on that list. This means that just 3 federal inmates are still facing execution. They are Tsarnaev, Dylan Roof, and Robert Bowers. Roof carried out the 2015 killings of 9 black church members in Charleston, South Carolina, and Bowers murdered 11 congregants at Pittsburgh's Tree.
He pardoned Tsarnaev? That's the Boston bomber guy.
Oh no! He didn't pardon those 3.
No, he commuted his sentence. Porsha.
Oh, they still facing the execution.
Real quick, time out, Solid Snake. I have a person that I know that went to school with me. Her sister was in the Boston Marathon. And guess what? This dummy blew up that bomb literally 15 minutes after she crossed the finish line. He pardoned her?
Yeah.
I'm logging off because I am so angry I could spit fire again. Porsha, that person just graduated college with me.
Yeah, I just feel like he's kind of leaving with a bang. Now, you have Dylan Roof, because remember what Dylan Roof did, because, white kid, black church, all of that. We got can't even say his damn name. The scarf and Robert Bowers.
Robert
Bowers.
Bowers.
Yeah. So Juan dipped up out of here. Juan didn't know. He didn't know the extent of it.
No. They still facing execution. He didn't pardon those. Those are the only 3 that was exempt.
No. They're not facing execution. Well, the 3 here, yes, they are still on federal execution, but the other ones, they just got life.
Yeah, everybody else got life. Everybody. So that means they on the tax.
So they're not getting out.
Yeah, we couldn't kill these money. Come on, that's money, man. That's free money from taxpaying citizens to take care of these federal inmates. That's what I don't.
Let's go back a little bit more, because Juan.
But Porsha, like I say, I can't just blame Biden. I got to blame Congress and Senate for allowing this guy to stay in president so long and make these decisions.
You talking about them allowing the president, Joe Biden, to stay president? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think we should have a primary. We should have came up with a primary for presidential, sitting president. We should have a United States primary. We should be able to primary the ass out of office.
I mean, but he was Snake. He was a president. So, I mean.
Yeah, but the people of the United States ought to be able to defend themselves against treason. I mean, come on, man. I think we should be able to primary a president. I really do. I think it should be necessary to be able to primary a president, a sitting U.S. president.
Well, the only reason why there wasn't a primary this time for the president is because Nancy Pelosi and all of them, they staged a coup against President Joe Biden, and they just installed Kamala as the, president.
I still think he paid somebody to push her down the stairs. I do. I just think he paid somebody.
Oh,
that's my whataboutism. That's my whataboutism.
That's allegedly. YouTube. That's allegedly.
Yeah.
That Biden
what about that time he paid somebody? Oh, no.
Snake, that Biden paid someone to push Nancy Pelosi's old ass down the stairs while she's out in another country. That is allegedly.
If I go down, you all going down with me.
And Snake, you don't have to worry about it because Stanley, he won't be going live until tomorrow on Christmas Eve. So
he need a break. He need a break. I think I ain't gonna lie. I listen to what Lindy Lou said. Lindy Lou makes so much sense, and she right. I mean, cause I do listen to the rebroadcast, and I was like, damn, Stanley called me out a bitch. So I said, let me go back and listen. I was emotional when I woke up that morning. I said, let me see what I see. And I said, ooh, I see what you mean now. So I said, all right, that's all right.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
that's what I do when I get off work. I get off work, I drink. You know?
Well, I mean, and I totally. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, me. The way I'm sitting at my house. I be at work. You know what I mean? So during the day, but like whenever I log in, because like I always make sure that I'm here to play videos and stuff like that. Like I will be tomorrow for HB. Always.
Hey, you know, you ought to do a replay tonight. Do a replay tonight.
I might do a replay. I guess I just kind of have to figure out which replay I would do. But like, we still have to go through some of the expense report. And we also have to finish going through some of the videos that sorry. My dishwashing disposable. Sorry, I know it's loud. Oh, my bad.
Well, we could probably do some of the more recent ones because it ain't got a lot of cursing in it. And you could probably do a lot less moderating in it. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be such a hit challenge for, you know, content.
For right now. Like I'm pretty much up for right now. I'm just kind of trying to rinse and put my stuff in the dishwasher. Gotta keep the kitchen clean, Solid Snake. You gotta keep the kitchen clean, you know?
Man, you know how to use a dishwasher? I'm 43 years old. Don't have a dishwasher for 30 years of my life, and I haven't used it not once.
Oh.
I haven't. Well, I mean, if I looked inside my dishwasher, it's probably got mold and mildew. Well, the one I got now, I've probably been here for like 2 years. Well, now at my sister's house, I know we had one. And we don't never use it. We don't. I mean, as a family, we just don't use dishwashers. We like to get up and wash the dishes.
Oh no! I mean, why would you do that when you have a dishwasher? You know, you probably need to get some CLR. And my favorite for cleaning my degreaser, I love Contender and I love Easy Off, the cleaner degreaser, heavy duty. And then I also love the Clean Freak by Mr. Clean. We have to keep our things clean, Snake. You know, we want to keep things clean.
I use dishwashing liquid and baking soda.
Yes, I use baking soda. I use vinegar.
Sometimes a little salt, because I think salt has that little abrasiveness to it. You know,
like I use
like you got to get up in there. You get that salt with that Skyrim pad that you don't want to scuff that material. You know what I'm saying? You can get up in there with that little green pad they give you. With that little salt on it, put a little salt on it, add a little. You know how you used to have, like when your iron get burnt, when you burn your clothes because you've been on the phone talking all night, you left the iron on your pants. And you get the paper bag and you get that salt, you put that salt on, you just rub that iron over that salt while it's still hot. Yeah, I mean, it's the same theory. That's what I do.
Okay.
I mean, it's a little more.
So, but like you have a dishwasher that you haven't used, and if you're, I mean, like,
yeah, I don't even. Wow.
Yeah, but okay, so like even if you don't use your dishwasher, you know what you should do? Make sure your dishwasher is clean at least. Jeez.
No, what I was
going
to do
mold
was
and shit on the side.
That's just taking up space. I can use that for a deep freezer. I could have been did.
But you can still clean your shit out.
For what? I mean, it's clean because I don't use it.
But you know it's not, because you just said it was mold and shit. Clean it, Snake.
No, I'm saying it could be because I hadn't opened it. I hadn't opened that thing in years.
Okay, so you haven't opened it in years. So now you're saying you haven't opened it in years. So that means that your shit's nasty. It's disgusting.
No, I'm just saying I only used it once, Porsha. It was like one time. One time.
Okay, so one time and you haven't done it in years, so that
I
means
got
that your shit's
I got a
gross.
lot of time on my hands, Porsche. A dishwasher just gets in the way.
No,
I mean, why
it
would I
doesn't get
want
in
to
the
have
way.
free time? I need to
mean,
wash my dishes, Porsche.
No, I'm not even saying that you gotta use your dishwasher. I'm just saying clean that shit, cause you said that it got mold and shit. Cause you
What, you
haven't
gonna
used
buy
it.
it? You gonna
What you
buy it?
mean? No,
What am I
you
gonna
just
do with
said.
it? It's just sitting there. It ain't got no mold in it. I mean, I have peeked
you
in it.
said
It still look brand new. It ain't got no mold in it, Porsche. It ain't been used. It still smell brand new when I pop it open.
Okay,
It was
well,
a waste of
I
money.
don't know. You the one that said it had mold in it.
Well, it ain't mine. It was the Arab when they stayed here. You know, this their house. They just got me in it.
Arabs, do Arabs know anything about American cleanliness? I don't think so.
No, but the black women they hired do. I tell you that. They had
Black
some women
women
come
ain't-
through this. Yeah, they ain't never hired no white girl. 'Cause them white girls love to steal.
They hire
Come on.
black women to clean some stuff.
It's not a racist thing. It's a societal thing, Porsche. It's not a racial thing. It's a societal thing. If you got white people that's hanging around black people, they usually don't mean too well.
I mean, but I'm more concerned about the.
Yeah, I mean, Porsche, you
black
live in a
women
much more probably affluent neighborhood than I do.
I mean, I'm talking like black women cleaning some stuff. That don't even sound like normal. When
Well,
have you ever heard of some black women cleaners?
I mean, they got housekeeping units. That's what most women around here do. They still do housekeeping. They still do babysitting. They still do house sitting for old
Black
folks.
women do housekeeping?
Yes.
Out of Louisiana?
Okay, think about it. What do you call a CNA? I mean, granted, it's a hospital, but what did they do? Why is that derogatory?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking. I'm not thinking about like CNA like hospital. I'm thinking about like, you know.
I mean, everybody got a job to do in this community. Everybody, you know, everybody want to go to college and talk all that good shit, but man, somebody got to pick the trash up. I mean, all that shit sound good in YouTube world, but in the to be done. Everybody can't be a rapper or entertainer or YouTuber. Motherfuckers got to go to work.
Yeah, but like black women, like house cleaner.
Hey, it's called a black job for a reason. Because 9 times out of 10, it wasn't too far from reality. That was our way out of the poverty. You know, that's how we got out of poverty. You know, I mean, I don't mean to burn no feelings and all that, but that's the truth.
Huh. Interesting.
Everybody like to sit back and try to be all high sedity and all that. Man, no, man, somebody got to get down and get dirty.
Yeah, I mean, I just recall that being everybody but black women. But you know, they say the black women are the most educated. You know, they do all this stuff,
Let me
that
tell
here
you
in the
something.
third. So
I mean,
go ahead
you
and
got
tell me
white women
something,
that
Snake.
could, but let's be honest, Porsha. How many black women you know hang around each other and don't hate each other? Okay, now mix a white woman in it with that and see how that white woman fare out with that group of black women in the majority black community. Either she on drugs or she sleeping with a thug. That's it.
I mean, to be real, like my best friend, she's biracial.
Well, I mean, you 20 something. It ain't. I'm talking about back in the 1990s and 80s when I grew up. Now around now, it's still the same. Man.
I was born. So I was born mid late 90s. Okay, so I am a 90s baby.
My son was in 95.
So, but so where I grew up, it was, you know, pretty country, mostly white folks, all that and everything, you know. However, I guess like if it's like scheming or tricking, you know, trying to game the government or whatnot, I only saw that like in my family, and it was just like black folks, right? So, but like the white side of my family, they didn't do that sort of thing.
See, that's
I
what
mean,
I'm
and not to
saying.
say,
You come
and
from
not
a
to say
more
that they
country,
didn't,
more diverse community.
and like, not that they didn't do it. I don't want to say they didn't do it. I just want to say I didn't see it, right? So like I saw it on my black side of the family, but on my white side of the family, like I didn't see any of that kind of thing.
No, because you probably went with a well-adjusted Caucasian family. But I'm telling you, they real divided down here. They keep segregation alive in my area.
Just a Caucasian family.
I mean, it's but you know, like I say, it's a it's a leniency towards immigrants. I think everybody like an immigrant because everybody want to know an immigrant. This is a nowhere town, you know.
Well, I mean, gosh, I mean, Snake. Both of us are in the South. I'm just saying, like, my experience is a bit different,
Man,
and so, like,
Texas is entirely different than Louisiana.
Yeah. Well, Texas is night and day from Louisiana, but what I'm saying is that, like, where I'm from, where I was raised, like, we didn't see none of that, right? Like, so it was black folks, it was white folks, like raising up land, you know, like we would hunt for our food. And we would exchange, like, you know, deer meat, chickens, cow, like
y'all was doing
beef.
this in 2000?
Yeah.
You saw this going on in 2000. Well, I mean, yeah, we do still do that. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, and so like we grew all of our vegetables. But like Snake, it's like farming, right? So like we had our own and we made our exchanges, you know, like whoever had, like from the chickens to the cat, like whatever it was, like that, those were our exchanges. And so like growing up, you know, going from, because, you know, it took some time to get over to the next house, but that's just kind of what it was. So that was my experience. And so like hunting, gathering, gardening, shucking corn, greens, this, that, and the third. If we caught rabbit, if we caught chicken, like, cause like Snake, growing up, we could be walking down the street or we could be in the car, right? If I see a chicken or a rooster, hey, I'm catching it. Like I caught, caught chickens or like.
Hey, Porsha, I'm gonna ask you a real serious question. How old were you when you caught your first chicken?
Gosh, I was probably like 4. Like 4.
4.
Yeah, 4 years old.
Well, I was clumsy though.
Huh? What you
I
say?
wasn't that big at all. I was clumsy. I couldn't catch no chicken till I was about 6.
Hell no. Snake, you better not ever have me out on the road and there's a railroad track and there's some chickens. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna hop out that damn car and I'm gonna catch them all like Pokemon. I'm gonna catch them all like Pokemon, Snake.
Oh heck no, man! You ain't gonna catch, man. Look here.
I'm gonna catch them all.
I had a little chicken, and it was the first time I broke my ankle. I was dead set on catching that chicken. My cousin was like, "Man, why you catch? Man, you had all the other chicken. You just right down and grab one, dummy. You chased that one chicken."
No, Snake. I'm gonna catch them all like Pokemon. I can remember one time we were going up. I guess I say down to go see one of my cousins, and like right before he got to his house, it was like a double railroad, and there were some chickens. They were at the light. You know, like once the rails went down for the railroad, I hopped out that car and I grabbed that chicken. And then I saw another one, Snake, because like I grabbed the first chicken and I broke his neck. And then I saw another chicken and I grabbed him because it was a lot of us, right? It was a lot of us. And so we had 2 chickens. And then by the time we got to my cousin's house, we drove just a couple miles down and we went fishing. So we had some catfish and we had some chickens. But, you know, we had to clean the chickens and all that, this and the third. But that's kind of how I grew up. And so I don't want to say kind of, it is how I grew up. So when I was growing up, the girls, they weren't allowed to go hunting with the guys. But I would always sneak after them because I always wanted to go. You know, I wanted to go deer hunting. I wanted to go hog hunting. I wanted to do it all. I wanted to go fishing because the girls, when I was coming up, we weren't allowed to go fishing. And I know, like, you always talk about, like, my age, me, young, whatever. But it's just how we were raised because, like, we're from the country, right? And so, but, like, there was rules and stuff. But, like, I was always the one that was trying to go out. But I also understood the role of the women back at the house. So gardening was like huge, right? So like I got all of that, but I always want to go fishing. I always want to go hunting. So I had to sneak out to be able to go do it. But whatever the men caught snake, they brought it back, and the women, we had to gut and clean it. We had to do that.
Y'all had to do that? I don't know.
Hell yeah,
man.
we had to do
My dad and them, they didn't like their women smelling like fish.
It didn't
Now,
matter what the hell it
uncle
was.
Tad, well, I had an uncle. His name was Tad. He owned the farm. He didn't give a damn. But I know my auntie Bernice used to make some of the best goddamn burgers I've tasted in my life. I still don't know where she made them from, but they were good burgers.
Yeah, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. We had
I think
to.
she
So
turned
like,
her
what?
own cheese. I think she made her own cheese too.
Yeah, because all of the kids, we go down to where all our family land is here in Texas. And that was like, you know, back in, 90s, early 2000s and everything else. But they kind of stopped it, like with my sister and my cousins, like their generation. But we always went, and they sent us out there that whole summer, Snake. I ain't lying to you. They sent us out there the whole summer. As early as I can remember, and that's just what it was. Like it was nothing else to know because that's just what it was.
Hog shit at 5 o'clock in the morning, boy.
Shit, having to get up, it's crack of the morning, because the guys, the boys, shit. I tell you what, the boys, they're going out because whatever it was that we ate, they had to catch it. Shit, so. The boys are out catching whatever it is that we finna eat for the day, and the girls, we're making sure we're picking, shucking corn, grain, whatever the case may be, beans, lima beans, pinto beans, black-eyed peas, whatever the case, we were doing all of that, and whenever they brought,
grandma had that green patch in the back. They go your turnip greens over there. They go your
oh gosh, Snake. We had turnips, mustards, collards, kale.
Greens over there behind the shed over there. They gonna be ready by next week.
We had turnips, mustards, collards, kale. We had cabbage because we do a mix of all our greens, and so like whenever they would bring something back because they'd be gone all day. Because it was a lot of us. This is like my granny. She had 16 kids. Jeez, she had hold on, wait. Let me make sure. She had 8 girls and she had 8 boys.
You try to say cabbage soup will make you lose weight, but you gonna throw big old ham hocks in it.
Well, I've heard about the cabbage soup these days. However. We would do our greens mixed, and we still do our greens mixed. So like I guess it just depends on how you're feeling. Like collards, mustards, with our cabbage and shit, it's always good. But like we would have our greens going.
Or do you cook them separate?
No, hell no, I cook them all together. Why would I cook them separate?
Oh, no, you gotta cook them separate.
No,
each and every one of them gotta be at the right texture.
I
just couldn't have collard greens and cabbage greens together. That just ain't right.
No.
I mean, if you cook them in the same pot, you taking away the flavor because they all got a different.
No. You just ain't had it right yet. So I know you're from Louisiana, and like to me, in my honest opinion, the best cooks in America are from Louisiana. I don't care what part, but I'll tell you what. You get your mustards, you can get your collards, and you get your cabbage. Like, so you'll cook your mustards and your collards together. And, cabbage has a lot of water, right? And so, like, you'll go ahead and cook those down, and then you'll add your cabbage. And so that's going to
okay,
create
so
more water, whatever. And so like, you know, and they all mix together. And I'm telling you, your greens and cabbage, man, that shit is so good. You can't beat it. So like, that's what we would do in the country. And so snake for me, when I was coming up, I'm the last youngest, to be real with you. I'm the last youngest because there's tons of girls after me, and from my family it ain't nothing but girls. Like we have boys here and there, but it's nothing but girls. But I'm the last girl that got to learn from my great granny, 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 and then my great granny, my granny. Like they're still alive right now, but I was the last one that got to learn, you know, from them. All the other girls, they didn't give a shit. They didn't want to learn. They didn't want to know how to cook, but I wanted to know everything, you know. And so as far as like gutting, cleaning, cutting the portions of meat, all of that. And so our parents sent us, you know, out to the country every summer. And so whatever it was that they caught, and because I was the one sneaking behind the boys whenever they left, you know, that was like everything in the world to me, you know, to be able to go out whenever they went deer hunting, you know, and even me just catching like my own rabbit, me catching my own chickens. I didn't give a damn. But I did like the one thing.
Hold on, how you had to set a trap for them though, right?
For what?
The rabbit.
Yeah, the rabbits, for sure. Yeah, the rabbits.
You ain't gonna catch no rabbit. I don't know who you think you nah. You
Yeah,
no damn no nah.
Hell no. Yeah, no. We had to set traps for the rabbits, but like for the chickens. Yeah, no. So no, for the chickens, yeah, no, we didn't even for the rabbits, absolutely. But like the deer, yeah, going out and shooting and then going out fishing. And so I would follow them a lot, but my brother would be out there with them, Snake, and so that was my saving grace. It was my brother, right? Saying, hey, nah, Porsha, she good, she can come, she know how to shoot, she know how to cast. She know this, she know that. So if it wasn't for my brother, I wouldn't have got the experience that I got when I was little. You know, 5 years old, 6 years old, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wouldn't have got it all. But like I loved it all and I wanted to do it all. You know, and so every time our parents, because that's how it is in my family, they always send us out to the family land, but they stopped that. They stopped at Snake many years ago. Because you know these new age kids, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm the last of the flock.
Bet you ain't never got a whooping a day in your life, hey.
You said what now?
You ain't never got whooped.
Snake. Okay, so my first year.
Bad stuff out there in the country.
Let me go ahead and tell you right damn now. All right, I'm from Texas. Small town, the rest of my super country. I never wanted to go to college in Texas. I got accepted into Georgetown University. I was a bulldog. Okay. I went from Texas all the way to DC. Do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I turned Snake, listen to me. I turned 19. My birthday's in October. I'm a late bloomer. I come home during Christmas break. That was my first time home. I didn't get my ass whooped. I got my ass whooped. I was 19 years old. That was the last time I got a whooping. I was 19 years old.
Oh, Lord, Jesus Christ.
I was in college. I was out of the house. I got my ass whooped at 19.
Oh,
yeah,
Lord,
and I come from deputy whoopings. So I got a whooping by my mom and my dad, and I got that whooping included both of my grandparents on both sides. So it's mom and dad, and then grandma and grandpa from mom's side, and then grandma and grandpa from dad's side. Yeah.
What do you mean whooping? Like a beating?
Oh God, it's not a beating. It's a whooping.
Yeah, it's a whooping. Come on, man.
There ain't no beating. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
got
you
my
could
ass
take it for that at that time. Yeah, it was a beating. Cause I ain't gonna lie. One time I came in the house, I had did something so wrong. My daddy didn't even take his belt off. He had like this big old key ring of chains, and he just started whooping me with those. I was like, God damn it.
Well, see, my dad, he's a Q dog. So, mom was like belt, dad was paddle. It was his Q dog paddle. And my grandparents, it was belts. Yeah. I was grown. I was grown and gone. I came home. I got caught up in some mess. Whatever the mess was, I got caught up in it. I got my ass whooped. I was 19 years old. It was, and I got whooped the same day. It was Christmas. And after I got my ass whooped from my mom and dad, both sets of grandparents, we had to go to watch night service at church. So that was the last whooping I got. I was 19. I'll never forget it.
Wow. Yeah, they didn't want to let you go. That's what that was. Yeah. I got whooped all the time. So I got whooped all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I got whoopings all my life, so.
Man, I try to make it a whole month without doing something wrong. But I always made mama was like, nah, you don't do that, baby. No. Like one day I had to beat the dude up, and like while he was down on the ground getting up, I just kicked him square in his ass.
That is what it is.
And wow, I got a whooping for that one. Like Dad was proud of me till I did that part, and he just, it was crazy.
Yeah, whoopings were necessary. I mean, but I'm thankful for all of them. I ain't gonna lie, I am. I mean, I didn't like them at the time, of course. I didn't, but I had to get older, to appreciate them and understand them, because I've been getting whoopings as long as I can remember. But what I do say is I love, our times that they sent us out to our land out in the country, and we got to do all of those things, and it just always grew on me, and I always loved it. And I loved being like with my aunties, my great aunties and everything, my great grandma, and just learning all of the things. But the only thing I wanted to go out there and hunt, but like in my family, the tradition is the guys do that. That's the man's job. But I do love, I love to cook. I love to do all of those things. And of course, gutting and cleaning the animals, that was disgusting, but I'm used to it now. But the thing is that like, because I started at such a young age, like it's certain things that I just don't like to see. Like I don't like, cause some places you can go and they'll give you like a whole catfish and you can see his eyes and everything like that. I don't like that, cause I had to, and whenever
I would tell you something. I thought I was good at gutting stuff, right? So one day I had to go out there and catch a goat. Man,
a goat.
You ever heard of goat?
Did you roast a goat solid snake?
No, I skinned them. I gutted them up. I had to catch them. Well, once we caught them, we put them down. It wasn't even like we had to use an anesthetic or put them to sleep or anything like that humane. Like, but they call it kosher. So I got this big old, and it wasn't even a sharp knife. So it's like when I had to cut the goat, I had to slice into his throat. And I mean, you could have heard him scream. See, and it harkened back to that time I shot that pig.
You didn't have no gun, like at least a 22?
No, you can't.
Like a pistol?
They don't take them like that. Like if you shoot them in the head and stuff like that, they don't take that meat ain't kosher. So they believe in, you gotta slice his throat and hang him upside down, let him bleed out. That way, why the heart still
What you do after you shoot him?
Huh?
That's what you do after you shoot them.
I mean, but
Cut
that's
their
the
throat and hang
American
them
way.
upside down after you kill them.
We got a sensible way of doing it. But like, when you were like like when you around.
Was that
certain
because you were
people,
selling the meat? Were you selling the meat off to somebody else?
well, yeah, a lot of the time we selling that meat. The meat like that, we
Okay.
don't. Yeah, we don't shoot them. We go ahead. We don't use no bow and arrow and all that. You let them use that. You let all that feeding and drilling and whatever rush that blood on out their body. That way, when you get, it don't take that long to skin them after that, because you ain't got to worry about the blood draining, because you know they were still alive. So you don't have to worry about the heart stopping and slowing down and all that kind of stuff.
But you ever string them up? You ever string them up and let them drain? You know, let the blood.
That's what I'm saying. That's what you do. You slice their throat, and like,
Yeah.
and it's important that you go and hit that voice box, because I'm telling you, man. Oh Lord, you cannot. It sounds like a baby crying for a blue ball or something, and it really gets to your soul.
Best way to.
But I'm like 20 years old when I first killed. I'm like 20-something years old when I killed my first goat. So it's like,
If you shoot,
it was almost
if
like a
you
traumatic
shoot 'em-
experience, because I had done it, and I had done it almost 10 years. You know, before then, I had completely forgotten about doing stuff like that, because I had been in the city.
if you shoot them through the lungs, then they already start bleeding out. Then they don't get that trauma. And then cut their neck right after you shoot them through the lungs. That's
Yeah, see, but that's what I'm saying. You don't want to stop that. You just want to go ahead, catch him, hold him down, slice his throat. You can feel him breaking down, you know, where his muscles stop refracting because he ain't getting enough blood, because all the blood don't came out. But then you just hang him upside down and go and cut his head off.
Did you eat any goat neck bones? Solid snake? Any neck bones from the goat?
Yeah. I mean, that's like a Middle Eastern delicatessen right there. That's what they do. I mean, you got some Caucasians here that do it. That's down south.
You ever eat them oxtails?
But not everybody prefer goat meat because it's not as plentiful as deer meat.
Oxtails and gravy? I miss that
we don't get
from the
oxtails
south.
like that down. We ain't got no
Oxtails and potatoes and
Yeah,
gravy.
not so much so
and
goat meat, but
greens.
deer meat for sure. Eating a lot of deer meat. Yeah.
Hey, you don't
like our
waste
hunts.
none of it.
Oh yeah, no. You make you some good old deer jerky. So like I can make some really good deer jerky and like some deer sausage.
Yeah.
Like yeah. It's all good.
Neck bones and greens, man. I miss those days.
Oh yeah, some neck bone, yeah.
I
Yeah, but like
I probably have had oxtails, but they was out the grocery store. And they usually come from up north in refrigerated trucks. So it's like, I don't know if I had an oxtail like somebody from those areas would have had a natural, fresh off the cutting board oxtail, like ain't even a week old, you know. All I said is getting old.
Kimmy says she met a girl in a restaurant that says she grew up on deer meat. She was originally from Colorado, understandably so.
And probably had elk too.
Yeah.
Elk, mule deer, and all that good shit.
Yeah. Because that's what they would hunt, and so whatever they hunted, that's what we cooked. But you know, you can you hunt. Well, you know, you hunt and you cook whatever it is. But I always say, making it black or soulful, making it soulful anyway. Just having that opportunity to do that, and so always been able to cook. I can cook. I can cook. So. It is what it is. So I did want to show you guys this one last video because we're at 4:42. Oops, we're at 4:42, and I'm gonna be going to sleep here soon. So let's check out this 2 other killers excluded from Biden's death row commutations. Now, Stanley said that he's more than likely not gonna pick up and go live tonight. So, because we're approaching the time that Stanley's supposed to be going live. So, but Stanley said that he will absolutely be here tomorrow for Christmas Eve, and we will have 100% a Christmas show the whole day of Christmas. But as of right now, we're going to go ahead and get into this last video. And yeah, we'll see.
Stanley's slacking on his job. What the fuck?
Well, no, it's the holidays, 12th man. Don't give
I
Stanley a
know.
hard time. I know.
I'm just fucking with it.
President Biden is commuting the sentences of 37 of the 40 people on federal death row. Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev is not on that list. This means that just 3 federal inmates are still facing execution. They are Tsarnaev, Dylan Roof, and Robert Bowers. Roof carried out the 2015 killings of 9 black church members in Charleston, South Carolina, and Bowers murdered 11 congregants at Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue in 2018. Governor Healy shared her thoughts on Tsarnaev being left off the list.
We all remember that horrific day and all the pain that ensued from that. And Tsarnaev will continue to face the death penalty and be held accountable. But especially right now, this holiday season, I think about the families, the victims, think about law enforcement, first responders who bravely responded in that moment, and they'll always have our support.
She's obviously at the train station there. President Biden is converting their punishments to life in prison just weeks before President-elect Donald Trump takes office. Trump is an outspoken proponent of expanding capital punishment.
Yeah, man, we need the capital punishment, man.
Yeah,
That's not according to.
Joe Biden pardoned those that guy that killed those 2 babies. You know, those 2 little girls. May he rot in hell.
Dude don't know what he's doing. I want to know who made that decision. I mean, I understand that everybody want to say
It was
want the
Biden
president
that made that decision, Snake.
Yeah, but that's the point. Why is he able to make those decisions?
Because he's the president, Snake.
That's
He's
a
the president.
dictatorship. That's not of a republic.
Well, hey, he did it.
I'm thinking they don't grade some errors and blacken them on out. Me being honest, because you know what I found weird, Porsha, the other day.
What?
I started seeing AI-generated Hitler videos being streamed on YouTube, and I was like, what?
What?
And I'm talking about these was like fully AI-generated speeches from Hitler being put in English, translated through artificial intelligence, and it looked so freaking surreal. And I'm talking about this was just like day before yesterday. And I mean, if you listen to some of Hitler's speeches, you'll be like, wow. I mean, I'm really bothered about it, that they actually showing it right now. You know, because it wasn't too long ago, you couldn't even say you was pro-Hitler and not be castigated in society. Or say that
The only thing that I can hope.
You know, and now all of a sudden it's available and on YouTube, AI generated.
I hope that these guys that Biden pardoned get put in with the worst of the worst, and they end up shanked and butt raped and put in the
12th man,
fucking death
that they'll be in
chamber.
Gen Pop. Because if they're put like with Gen Pop, you know, because a lot of majority of these
They
kids
got a way
are
to be dealt
kid
with.
killers, and they're pedophiles. So I'm pretty sure they'll be dealt with. 12th man.
Yeah, that's what I know about prison. Cause like even a white boy like me can survive in a 96% black population in prison, but I don't think these people will have that much luck. So maybe he's doing them a favor. Maybe he's doing them a favor because they will be dealt with in the tank. Understand what I'm saying? Like, they will be dealt with. I mean,
Yeah,
especially when
they
they're
got a
let
life
out of
sentence,
their
so they're not free. They
little
just got
prison
permanent death
cells
sentence.
and they're put into general population, then look out, man. You're open game.
Yeah,
You know
for
what
a
I mean?
while. Here go the thing about jail. A lot of people don't realize. You got guys that's been in their jail cell for like 30 years. Of course, that guy may have locked up, well, for pedophilia. Maybe he was locked up for murdering his own mom. But he go to thing. You a fresh inmate off the block, you'll learn, you know what you'll realize? That guy's still inside that still living, still breathing, still receiving commissary from somebody in that outside world. Or he might be in that
They
jail
still have
cell
people
drinking
that care about him.
I mean, but think about it. This is somebody that don't probably committed some kind of heinous crime that probably he could have been sentenced for the death penalty. But the only thing he has to do is live and breathe the rest of his life behind four walls, being well taken care of, well fed, well medicated, well rested. All only
Not
thing he got
really.
to deal with is people
Well,
like
Snake,
him.
let's look at this one. It says
Doesn't
Biden
work
commutes
like that.
death sentence
I've
of
been
man
to
who
jail.
murdered a Columbus police officer. So let's watch this one because this is the last one that I have. So let's, and if y'all can't hear it, let me know. Let's take a look at this one.
President Joe Biden commuted the sentences of 37 death row inmates, giving them life in prison instead. Among those prisoners, Daryl Lawrence, who killed Columbus police officer Brian Hurst during an attempted bank robbery in January of 2005. Now, reaction is pouring in from those who prosecuted the case and those who knew Officer Hurst and his family. NBC4's Isabel Cleary spoke with some of them today. So, Isabel, what are they telling you about this?
Jen, Sierra, outrageous and harmful were just some of the words people I spoke with used to describe the decision to commute Lawrence's sentence. I spoke with Jim Gilbert, a career law enforcement officer who was in the academy with Officer Hurst. Even 20 years later, this news has an impact.
He was a jokester. He really enjoyed his friendship with all the police officers he worked with.
Chief Deputy Jim Gilbert is retired from the Columbus Division of Police and is now with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. To this day, he carries this reminder of his friend.
When Brian was in the bank that day, he thought he was there to protect the citizens of that bank. His final gasp, according to the witnesses, was holding his firearm up towards the door, making sure that he didn't come back in a second time.
Gilbert is close with Hurst's parents and shares they're frustrated and upset. They learned that Lawrence's sentence was commuted after a call from the former Franklin County prosecutor who helped prosecute the case.
I believe that's as outrageous as the unwise decision to pardon the man in the first place. Well, I'm not against pardon. In fact, I think it's a good thing when properly exercised. Just here, I think it was a blatant disregard of the procedures and a blatant disregard of the families of victims.
David DeVillers also helped prosecute the case. At the time, he was the assistant United States attorney. He's also been speaking with Hurst's family.
And his family, I know this, they went through months of this trial and then ending up with this years later, it's devastating to a lot of them.
Harry Trombitis is a retired FBI agent who worked the case. Lawrence confessed to him.
In my humble opinion, if you kill a law enforcement officer, you deserve the maximum penalty. If we can't take care of our officers, men and women who serve us and put their lives at risk each and every day for us, it's very, very disappointing.
The trial counsel for Daryl Lawrence sent NBC4 a statement saying in part, quote, "We applaud the president's decision to commute Daryl Lawrence's death sentence to life without parole. And the death penalty has never been found to be a deterrent and is disproportionately used against African Americans." The local police union also released a statement saying in part, quote, "The commutation of Lawrence's sentence disregards the gravity of his crime and diminishes accountability for those who target the brave men and women who serve in uniform." In a statement, President Biden said these commutations are consistent with the moratorium his administration has imposed on federal executions. Sierra. Isabel, thank you.
Well, Porsha, the way it works in prison is that you could find out who these complainants are, and they will find a way. They will
find out who the
find a way.
12th minute. You can
They
find
can
out who
find
the
out.
complainants are if they. Okay. So.
And they will find a way to get commissary or payment to these certain gangs that are in prison, and they will kill his ass. Okay.
Okay,
You
so
know what
they
I
can
mean?
find out, like, so would it be like through family that they find out, or how would
Yeah,
they find
and then
out?
they pay a gang to take his ass out. That's the way it works.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
So he only pardoned Terry. He didn't pardon Big Meech.
Oh, yeah. So we talked about that last week. Tough guy. So yeah, he pardoned both of them.
Oh, he did.
He
Both.
pardoned Big Meech.
He pardoned Meech and Terry. He
Oh, okay, I
pardoned
thought
the
he did.
Flannerys.
Oh, I thought he only did Terry. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
he pardoned the Flannerys, but you know, like Meech was already out, but he gave him what is it, jeopardy immunity, so they can't file against him again, and he did the same thing for Terry.
Oh, so they good now.
Yeah, no, they're
Well,
solid. You know, Obama.
Well, at least he did one good thing, right?
I hope Big,
Yeah, no, Tough guy,
hope-
you're right. He did a great thing. It's just
I
like
hope
for the
Big Meech
culture.
learned his lesson and won't do it again.
Nigga, that's the only thing he did. I mean, he tried to start a war before Trump got in. And he tried to do a whole bunch of crazy stuff, and he pardoned his son too. He made sure he did that. You know, it's all in the family.
You ever watch that series that what's his name? 50 Cent did a whole series on Big Meech. That whole family.
Yeah, BMF.
Yeah, BMF.
They got a new season that's gonna come out soon. But
That's what
yeah,
I
man.
heard.
What, they got a new season at BMF come?
They didn't even have nothing on them though. They locked them up for some bullshit.
He was
Especially
still
Big
doing
Meech.
it.
They
Tough
locked
guy.
Big Meech
You
on some
know he
bullshit.
was. He was in the game. You know it. Everyone knows it. Tough guy. You know that.
I know he was in the game, but it was different. He was in the game, but I'm just saying they couldn't catch him on nothing, so they locked him up for something else. Do y'all know what he went to
The
jail
Rico statue, isn't that what they got him on? What? Something like the Rico statue or something like that.
I don't know. Maybe somebody snitched on him. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that's what happened. Somebody that was helping them or something snitched on them or some shit like that.
Did he end up dead too?
No, he was working with the police. So
maybe
you know
I
how that
could
goes.
understand.
Somebody working with the police, it blow up everything. You're done.
I could understand maybe
So what are y'all
getting Big Meech a pardon.
burning that woman on the subway?
Is that Snake?
You think hey, what up, tough guy? You think he gonna get off on that? You think he gonna get a buzz?
You think is he gonna get off on what?
Burning that woman on that subway.
Oh no, that nigga going to jail.
You think he gonna post bond?
The Guatemalan dude, yeah, he going to jail.
You think they're gonna give him bond?
No,
I want to see what happened at his bond here. That's what I'm waiting.
ain't nothing about to happen, nigga. That nigga going to jail. He set the bitch on fire, nigga. We got it on camera. I mean, you ain't gonna get off of that. Like, even like nowadays, the court of public opinion, nigga, they ain't gonna let that nigga out.
They're gonna let us have our holidays, but when they go back in service and what the 5th or whatever 6th or whatever day they going back to court, and they offer that boy bond. That's what I'm waiting on. That's gonna be the new January 6th when they offer him bond and he make it.
Do y'all think President Trump is gonna make it
Yeah.
into office?
Make it what?
Is he gonna make it into office?
Of course he will.
Oh,
Why
okay.
wouldn't he? Of course.
Assassination.
Oh well, no. I mean, I think he's okay. He'll make it.
Hey, so
They
you
already
think
tried his ass
anybody
twice.
held that black flag over the White House the other day? I don't know. If
Didn't they try to kill him twice?
Staying in the media anymore though. Anyway, so that's over with. After I don't see those videos, after what I don't see, YouTube was pulling it the other day. I seen one guy, his name Black Logic, and he was showing a video whereas he was doing like he was showing how AI can literally do an entire show. If you just like a solo streamer, you don't even have, you can just post some of your old stuff. And the artificial intelligence, you can give it plot points and it'll literally do your mannerisms. And I'm talking about it looks so freaking real, like it's actually you. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Because there was a movie about that a long time ago about this girl. She was an online personality where she was just like an OnlyFans type thing. And she had all these subscribers, but what happened is they killed her. But she faked her death, but when she came back to her apartment, her show was still live streaming, but it wasn't even her, it was somebody else. And I was like, dang, this movie came out in like 2000.
Where John at, Porsha?
He probably sleeping.
John went to bed?
And I think that's what we're dealing with right now. We might think we know these movie stars and these actors, but at the same time, you might be dealing with an AI artificially created online personality, and all they got to do is just come out in public and show their face every now and again. You know, it's probably not even them on those rap albums. You know, you got to consider, man, they don't really need them to perform anymore.
Shit ain't like it used to be. Stars back in the day used to be real stars. They had like a sense of mysteriousness and they were actually talented. These people nowadays are just famous. A lot of them famous just for bullshit or no reason. Like there's this little girl, she's probably like 21 now, but she was famous off of going on Dr. Phil disrespecting her mom. And now she got a rap career. And then when she turned 18, she got a OnlyFans and she's a millionaire off of just being a badass little girl. Like, you know, it's just like we reward the bullshit. Like I don't understand why the rewards go to the bullshitters.
You know who I would pardon if I was Joe Biden? The Hawk.
Should have sold more crap.
I would ask her to turn herself in and for a Bitcoin scam, because anybody that fall for Bitcoin like that deserves to lose their goddamn money. Because Bitcoin is already a schemey, scammy thing to be involved in anyway. And it's pretty much the future, but at the same time, it's not, because it's a scam. I still think it's a scam in my eyes. And for that many people to go and invest their wealth in a Hawk Tour coin, like seriously, the Hawk Tour, and now you want to go and try to charge this woman with scam charges? How? Because they put a name on it? Come on. Because she co-signed for it? What about the real scam artists? Did y'all try to find their address? No, y'all want me to believe the only person that was involved in that scam was a Hawk Tour girl. Like, she really had the nerve to sit on a computer and scam her way all the way up there to all the millions and billions of dollars in investments. Somebody had to help us sell and advertise that coin. Somebody had to be behind it. But the media want me to believe I got to be mad at the Hawk Tour girl. Come on now, stop. I just find it offensive. The way they just look at us as individuals, like, damn, you know, y'all motherfuckers don't know no better. And it's like, the media literally played it like we didn't even know the race of the woman when the subway video was already available. The media literally tried to make it like we didn't know the race of the woman. Why? Because they wanted to spark racial tension. They wanted to grow racial tension with this story. They literally, I'm telling you, man, these people need to be found with treason. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. These people need to be castigated and beheaded and be made an example of. Because the Tree of Liberty deserves it. It deserves this. Because this, in my opinion, is the worst administration, the worst Congress, the worst Senate, the worst representative, the worst Supreme Court we have ever seen in the history of this country. We have never had this type of corruption and this level of corruption, but we don't even see the rights and wrongs of society. Well, everybody do something wrong gets an excuse because they this race, this color, they this background, they that background. Hell no, you killed the motherfucker. You need to die. Hell, he can't wake up tomorrow, goddamn. You can't wake up tomorrow. Eye for an eye. Shit. Let's be honest. Let's look at the victims. I can understand if somebody threatened you, come in your home, do you out in public, try to make you out a bitch in front of your family, you pop his ass. I understand that shit. But just literally going out to try to make a pussy out of motherfucker, nigga, you need to die. I'm not excusing Billy in no way, shape, form, or fashion, and I don't think the American society needs to be propagated to do as such. Because all this is just propaganda. That's all this is. And they just propagandizing American beliefs into this debauchery. That's all it is. And trust me, the person in the 1980s would commit suicide in 2020. If it was somebody that was just in a coma for 20 years and just woke up and seen the debauchery that's going on right now, man, come on, man. That person would have been killed himself. Purposefully. Because that shit wasn't real back then. We're so disassociated with reality, we don't respect human life to the point where the media literally just withheld information all willy-nilly when it's already websites already publishing the information. But when it come down to me paying my fucking cable subscription without commercials, I wouldn't even supposed to have no goddamn commercials with the news. All of a sudden now I got 5 commercials. I pay monthly for this shit. I shouldn't have to be promoting no products on my channel. What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you mean to tell me, Snake, you're not promoting hair products on your channel?
Man, the only thing I'm gonna promote gonna be ham steel. Because I'm gonna invest in it. It's gonna be the next 211. Now, let me stop playing. Now it's gonna be the next daddy. I swear. That's what they need. Because I'm serious, man. I'm talking about all for the past 6 months. I'm looking at sales. I'm looking at all around the city. Man, with nobody buying nothing. Man, I'm talking about it was like it was a drought in the city. With nobody having no money. Man, he'd come up to the goddamn Christmas holiday after the 20th. Man, you know how many hundreds I broke today? I'm serious. These motherfuckers was holding and sitting on their money waiting until the party. That's all they was doing. This is the generation that invest in that money.
Hey,
you know, they're gonna get drunk, nigga.
Snake, did you get any Christmas presents? Not yet.
Nah, I don't do the Christmas thing. I buy for my kids when they want it. I got my little grandson some Transformers though.
You don't do no ho ho ho?
Nah, I don't do all that no more. I'm good on that.
Like Big Meat, you know, he was all about the ho ho.
Nah, I don't get down like this, Stanley. Only debauchery I'm gonna do gonna be within my own 4 walls, and it's just drinking and smoking this weed and these cigarettes.
Let's hope that's all he does. I just hope Big Meats learned his lesson, that's all.
I hope you learn to stay away from motherfuckers. Cause you know it's gonna be a motherfucker try to get in his ear. How my
Think
man,
he can?
it's gonna be easy for him to go back to the street.
I heard being a big dog like that is hard to stay away from. Like
it is, man.
You're still gonna do it. You still wanna be the big dog god or whatever.
If you was the plug, my nigga, I promise you to God, if you was the fucking plug in the day and you had to go and do a bid, man, the minute you get out, motherfucker was gonna front you something. Here, man, get back on your feet, man. Holler at me next year, next week. You know what I'm saying? Because they know how you move. I'm telling you, it ain't hard for them to get back in the game. It's actually pretty easy because you got to think about it. Like they tell you, man, once you go to jail and you got that jacket, it's going to be hard for you to get a job. Unless you go around a carrot family and you willing to do like anything.
I heard Big Meats, he had millions stashed away, so he don't really got to worry about it. You know?
Yeah, but see the thing
he
about it, that's another thing
back.
you got to think about. That's probably why they pardoned. Because they want to see if he go back to that. See, now they go fear the investigation. And now they just trying to make up that what was it?
No, once he get pardoned from that shit, that nigga ain't fucking with that shit no more. You know that, nigga.
Yeah,
that nigga ain't fucking with that shit no more. It's so many ways to make that type of money now, like with industry and companies and all the shit that like all these artists do and shit like that. Because you know what, the thing about music and a lot of these artists, they don't get paid off of music. They're not making a whole bunch of money off of music. They're making money off of advertising and working with companies and these companies and these sponsors is paying them. That's how they making all this money. They're not making money from shows. Most of these niggas suck. They don't even do a good show on stage. So
hey, remember that group a long time? Well, you probably was too young to remember. Tough Guy.
Nilly Vanilli.
Rap they had back in the gap called. Think of the name. They had that song. That's just my baby daddy. Who that is? My baby daddy. That was like a little pork song. Who that is? My baby
is that
Who that is? I can't think of the name of that group. Man, I was at this
3-6 Mafia.
No. It was some little small town Mississippi, Alabama group back then. Man, they had an album, but that was the only hit song they had.
Her name was Kaya.
That get my baby daddy.
Oh, well, not that song.
My baby
that's ghetto. That's some ghetto shit.
Man, y'all talking about these new wave rappers, y'all don't even know. I'm talking about I grew up in the days of Project Pat and them, man.
Hey, Porsha, have you seen this shit where you remember like back in the day you would open your cereal regular and shit like that? Now they got all these ways to open shit that we didn't know from back in the day. I'm mad as a motherfucker I didn't know how to do all that shit. Y'all seen that?
You need to take all of the tips.
Right?
It's like I seen it on it's a meme. So if you open your box of cereal, if you fold in the corners of it and you fold the tag down, it looks like a house and it closes all the way. Back in the day, we used to try to like tie the cereal up and all that shit and it still be stale. And the whole time you could actually close the box all the way. And niggas didn't even fucking know. And I got some gummy bears, right? And I seen how you open the gummy bears, and it's weird. You know that little tag that it hangs from? You're supposed to pull that, and the back seam opens up, and so it opens up, and then when you're done using it or whatever, you can close it back. So now I'm looking at this damn thing. I'm like, damn, I ain't even know none of this shit from back in the day, man. That's crazy. They should have directions how to do that on the actual package though, but they don't do that. I don't know why, but I've been seeing the memes of all these people that know how to close shit.
They do got it on a couple of cereal boxes how to reclose that box because you know that was the way they had it on Fruit Loops way back in the day. How to close
they did?
Yeah, they had it on the box. If you really look down there under recycling and all that, they'll tell you how to close the box. Now he go to kicker. Back in the day, we lived in the country and we lived in these wooden houses. You know, the biggest thing we had to deal with was cockroaches. Man, we had to know how to do it. But imagine how many fruit, man, imagine how many boxes of rice.
That's what I was saying, man, from back in the day, nigga, when them roaches get in the cornflakes, nigga, you be mad as a motherfucker.
I'm mad as a motherfucker. I get up in the morning, I go pull my cornflakes, goddamn roaches.
Hey, that's how you know we really from the hood, nigga. We had roaches. I lived in the ghetto though, nigga, in the G, nigga. In Valley View, nigga. I lived in Valley View, nigga. Valley View, nigga. That was our hood.
Boy, when them motherfuckers got comfortable and shit, man, them motherfuckers stand there and look at you for 24 hours, waiting on you to move to try to help. Nah, nigga, you ain't gonna kill me today, nigga. I'm waiting on that motherfucker leftover, nigga. What's up? Man, shit. Rain, fall, I'm finna fall.
Yeah, nigga, we stayed in the View, nigga, on the south side.
Oh, Lord,
nigga, the View was gangster as a motherfucker, nigga. Hey, man, we used to have an ice cream man. Mr. Simpson, he used to sell ice cream and candy. He was a football coach, Mr. Simpson, but he used to have this big ass freezer full of ice cream and shit, and he used to sell that shit to us for 50 cents. I remember Mr. Simpson.
What about
go to
those
Mr. Simpson's house and
Los
get some ice
Angeles-
cream and shit. Huh?
What about those Los Angeles Rams, tough guy? Looking
Man, fuck the
pretty
Rams,
good.
nigga. You see my Chiefs beat that ass, nigga. We about to get a 3-peat, nigga.
It seems like they're trying to take my Broncos because I ain't been watching, man.
We the only team. We the only team that's on the way to doing that, nigga. Ain't nobody ever got 3-peat before, nigga. They done did two.
Rams got the NFC West is the LA Rams. It looks like
The Rams is, they're all right.
they're gonna win the NFC West. It looks like. Anyway,
We shall see. We'll know what's up. Come next month. In the middle of next month, we'll know what's up.
Next week it'll be known. What are you talking about next month?
We'll know who's gonna be close to the Super Bowl because he still got playoffs. And the whole thing about playoffs is, nigga, you lose, you're done.
A blunt?
That's the
Yeah,
I'm always smoking a blunt, nigga. You know that. Yes, I'm smoking a blunt, sir. Yes.
I knew it.
But
I need to go and roll up this little shit I got left.
But yeah, man, that's
You
just
ain't got no weed, solid snake.
Man, I got one more blunt left. I gotta holler at my boy tomorrow.
Hey, Porsha, can you hear me?
I think Porsha don't fell asleep on us, y'all. I think we holding the
She
panel.
might have took a break, left us to it.
Yeah, everybody 11:21, man. Everybody in the house, man.
Hey,
Everybody
Solid
hit that
Snake.
Share, subscribe button, man. You got me.
Solid Snake.
You got your boy tough guy in the house with 12, man.
Hey.
Hey, look, you still up? Give out a
Hey,
shot,
Snake.
man. What's up, Dollars of a Sass
Snake.
Club, man?
Snake, check this out. Hey, what song is this? You got to give me the second sentence. I'm gonna give you the first sentence, nigga. If you black, nigga, you should know this.
Okay. Oh Lord.
Are you ready?
Oh, he my nigga more.
Well, Solid Snake ain't black. He doesn't know.
Oh Lord.
It's an old school movie.
black?
It's an old school
Solid
movie.
Snake?
It's an old school movie, and it's an old school movie, but they was singing, right? And he come in and he's like, ain't got no money. Doom, doom, doom.
Ain't got no car.
My nigga. Ain't got no fancy car, nigga. Ain't got no fancy car. Yeah, nigga. That's a real nigga right there, nigga. That nigga Solid Snake got it right, nigga.
Yeah, Porsha, I thought you was gonna play some BB King for Christmas. For BB King.
Oh, y'all gonna do
Those the time
karaoke holiday
No, just
Christmas,
like some
Christmas carols?
blues Christmas.
Yeah, when they got the choker like that, yeah.
Oh, T is here.
Solid
Somebody let T
Snake
up.
knows-
I think she dipped out.
knows all
She
about
might be
that
right back,
blues
T.
Christmas.
She might have went somewhere.
Solid
wish I
Snake
had more
knows
control
all
over
about
the
that
town. I don't think
blues
they trust me,
Christmas.
though. I be
Don't
dancing
you,
a lot.
Solid Snake?
What happened to him,
Knows
man?
all about that blues Christmas.
Man, I like that Motown and Malico. Ain't nothing like Motown and
Motown
Malico.
Christmas.
Man, you go get any Motown, you can go get that Malico. Now, Malico, that's where that blues was. You go to Malico, go type in Malico Christmas. Man, that's where you going to hear all the legends. You're going to have Marvin C., Bobby Blue Bland, Johnny Taylor. You get, what's them new? I don't know hardly none of them new cats. I don't know hardly none of the new cats. But they go hard as hell, man. These new blues singers go hard too, though.
Solid Snake.
What's up, T? We waiting on you to get on, man. We waiting on Porsha so you can get on.
Solid Snake, do you believe that blues created rock and roll?
No.
I wouldn't.
Niggas creative rock and roll.
I'm gonna say it like this: niggas back on that bitch, they probably came up with a lot of shit. Like, especially when we learned to read, we were probably rapping poetry back then. You know what I'm saying? We probably missed a whole generation of just poetry rappers that read some Shakespeare and just sang it in the song behind a guitar riff. For a
But
drum beat.
that's why rap is so big, because there's a lot. Rhyming is like a hip. It's like it hypnotizes you.
Yeah,
You
but
know?
see, I can't
Like
say
rhyming. If you
came up with it.
like when somebody's rhyming they ass off, you like, damn, that's impressive. Like, you know what I'm saying? Especially like off the head. Like back in the day, motherfuckers used to actually freestyle. You know what I'm saying? And if they had like real good wordplay while staying in time, while staying in beat, like that's talent, bro. Like not everybody can do that.
Music, you know, and that's why I ain't gonna lie. That banjo, that one on really
Like folk music. You talking about folk?
Yeah, but you know they had some rapping in there too. I mean, when you think about rapping, what is rapping? It's just
ain't nothing but rhyming.
Society. I mean, it's just a musical. It's just a genre.
It's just rhyming with a cadence.
To segregate due to musical styles, I guess.
Yeah, a cadence. It's just rhyming with a cadence.
Yeah, I mean, like if you really want to look at it, the Christmas song is rapping. It's just rapping with tempo, whatever they call it. Now, when you use the notes, you know, when you just play with the notes in the thing, because you know, like a lot of rappers, they tried to do it, and I don't know if that's rapping or singing. I mean, you just singing in your range.
You back yet, Porsha? Yo, Porsha, you back yet?
She might have fell asleep, but it's like 11:30 in Texas
She
right
seemed like
now.
she was still awake.
Yeah, she was getting ready to get up out.
I thought she was just talking.
Here for the T.
But I don't know.
Because
T says she in the back.
Man, T be having some of the most lit panels sometimes. I was like on that mother the other night. Man, I was like, dude, who is this guy? Damn, is he like my alter ego? What? Oh, he ain't. Oh, this dude. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was chill over there. I like that. I wanted to say something in the chat, but I was like, nah, I'm just going to drop a like and share.
I know, maybe T will start her own
Hey,
stream.
where's
Hey, Solid Snake, do you know to follow T on her stream?
Yeah, I got on
I'm
my
sure she'd probably.
She usually start late though. She probably gonna start
Yeah.
tonight, maybe like around 10:30. If she starts, she usually start late.
Yeah.
But
Man, there's a lot of little live streams. And I be like, golly, we competing with guys like this because I notice a lot of late night live streamers. A lot of YouTubers been late night live streaming lately. You know,
yeah, those are the best ones, man.
like the other day, I noticed old boy CT went like what 12 hours. He actually did like a 10-hour stream the other day.
Yeah, he don't never do it at night. I told that nigga he should do nights more because a lot of people will come through.
I'm trying to jump into space we in now. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. I think we did. You know, we put our little drunk ass footprint in, you know. And if you got a problem with us jumping in the pound of being drunk, goddamn it, you need to join the pound in, goddamn.
Yeah. That's what you need.
It's 90% of the challenge. I mean, you gotta participate in the conversation, not just in chat. You gotta join the panel. And sometimes I do be ripping at straws, you know, because I know it get boring, you know, Stanley be up here talking about history and all these people you know, everybody.
Hey, Solid Snake.
Really been out there for 2020.
Solid Snake, how many beers you got left?
I ain't do that much tonight. I gotta go to work early in the morning again.
Hey, 12 man.
Just like today. It's Christmas Eve. Everybody doing their last minute shopping.
Hey, 12 man. He was a Buffalo soldier. He was born from America. Dreadlock Rasta.
Wiping up the Indian.
To the Christmas spirit all of a sudden. Now you like for the past 2 weeks, everybody just been friends and Buck Trump and all this and the football season, everybody team losing. Don't look like they gonna make it to the Super Bowl.
Why are you? Why are you? Why are
you wiped out the Indian?
Hey, 12 man.
Shit, Trump in office now.
You like 1738?
What is that?
Oh Lord.
Oh, you don't know what 1738 is?
1738.
Well, I don't know what your interpretation of it is.
It's a liquor.
You don't know what a 1738 is?
You know, you got 1800, but then you got that.
Was that the? That's it. No,
it's cognac. You like cognac?
It's all right.
You like vodka?
No, I like wine.
What kind of liquor you drink?
Huh?
What kind of liquor do you drink?
I don't drink liquor anymore.
Okay, so you just drink beer.
Angry. I don't like it.
So you drink beer?
Pretty much.
What kind of beer?
Colt 45.
Damn, nigga. You like malt liquor?
Yeah, or that high gravity.
Your ass is a real alcoholic.
Shit.
Talking about
12th man black.
Yeah.
12th man is a black man.
I can't drink.
He like Colt 45.
No.
Oh, Colt 45 drinking ass.
I can't drink that malt liquor no more.
Do they even make it anymore? I don't think so.
No, man, we sell whole English 40 ounces by the case a day.
Right?
Yeah, Solid Snake remembers those old English 40s, don't you?
Yeah, they put them in a plastic box. I stock them. Yeah, man.
I think I'm gonna buy my daughter a motherfucking necklace.
A what?
A necklace.
I think that's the only thing You can buy them nowadays because they already got their iPads. I can find them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go buy her a necklace tomorrow.
How old is she?
Wrap it up, you know what I'm saying? Give her a little gift and shit, nigga. Give her some money, nigga. Call it a day, nigga.
How old is she?
16.
I bet you if you give her a hug.
Well, she about to be 16. She'll be 16. She'll be 16 on the 31st.
Oh, dang.
So she basically 16.
She
Basically.
probably already got the new AirPods, huh? So you know that's what they all want.
Couple more days away.
Maybe one of them new AirPods.
My baby is gonna be 3 years away, and then I'll be free.
Nah, you ain't gonna never be free.
I wanna be free.
Nah.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you a little secret.
I wanna be free.
You actually start worrying a lot more.
I wanna be free.
What you mean while calling you? I'm telling you, man. Especially if
I
you
wanna be free.
Okay.
You remember that song, Solid Snake?
Huh?
You don't remember that song?
Mm-hmm. You don't want to be. You ain't gonna never be free, bro. I can tell you that right now. Parent, you're gonna be concerned every single day from your waking moment when you wake up to you know. I'm telling you, you're gonna have to lean on some type of faith. I'm telling you don't want to be a helicopter dad, especially when they 30. Like, wow, dude, I can't even get no sleep. I'm working for the dad. I was that kind of say, hey, how my great baby doing and all that kind of shit. Really, you could have called before I had to go to sleep. Then I go to work at 5 o'clock. You goddamn phone. Bomb your dad. Hey, motherfucker, fuck you. What you want, Dad?
My daughter already thinks she got a Benz because I have a Benz, and she's like, "That's my car." So she already calls the Benz her car. So I mean, what's mine is hers. So I mean, basically, she got a car. It's not a Honda Accord, but.
Oh man. I bought my son an Expedition though. I bought the Expedition. Well,
Yeah, I got a Lexus and a Benz right now. So.
But I bought it from my mom, so he can have it.
So if she want to drive the Benz, nigga, she can drive the Benz. If she want to call it her car, she can call it her car.
Why didn't give her that for Christmas?
I mean, basically, that's what it is. I mean, she already, like, that's what I said. She already know what's mine is hers. So I told her anytime she wanted, she could just drive it, nigga. So I don't give a fuck. But she need to get her license first. We got her permit in the mail that she took her test. Now we just need to go to the DMV so she can go do, you know, all the physical shit or whatever they got to do or whatever so she can get her actual permit. I don't know what she got to do, but we got it in the mail so we can go over there. But her mom is just hating and shit like that. So I don't have her like that to go take her over there. I'll be busy during the week. So, I mean, we haven't done it yet, but I'm going to get that shit done soon because I don't like her riding the motherfucking bus. So, honestly, I did buy that other card for her, but, you know, she doing good in school and all that. It's just her mom be hating, man. It's hard to explain. But
you don't need to explain it, bro.
Nah,
yeah, her mom be hating.
Dog. I'm not gonna fault you for nothing you're doing, and even though I still didn't do right, so I ain't finna fault you about what you're doing. Shit, if I had a chance to give my child a car like that, I'd do it too. Shit.
It's an older Benz though. It's like it's a SUV, and I got it because I play drums. So, I mean, I had it for a while. But it broke down, and so I had to pay for it to get fixed. And so I bought another car. So now I got 2 cars, and I was just like, well, shit. If she get her license, then
like
she can
giving her
roll
an
them
SUV is like giving her permission.
I've been teaching her how to drive. So she know how to drive a little bit, but she ain't been on the real road yet. Cause I'm waiting till she get her shit. I was like, you ain't about to fuck up your license and you ain't got one yet. So you ain't about to drive on the real road until you get a permit. So as soon as we do that, I'll take her out on the real road. But she's been driving in parking lots and learning how to park and shit like that.
Yeah. Hey, you taught her how to parallel park yet?
That's the hard part. That's what she like, I don't have to. I was like, but what if that's the only parking spot? You're going to have to learn how to do it eventually.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It took my dad. My dad made me learn how to parallel park, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, that's what I've been teaching her. That's why I think she ain't been so interested in learning how to drive lately, because that's the last thing I've been trying to teach her. I should have taught her that first. But now she's like shies away from it. I'd be like, you want to go driving? She'd be like, nah. I'd be like, how you expect to get your damn license if you don't want to practice? You got to practice. Shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I cheated. I taught my son to read real early in life. And like, he was born in 95. But it was like by the time he was 7 years old, this game that came out called Gran Turismo. It was on the PS1. But I had already.
That's why I gave it to her, though. You're right. That's why I'm trying to get her to hustle for the Benz, because she want it. But nigga, I'm not gonna make it that easy for her. That's why I said she got to get her motherfucking permit first. But like I said, her mama be hating though, so it's hard for her to even do it. So her mama don't want her driving. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why that is,
I
she
wasn't
just
even
ain't.
with them damn electric speeding missiles they got called Teslas on the road. Teslas,
well,
man, I don't know about them, man. Things they on the road, I think them things need to be outlawed.
I don't know. I ain't seen nothing wrong with them yet.
I had like a couple of classmates of mine dying car accidents. I had my cousin. She was wishbone with her friends hanging out one night, but she messed up her hip and she was like 19 years old. Very smart girl, but man, I'm talking about, man, when she had that accident, them 6 years, I mean, my cousin was straight up out of, because her hip was broke. She had to have a whole hip replacement surgery. It took years for that to complete. And like right now, she can barely walk. She got a hip replacement, but hell, she can't support it. She don't grow up to like 400 pounds because she could never move. But I don't see accidents really injure people in the long term. But like them Teslas, man, I don't know about all that automation shit. Nah, I don't like nothing automatic on my car. I don't even like my windows to roll up.
I like them old cars, man. Them old cars is built different too, man.
See, the thing about it, you ever heard this movie called Maximum Overdrive? It's like an old 1980s flick. It's like a horror flick. It's like a sci-fi. But it's like all the cars and all the electronics and the lawnmowers, they all became sentient. And it was just murdering people, man. It was like your lawnmower will murder you, nigga. I'm talking your ride lawn. I'm talking about the push mower, nigga. It ain't got a hand motor on it. That motherfucking wheels just move. It was sort of like an ethereal spirit, man. They had took over the big trucks, the cars, all that shit. And it was a stupid ass movie because you would have some people in the car, and it's like the car running away from another car that's actually being operated by the ethereal spirit. Why the hell is this car not being operated? But it was like one of them old 80s B-rated. You never really questioned that type of shit. But it was the craziest movie I've ever seen in my life. But that's why I say I don't like no automation in none of my vehicles. No, I don't want no automation. I want everything to be mechanical, man operated by me. I don't want none of that drive-by wire bullshit, all that AI, artificial technology trying to take over the road and all that. Hell no. I never buy into that shit. I just can't do it. I don't know how a lot people. Like a lot of kids, they be like, "Ooh, I want a Tesla." I heard a nigga say that the other day. I said, "Niggas bad enough, you got an iPhone." Shit. But that was just my little inside thing. I don't like iPhones. I just don't. I think it's cool for a parent to even give them one. But they need a book in their hand. They
Yeah.
don't need no phone in their hand. They need a book. They need an instrument, a keyboard. Like me, I ain't gonna lie. My uncle gave me a radio that didn't work. And you know what I did? All he wanted me to have was the speakers because I had an AM/FM radio and it had a little headphone jack and we ended up playing with it and I said I wanted it. But eventually I got that radio to work. Shit, I got in that motherfucker and I put that son bitch out. Shoot, man, I went to the library, got me a book on AM/FM radio repair. Shit, I fixed that motherfucker.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's that indica.
Like 9 years old. Shit, I was 9 years old fucking with shit like that.
The indica. You like indica or sativa, OG?
I just like whatever I can get for $10.
You stupid.
I don't
That
do
That nigga sound like whatever I can get for $10.
What I can get for $10, man.
I ain't mad at you.
Man, I don't
You sound like my pops.
No, I'm saying like I live in a real small community, so it's like it's only a very few select weed, motherfucker that's gonna get.
Yeah, my dad can't even roll, so one of my OGs, he be bringing them some joints and rolling them for him. And this is my real OG, like nigga. I known this nigga since I was a baby, nigga. He lived right next door to me, and he used to have a Chevy. He used to have a Chevy. That nigga used to have a Chevy. He used to live next door to me and his pops, him and his pops. And that nigga, he used to take me to the basketball court on the north side and shit. That was my OG. That nigga still alive and doing his thing. He had been to the pen a couple times. But yeah, man, I known that nigga since I was little, nigga. Shit crazy. Like, nigga, that's my OG.
I mean, tough guy, you saying your dad don't know how to roll? Or is he telling you don't know?
No, he's in a wheelchair. So one of the homeboys, he used to live next door to us, but we known him for a long ass time. So he's like my OG since I was little. You know what I'm saying? He used to take me to the basketball court and shit like that. But now he, you know what I'm saying, he just be going over to my dad's house, you know what I'm saying, kicking it with him, shit like that. But my dad is in a wheelchair because he was in a motorcycle accident. And so I ain't never seen my dad walk before. But long story short, he like shakes and shit. So it's like hard for him to like, he can't roll, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, like his equilibrium, like he ain't able to like stand still. Like his, you know what I'm saying? Like if you go to grab for a cup, it's like a shake to it, you know what I'm saying? So it's not, he does good though, like by himself, like he takes care of himself, shit like that. But like when it's coming to like actual like technicalities of shit, like he does it though. I don't know. Like he'll shave, he does everything. That nigga don't ask nobody for shit. The thing is, he getting older now. But yeah, my pops, man, he's a G nigga.
While you here, man, cause I ain't gonna lie, I lost my mom.
Hey, can y'all hear the music?
Both of my dads, cause I had like a real dad.
Can y'all hear the music?
No, nigga, we ain't trying to hear no music.
And I'm telling you, man,
you bumping music over there?
My last dad died, man.
I was trying to play it in the background.
It was like at that point I knew it was all on me. I never could go back and say, like me and my dad, we had a real close relationship, toward the end of his life anyway. And like, cause I seen him fall and I remember back in the day we get on them jobs, like my dad climbed the roof, we had roof jobs, it was just me and him, 30 square feet, whatever, 96 square feet, whatever, we gonna do that job, you know what I'm saying? Me and him, it might take us 2 or 3 days, But I mean, my dad was a workhorse, man. I watched my dad years after years after years after years. And it's like, I seen him when his health was falling. And it was like, I ain't gonna lie, it was like 2018 when my dad died. And man, I promise you to God, bro, it was almost like I actually felt it when it was time for him to go. You know, I already knew I was gonna, inherit the family in that way, you know? And it was a lot of pressure because it was like, damn, I know what my dad do. I don't know if I'm be able to do all that.
Hey, have y'all ever thought about death? Have you ever thought about like what happens after you gone, or like if your shit set up right, so when you do go, you know what I'm saying? Do you have like written out what you want going on at your funeral and who you don't fuck with, or like do people even think about that shit or plan their shit out? Some people I think may do, but I think it's good to already plan that shit so that, you know what I'm saying, if it does happen, if you don't want somebody speaking at your funeral, nigga, you got it written down, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you ain't fuck with somebody, nigga, you don't want no sugarcoating shit, nigga. Like, if you want some shit left to somebody, it should be written down. You know what I'm saying? But people don't be thinking about that type of shit, or they don't be like trying to like set their death up, but it can happen. So, you know, that's all I'm saying.
No, I don't. I mean, if you go to my funeral and you disrespect me in my funeral and they let you live, that's on them. Because it ain't on me no more. I'm dead. You know, that's how I think. You know what I mean? But I mean, if you
but at the same time, if you ain't fuck with somebody and they like, oh yeah, I fuck with him, he was cool and all this other shit, and you like, you know, in real life, like, nigga, I ain't even fuck with this nigga.
I mean, but who do that?
I wouldn't want that shit going on at my funeral, nigga. That's all I'm saying, nigga.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, you know, you out the way now. I'm going to try to get at your cousin. You've been getting in the way from all these damn years. Yeah, I'm going ahead and going to try to holler at the funeral. Why you dead? I don't know. I mean, I'm dead. I mean, it's not like I'm a no. You know, it's not like I'm a give a fuck. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna have the time to, even if it is. If you believe in the afterlife, then you should prepare all your works here now. You know. At the end of the day, that's what matters. I mean, you can sit there and talk about what you do today, what you do tomorrow. It don't matter. You dead. You can only plan for the future, but what they do with what you left them, that's all on them. And I promise you, God gonna have you too busy thinking about what they doing on this earth. You gonna be worried about that other earth that you gotta go through now. You know what I'm saying? The next lifetime, maybe you might be going. You might not even know half the people you know now. Your reincarnation is actually real. You might wind up growing up to be a butterfly. You're like, God damn, I'm a butterfly. Oh, fuck. I can't kill nobody and I'm a butterfly. Shit. You never know. Yeah, who knows? But we on this live stream. Y'all here with me tonight. So we can talk about what I want to talk about. Everybody left down. We got 12 people in the chat, so this is my time to shine. Now, I ain't gonna try to play no copyright, whatever, but at the same time, it'd be nice to hear and relate with the chat. So that's what I'm here to do, but that's about all I can do. But there's been a lot of things going on in the news. Let me see. Oh man, you got everybody sitting online tonight. Good Jesus Christ. Yeah, man, I can't get. Let me go back to my history. Let me see. Because there was this video today where this guy was talking about the pardons, you know. But it was another video I seen today where they were talking about the feds lying about inflation. But I can't really go through nobody else's podcast, and I've been at work all day, so I ain't been able to do no research and build no content up. And that was my bad. Oh, Daughters and Assassins, I see you still active in the chat. What's up? I can't play links. Look, man, we can't be playing music at night. But he don't left the chat, so I don't know what he gonna do tonight. I don't know. I guess that was all the plan. It was all the setup, folks. But I ain't got no PC. If I had a computer, I could probably run OBS and do some streaming over the StreamYard. But then I got to get my StreamYard account, jump channel, and all this. If I can even possibly even do that. Because I hadn't even researched it, nor have I thought about it. Didn't think I had to. But I can do this. Since it is John Galt's content, what we can do is play a video John Galt uploaded, what was this, a day ago? And I'm pretty sure nobody's seen it. So what I'm gonna do is, since Porsha got me up here in this bubble, I'm gonna unlock my camera and I'm gonna play a video, but it's gonna be streaming on my phone. And it's a pretty interesting video John did. I don't too much like him going out there putting this stuff at risk like that. You know, I mean, he from the hood and he show it every day. But the thing about it is, you know, he has a lot of responsibility here, and I like to see that maintained. You know, and it's like, how can you run a kingdom without a king, you know? The queen, the treasurer, everybody else can only do so much without the king, you know? At the end of the day, it's all about the king. So when he do things like this, you know, I'm just letting you know, man. I pray for you, brother. I pray for you, you know? That's why I take being on this channel, being a part of this channel, I take it seriously. But let me see if I can get this thing lined up right. I got it on my Bluetooth speaker. Okay. So yes, I am going to try to hold this phone. Oh, come on. What the hell was that? Okay. I'm pretty sure we can say for discussion purposes only. Because at this time, Porsha's probably asleep. HB's probably asleep. John Galt's probably asleep. Get Crack is probably asleep. Stanley is probably asleep. So Porsha is most definitely asleep. But it's the holidays, guys. And well, Porsha don't went to sleep. And we only 5 hours into the live stream and nobody can pull up. Oh, God. But if you want to, you can just hit that like, share, and subscribe. And enjoy this streaming content with me.
That's like that. The music discovery. Yes. And it looks so peaceful, doesn't it?
So they want to stuff that in a pillow or a t-shirt. That's so easy. So easy. Okay.
Yeah, that's that picking cotton there, man.
And that is the cotton picking, example of cotton picking. And there was a video of it. And it's kind of the part of the title of the stream is we have the cotton pickers and the crack dealers versus the street papers. And I showed you guys earlier this week the street papers as they were going down Martin Luther King Avenue, taking the roads and building America, rebuilding America. They're going to stake their claim on America. Just like the people pick cotton, they pave roads, and they are just as much worthy of all that America has offered as these people that picked cotton 400 years ago. Hey, what's up? Ms. Jill, 1991. I don't think I've heard this single year before. Good afternoon. Anyway, it's Sunday afternoon, probably 3 days before Christmas. I'm going to get out of here and do some Christmas shopping at some point. But I'm going to hold it down for you for a little bit. And so a couple of things I wanted to share with you guys. Let's see, my screen. I was talking to my girlfriend this morning, and I shared the screen with you. Share my screen down here. And so I shared this picture with my girlfriend. It was actually a video. Let me see right here. I can't show you video, but anyways, an NFL quarterback. We've been talking about quarterbacks for a while here. And here's this NFL quarterback. And he's crying over a player who, I mean, was injury, got his head big, but he's crying over that. And, it just doesn't show this stoic nature necessary for a quarterback in the leadership position. I was talking to Universal Jones about this. And he was saying that, he kind of agreed with me on this issue here. I want to ask you guys, what do you think? My girlfriend Jones, she said, I wouldn't cry. You broke your leg. I feel something for you, but I'm crying. And here this guy is crying for another fellow athlete, another warrior, gladiator on the field with him.
Okay.
And I'll tell you,
got my remote.
Next man up, it's truly how it is. It's the next man up. One guy gets hurt, another man steps up in his stead. In his stead. And there is no crying. You move on to the next man up. The greatest example of that would probably be Tom Landry. Tom Landry is a very stoic coach on the sideline of the Dallas Cowboys here. So it has the new era of quarterbacks here in America crying on the sidelines when a player has been hurt. I saw this video. It looks like it's in Florida. Very interesting video. I'll see if I can share it with you. Here for me, with like Jewish history, so a lot of this Jewish culture, so a lot of this stuff is very interesting to me. Let's take a look at this video. Tell me what you think here.
I'm sure if you look on the poles, there's these like gray PVC pipes, right?
And that's a great answer. It's got great PVC pipe there. You see the PVC pipe right there on the pole. I guess it's either this. It's one of these pipes, I guess. And there it is.
We got permission to install one on every single pole. See that?
And okay, so they're holding the pole there, so it's a PVC pipe there. Okay.
It's called an Arab, according to Orthodox Jewish practice. On Shabbat is a day of rest, and we don't want to have anything in our pockets. We don't carry anything on Shabbos. And it's so relaxing that they have any phone keys, not used free. But if you have to push your kids in the carriage to shul, or if you need a key to your house, it could be a little bit of a problem. So there's a hack, not really a hack, but it's Jewish law that says if there's a barrier, like a fence or a screen around the city, it deems the city more of a private domain, less of a public domain. One is allowed to carry on Shabbat. So we created, with the city's permission, a marker on every single house.
You're going to put that one up on the other side. Up on the other side, yeah. There you go.
We put up a marker on every single pole to, according to halacha, create this Arab. And I have to drive around every week and check that nothing fell down, that the Arab is kosher. So the bottom line is, if you see me driving down the street, move far away because it's never looking at the road.
There you go. Yeah, it's an interesting facts about community that I was not aware of. Anyway, they're very interesting. And Kimmy Case probably is familiar with that, and she lived in Crown Heights. Anyway, I watched the movie, the Tyler Perry movie last night. Is anyone familiar with that movie? Let me see if I can remember about that. I talked about it earlier. So I suffered good last night. What was the name of the Boss Girl? So let's see if I can share it on the screen here. Probably can't play much of it. It's just another scene around you. So thank you. Someone was talking very highly of you this weekend. Who's talking very highly of me? I get better compliments online than I do in person here. So I'm really curious how they appreciate you stepping to the channel. Anyway, so last night I watched this movie. We talked about it here on the stream. It's about some black women that went over to some war and they helped to deliver the meal. Meal is very important. And I didn't even think about how important meal is, but it's very important. When you're off the war, you want to hear from your family members and vice versa. And so here's a pretty good movie. Movies are subjective. But this is a movie. What's up, Stanley? This is a movie by Tyler Perry. Had Oprah Winfrey in there. The lovely Carrie Washington. And there's another lady in that. Man, she was a very nice lady. Very dove-like. Wish you could find a picture of it. I'm pausing on. I think she did. This is that. Exactly. No, I need to Carrie Washington. Let's see. Where is it, woman? Where's that little cutie? Where is she? She was a major part of the movie. Is that her? It's that little girl. That little young. Yeah, is that Carrie Washington? I can't remember. It was two of them. They looked alike. Yeah. Is that her? What's this right here? That Carrie Washington? Anyone know if that's Carrie Washington? There was another girl here that was a nice looking young girl. There's Oprah, of course. And where is that little young girl? Is that her? Yeah, that may be her. They both look alike. It's a movie I would suggest you watch. Depending on your point of view, if you find it interesting. Now, has anyone seen this movie or something on Netflix? That's Carrie Washington. Okay, so there's another girl in this movie. And I found a little bit more attractive than her. Let's see. Maybe that's her. Is that Carrie Washington? Of course, it's a young girl. Let's see if that young girl can. I think that's Carrie Washington. There's that young girl. Anyway, so at one point in the movie, a white man in the movie called, I think he used the N-word. Oh, that's right there. This girl right here. Yeah, somebody like this little girl right here. But at some point in the movie, the man used the N-word. It showed her balling up her fist as if she was about to punch the man. Right there, and got this Kerry Washington dressed her down in that episode. Anyway, so that's the movie. I don't know what the name of it is. The Real Superheroes of World War II. What's the name of this movie? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Tyler Perry something. You don't see the movie yet. It's on Netflix. You can definitely check it out. Episode TKG3, Stanley, Wilson, Daughters of Assassins, Eclectic. Got a lot of news coming out. I'm going to share. You're not going to roll up the truck right today. Hey, give me a second. I will share the news with you. 1 second here. Let me share. I was talking to Master King before I shared this with you. And, so we just batting around some ideas, and he was telling me about the story with someone.
I got a better idea. Wait a minute.
Didn't get knowledge of the distance, so into business.
Never mind. Wait a minute.
Was bad. And more than she invested hundreds of thousands of dollars, and eventually she'll be out of business as soon as the lease runs out. And so we was trying to give her a little bit of advice as to how to proceed, considering doomsday is coming in 30, 40 years when the lease ends. So anyway, he wanted to do a stream about that. He wanted to talk about getting into business without all of the ins and out know-how, and how it can lead to terrible consequences. As in the case of this lady, he also mentioned something, and I want to bat this around with you guys here. He mentioned something.
You know what I was thinking? What in the hell? Okay, I can't zoom like that on this phone. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Okay, because that's impossible. That's impossible. Well, I tried. I wish I could do a little something on this end, but it seems I'm locked out. Stanley's not here because it's Christmas time, guys, you know. And everybody on the phone with their family, most likely. Me, on the other hand, I don't have any family like that. I got family. I spend time with them every day of the year. It's my time of the year, you know. Oh, God. So, I was talking about drones one night. But we can't stream anybody else's channel. So, what we could do, no, we probably couldn't do that either. Because I don't have any administrative rights. So we just talk with the chat tonight. Oh, DG had came through the chat. I miss DG. Capriano, Critical Drinker. All these guys in the chat tonight. So, let's see if I can find some news articles to read. I don't want to go to the Drudge Report. So, let's start at the Drudge Report. Well, we say Bill Clinton's in the hospital. We covered that. Ukraine deploys all robot force against Russian troops. Where they get that money from to do things like that? All robot Russian. This is from The Sun. I really call this like the National Enquirer of News. I don't really consider. I wish I could put this on the big screen. But I really don't consider that like a credible news site. You see all these ads? And that's with ad block. Come on. A robot equipped with a Browning 12.7 millimeter machine gun. There's 8 photos. Let's see. All robot force. Everybody see that? Yeah. That's what they're using in Ukraine. I guess that's a picture of drones. Maybe a video footage. Was that like some kind of robotic battleship? What is that? I don't know. It shows Sea Baby drones firing at Russian helicopters and warplanes. A Dragon drone firing 25,000 C thermite on a Russian bunker. The robot is operated remotely. It's the first time Ukraine deploys an all-robot assault. Okay, let's go back. What was this? This is the picture. The Security Service of Ukraine, SBU, unveils the first combat footage of the next Sea Baby drones. That look like a boat. Robotic dogs of war are being lined up to go into combat in Ukraine. Look at that. Y'all see that? Isn't that crazy? This is what our taxpayer money funded. The all-robot combined arms operation in the northern Ukraine involved remote-controlled flying surveillance and mine-laying drones. What? It also included one-way explosive robots on the ground and in the air, as well as gun-ground robots, according to Forbes. Footage shows a ground robot on a track platform equipped with a Browning 12.7 millimeter machine gun. A spokesperson for the 13th National Guard Brigade said, "We are talking about dozens of units of robotic and unmanned equipment simultaneously on a small section of the front." While precise details of the weapon are not known, it is not the first time Ukraine has deployed killer tech causing devastation across the front line. Earlier this month, Kiev's Sea Baby Marine drones were seen pounding Putin's helicopters and Su-30SM warplanes in a battle in Kerch Bay. Dramatic footage shows the drone using onboard machine guns in Ukraine's December attack close to the Crimean Bridge. Footage released in October shows the Sea Baby drones firing rockets targeting positions of the Russian-occupied areas of Kingburn Spit. Yeah, man. With a range of up to 1,000 kilometers, these advanced drones can be seen hitting long-range targets with accuracy while defending themselves from being damaged by enemy attacks. On July 17, 2023, two Sea Baby USVs were used to strike the Crimean Bridge and successful in damaging it. New Delhi Ukrainian Sea Baby drones tried to intercept them in Kerch Bay. Occupied Crimean drones fall back, causing chaos. They blasted Russian helicopters with heavy machine gun fire, causing multiple casualties. The bold drone boats then took on a $30 million Russian Sukhoi Su-34. Whoa. It's amazing how we in America ain't even thinking about this.
What's Stanley? Good. Let me see, just get up to you.
Yeah, I think that's fear porn, in my opinion. Not gonna lie, that's just my theory. You know, I don't think it's that serious, especially if we have this going on overseas, but we got drones been over in our land for like a whole month. We haven't heard a heads I tell about do we shoot them down or what? You know, I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I think that's a fake story. Will USA make a move on Greenland? I don't think so. Well, now they're talking about Iran losing nukes. Let's read this story. I think that's just an opinion piece. Nope. Stanley is in incognito tonight. Phoenix, Porsha's in bed, and well, I'm still stuck here. Everybody on here for the tea tonight. So I'm just up here. I'm trying to keep everybody interested. Now I see the pressure Stanley feels. It's like, God, I promise you, I think he shot me up. Now I see. Jesus Christ. I see what I'm talking. Oh, Lord. Running a show is hard. Especially when you're trying to decipher about what material you're going to bring to introduce to the audience. And then, like, I'm having to do this on the fly. And the sad part, I got a computer. I just don't want to use it because I ain't got a graphics card. And it's old. I probably can go buy an 8-core AMD for like $20. Juice. I don't know. I think that's a 755. It's an old 2000 model. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. I probably can throw Windows 7 on it. Tell you what though, that's what I should be bringing up. What I spoke on earlier. I don't know if YouTube kept those streams up last night, but let me see if I can find them for the audience. This is like the craziest thing to me last night. And it was almost like YouTube sent it to me. This was much more recent. What was this? This wasn't the original History Channel either. Let's see. Let me go back to my history. When was that? I must have pulled them off. I really should have saved those. Yeah, guys. I'm trying to hold it down. I need to find this video because it was crazy. I was like, why would they show me that? Because I ain't never really researched Hitler. And it was an artificial intelligence translated video. But I don't think it would have survived YouTube's ban hammer. So yeah, I doubt it. But it was pretty crazy.
Du, meine Arbeit für richtig ist. Ob du glaubst, dass ich festgelegt bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesem Jahr für dich eingesetzt habe.
Isn't that crazy? This is crazy. I'm gonna be alone for a minute, DG. Stanley say he's coming up in about 5 minutes. So I'm trying to keep everybody occupied. And I'm doing a bit of a job.
Almost 7 million unemployed, 7 million part-time workers, a destroyed farmer's class, a ruined industry, and a commerce that has become correspondingly frustrated.
But this is crazy that they actually did this. And the crazy part is, look at the video. Hold on. It was 7 months ago. It's been on this thing for 7 months.
Behind this, the body of Germany's economy is the specter of Asiatic Bolshevism. It was there then.
No, this Hitler.
It is there today. In the years before our assumption of power, the bourgeois world was incapable of opposing the development of just as it is capable.
Can you hear it, DG? Can you hear him speaking?
Even after the collapse of
Hold on, baby. Let's see something. Maybe it'll sound better if it comes through the phone. Maybe. I think the speaker probably.
And there's no use in supporting and thus artificially maintaining what has been found to be decayed and rotten, but that something healthy must be substituted for it. A social structure become obsolete and cracked, and every attempt to maintain it was bound to fail.
Do you hear that?
From today on a large scale, when the
That's crazy.
are doomed, and when only clearly defined and ideologically consolidated national communities can survive the most difficult crisis Europe has seen in many centuries. We were granted only 6 years of peace after January 30th, 1933. During these 6 years, tremendous feats were achieved, and even greater ones were planned, so many and such huge ones that they caused envy among our democratic impotent neighbors. But this was decisive, that we succeeded during these 6 years with superhuman exertions to restore the German nation militarily, that is, to imbue it with the spirit of resistance and self-protection, rather than to equip it with the material war potential, the horrid fate that is now taking shape in the East, and that exterminates hundreds of thousands in the villages and marketplaces, in the country and in the cities.
This is for discussional purposes only.
With the utmost exertion,
This is crazy, guys.
hard trials. But this was decisive, that we succeeded during these 6 years with superhuman exertions to restore the German nation militarily, that is, to imbue it with the spirit of resistance and self-assertion, rather than to equip it with a material war potential. The horrid fate that is now taking shape in the East, and that exterminates hundreds of thousands in the villages and marketplaces, in the country and in the cities, will be warded off in the end and mastered by us with the utmost exertion and despite all setbacks and hard trials. But if this is possible at all, it is only because a change has taken place in the German people since 1933. Germany today, or the Germany envisaged by the Versailles Treaty, Europe would long since have been swept away by the hurricane from Central Asia. It is hardly necessary to argue with those eternal
Yeah.
who maintain that.
I was thinking that, but I don't know, man. That's crazy though, that they're allowing it to be put on the platform. I just don't get it. Why would the algorithm allow that? Why would YouTube allow it? An AI generated speech. Maybe it's not a real speech though. Cause Mahmoud Bahal, he another little YouTuber. He was talking about how the AI was discovered to be lying. You know, he did a real detailed analysis on it. And I was listening to him and I was thinking, wow, if you got if you get an AI, artificial intelligence, the Holy Bible, the Quran, and all these other religious articles of information, and you try to implement something called general artificial intelligence, I don't know, man. This is crazy. And then it's already mimicking people. I'm talking about it in a realistic way. Like, this one guy, this YouTuber I was watching the other night, DG, I promise you to God, he had the video where he inputted certain topics, and the artificial intelligence, it just basically did his whole entire show with a different perspective without him even being there. You know, it's like almost like having a generic, I'm talking about a real audience, is going to be extinct in about the next, be honest, if people start capitalizing on this technology, come on, man. A news article can come out and they can probably scrub and dissect the information on the spot within an hour, you know? And it could just be 5 different personalities, but you thinking you watching a personality, but you actually watching an artificially intelligent, an AI-generated content. You watching AI-generated content. And who gonna compete against that? All you gotta do is upload your upload. Like, it might be 1 million solid snakes on YouTube backstream, back page or some, you know? Just because I don't expose myself to the algorithm in this fashion. Now it knows what I look like. But then let's be honest, it always know because you on your phone every day. You probably talking on the cell phone to your family. And it's already probably did a genetic a makeup of you already, where it's your likeness can just be implemented in somebody else's production without your saying. Oh no, man! In Louisiana, everybody knows Santa Claus is black, man. Stop. Nah, stop. I ain't gonna go there. Get my mind out the gutter. It's too early in the morning. Yeah, but nah, man. Santa Claus is black, man. But nah, you know, we don't. To the whites is whatever, you know. I mean, we live pretty segregated in a way. We keep our distances. Say it like that. We respect each other's boundaries, if you will. You know, it's not like everybody trying to integrate themselves in somebody else's personal like that. You know, we keep it respectful here. You know, I'm not gonna come over your house if I know your family ain't comfortable with me. You know, we just work. You know, we keep it sociable here. You know, everybody know their distance. You know, everybody ain't. You know, we ain't on that. You know, because it's a white man, they ain't make it. You know, you do have those people, but those same people get shunned by the same people that's actually employed by the same white person. I mean, but then you have these people. I'm about, man, nigga, you don't like black people, but you got same black people that's employed by this black man, and he just take care of business better than you. I mean, results, man. At the end of the day, ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody fuck with yours. You know, you out here, you do what you want to do, but you got to accept the consequences. You can't blame racism. I mean, we so far beyond racism at this point, but you still got people holding on to it, you know. You still want to blame the white man. But it ain't you climbing up on that damn, it ain't you getting down there up under that house. It ain't you adjusting. You ain't got no work crew with you. Where you work? Where your truck at? You riding around with 40-something inch rims and a nice ass sound system. Well, fuck, you need to have a work crew. I bet you $20. That fucking hold 5 employees. Instead of you disturbing the goddamn peace every damn night. You know, riding around looking pretty. Oh, this is my pretty truck. What the fuck? How you gonna have a pretty truck with potholes in the road? What the fuck? I don't understand these motherfuckers. It's all about looking good. I guess if you look like you're capable, you are capable. I guess. I don't know, guys. I'm just up here trying to hold the show down. I ain't got nothing going on. I'm just rumbling. I guess they always say, you know how to defeat a motherfucker? Give him what he wants. He wants to let him have it. Oh, shit. Hey, Stanley.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. How your holidays going, Stanley?
So far, so good.
Merry Christmas.
You too. It's Christmas Eve.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, man, Stanley, you the first person I wish, man. I ain't even did it to the audience. What's up, everybody in the chat? It's 12 o'clock where I'm at. 12:37 to be exact. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas Eve.
You know what? Let's see here. I don't know. We might. I was gonna say let's switch over to the news stream, but I guess we might as well just stay here. To be honest.
Yeah, 6:32.
Yeah, we got a ways, so if we have to switch over, we will. But I guess we'll just stay here since everybody's already here and we got time left. Give me 1 sec here. Let me walk over.
What you get yourself for Christmas, Stanley?
Do what?
What you get for Christmas?
Oh, I'm not getting anything for Christmas.
I bought myself that speaker. That's all I'm gonna get for Christmas, though. But you know
As a
what I
matter of
did
fact,
today?
I haven't even done any Christmas shopping. Don't plan on it.
Oh, come on, Stanley.
For what? I don't have any small kids. I don't need anything for Christmas.
Hey, buy your son a shaving kit. You know, like
You
one
know
of them
what?
big groomer kits. Like that's what I did.
Uh,
I bought him a groomer kit because I called him on FaceTime the other day, and he like, oh man, I don't feel like. So I said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy him a pair of clippers. You know, like the facial trimmers. I got a
well, I might
small
get him
kit.
a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, that would be good too. I ain't think of that. I used to buy my shoes all the time. I guess at one point, he took my credit card and just bought everything himself, and I never looked back. He
You
always
know what?
made sensible decisions. He ain't never. One thing about my son I love, I can trust him with the credit card. Cause like one time he did go splurge, he splurged on what was that? It was a phone, but it was a top of the line flagship phone at the time. And I was like, man, this phone cost $800. But he was happy with it, so I never bothered about it.
Yeah, let's see here. I was actually gonna do the show. I was gonna do it from the bedroom, but I guess I'm gonna do it back out of here.
What we got lined up?
All right, let's see what we got here.
Hey, did you see that artificial intelligence generated Hitler speech they got?
No, I haven't heard about it.
I just played it, man. It's crazy how they tried to do it. Like, they made it completely English, but it's still in his voice, but it's translated in his language. Like, I wonder how close are we from those transcoders where people can speak a different language, and as they speak, it's actually translating in real time. I wonder how close we are to that technology at this point.
Hopefully not very.
Because that'd be crazy if you could just be walking through walking around, hearing people talking foreign languages, but at the same time, you hearing them in your language. Like it's actually translating in real time. That'd be crazy. This artificial intelligence thing, man, I'm telling you. 6 months ago, we weren't even fathoming this. We was thinking about it. But, I mean, like, when I saw this video this guy did the other day, day before yesterday, where he literally showed how far AI has become as far as, like, being a content creator. Like, a content creator can just come in, make a script, and boom. And the artificial intelligence will basically do your facial mannerism. It's almost like it's ridiculous. You don't even have to, man, that's crazy. You can just be on, you can have like 4 channels running at the same time.
Well, I'm less impressed than you are.
Well, they always say familiarity breeds content. Stanley, familiarity breeds content.
What's so great about having a Hitler speech in English?
You got to see how it's done, Stanley. It's crazy. Well, the one I just watched, it wasn't like the one I just seen the other day. The other one, it basically had like the facial mannerisms, the body movements, the mouth movements was actually moving in English.
Well, if you're a Hitler fan, I guess I can see.
Being a Hitler fan, Stanley. What I'm trying to tell you is, What if they could do it in any language? They can actually convert a speech into the language in real time.
Okay, again, I can see it if you're a Hitler fan. I'm not that big a fan.
It's not about being Hitler. It's just the fact that, okay, sure, it's Hitler, but that technology exists. So regardless who it is, it don't have to be their word for word. It could be just an artificially generated apparition of them, if you know what I mean. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And they can parlay that message any way they feel like it. Just twitch a few words here, mistranslation here, and there. You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, I wonder why don't nobody else hit the link.
Hold on one sec. Let me wish Dwale a Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, come on. He's just Muslim, Stanley. He's not an asshole. I don't think Dwight is an asshole. I think he respects paganism in some way, shape, or form.
Woody, I don't think I got your email. What was it about? Let me see. I don't think I did.
Stanley, you cut my volume down.
No.
Oh, I probably
not yet.
Oh God.
Let's see here. Let me search my emails, Woody. When did you send the email, Woody? Hey, 12 man.
Merry Christmas, Stanley.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, really, funny man? Now you pop back up. Oh, you pop back up though, but you left me on the channel hanging by my damn self. Ain't that some shit? Oh, Stanley pop up. Now you want to show you up? Oh, my bad, Stanley. I'm in my feelings. I feel betrayed, Stan.
Sorry, I left you alone. Solid.
Woody, no problem. I don't see your email under Woody Johnson. Did you send it under another name? Put your email in the back chat, and I'll look it up. I didn't notice your email, but it doesn't mean I didn't get it.
I just went over and visited here for the chief for a minute. That's all.
Yeah, what they doing over there?
Well, you know.
I should have had her playing. You know what I could have did? Oh, God damn it! Why I ain't think of that? I could have been playing him for the T channel while I'm on the live stream, streaming it. Hell, Jesus Christ! See, that's why I don't need to be getting drunk. God damn it.
Sometimes she plays music though, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She played some BB King for me.
I couldn't play no music. I ain't got those authority rights, and I'm already questioning my previous actions. Cause I think I hope they don't give us a strike for that. Damn.
Yeah, I think that's why she didn't play the whole song, because I guess that is a copyrighted music, BB King. Yeah,
man.
Gotta be careful for that shit, for sure.
Yeah, I was just showing the audience about this Hitler speech that they had did automatically, like it was artificially intelligence translated. And I was just telling them how how dangerous this is going to be, man. This is going to be dangerous. This is going to be dangerous. That's just my opinion. I might be wrong, but I doubt it. This is going to be dangerous.
So, what are you doing this holiday season, Stanley?
Well, I came home to Savannah.
Yeah.
That's about the extent of it.
You're not making anything special or cooking nothing up?
I'll probably cook Christmas dinner. I'm not sure what that's going to be just yet.
Yeah, I baked me up a nice crispy chicken in the oven today, and a nice spicy peach brown sugar rub, and it was pretty good. Well, I still have a lot of it left. And then it was stuffed too.
Well, it sounds good.
Yeah, typical stovetop, except I diced a bunch of onions up on the stovetop, you know, the dressing, and just mixed it up, and then I stuffed it in there. Gotta have that onion in the chicken, otherwise it don't turn out too good. You know, it's not as moist.
Right. Oh, you mean stuff it? You put it in the cavity?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you kind of have to do that. It's funny how people actually, people actually don't realize, unless you actually know how to cook, that making just a baked chicken taste really good isn't that easy. It's simple, but it's also difficult.
Yeah. Well, you gotta stuff it with something to make it really good, and then you gotta rub that skin as it's baking, Stanley.
Right.
About halfway through, you gotta rub that skin with the butter. Put plenty of butter on that skin. And to me, that's what makes it taste good. You know, rub it all over. Rub
Yeah,
it dub.
under the skin. Yeah, it sounds different. I'm in a big kitchen, and it's kind of echoey in here, Woody. I may just go back to the bedroom.
What's cooking up in there, Stanley?
No, I'm just out here because usually when I do the show, I'm the only one in the house because my voice is a little bit, it can be a little loud.
You sound all right to me, Stanley.
Okay. Well, it's a little echoey in this kitchen, but I'm out here so I don't wake up, my son, because my voice, believe it or not, is a little loud.
Oh, your son's in the house?
Yeah. Usually he's not.
Oh.
I mean, not that I care. I don't want to disturb him, but if I do, I guess. He can always put on. He has his headphones on every other time.
Well, maybe you ought to just, like you're usually in your bedroom when you're
right, but I'm not.
dreaming.
I'm not. I'm not at my house.
Oh, okay. You're in the kitchen supervising?
No, I'm in the kitchen of this is my grandmother's old house. She's not alive anymore, but we still use the house when, people come down to visit Savannah.
You still on it?
Yeah. My father does.
Oh, nice.
He was going to turn it into an Airbnb. He was going to turn it into an Airbnb, but he just never did because, whenever the kids and grandkids come to visit, we just stay here instead of crowding his house. But like the house I grew up in, Because he and my mother were older, and you know how kids can be noisy. So we just tended to stay over here where the kids could be kids and not make so much noise.
Yeah. Sounds like a nice old house. Is it a 2-story or 3-story, Stanley?
No, it's a single story.
Oh,
But
it's a
I
single.
bet it is. It's been here. I know it's at least probably, who knows how old it is. I'll have to ask. But I mean, it's more than 50 years old. I know that.
Yeah, you ever been to Memphis, Tennessee, Stanley?
No, I haven't. And it's a shame because it's not too far from Atlanta.
Yeah, and they have all these 2- and 3-story big houses that are sadly in need of renovating, but
Mhm.
I'm afraid it's all gonna be like torn down, and then the old Memphis will be lost forever. You know what I mean?
I'm sure. I'm sure they'll do something. The historic preservation is a big thing in the South.
I don't know about that club, man. You been watching any videos about somebody doing some driving around in Memphis?
No.
Not lately. No.
Tell you, that'd be some good relaxing. Like when I'm not on this channel right here, I'm usually watching somebody's channel where they just doing driving around. I'm real big on that. So like just ride, somebody just getting in the car, riding to different communities. I like watching videos like that. Memphis ain't all that bad. I mean, the areas you can go down, they got some nice areas. Now I'm gonna tell
No,
you
from what
what
I hear,
Jackson, Mississippi. That state, that city about to go. If not, they probably just gonna remove all that and just move it on over to Clayton or Clinton.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah,
Yeah, they might just move all that over to the surrounding area. They might just let Jackson and stuff just die.
When I was a young man, I loved Midtown Memphis, man. I was always making money, always getting laid. I mean, it was great. Always rock and roll. Always downtown on Beale Street.
Oh yeah.
And hanging out at BB King's. Man, but
Well, the South, the South has some good old cities. I don't know that the South gets enough credit.
Yeah. They say one time our town was like one of the biggest things down here, but heck, that was back when it was just 65 and 80 and 75 and 45 and 54. 62. Highway 62. Now, if you want to go down some old highways, man, we got some south highways you can just travel from across both state lines. And I'm talking about you just travel on just those old highways, and you will see how much just the earth just really just took over those areas. Because it was like, if you go back and look 1940s, 1930 photos from those areas, man, those places was booming. But a lot of people don't understand. I-20 killed a lot of black history.
Part of me wants to move back to Memphis in a way, because I'm not scared of black people or nothing. You know what I mean?
You shouldn't.
Might get me killed one day, but I've never, ever. Man, I grew up
with every day, and
I grew up in downtown Memphis, so.
But now I gotta worry about them damn Guatemalans.
Yeah.
Motherfucking
setting
goddamn
people on fire and all that.
illegal immigrants. That's what the fuck I gotta worry about. You know what? I ain't never thought I'd sound like a redneck racist. But man, them motherfucking goddamn illegal immigrants, man, goddamn.
What do you think about that, Stanley? About that
But you know
About
what?
what?
It's not all of
Wouldn't
them.
you
It's not all of
say?
them. A lot of them here to
Wouldn't
learn.
you say? Wouldn't you say that? Like Biden's policies has cost several Americans their lives, stuff like that.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand you. What about Biden?
It's not
Like his policies has cost innocent people their lives with letting all these creatures over here.
Okay, number one, I don't know. I'm not sure why people are still obsessing over Biden. He has less than a month left in office. Number two, there were crimes by immigrants under Trump's administration. So, you know,
Not like this.
I guess I think, you know what, I'm not even bothered to. I'm not going to bother indulging your debate. As far as I'm concerned, Trump is the next president. It's time to move on, folks.
Damn, I was looking for
Move on from people getting burned alive.
Okay,
I mean,
like I said, if y'all a crime is a crime, but don't act like crime under Biden is unique. It happened under, presidents for quite some time now. Immigration problems are not unique to Biden. Obsess over a man who has lost the election and who will no longer be president in a month. Do it by yourself. I'm not going to indulge it.
Stanley, can I got a CNN article over here with the Matt Gaetz situation.
Oh yeah, I was about to get into that.
Okay,
but there is actually hold on. There is no Matt Gaetz situation. They released an ethics report. He's not criminally charged or anything.
Stanley, that's what I was going to get into. That's what I was saying.
Okay, well, how about let's let the article get into it, then we can get into it after the article.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was going to read it though.
Oh, okay. I was going to have the reader read it, but if you wanna do that, sure, go ahead. Let me enlarge it.
Play this video. You think we can play the CNN video, or should we just skip it?
What CNN video?
At the top of the article. Hold on. You ain't seeing
well, wait, hold it. This is a Washington Post article.
I had the CNN article.
Okay, well, why play it on your phone when I can play it directly from the article, or put the link in the back?
I don't know. My bad.
Who cares about Matt Gaetz? I mean, he's of no relevance.
Well, let me tell you why. Because he may be running for Marco Rubio's Senate seat, so he's still relevant.
Matt Gaetz, he's Florida.
Say that again.
Is Matt Gaetz from Florida?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, he's still a political player. Now, the reason, I mean, the House Ethics Committee, which is, by the way, is a Republican-led committee, why they released it, Matt Gaetz isn't very popular on the Hill. So I'm thinking they didn't have to release it, but I'm thinking they released it because they basically want him out of politics.
Hey, Stanley, you see, every point you made was awesome. Hey, I'm just gonna move it on right quick. I just want to go somewhere before we go to this. Man, what you think about Fetterman, man? You think he's gonna you think he's gonna stay with the Democratic Party, or you think he's gonna be like what I think gonna happen is he's gonna position himself to be the leader of the Democratic Party? I think that's what Fetterman's gonna do. I think what Fetterman is
Fetterman? No, I don't think.
Yes.
Well, number one, I don't. Here's why I don't think so. Number one, he is a freshman
Yeah.
He's a freshman senator. Number two, he's not that popular in the Democratic Party because of
Yeah, I
some
think
of.
a lot of them think he's
wonder
just
why.
a rhino. Like a
So
Democrat getting name on it.
I don't think he's gonna wind up, taking Chuck Schumer's place.
Ooh. See, that was I was
I
gonna go
like
right there. I
Fetterman
told you that.
better now.
Yeah, well, now that since you're not a Democrat, I'm not sure it matters whether you like him.
Well, I'm independent still. I'm just
Well,
pro-back.
I
I'm
used to
pro-Trump,
not
man.
like
I'm just
him because he's
pro-Trump,
a
man.
sloppy
But I
dresser.
do like a lot
Yep,
of
this is gonna be both of you talking
like three
talking over each
Democrats.
other all night, I
They
guess.
unpopular. And nobody ain't gonna never ever know
Porsche, it's up to you. I had decided just to to stay here, since there was time left. But if you want to close the show, we can move it all over. Up to you.
Are you gonna do a show, Stanley?
Well, yeah, but I felt I'd just stay here.
Stanley, if you want to keep it, I'm up now.
Okay.
I kind of dozed off, but I'm listening to you
okay,
guys.
baby.
And since I didn't get to Matt Gaetz, I do want to hear this article. I am here. I fell asleep on accident. I do apologize to all of you.
No, it's not a problem. As a matter of fact, I just kind of woke up because I was up and then deliberately took a nap so I'd be fresh.
Well, thank you, Stanley, so much. This article that you do have about Matt Gaetz, because you know what, Stanley, I did have that on the docket, but obviously I fell asleep. But this whole because I actually read through all of the pages of Matt Gaetz.
Oh, you actually read the report?
Yeah, I read all 42 pages, and I thought it was.
What did it say, Porsha?
It was. I mean, it was a lot, But I like for this article that Stanley has, I think that would be, great to listen to. But
Well,
Stanley,
12th Man asked a good question. Why does it matter? Well, here Gaetz was thinking about running for Marco Rubio's Senate seat.
right, and you know what? He doesn't need to. He needs to go ahead and have a seat. So
It was that bad?
I thought maybe you should get a job on Fox News and forget about it.
No, Matt. No. I mean, in my opinion, again, it is what it is. But I just feel like
I'm afraid. I'm afraid to read it now.
Yeah, he just needs to have a seat. For now, I mean, it is, just what the ethics committee put together.
Mm-hmm.
And all of it could be false, and it could just be hearsay. But I just feel like for whatever.
Yeah, well, why would these are Republicans, so I mean, it must be bad and they didn't have to release it.
No. They don't. But I mean, it's bad. It's bad.
Let me ask you a question though, Porsha. Do you think Trump knew about all this?
I think it's a slander.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
You think he
No, I mean, like the underage, and again, this is all alleged, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, it's hard for me to believe Trump didn't know about all of this because some of this stuff has been floating around in the background for a couple of years or more. I'm just saying, Trump went ahead and wanted this guy or nominated this guy to be attorney general. And even if it was some sort of feint, it was a false flag or whatever you want to call it, it's still kind of weird.
The guy you noticed,
because actually
a guy like that you noticed, Stanley, he is not going to be caught with underage minors in public.
Okay, come on now. It
I don't
happened. It
think
has
Matt Gaetz
happened
would be kind of
before,
public
and
world minder. I
it
don't
has
think.
happened before with legislators. So
Yeah,
you
but you
know,
got
You know,
to look at
and
it, man.
Stanley
Matt
too.
Gaetz got handlers. He
Maybe
got people that's around him
we
that
can
looks out
talk
for him.
about Pete Hegseth too, even though Pete Hegseth is not in the same boiling pot as Matt
Yeah,
Gaetz,
well,
but
Porsche, I
Pete
got it all.
Hegseth.
yeah, but the thing is Pete Hegseth to me, not that I think he should be Secretary of Defense. He's in a
You know about
little bit
you
of
know
a
about
different. He hasn't
his
been.
ex-wife.
No, should I?
He got my point though. He got my point, guys, and
Yeah,
I just want to get it
Stanley,
here. He got my
and you know,
point.
I kind of want us to
Hold
talk
on,
about
Porsche,
that, and
hold
then
on.
Okay, hold on one sec. Let me look it up right quick.
This is my
oh,
point.
Stanley is bad.
You can't
But
pardon a
y'all
whole
know
bunch
that.
of pedophiles and
Look,
then prosecute a
Oh, for
citizen
God's
of
sake, you
being
guys.
a pedophile and accuse him of being a pedophile when you just literally just pointed out a pedophile.
Lord Trump withdrew her name.
So what? He good, he a pedophile because he a Democrat?
Possibly.
Or he good, he bad because he Republican? I mean, are you politicizing pedophilia? Is you trying to create a left and right dichotomy on pedophilia? I mean, like,
What
I'm
are you
a
talking
part of
about,
these
Snake?
guys under the
Oh
Biden,
my God!
even though they
Can
was
you imagine
accused
this?
and convicted
This
of
is going to be my
pedophilia.
Christmas Eve.
I'm just saying, man. Come on, man.
Stanley, you know,
I ain't never seen
I
such
should have sent it to you
Oh my
political
goodness!
when I first saw it because Stanley, like, I did not know. And the thing is that, like, I'm not saying that he can't do the job, Pete Hegseth, but whenever I saw his whole little thing, I was like, Jesus, if we're trying to, incorporate like being the morality police, I was like, God, dog, Pete. You know,
Hey, Buck,
him
can you
and
do me
the
a favor?
lady.
Can you do me a favor and go back like an hour in his live stream and like try to yeet that before we re-upload it? Yeah, because I think I played some questionable material that Gigi brought up, and it was like I was just playing it to try to show the amazement of the advancement of artificial, the artificial intelligence thing, But the content itself was probably questionable, and I think
Who is Gigi?
DG Wale.
Oh, you said DG.
Yeah, DG.
I was about to say Gigi. I know who Gigi is.
I said DG. I know I said DG.
I heard DG. Sorry, guys. I fell asleep. I don't even know what that. And I just, I still have my headset on, and I hear you guys, and I'm like, what in the world's going on? What's going on in here? It woke me right up.
I don't like without the John Galt channel. I had to suffer 2 nights without it. It's tough. It's tough, man.
Well, I'm sorry. I had here.
Nobody else channel. I like, man, what's that ass at?
Well, Monday, Sunday night, it was came down to Savannah on Sunday, and I wanted to make sure that I actually got sleep because if you haven't noticed, I'm pretty grumpy when I'm tired, and doing an all-night show, just would have been bad.
Stanley, you are about a grumpy motherfucker.
We don't recognize how tired we are.
Well, so anyway, and then last night, I was tired from the trip. So, and I had to get up early because my father, mainly down here to visit, came down for Christmas because this is my father's, basically his first Christmas without my mother. So, we all wanted to be here.
Oh, sorry to hear that, Stanley.
Yeah, well, I mean, my mother died last January, and my father looks great. He's, because he was the one who gave, her main caretaker. She died of Alzheimer's, so the last year or so was pretty rough on him, and he wouldn't. We had to basically beat him up to even get hospice care. He was just going to do it all himself, and he's 80. He's well, he was at 81. So, I mean, that's not going to be that easy on him. So, anyway, he actually looks really good, rested and all that. So, that's a good thing.
Well,
Well,
Kimmy says everyone missed you, Stanley, and she also
oh,
says,
well, thank you,
Stanley,
Kimmy.
it
Oh,
is your
by
first
the
Christmas without your mom too. Yeah, Stanley, yeah, we we do miss you too, but we also understand. And who knew? And thank you again, like Stanley. Oh my gosh, I can't express it enough. I always tell you, but
well,
gosh,
no, I enjoy
me
doing
falling
it.
asleep. My gosh.
Oh, and by the way, Kimmy, I saw your Maker's Mark video. I'm like, my God, thank God you're married. That that way I don't have to make a fool out of myself mooning over you. Because I would make a fool out of myself. So thank you, and thank Mr. Watson too. That way I can keep my dignity.
Look at Kimmy. She's like, oh, laughing out loud. Oh my
She's like,
goodness.
thank God that old fool won't be bothering me. No, she's beautiful. She's beautiful. I'm like, holy shit.
It is, Kimmy. It is. He is the sweetest. That's Stanley Cross.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
Kimmy, it's LL Cool Stanley.
The young women should be left to be young women, and we old men should just leer from afar.
Cool Stanley.
Oh, Stanley, this is gonna be cannon fodder for the haters, don't you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a married man.
It's gonna be cannon fodder, man. And they gonna flip this like a motherfucker. They be talking about this all over tomorrow. Shit.
No, actually, I think Kimmy looks better than Kamala.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Kimmy
Kimmy's pretty hot.
She's all in her own class. She's quite beautiful. For sure.
So you want to? I found a Pete Hegseth article.
From the F train.
Yeah, the one that you have.
Well, this one's for Matt Gaetz. I found one for Pete
Can we listen to
Hegseth.
the Matt Gaetz one first?
Yeah, I can do it right now. Now the thing about Pete Hegseth, I knew about. I knew about the drinking and the cheating. Is there more?
Well, yeah, no. So that's what I was. Okay, so whenever I, was first looking into it, I thought about you, Stanley, and because I was just like, that doesn't mean that Pete Hegseth can't do the job, because I don't feel like Pete Hegseth his act. Well, I don't want to call them accusations because it's quite literally facts. I feel like he can still do the job, even though, you know what I mean. But Matt Gaetz, his accusations, they're a little bit different. Again, they are allegations. But Pete Hegseth, whenever I was looking into it, I was like, God.
Okay, but listen, wait a minute. We talking about Pete Hegseth allegations, but Joe Biden pardoned his son. Are we literally having the same conversation within a span of 3 weeks?
No, I do. I understand that as well.
How can we have doubts about the coming administration when we have clear evidence of just corruption? My bad.
Yeah, no, I get. But I'm, if we're gonna be the morality police, we want to look at the morality of both sides. And I was like,
The thing is that I'm in my old age a little bit more legalistic than I used to be. I'm like, you can't even if you're pretty sure this stuff's true. It's kind of a fine line because Pete Hegseth, I actually think he's minimally qualified to be defense secretary. However, the thing is that the military is a weird thing. There are people, I'm trying to think very recently, cheating, if you're married and you cheat, that's actually, there's actually the Uniform Code of Military Justice. you can actually get court-martialed for cheating. It doesn't happen too often, but it does happen. And having someone who's a womanizer for Secretary of Defense, there will be generals. There are going to be generals and admirals who don't respect him because of that. So the image is everything in the higher up echelons of the military. And if you have a reputation as a cheater or even a drinker, used to be in the Navy, if you're a little bit of a drinker, you could get away with it. And that went away in the early 90s. That's when the Navy cracked down on, even getting a DUI on base was a big deal. You could end a career. So, military's weirder. In some ways, it's a little easier to be a leader in the military. In some ways, it's exponentially harder because one mistake and you're gone. It's not like you can rehab your reputation in the military. You screw up, you're gone. That's just how it is. So it's not, bringing in Pete Hegseth, if he had some ethical issues, it's not the best thing for the military. So anyway, that's my spiel.
Whenever I first, looked into all of it, I was like,
Yep, Kenny. Life outside the military is actually easier in some ways. So we can play this article right quick if you want.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, of course.
It's 8 minutes.
Yes, yeah, that's fine.
This news story was written by Jacqueline Alamany, Justine McDaniel, and Mariana Sotomayor. House ethics report says Matt Gaetz paid for sex, possessed drugs. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz, Republican, Florida, regularly paid for sex, possessed illegal drugs, and paid a 17-year-old girl for sex in 2017, according to a 42-page report released by the House Ethics Committee on Monday on President-elect Donald Trump's former pick for Attorney General. The report cited substantial evidence that from 2017 to 2020, Gaetz regularly paid women for engaging in sexual activity with him, and from 2017 to 2019, possessed illegal drugs, including cocaine and ecstasy.
Could we call him Congressman Lasagna Killer?
On multiple different occasions. The Ethics Committee also investigated a 2018 trip Gaetz made to the Bahamas, where the panel found he accepted transportation and lodging in violation of the House rules and laws on gifts. The bipartisan committee concluded in the document that Gaetz violated House rules, state and federal laws, and other standards of conduct prohibiting prostitution, statutory rape, illicit drug use, acceptance of impermissible gifts, the provision of special favors and privileges, and obstruction of Congress. Gaetz has denied all the allegations against him. Until a few weeks ago, Gaetz was one of the leading voices of Republicans in the MAGA movement on Capitol Hill, and was tapped by Trump to be the nation's top law enforcement official. But questions about the allegations and Gaetz and what the House committee...
What did they mention about Justice Sotomayor at the beginning? Like, she had something to do with
one of the reporters' name is Sotomayor.
I wonder if they're related.
Don't know, but Tommy Sotomayor, for instance, isn't related that I know of, so it's not that uncommon a name.
Okay, never mind.
And Solid Snake, you had something to say?
Yeah, okay, let's look at it. We're talking about him receiving gifts. How many other Congress members are already laundering money?
Okay, who gives a hey, if that were, hold on. If that were the only issue they mentioned, I might entertain this argument. But you're cherry picking. You're cherry picking.
Cherry picking. The media.
There you are.
We cherry pick this article.
Okay, talk about the paying for sex part. What do you think about that?
Who?
Paying for sex part.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
Oh well, if you're a congressman, it's kind of an.
Stanley, come on, Stanley.
Okay, if you're a Congress, well, maybe, you know what? You're right. You're right, Solid Snake. The kind of congressman you would vote for is definitely different than the kind I would vote for.
Okay, well, I'm just playing how the game supposed to be played.
Oh, and by the way, he had a fiance.
You're paying for it.
Okay, yeah.
Like
You would vote.
I should be.
Okay, just because you two are the type that would vote for whoremongers, I'm okay with that.
No, I should be allowed to do it, but they shouldn't.
No,
Right.
you should be allowed to vote for a whoremonger. Sure, no problem with that.
I should be allowed to hire a hooker, but I'm not them, so I can hold them to a higher standard, right?
But you just want to go with an accusation. Come on, man. I'm not gonna do it unless I see it on camera.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that you might not see. There's a lot of things that you might not really see.
Aren't we supposed to hold them to a higher standard?
Yes, that's why we. You know what? Bottom line is, we were talking earlier about having you two up on the show at the same time, and this is part of my frustration. Okay, not being able to get a word in edgewise, and both of you talking at the same time. You two shouldn't even should be annoyed with each other for talking all over each other.
Well, we make the show. People love us. So.
Okay, you know what? And guess what? I don't give a shit whether people love it or not. I don't.
Y'all doing this now?
I can't. You know what? Unfortunately, my weakness is I like to think before I speak, and it gets hard to do with about two of you going on at the same time. So often about two different topics.
My bad.
So Porsha's here. She's witnessing this bullshit. And you know what? Y'all need to go one at a time at a minimum.
I'm just saying, what's the point of having Matt Gaetz go through all these criminal charges? What's the point?
Okay.
What evidence that they presented that they ever presented? What's new?
Okay, well,
discovered way back when the allegations first came up.
As I said, part of the reason I think, and I don't know this for sure, that they even released this report is someone wants to damage him politically to ruin his chances of running for winning, well, anything, but specifically for Senate. He was thinking about, there was a rumor in the newspapers that he might run for Marco Rubio's vacated Senate seat.
You know, too, Stanley, he actually verbally said that. I'm too kind to have sleep to try to pull it up because I did actually have that, but he actually said that on camera that he wanted to run for Rubio's seat.
I see.
Yeah, he did. And so, but again, all of these things are allegedly, but I just feel like, even though it's alleged, like, cause I'm a fight person, but it's just like a lot of this stuff is like, okay, well, let's just, you're supposed to be, you know, quote unquote conservative. So it's like, let's just,
well, that's Diwali, and you bring up a certain point. And, you know, funny enough, Porsha, I was thinking about it yesterday, and I guess maybe I'll do it at some point in time. I'm kind of thinking that, you know, well, I've said it before, MAGA is not as conservative as all that. They put up with a lot of things that said George Will type conservative would never put up with or vote for.
Okay, but Stanley, you gotta adjust to the time.
No, I don't. That is, adjusting to the times is an odd thing for a conservative to say.
you know, I just, and that's the one thing. Like, so for me, it's just like, with Pete
Change is
Hegseth,
inevitable.
which I'm still okay with his nomination, and in Matt Gaetz, like this is all coming down the pipeline. Like in my opinion, it's just like Matt Gaetz talk about it because they released it, and I know why they released it, because they want to smear you and all of that stuff like that. But when we talk about being a conservative, so either you're gonna come out here and say, yeah, I did it, it was wrong, I wasn't right.
Yeah, but the underage, I think the one
Yeah, of course,
thing,
the underage thing too.
yeah,
I mean,
the
like
one, yeah,
Matt
that's
Gaetz,
the
he is
one
capable.
thing,
But
you know,
Pete Hegseth, he's a bit different. But it's just like, yeah, I did that. I'm gonna keep it pushing. But
yeah, but the underage thing, I just don't think you can live that down. Not as someone who is quote a conservative, and I don't think Matt Gaetz is a conservative, to be honest.
well, that whole 42-page report.
Yeah, if these fucking underage
oh,
girls
Jesus.
ain't no conservative.
I don't like I say. I'm
Well,
not giving much shade, but I just don't think I believe they probably did try to entrap them. I mean, they capable of doing.
Not make them a child molester or something like
But I
that.
mean, like I say,
Well,
these people got
statutory
cameras in
rape,
public
I
spaces. They
think would
don't
be
just
the
go out in
issue.
public, without any form of protection or any form
The
of
thing,
I mean, and of course too, they could release House Ethic Committee reports on Democrats too and other Republicans too.
right, but here is the thing. Here is the kicker.
Matt Gaetz is the
This
one who got the one. His is released. So
the kicker is that he was doing this while a sitting congressman. That is the issue. Okay, this wasn't before he got into Congress.
Yeah.
But what did he do, Stanley?
So I mean, what the fuck do you mean? What did he do? Damn, Solid Snake.
Snake, you know me, okay? For Matt Gaetz, whenever this came out, because I read it all through and through earlier, and for me it's like, what didn't he do? But again, all of this is allegedly. All of it is allegedly. But you know, like, just even as a regular person, you wouldn't want this. You wouldn't want this, which associated with your name. Period. Even if
Okay,
it's
and
fine,
by
you
the
just
way,
wouldn't want that.
Solid Snake, a lot of this stuff, not a few months ago, you were on Hunter Biden for this same sort of behavior. So I won't point out the hypocrisy. Okay, hold on. Before you overtalk me, I won't hesitate. Now I won't hesitate to point out the hypocrisy. The drugs and the whoring around. It was a problem when Hunter Biden did it.
Who came first, Stanley?
Okay, who cares who came first? The one thing Hunter Biden wasn't was a sitting. The one thing that Hunter Biden was not was a sitting congressman.
Yes,
I agree, Stanley.
Okay, but what about status? What about status? I don't care about status. I care about the crime committed. I don't put status.
Okay, you're shifting moral landscape.
As a citizen, you represent these citizens, right?
You're
as
shifting.
Citizen, I got to suffer the crime.
You're shifting moral landscape.
Congress, I should be relegated to.
Obviously, you think this Git Gallop is going to work.
So, Hunter Biden, he's been pardoned. So, I mean.
Okay, well, no, I don't care whether he's been pardoned or not. I need to point out Solid Snake's.
If that pardon was legal.
I need to express my admiration for your sliding moral landscape. You're a moral earthquake.
Now you want to say I got a sliding moral landscape, but you want to excuse Hunter Biden.
I don't want. No, I don't excuse. I don't excuse Hunter Biden. See, this is the amazing thing. I love it. I love it when you blow your top for your sliding moral scale. It's unimpressive, quite frankly. What I would love.
So it's cool when you're a private citizen, but
what I would love.
Congress, but these
what I would love is consistency on your part.
$400,000 a year. Come on, man. Hey, stop it.
Consistency is not a virtue.
$100,000. You telling me you want me to think about Matt Gates?
I don't want you to do anything except take a breath.
An hour.
All I want you to do is take a breath between sentences.
Yeah, I do think that actually would help. Now, I don't know if what you're trying to do is like compare the two, but Matt Gaetz, he is, you know, Hunter Biden is just a son. Matt Gaetz is who he is, and again, all of this for everybody in the audience right now and to YouTube. Yes, we know all of this is allegedly. It's a report. It's allegedly, but the report is scathing. It is damning, and you know, it's something for us to talk about. Even though, again, it is all alleged. It is all alleged, but there's a lot of stuff in there.
Well, I want to also point out that these weren't Democrats. These weren't Democrats driving the investigation.
Right. It's a whole
personally, I don't give a fuck about Matt Gaetz anymore.
Of course you don't. Why would you?
He's not in the running. He's not in anything.
Well, he was
Just
almost.
in your
He was
head.
almost Attorney General.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. But you know, like he stepped down. So, but it's just
Picked
you know,
picked
again,
by
as
the.
always, 12th man. We do have a show to run, and we do have to cover the news. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Hey,
you
can
know,
we
I
hit the
know
reset button?
we do have to.
I'm not hitting the reset button.
Porsha, we need to hit a reset button. Party with Beyonce right quick. Party with
I
Beyonce.
wanna-
Hit that
I
like
wanna-
button, y'all. Party with Beyonce, please. Do it for the
Dance with Beyonce. Dance with Beyonce.
I want to
Can
point
we
out.
dance with Beyonce?
Yeah, we might have to switch over to my show so we don't have to do Dancing with Beyonce.
We gonna do the show.
I think we can. Oops. I think we can have a music break really quick. We can do. I won't play the whole thing. We can have a little break. Just a little break.
Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. Beyonce.
Carry on.
Dance party with Beyonce. Beyonce. 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 Hold up. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. Dance party with Beyonce. 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 Party with Beyonce. 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 Beyonce.
Done. All right, there y'all go. Even though Matt Gaetz is out of line, so is Pete Hegseth.
Okay, and
They're out of line.
Jawali,
Mad now.
Jawali, one point I want to make up or point out, when you say something like, I realized liberals used black women for votes, that's basically infantilizing voters. Liberals didn't use black women for anything. Black women voted for liberals. There's a difference.
Whoa. Explain.
So do you want to finish this article? We can finish reading it, or do we get the gist of it?
We get the gist of it.
Okay.
But we can finish reading it. Put it up on my big screen.
Oops. This is Hegseth. Hegseth's Guard left the army after the beating of a civilian during training. I didn't hear about this one. Let me drop this
Another
article.
hit piece. Another
Yeah,
bullshit.
I'm sure it's a hit piece. That's
Yeah.
all the news is when it's anti-MAGA. It's only true when it's anti-Democrat.
Well, wait a minute, Stanley. Is this a soldier complaining?
Oh, I have no idea. I haven't read the article.
Oh, see?
Yeah. I think it'll be worth a listen because I had to, I had to go into the left, liberal, Democrat areas to get more about P. Hegseth because I didn't know. And Stanley, I'm not gonna lie, I had no clue. And so what I had to do is I had to ask myself, I had to check my conservatism. And I was like, what the hell? What's going on? Now, again, if he steps into this role, Stanley, okay, he steps into the role, but I wasn't against, talking about, I mean, like Pete Hegseth and his current wife, I was like, y'all are trash. What y'all did to y'all's ex-spouses is trash. Like, so, like as far as the morality police, I'm not trying to be the morality police, Stanley. I'm not. But at the same time, I felt like it was worth, just discussing because I was like, damn, like Pete, you did what?
Well, here's the deal. Now it could just be my age, but back when Reagan, Bush, even Clinton, there was a big thing in politics that character matters. That was literally like you'll hear it's the economy, stupid. Well, back in the 80s, character matters was kind of a buzz phrase. And a lot of the reason for that was Nixon. Okay, character became a huge issue. People basically before Nixon didn't even know that, character was an issue. It was just assumed that, hey, you're going to be presidential.
Wait a minute, Stanley.
God damn it, let me finish. So, 12th man. People just, okay, you apparently you did not hear me say, let me finish. Are you going to keep on? Before
You're
Nixon.
comparing Hegseth
Okay.
to
Before Nixon, it was always assumed that presidential candidates were going to be of good character. It became a little bit of a moral panic after Nixon. And Reagan, for all his faults, character was a big thing, with him. And it was basically a big thing until Clinton. And after Clinton, kind of that character matters thing kind of broke. And I think every year it's just evolved to a point to where we can have congressmen, doing, these sorts of things and get away with it. And the thing is we live in the internet age. It's not like back in the 60s where you could be a Kennedy and do all kinds of things. And reporters just kind of, have a gentleman's agreement. Those days are over. And if you're crazy enough to do what Matt Gaetz did while you're sitting, a sitting congressman, I have to wonder whether you even need to be in office. That's kind of reckless behavior. And I don't know that I want my Congress people, to be that reckless. So that's my spiel. What you got, 12 man? Oh, Solid
I
Snake.
was just gonna leave if you don't want me on.
Well, good. No, what I don't want you to do is over talk when I'm trying to make a point. If you can do that, by all means, if you can do that, by all means, stay. If you can't, I understand it's probably past your bedtime anyway.
What says you?
Solid Snake, do you want to read this article? It doesn't have a reader.
Oh yeah, here you go.
Can you read it, or do you need me to enlarge it?
No, you good. Oh man, these thick ass glasses. Shit. There you
I
go.
can read it. I can
Published
blow it up.
December 16th, 2024. Uploaded December 20th, 2024. When Pete Hegseth visited senators in Capitol Hill this month in an attempt to show that he has qualifications and judgment to lead the Defense Department, he was escorted by a security guard with a dark episode in his past. The guard, a former Army Special Forces Master Sergeant named John Hazenbeam, left the military after 2019 training event in which witnesses said he beat a civilian role player, kicking him, punching him, and leaving him hard in a pool of his own blood. Mr. Hegseth's choice of Mr. Hazenbeam as a security escort is the latest instance in which he has stood by soldiers accused of crimes. He has reportedly criticized military leaders as being too woke. Can you scroll up, Stanley?
Still there?
You reading along with me, or you just reading this in your brain and you already?
No, I'm reading. I'm reading in my brain. I'm reading along with you.
That's what I'm saying. You're reading in your brain. You need to follow your mouth with the article, because your brain gonna read way faster than your mouth gonna talk.
Well, we had to just scroll up. He scrolled up.
Oh, did I scroll too far? My bad.
Yeah, I might got a lag in my TV screen. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, he scrolled up, Snake. Go ahead.
Okay. He has repeatedly criticized leaders as being too woke and waging war on warriors. In this case, Timothy Politor, Mr. Hegseth's lawyer, said Mr. Hazenbeam was the victim of unjust treatment by a broken military justice system. And Mr. Hegseth was proud to work with him. He added, "It is stories like this that demonstrate the change needed in the Department of Defense." The Army charged Mr. Hazenbeam with aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. A military jury found him guilty of assault charge in court-martial in 2020, according to Army records. But the overseeing case declared a mistrial after learning that a friend of Mr. Hazenbeam had been talking to a jury throughout the trial, court records show. The Army did not retry.
Sounds like a clusterfuck.
Yeah. Did not retry the case. This guy has real anger issues. Ahmad Asmimi, the man whom Mr. Hazenbeam was charged with assaulting, said in an interview, "He is not a safe man. I do not know why they gave him this position. Don't they do any background checks?" Mr. Hazenbeam provided the New York Times with several official records involving his service and the case against him, along with a statement in a text message. "I have no conviction, and I was honorably retired after 22 years of service. That's all you need to know." Timothy Turner, senior counsel at the firm that represented Mr. Hazenbeam in a defamation case that he filed after the court-martial proceeding, said that Mr. Hazenbeam agreed to retire rather than face another trial. Mr. Hazenbeam claimed in that case that he was effectively forced out of the military because of false and misleading statements by employees of the independent contractor. Oh no, you gotta scroll up. Stanley. Hey, Stanley.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, you gotta roll up.
Are you lagging?
Oh,
well, I gotta tell you, Stanley, I don't trust military contractors.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I think that's where they launder their money at.
I don't really. You know what? You know what? I'm just going to say noted that you don't trust military contractors. I'll just leave it at that.
Especially not private ones.
Are you going to read the rest, or you having trouble seeing it?
Who conducted the exercise? It's unclear whether Mr. Headchef, President-elect Donald J. Trump's pick for one of the most important cabinet posts, knew of Mr. Hazenbean's records when he hired him, but some details of his case have been online for years. Michelle A. Flournoy, an Undersecretary of Defense during President Barack Obama's first term, said having Mr. Hazenbean as security is not a good look for Mr. Headchef. She said Mr. Headchef had seemed to display a pattern of disregard for the military institutional efforts to hold its own accountable. Yep, and that's where we at. We talking about accountability again.
Yeah, I trust the military contractor about as far as I could throw them. I mean, they'll make you disappear.
Yeah, my experience with military contractors is totally different.
What you do?
No, I mean, I've had positive experiences with military contractors. Of course, it's been a while. You want to go forward, or do you want me to read the rest of it?
Okay. Yeah, they say I'm slurring badly. DJ,
No, I think no, I think that's 12th Man he's talking about.
What? I'm about 5 beers in, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. So are you saying you need me to read the rest of it?
I ain't got no water. No, let me stop. Okay. Mr. Headchef path for confirmation as Defense Secretary has been far from smooth. He has faced allegations of excessive alcohol use. He has said that he has never had a drinking problem, but he would not drink at all if he becomes Defense Secretary in 2017. He was accused of raping a woman, an allegation that he denied and resulted in no criminal charges, but led to an out-of-court financial settlement with the woman. At first, some Republican senators appeared to have reservations about Mr. Headchef, but Trump has stood by him. The exercise that preceded the end of Mr. Hazenbean's military career was held at Fort Knox, Kentucky, for his 5th Special Forces Group unit before deployed overseas. It was organized with a private contractor, F3EA, to simulate a hostage rescue from a... Yeah, I got a bit lag over here.
Damn, we could make a movie out of this shit.
I'm trying to tell you, this is gonna be the next Tom Clancy. Now, if he and I already working on the script.
Yeah, it'll be the next Tom Clancy. That's a good one.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him, man, hey, this is gonna be a new Solid Snake.
What's up, Tyrone?
A black one. Oh, Tyrone joined the panel. Oh, shit. Oh, snap.
Yeah. What's up, Stanley? Solid Snake.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
We're having a snow party over here.
Oh, sounds like fun to me. Let's go.
Yeah, well, what's not gonna happen is a drunken mess.
Oh, Stanley, nobody's drunk, but you be up here
drunk. No. I'm not necessarily talking
Don't
about
do that,
you,
Stanley.
but
You up here drunk all the time. Why can't I come up here a little inebriated?
oh wait, hold on. Maybe you misunderstand me. What's not gonna happen is a drunken
I didn't
shit.
misunderstand you, Stanley. I heard exactly what you said, and you're
Well,
up here
good. Well, you know what?
too,
As long as you heard it, I'm sure you understood it too.
Hey, Stanley, we're throwing snowballs over here, baby. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Christmas.
So, Solid Snake, are you gonna finish this article, or are we done with it? Because I'd like to hear the rest of it.
Only
This sound like
no one else is allowed to be
let's keep
drunk
going.
on here except Stanley.
I'm gonna start off that.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'm not in good spirits because I'm not drunk, but I'm not drunk, and I, you know what, have low tolerance.
Can I buy you a beer?
No thanks. It's the middle of the night.
It's the middle of the night. That's right. Middle of the night.
So you're gonna finish, Solid Snake?
Yeah. I said, okay, I was at the private contractor, F3EA, to simulate a hostage rescue from a terrorist cell. Mr. Al-Tamimi, now 38, was employed by the company to play the role of an ISIS fighter with information about a hostage whom Mr. Heisenberg's team was supposed to free. Did they tell him that though? That's what I want to know. Mr. Heisenberg, now 45, had deployed to Iraq 8 times and was awarded 2 Bronze Stars and was a senior soldier in a group that detained Mr. Al-Tamimi. The soldiers forced Mr. Al-Tamimi to the ground and held him down, according to video reviewed by the Times. Mr. Al-Tamimi, a former member of the Iraqi Army's elite counterterrorism service, who is now an American citizen living in Texas, said he had been a role player in other military exercises and never had any issues. But this one turned inexplicably brutal. They were supposed to ask me where the hostage is at, he said in the interview, but they didn't give me a chance. They started hurting me bad. There's a bitch. This motherfucker played GTA 6. They probably put the battery charge on his nuts or some shit. Probably threatened to hit his thumb with a hammer or some shit. Man, you were just born ugly. Man, y'all believe this shit. Terrorism. That's what this article is, Stanley. I'm not letting this shit go to my head. I'm sorry, Stanley. I can't read it no more. No. They trying to start some shit. Listen, in a memo recounting the episode, a supervisor with the F3EA said Mr. Heisenberg rubbed Mr. Al-Tamimi's face into a concrete pillar, kicked him, and delivered repeated hammer fist strikes to his ribs and knee strikes to his face. Another company involved in the exercise said the other guys realized they were starting to calm down. But Mr. Heisenberg didn't calm down. He never calmed down, he said. A third said he found Mr. Al-Tamimi's face down and hog-tied, moaning in pain and a pool of blood around his head. Among other injuries, Mr. Al-Tamimi was left with a broken nose, a broken tooth, a sprained shoulder, a scalp hematoma, and blunt. Scroll up there.
Well, he might be your next Secretary of Defense, so might as well get ready.
Ooh, man. Ooh, Lord. That motherfucker, man, that shit sound like an Iron Man movie. Hammer fist, knee strikes to the face. That shit sound like it came straight up out of Marvel flick. Oh my God.
Well, I take it this article's not going to be finished. Porsha, are you still awake?
Nah, Stanley, you see how long that article is? That is a novel. And I mean,
you read it, Stanley.
You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to close this show down and start mine so I can enforce my rules.
Ooh, shit.
Oh, are you an enforcement officer?
No, I just don't feel like dealing with your drunken bullshit on Christmas Eve.
Okay. That's all right.
And,
Well,
and
it's
you
not
can't seem
Christmas
you
Eve
can't
yet.
seem to get that you can't seem to get that through your wine soaked head.
Everybody's drinking eggnog at this time of the year.
Yeah, everybody's drinking except you, Stanley. What the fuck is
Yeah,
wrong
well,
with
you know
your
what?
ass?
Unfortunately for you, that means I don't have a whole lot of tolerance. Plus, the shit you pull pretty much
Okay.
every time you get on overnight.
Well, I'll be sure not to join your show. Thank you very much.
You can leave now if you want.
Well, it's not your show now.
Oh, you know what? It is.
You like to act like it's your whole
No,
channel,
I not
but
only do
it's
I
you're
like to
not.
act like it, what I'm not doing is acting like a drunken fool. I keep telling you you're being annoying. Lindy Lou last night told you that it gets old, and you won't even listen to Lindy Lou.
Whatever.
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who thinks this, 12th man.
Okay.
I listen.
You're not alone.
I literally listened to Lindy Lou explain it to you in detail, and you won't even listen to Lindy Lou.
No, not too much. I don't have no woman for a reason.
Yeah, obviously. So anyway, I didn't actually know all of this stuff about Pete Hegseth, and you know what? It remains to be seen. It remains to be seen whether he'll be Secretary of Defense or not.
Well, movie script, like, man, I can make a movie out of this, Stanley.
You know what? Why make a movie out of it when it's real life?
I'm trying to tell you. This is crazy. They say he had a pool of blood, Stanley. Pool of blood.
Yep.
Hey, did you know NORAD was tracking Santa? Did you know NORAD was tracking Santa?
Yeah, that's news. That's news. News you definitely can use.
He took off from the North Pole. Santa did.
Except today's the 24th. So if he's still like over the North Pole now, he's a day early, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a day early. Maybe $1 short. Maybe you won't be getting no presents, Stanley, because you've been a bad boy.
Or there's no such thing as Santa Claus. Or there's no such thing as Santa Claus, and I know the truth that I buy the presents around this bit.
Stanley, man, you go back over this article, man. Something ain't right.
Do what now?
Man, it's a good article right here. I don't know, man.
Okay, well, I think you're.
What that is the time? I need to go to their website. I ain't never been on the time, but they know how to art. They got some damn good writers. They don't sound as robotic. They use all their emotion.
Yeah. Santa Claus isn't bringing Stanley no presents. I promise you.
Oh, Donald Trump is vulnerable. Oh, there they
Yep,
go.
Tyrone. What is your phone? Is your phone dying?
Damn. Hey, scroll down, Stanley. Jamel Bouet.
Yeah.
I still say that name, Jamel Bouet. That's a nice last name. That's tight. Bouet.
Yeah, he's I think he's Caribbean or maybe African. I can't remember.
That's a tight last name, Bouet. What's your last name? Jamel Bouet. Man, that's sound like a cologne. What the fuck? Now, this
That you mentioned, Stanley?
Do what now?
That you mentioned popcorn or something?
Might as well.
Potato chip?
sound like you corn chips or some damn pork skins.
Probably some pork skins and solid snake.
I want me
Kimmy?
some right now.
Kimmy, are you still in the audience?
Who up here on the panel with us?
Oh,
Somebody
she
just
probably had
gone.
sense enough to go to sleep.
I think we put everybody to sleep, Stanley. I think that's the purpose.
Yeah, okay, maybe your purpose.
I be trying to get my sleep, and then I hear silence say, rah, rah.
Let's go, solid snake.
Okay, well, I think it's let's see.
Man, they just anti-Trump, man. Every article on that site you see me like anti-Trump. I mean, why you listen to this Biden's media? It was a website.
Because I'm anti-Trump,
I mean,
and I'm not.
Well, Stanley, we still have 4 hours on this show, so we don't need your show for 4 hours. Okay.
What make your leader so much
I'm
better
sorry. I'm sorry. What did you say? What did you say? 12?
You heard what I didn't.
No, motherfucker. Say what you just said.
There's 4 hours left on this show, so we don't need your show for 4 more hours. That's what I said.
Well, guess what? You don't get to make that decision.
Well, you can start another show.
Well, I can boot your ass off this show. See, what y'all can't seem to understand and or put up with is no, I don't think Trump is a good president, was a good president, will be a good president, but I'm willing to wait and see. Y'all just want to talk shit. And not only that, I think the only reason you're talking shit right now is because I'm not John Galt, HB, or Porsha. And that's perfectly fine, but if you're going to be an asshole, because of political differences, I'm going to treat you like an asshole, and I'm good at treating people like assholes. So you need to understand, you don't need to be here for this. You can wait till the next show that you agree with politically. You have that choice.
Well, this is Porsha's show.
Yeah, well, Porsha's asleep right now.
Why are you so anti-American?
They'll wake back up.
No, you know what? I wish I were there so I could put my foot up your ass. Maybe that would help you. I think that's what you really need. You need some discipline in your life.
This is not politicking with Stanley. It's politicking with Porsha.
And it's about to be politicking without 12th man. Won't it be a shame when I kick you off a show that's not even mine?
Yeah, I think
that would be worth complaining about to John Galt.
Yeah, abusing your wrench, you mean?
Oh no, motherfucker! What is a wrench for but to use, bitch?
Yeah. Okay.
Why do you think they gave me the wrench? Not to use it?
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Remember, hold on a second.
You know what? You're gonna have to fight. You're gonna have to fight the other two to get a word in edgewise. But do your best.
Remember, Stanley, I suggested.
You know what? Are you gonna let anybody else talk 12th man? Are you just gonna have?
Wanted to
Are
let
you
you
just
know
gonna
that.
keep
I have a
letting
question
me?
for you, Stanley.
You know what? It would be nice if you could ask it. Tell 12 Man to shut up.
Hey, hold on for a second, 12 man.
Ryan usually be in here around this
Hey,
time.
Solid Snake, hold on, Solid Snake. I have a question for Stanley. I would like for you. I know that you and Be Brave go at it all the time, and I want to know, what do you mean when you say to Be Brave that Black culture is American culture? Because
No,
me
no. I
myself.
basically said.
Hold on, let me finish. Because me
Okay, well,
myself,
you asked me a
I don't
question. Are
think
you
that
gonna
Black
let me
people.
answer it?
I don't think we as Black
You
people have a
literally,
culture.
you
So you can
literally
go ahead.
asked me what did I mean, and I'm trying to answer it.
Yeah, I'm saying. I just wanted to finish saying what I had to say then, and you can go ahead. Because in my opinion, I don't think we as Black people have a culture.
Well, see, that's odd because Be Brave thinks not only do Black people have a culture, it's antithetical to American culture. So you think Black people don't have a culture. Be Brave thinks that Black people have a culture, and I think Black
Of course
culture
they
is a
have a
sub.
culture.
I think Black culture is a subculture under the umbrella of American culture.
I agree with
I
you
just
on that to a
basically,
certain extent. So
I just basically think that Black culture is a subculture. American culture is kind of like the parent culture.
I totally agree, and that's why I say I don't think that we as Black people have a culture.
Well, I think we have a subculture. You know, we've basically taken European culture and kind of bent it to our own needs. You know, for what 400 years.
So would you say that that's not a culture in itself? Because if
No, I
they're
don't
saying
think
that
it's
we are from,
I
if they are
think
saying
we
that we're
agree.
from Africa,
I think
and
we
Africa has
agree.
54 countries in it, then we would have to
Okay,
distinguish
relevant
exactly
to my
what
point.
culture, because
54
those
countries
countries
in
have different
Africa.
cultures. Those
Okay.
countries have different cultures.
54 cultures in Africa have nothing to do other than being kind of like a source to Black American culture. And I'll give you a good example. Duke Ellington, for instance, he basically was a classically trained or, adopted the European musical system. Okay. But he basically took classical European, music, basically, the technical part of it. And he came up with his own style. And he's generally recognized as a genius. So that's an example of taking a European system and kind of adding to it, taking from it, modifying it, and making it something unique to Black culture.
So, but that still wouldn't be Black culture, because if we
Okay,
would
I'm
look
not
at it,
arguing it's Black. Well, actually, I
I'm
am.
not trying to
It's
argue
Black
either, Stan.
subculture.
I'm just trying to get an understanding of where you come from when you say that to Brave.
Okay,
And
how
I'm
much
saying
clearer
that
can I be?
I agree with you is what I'm saying. But
Okay.
I'm saying at the same time that we don't have a culture, being that we came here as slaves and we were robbed of our true culture. So we've been indoctrinated into the white culture, the
Okay,
European
well,
culture.
I don't think there's such a thing as a true culture. A culture isn't genetic.
Culture is what, Stanley?
Culture is basically the software that you as hardware operate under. It's basically an operating system.
Okay, so Mexicans have a culture, right? The Chinese, the Japanese,
Well,
everybody has their culture except for us. We don't have
okay,
a
and I
true culture.
disagree with that. I think we have a culture, but I think it is a subculture, with America being the umbrella, basically being the parent culture. Basically, if there was no American culture, there would be no Black American culture.
Sir. It's you. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay. That's
What,
all.
motherfucker?
You know what? God damn it. Every time, 12th man, you're talking over everybody.
Who, me?
No,
I just
12th
said
man.
hello.
Oh, okay.
Maybe, 12th man, maybe you have a delay.
So, Stanley,
Yes.
culture consists of what does Mexican culture consist of?
I don't know. I'm not an expert.
I would
I mean,
say
but
I
you
would
do know
say,
that they have their foods, they have their language, they have their customs, they have their everything. And what I'm asking is, since you and I agree that the Black Americans have adopted the American culture, now I'm saying that we don't
well,
have
not
a
only
true
have they
culture.
adopted it, but they've adopted it, but they're not mimicking it. They've taken it and kind of made it,
Here's an idea.
they've
Maybe the
added
black
to it.
culture
God
is
damn
the
it.
American culture.
You know what?
Why you always looking through the ass of the donkey,
I
Stanley?
am
Think about
really
it.
having problems with you talking over every conversation.
Hold on, Stanley. I
Now
get what you're saying.
I'm trying to understand what Tyrone's saying, and you're interrupting. You're not just interrupting me, you're interrupting Tyrone too.
Oh, my bad.
Damn.
Well, I wanted
Okay,
to
now
say that
you're interrupting Tyrone.
I think there
Oh,
is a black
this isn't
culture.
gonna work.
I think there is a black culture that we do have like lots of black
You know
food
what? And
in
now
America.
Kimmy has dropped down because y'all won't, man. Yeah, I might have to just end this show and start my own. So when I kick your asses out, Porsha doesn't get involved. I'm trying to finish this conversation with Tyrone, and y'all are just misbehaving like children,
Well,
like Lindy Lee said.
I'm trying to
Okay,
converse
I
with
don't care what you're
Tyrone,
trying
but
to
you
do.
won't
How
let
about
me.
try and let me and Tyrone finish this out?
Well, I'm just trying to
Okay,
say
I
I
don't
think
care what dude, you have used up your Stanley points. You don't seem to understand how annoyed I am with you. Okay, and I don't give a fuck if I'm treating you like a child, you're acting like one.
yeah. I was never mind, Stanley.
Thank
You're
God.
not gonna listen anyway.
No, I'm not going to
Bye.
listen. What I'm trying to do is listen to Tyrone, your fellow panelist that you're talking over. Oh, good, he's gone. So, what were you saying, Tyrone?
I was saying that I agree with you to a certain extent. And I'm also saying that we as Black people don't have a culture. I think that we are culture vultures, is what it is, because we don't truly know our language. We don't truly know the foods that we're supposed to eat. We don't truly know our customs. And if you would go back to like the 50s or 60s, I think us as a Black people, we had a culture then because we had elderly people who we looked up to, who we took things from that we don't anymore. So I would
Well,
say that the culture that we once had is lost.
okay, well, I thoroughly disagree with that. Um, um, I don't think hip hop is being a culture vulture. I think it's something that that Black people pretty much figured out on their own. Even if no one reinvents the wheel, but I don't think that we're culture vultures right now. And actually, my question to you is: are you a Pan Africanist?
I don't consider myself a Pan Africanist. I just consider myself a humanist.
Okay, well, the reason I asked that question is I don't think there's any food or language or anything that Black people in America are supposed to have besides English and, whatever foods, that come under, American style cuisine.
But that goes back to my question of if they say that we are from Africa.
I don't think we're from Africa. I'm
There are
not.
54 countries in Africa. Okay, and if we're not from Africa, what was our customs before the Europeans came here?
Okay, where were you born?
I was born in America.
Okay, so why are you saying you're from Africa? Or
I'm
where?
not saying that I'm from Africa. I said that they say we are from
Who is-
Africa.
Okay, who is they?
History says that we are
Okay,
from Africa.
no,
That we came over here on
what
ships
you're-
as slaves.
I think you're confusing heritage with where you come from.
No, I'm not confusing it. Not one bit.
I think you are. That's what it sounds like to me.
It's you. I don't know who you is, but can I ask you a question? How for a person to find out of themselves, right? For one, you got to really get serious and get into it to find
Into
out. Right?
what?
To find out whatever you trying to find out in your life about you. Or am I wrong? Am I saying it wrong?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I mean, when you say find out about you, do you mean meditate? Do you mean, how you ask your parents? I'm not, I guess.
That's what I'm saying. Like you can. It is ways you can find out, right? But if you really that type of person who really want to know about life and your family, like just about life, period. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to go through books and all that, like how can you really find out about life? Not family, but life.
I think different people define life differently.
That's what I'm saying. People find out life differently, right?
Well,
so you can ask a person or talk to a person about certain parts or whatever you got on your mind. You can ask a person about that shit, right? And I'm not gonna say they right or they wrong, but to find out the actual truth, like it's to me, you can say I'm wrong, which I'm pretty sure you will say.
Well, I think
I'm gonna say you can't find out because it's so much in front of you that you only showed or taught. You feel what I'm saying?
yeah, but I don't know. I think what is life, if that is the question, it's gonna be different for different people. Like for instance, Kimmy says that Black Americans want to establish their own culture because we do not know about our African roots. And I'm gonna argue that culture doesn't work that way. I mean, the only way for that to work would be to isolate ourselves from American culture. And I've never taken a 23andMe because you know what? I'm not particularly interested. I'm pretty sure I have African, heritage, but the details of it just don't interest me that much.
Yeah.
So if being African, going back to the motherland, that sort of thing is how you connect with the question, what is life? More power to you, but not everyone, I want to go to Africa, but it's not to it's not going to be a Kunta Kinte experience or Alex Haley experience, it's gonna be as an American tourist.
So can I answer this question? The main question the question I'm trying to ask, or basically, question I'm trying to find out is like, the past is the past, the future is the future, right? No decade or whatever is the same. You only know what happened then and what's happening now.
Right.
You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So just tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'm saying, like, if you are asking a question about life, right? You know how a person can tell you about the past, and the person can tell you about now. But is there really a person that can tell you about the future before you get to it? I don't believe it.
I don't know how that would be.
Huh?
I don't know of anybody who can tell the future. You can predict it.
Because you know what? I'm 48 years old. I'm 48. I know the past. You sound like you tried to talk to. Hello?
I'm still here.
Oh, I'm saying, it sounds like you were tired of hearing from or whatever.
No, I'm listening.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I have, like, one of my main problems I have now is I listen to people, and I hear a lot of right and I hear a lot of wrong. But you go through life as that, right? But my thing is, a person that you talk to now cannot. I ain't gonna say. Oh yeah, I'm saying me. I'm gonna say cannot. You can only tell me about the past, and you can tell me what's going on now. Understand? Know what I mean?
Okay.
You can't tell me about the future. You can only tell me the way to get. Not to get to the future, but you can tell me or talk to me how to maintain to get to the future. I'm gonna say that time. Am I wrong? Did that sound right, or did I say it wrong?
Yeah. It sounded.
I said it wrong.
No, I don't think so.
No, that's what I'm asking. Like,
I'm saying I don't think you said it wrong.
okay. So, I mean, cause you know how you can be around people and they can be talking good about the past, what's going on now, and talk to you about the future. And at the same time, I'm trying to figure out, you in the same situation I'm in. How can you talk to me about the future?
Okay. What do you mean in the same boat that you're in? What's the boat? What's the boat?
Well, I don't mean to say it that way. When I say the same boat, I mean, if I'm around you and you talking to me, I mean, I'm not doing bad. I'm not doing good. I'm living. I'm living. Like, I'm surviving. But I listen and pay attention to everything around me, wherever I'm at, no matter what. And I know. I ain't making you mad, huh? Hello?
Still here. Hey, Osvaroon, how you doing?
Oh, hello, Stanley. I'm doing fine. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
That's
Okay.
that. Is that Asvaroom here?
Yeah,
Yes.
What's going on, Asvaroom? I mean, the other day we was in the chat, and you made a comment, and I'm glad you're up here because I
yeah,
want you to expound on that. You made a comment about predetermined or predestination.
yeah.
Okay,
Like,
that's a different show.
yeah. No. I mean, like, I have been to many astrologers. I've seen them predict many events that have come true, and I've seen them predict my life in which many events during the particular periods that they said would happen have come true. So, after all these visits to numerous astrologers and after learning astrology myself, I just came to the conclusion that everything is predetermined and we have no free will. I mean, there are so many patterns that repeat itself every time. I like many times I wanted to accomplish something, it never happened, and they would say that this is not going to happen, this will happen. It always kept coming true. I tried to defy it, but I failed many times, despite giving it my best.
Stanley,
Yes.
I saw that Kimmy Case had put a comment up about black people and want to know their culture, and I feel the same way
No,
that Kimmy Case.
that's not what her comment said.
What did her comment say? But
Hold
I
on,
can't
let me put
recall
it back.
exactly what she
Let me
said. But
put
I
it back.
agree with her.
Let me
I
put it
agree
back
with what
up.
she put up.
Here it is. She said, I think this is why Black Americans want to establish their own culture because we do not know about our African roots.
And I agree with her. I agree with her on that.
Okay, well, that's all. And I don't even understand what she's saying. Number one, it's in a lot of cases, it's almost impossible to know your African roots. You know, there are people who've been, people have been in the contiguous 48 for 400 years, and they've been on in North America for probably 600. Africans have, because a lot of them came with the conquistadors to Mexico, South, and Central America. So knowing your specific African roots, probably the easiest way to know would be to take a genetic test. And people do that. I'm not convinced that, other than knowing that, hey, I have African heritage, I'm not sure how, for me, it's not important to know exactly what my African roots are. What good is it going to do me in the here and now?
I don't know, but what I'm saying is, if you took a 23andMe and it says that you were from Kenya,
It's
and
not
all I'm
going to
saying,
see
and I'm
23andMe.
saying this.
Hold on. 23andMe doesn't tell you where you're from. It tells you, um, what has influenced your genetic makeup. So it's not going to say you're from Kenya or your forebears are from Kenya. It's going to tell you that, hey, a certain percent is consistent with people from this part of the world. It's, in that part of the world, etc. It's not definitive. It just kind of tells you, hey, these are the things in your background. It's not very specific. Genetics don't work that way, unless there's like they. I'd say like 99% of the time, genetics don't work to tell you exactly where you're from, especially in a place like America.
So Stanley, like I have actually been having these conversations like
Okay, I
with
can barely hear you, Andre.
uh sorry, let me try
Let
this.
me see. Can I turn you up?
Stanley, can you hear me a little bit better now?
Oh yeah, way better.
So basically, I have actually had conversations like with these like African dudes, and they pretty much have said that if you're not from whatever country you were from, fuck you. Yes, that is what they're on. So
who's on? Who says that?
well, these are what like Africans in Africa actually
Oh
say.
well,
It's like
you know what? That's nice.
it's nice to know, right? It's nice to know, but it's like if you're not from our country, fuck you. So yes, they say this stuff.
Well, to each his own.
Yeah.
But and I'm not even that. I'm not like a MAGA. I think America should be, the most important priority to Americans, but not to the extent that maybe Trump does. But I don't know what purpose it serves, to be all Pan-African and, wanting to go back to the motherland and establish roots in the motherland and all that. That's not me. If someone wants to do that, great.
Well, I wasn't saying that was the case with you. It's just I'm just saying it's like I'm basically saying it's like I understand from like all angles. Well, maybe not all angles, but like different angles. I understand this stuff. So
well, you understand. I probably am almost the opposite. I don't particularly care.
yeah, I don't actually really care that much as well. Like it's mostly entertainment for me, but it's just interesting to learn about this stuff.
Let's see who else. Osvaroon.
If I may say this now,
Go ahead.
the reason I brought that up is because my grandmother, who lived to be 97 years old, right? She just passed last year. She always told us coming up as children, and I hear a lot of people get on panels, they say different things, but my grandmother and her mother, which I remember, they always said that we were Indians, that we didn't come from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the only reason that I bring this up is because what I was taught in history class, as opposed to what my mother tongue told me, which is my grandmother, my great grandmother, and my mom, and also on my dad's side, all of them always said that we were Indians.
Yep.
So when I say that we don't
And I
have
assume you mean Native American Indians, not Indian.
if you
Like
want
from
native,
India.
indigenous, whatever.
So wait, just
I'm not talking about the $5 Indians.
basically, you're basically talking about like that Apple stuff that's been going around. Like, I'm actually quite curious about it. Like, I'm not sure where that.
Okay, well, this show's not going to be the one to talk about it.
Okay, my bad.
Well, no, I'm asking a question, but I'm not going to get knee deep into it because I'm not that familiar and can't speak
Yeah,
truth.
like I'm not familiar, and I don't really care, but it's curiosity.
Well, I know there's some.
I care because at the end of the day, I think that we all should know where we come from.
Okay, and I'm not absolute in that. I would much rather know where I am and where I'm going. History's good, but sometimes there are parts of the past that really don't serve to improve your present.
So why do we always? If that's the case, then why do we constantly bring up the past to verify the present?
I don't. I bring up history.
You talk about history, Stanley.
Well, hold on. Hold the phone.
All right,
The past is not necessarily history. They're actually two different things.
Explain that, Stanley. How is the
History,
past and history two different
history,
things?
history is the study and the interpretation of the past. The past is what history studies. Two different things. They're
Two different
related.
things,
They're
but
related, but
related,
not the same.
not the same.
Yeah,
I'm not getting that one, Stanley.
Okay, well,
I could definitely go along with what Stanley said. Like, just
I mean, you study.
But the
Say you.
past would be
Say
history,
you.
right?
Well, say
But
you.
anything in the past would be history, right?
Could be.
not everything in the past necessarily.
But
But if
history,
technically,
history is the study of the past. The study is not the thing you're studying.
History is the study of the past, is what you're saying.
Yes.
yes,
No.
So that means that the
technically it would be
past,
yes.
that means that the past, regardless to what the past may be, it is history.
No, I'm saying they're not the same thing.
Let me ask you.
Whether it's your story or somebody else's story,
Okay,
it's history.
hold on one second, Andre. If you would, Andre, let me handle this.
Don't put that on me. That ain't me.
Okay, what I'm saying is you can't.
About them.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Andre, hold on one second, please. What you study is not the same thing as the study. If I write a paper on, I don't know, if I write a paper on butterflies, well, the study, the paper about the butterfly is not a butterfly. That's what the past is.
But it's the study of butterflies. If you're writing on it,
Right, but it's not a butterfly.
it's the history of a butterfly. You may not go
Right.
as in depth
So
as
so
somebody
you
else, but it's the history of the butterfly.
now you get it.
So the past is history, bruh.
Okay, no, the past is the butterfly. The history is the paper about the butterfly.
If you want to say that, Stanley.
Well, no, I
you
don't.
wanna make that
I'm
what
not
you
just
wanna
saying
do,
it. This is something I'm not guessing about. I know it.
oh, you know it.
Oh, absolutely.
Then can't you prove that?
I don't need to prove it.
Why not? You say you know it, then you need to
Okay,
prove it.
this isn't some quantified. This isn't like a
It's not
math
nothing.
equation.
It's not nothing
Let,
quantified.
dude,
If you're
you know
saying
what,
that
Tyrone?
you know that
Let me do
something,
you one better. We might want to move on because this isn't something that's
oh, we want to move
debatable.
on because you want to move on.
Oh,
That's how this
yes,
always works.
absolutely.
Because
I want to
Stanley wants
move
to move
on.
on. When
Yes,
Stanley
it's
gets
because
stuck,
I
when
want to
Stanley
move on,
gets stuck in
Tyrone.
something, Stanley wants to move on.
Tyrone. This
Stanley, you can be
again,
wrong, Stanley. We can agree to disagree, Stanley.
Tyrone. This
You don't have
isn't
to
a
always be right,
Tyrone.
Stanley.
This isn't a
Stanley,
disagreement,
Stanley,
motherfucker. This
Stanley.
isn't a disagreement,
Motherfucker. You're not
dude.
always right, motherfucker.
Dude, this is not even a debate. If you want to have,
Look,
this,
bro, you got the right to mute
if
me and do
you
all of that,
want
bro,
to,
to get your
dude.
point across. But don't do that
No,
fucking shit, bro.
This
That's
what you
fucking
miss.
disrespectful as
God
fuck,
damn,
bro.
dude.
Just to get your
Dude,
fucking point across, you want to mute somebody.
Okay. History and the past are two different things. Okay. And I'm not going to debate this. If he wants to debate it, he can do it somewhere else. What's up, Simon? You there, Simon? You're on mute, Simon.
That looks like Clue Channel over there.
Over where?
Just on the panel. That looks like Clue Channel.
No, it's Simon.
I don't know who Simon is.
It said, oh yeah, he's a dude from England. I know who he is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. Oh, there you are.
Hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I was on the phone. Sorry, I had pest control over here because these Vietnamites be swarming. Yeah, what's up, bro? You know what I mean? they trying to tell me like put up some like lost ticket shit and like I know how that shit goes down. Do you know what I mean? You got a lost ticket job. Why are you gonna turn up on New Year's Eve? Trying to turn up and go, okay, we got a job. Like you don't want to
Well,
know,
wait,
like you got your family to go to.
this isn't New Year's Eve. It's Christmas Eve.
It's Evie Evie. That's what they call it, right?
They
Evie
do.
Evie. Like speak to any lady. Like speak to any ladies. Evie Evie.
Well,
They be busting that shit.
what the
Well,
EV sounds like?
apparently, this is the Christmas. It's the Christmas Eve drunk show.
Who
Yeah,
shit
no,
is
no, no,
who
no,
shit is
no. It's
cracking
not
up
that. It's
like
the
that?
Evie
Like we gotta
Evie. You
talk
know what I'm
about
saying?
that.
No, I'll
Who
be.
shit is
Look,
cracking?
I literally I went out my city on purpose just to like clock watch, right, and see how these
So
ladies be operating. They
wait,
be
just
like Evie
just
Evie.
so I
They
haven't
take
heard of
any
this
opportunity to get a present, right?
so I haven't heard about this EV stuff.
Evie
Uh,
Evie.
yeah, I haven't heard
Uh
of that,
huh.
Simon.
Uh huh.
Well, Simon, like, and
And yo,
also
ladies take any opportunity to get a present.
so
Like, trust me.
well
They
I
they love a present, man.
so I think
Give them a
everybody
gift.
else on the everybody else on the panel is also wondering about this. Is do you guys eat beans on
Yeah, no, it's a
Christmas?
new phenomena. Like, look, but this came to me
Do you
from
guys
a
eat? Wait,
68-year-old.
Just do you guys eat beans on Christmas?
I eat every
No,
day.
what the fuck
What's
you talking about, nigga? Like, don't do that. I'm talking to you for real. Like, this is a 68-year-old that went through World War II. She turned around and said Evie Evie to me. I was like, what the fuck's that? I was like, okay, we was like trampolining and like we had the whole thing like there was it was a whole extravaganza. They had the turnbuckles and the whole thing like put your child in the wheelchair so that we can like swing around the place for $4 and shit like that.
I mean, like beans is rich in protein, so it's good to have it on a daily basis, right? And there are so many different variations in beans, like you have horse gram bean and kidney beans, so eating it is good for your health.
I don't even know what you're talking about because I don't really understand your accent, nigga. Like,
No,
I don't know.
Andre
Like,
asked if
I'm West
people over here eat beans, so I just said eating it is
Indian,
good for
nigga.
health.
Like, I don't know. I know what you're talking about, bro. For real. Like, I don't.
I
You can
was
get on the
talking
boat
to
and try to translate that shit, but you're gonna learn English language one way or another. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
so
You might have about 2 years.
so I was talking to my UK brother here, Simon. I was talking to you. Just
This
wondering.
nigga, wait, no, I'm gonna go back to the Saudi Arabian nigga. What?
Is he from
I'm
Saudi
from
Arabia?
India. I'm from India.
Oh,
I mean-
you're scamming. You're in that big time scam. Like, so okay. I know India, right? You do all those the phone call shit, right? You do all that shit.
The call centers, you mean?
Oh, the phone call. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the
you got
call
them
centers.
houses. You got them the warehouses, right? Where you situate everyone. Even Richard Branson got on your shit, right? So like now Elon Musk, now he's the billionaire based on the fact that you fucked up because you're plowing all that money into Elon Musk. Well, okay, you I don't know, like the goat. Like I could take a goat, right, and we can eat off the goat. Like we'll take each premise. Like we'll take the legs, the ham, the underlaying, like the face, the chin, the belly. Like we'll slay that shit. You're just laying out your chicks and just letting them just go into the slaughterhouse, and you're cool with that as long as they cook for you, right?
I mean, like it's the way they slaughter it. It's normal like that everywhere, right? Ultimately, it goes inside your mouth.
I'm sorry, did somebody ask me something?
I will quickly post this for Stanley. So what do you think about this? UK cuisine versus Saudi Arabian cuisine. Like, what do you think is better?
I'm sorry, what are you posting?
There's no comparison. You can't really compare. Like, we don't have a cuisine.
So
UK don't have a cuisine.
So, well,
it's fish and chips.
I was posing. I was posing the question.
That's stupid. That's a real
UK
stupid question.
versus,
UK do not have a cuisine. We have never had a cuisine. We'll never have a cuisine. What are you talking about, bro? Look, you need to listen to your words. Cuisine. Cuisine is something. Yeah. No, we don't have a cuisine, nigga. Like, no, we're an island.
So UK food is trash. Is that what you're saying?
No. You can't go from one extreme to another. We import. We import. So
that's not a good thing. Stanley, did you hear this?
Yeah, maybe I ain't. Nah, this is a good point. I'm not saying it ain't. Like, I'm just saying, like, factors we
Stanley,
we've done. Oh, we keep calling Stanley for. How old are you? What's wrong with you,
Stanley
bro? Stanley. Hello.
Yeah.
How old are you, bro?
Stanley,
Stanley. Oh, daddy.
Daddy. Don't get it tiptoes over that. So Stanley,
oh God,
Stanley,
Who doesn't?
I was actually just asking them like the difference between UK food versus Saudi Arabian food, and
Oh
you
my
got
goodness.
obsessed for some reason.
I've had Saudi Arabian food, but it was mostly like meat and vegetables, like shawarmas, that sort of thing. I think. Middle Eastern food tends to have a lot of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, I can't say I've tried Saudi Arabian food, but British food is just it's just all fucking beans and fish and chips and bullshit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I am sorry, but British people can't cook. I'm sorry.
What about the pheasant under glass?
The peasants what?
Pheasant under glass. Don't they eat a lot of? I mean, there's game sort of stuff, cheese, sausages.
It's just all I'm saying is every time I watch these British videos, they're always eating fish and chips and beans and shit. That's all I'm saying. Maybe that's not the actual case in real life. It's just social media.
Yeah, but I mean, Simon actually lives in England.
Sorry?
Stanley?
Yeah, go ahead, Oz.
I'll just have lunch and come back. My mom is calling me.
Okay. See you then.
Yeah.
Well, even that was quite interesting because I believe he's Indian, and Indian living in Saudi Arabia is that's quite interesting to say the least. But
like I said, I don't know that videos or TV cooking shows are that good a judge of what a country's cuisine is.
Well, all right. So let me send you some clips.
Clips of what?
Just like what the UK people like to eat.
Yeah, that's somewhat different than what I had planned, but I guess we might as well go with it at this point.
I mean, you don't have to. It's just
No, might as well. I made the mistake of continuing this show. I should have hopped over to mine, but we're here now. So put your clips in the back. And Kim, if you're still in the audience, come on back up. We can just go ahead and do pop the balloons. All this news stuff I can do tomorrow or some other time.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I can't quite remember, but
I even had a Thomas Sowell video I was going to show tonight.
I'd rather watch that. Like, do you have the clip ready?
I'm not going to watch it now. It's an hour long, and
okay.
we are past the point of seriousness.
Yeah, I'm kind of just bullshitting, but fuck that. All right, I'm trying to find it. So for example, like this is the kind of shit that, like, they're eating over there.
I don't see the clip. Did you put the clip in the back, Andre?
Sorry, I'm on mobile, so it's a little bit complicated, but
yeah, it is. You know, I'm thinking I might just do what Tyrone says and go over to my show stream.
So just a warning, I haven't seen this clip specifically, but like this is just along that vein of this bullshit like these UK people be like eating.
Okay, well, this is street food.
Yeah, like
so I mean street food. Street food isn't exactly, you know, necessarily a cuisine. Let's see.
That is true. But like,
and this guy in the video doesn't look like a gourmand.
No, he definitely does not.
Okay, well, can you see it? Yeah, there we go.
I'm looking at it. I haven't actually watched the video, but
medium, large, or we've got the extra large. Oh, I'll go for extra large, man. Extra large? Yeah. You sure? Yeah.
Jeez. You know, that doesn't even...
Oh, yes, please. Beans and cheese as well.
Damn.
Beans and cheese, yeah? Yeah, perfect. Cheese first? Yeah, of course.
He puts a whole fucking butter in there?
Just open that up. Bloody hell. Get that in there.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be hungry now.
Jesus.
Jesus. Anything else, mate? I don't think I'll need any more. That'll be £50, please.
How much?
There you go. Castle card. What size hoods do you do? Well, we've got small.
Okay, that's supposed to show me what?
So at the time when I mentioned this, like, it was when that dude that was up here that was from the UK. So, like, it was just an example of like the kind of shit that they eat, which is like fucking weird ass food.
Yeah, well, that's street food. I mean, I'm sure, as a matter of fact, there's a style of English potato that has crispy skin that didn't particularly show. So,
Well, the main like thing about like the English food that like actually grabs people's attention is like they put beans on everything, and it's like, what is that about?
say that again. I don't know.
They put baked beans on everything.
Uh, I I mean, baked beans are pretty good. I mean, do you not like baked beans? Is that the point? Still there?
Sorry, yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, did I not like what?
No, do you not like baked beans?
Well, they put it on everything. It's like just their breakfast, lunch, and dinner is baked beans.
Okay, so I'm to be honest, I'm not exactly sure what your point is. So they put baked beans on everything. Does that mean the food's not good, or?
Well, I was actually just trying to roast the UK guy here, but
Oh well,
but
I can't
dropped
tell.
out.
It sounds like he had a few pints as well.
Well, yeah, like I was pretty much just wanted to roast that guy, but he dropped off. So yeah.
Well, Tyrone, what they eat in Britain is part of their culture. It's not the culture.
Because I do have fun roasting the UK like dudes. So that was pretty much what it was. But yeah, he dropped
Well,
off.
Simon, I don't know. He sounded irritated. Something about the pest control. I don't exactly know what was going on there.
Anyway, I ain't gonna hold you on that. So whatever else you had going on.
Well, I'm thinking, gosh, it's 4 o'clock. I'm trying to figure out whether it's even worth transitioning now. I had news stories. Kimmy wanted to watch Pop the Balloon from the Bahamas specifically, and I don't know if she's still up for that. Let's see. Tyrone says Mexicans and tacos, their culture, Asians and their food, their culture. I'm just trying to, honestly, culture is more than just food. I said something like culture is basically like, I was going to say the operating system, that people kind of, if the country's the computer, the culture's the operating system. And so, food is one thing that's part of a culture, but it's not definitional of the culture. So That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. And history and the past are literally not the same thing. History is the study of the past. You know, the past is the highway, and I don't know. The map of the highway is pretty much history. You know, you travel the road, but you don't travel the map. Black people in America have no culture. I don't even, at a minimum, they have American culture. So no culture. Don't quite understand that either. So what else? What else you got, Tyrone? Are you falling asleep? Well,
Well, I don't believe you're speaking to me, but
oh no, I was talking to the chat or some folks in the chat. I'm reading the chat. My past is my history. You know what? Like I
I,
said, your
I
past, maybe you're a unique individual, Tyrone. I don't. That's what you're saying. Um, you're. I mean, you can use history and the past as synonyms, but when you actually get down to the definitions of both, they're not synonyms.
I
Let's see.
believe that's like one of the like retarded like conversations being had like just recently is the you know black Americans don't have history. It's like or no culture. It's like that's retarded, dude. I'm not sure how to explain any better than that. Other than it's like it's one of the dumbest things I've seen in a while.
Well, sometimes I get kind of confused as to, what the point is. To me, it's so obvious. I don't even think, I don't, shit. You know what? DiCaprio now? Uh, no, I don't think they're antonyms. Shoot, I can barely remember what an antonym is, to be honest. Oh, no, they're not. They're not. Definitely not antonyms. I mean, you know what? If you open a history book, for instance, what you're reading in the history book is the past. History is the study of the past, just like chemistry is the study of chemicals, kind of. So, anyway, let's see what's in the news. I think we're kind of devolved to that point. Oh wow. Because I haven't really looked at the news today. And we'll go back to this. Yep, that works. Uh, Anything in the news interest you today? I've been kind of busy. Trump's wish to control Greenland. What is it with Trump and Greenland?
I'm not actually sure about that. That's news to me.
Let's see. In recent days, the president-elect has called for asserting U.S. control over the Panama Canal in Greenland, showing that his America First philosophy has an expansionist dimension. Let's hear about this because I don't know what strategic value Greenland has other than being right near the Arctic. All right, so this is President Trump's wish to control Greenland and the Panama Canal. Panama Canal, I can actually understand.
Trump's wish to control
Because America pretty much spearheaded building it.
Greenland and Panama Canal, not a joke this time. This article is by David E. Sanger and Lisa Friedman and read by an automated voice. Over the past 2 days, President-elect Donald J. Trump has made clear that he has designs for American territorial expansion, declaring that the United States has both security concerns and commercial interests that can best be addressed by bringing the Panama Canal and Greenland under American control or outright ownership. Mr. Trump's tone has had none of the trolling jocularity that surrounded his repeated suggestions in recent weeks that Canada should become America's 51st state, including his social media references to the country's beleaguered prime minister as Governor Justin Trudeau. Instead, while naming a new ambassador to Denmark, which controls Green.
Yes, I'm really not a fan of that shit. But so I'm really not a fan of that shit. Like this fucking 51st state shit. Like 51st state shit. I'm not a fan of that. Like,
why not?
Quite a fan.
You don't want to be American?
Just the province that I live in. I'm cool with that. Just not the whole country.
I see.
Well, yeah, I basically live in like the Texas, Canada. So,
well, you wouldn't actually want to be able to vote for Trump.
Well, just the province I live in, which would be like the state, like for you guys, it's just just like this one portion of the country. I could agree with that.
Really? Okay.
But yeah, outside of that, like, yeah, it's definitely offensive.
I see.
Greenland's Foreign and Defense Affairs, Mr. Trump made clear on Sunday that his first-term offer to buy the landmass could, in the coming term, become a deal the Danes cannot refuse. He appears to covet Greenland, both for its strategic location at a time when the melting of Arctic ice is opening new commercial and naval competition, and for its reserves of rare earth minerals needed for advanced technology. For purposes of national security and freedom throughout the world, Mr. Trump wrote on social media, the United States of America feels that the ownership and control of Greenland is an absolute necessity. On Saturday evening, he had accused Panama of price gouging American ships traversing the canal, and suggested that unless that changed, he would abandon the Jimmy Carter-era treaty that returned all control of the canal zone to Panama. The fees being charged by Panama are ridiculous, he wrote, just ahead of an increase in the charges scheduled for January 1st. This complete ripoff of our country will immediately stop. He went on to express worry that the canal could fall into the wrong hands, an apparent reference to China, the second largest user of the canal. A Hong Kong-based firm controls 2 ports near the canal, but China has no control over the canal itself. Not surprisingly, the government of Greenland immediately rejected Mr. Trump's demands, as it did in 2019, when he first floated the idea. Greenland is ours, Prime Minister Mute Bjerregaard said in a statement. We are not for sale and will never be for sale. We must not lose our long struggle for freedom. The Danish Prime Minister's office was more circumspect, writing in a statement that the government was looking forward to working with the new administration and offering no further comment on Mr. Trump's remarks. After Mr. Trump brought up the Panama Canal again in a speech on Sunday, Panama's president, José Raúl Molino, said in a video that every square meter of the Panama Canal and its adjacent zones is part of Panama, and it will continue to be. He added, "Our country's sovereignty and independence are not negotiable." But the president-elect's statements and the not-so-subtle threats behind them were another reminder that his version of America First is not an isolationist creed. His aggressive interpretation of the phrase evokes the expansionism or colonialism of President Theodore Roosevelt, who cemented control of the Philippines after the Spanish-American War. And it reflects the instincts of a real estate developer who suddenly has the power of the world's largest military to back up his negotiating strategy. Mr. Trump has often suggested that he does not always see the sovereignty of other nations' borders as sacrosanct. When Russia invaded Ukraine, his first response was not a condemnation of the blatant land grab, but rather the observation that President Vladimir V. Putin's move was an act of genius. Even now, as Mr. Trump seeks a deal to end the war in Ukraine, he has never said that the country's borders must be restored, a key demand of the United States and NATO. He has only promised a deal to end the fighting. In the cases of Greenland and Panama, both commercial and national security interests are at play. Mr. Trump's desire for Greenland was made explicit in the first term when a wealthy New York friend of his, Ronald S. Lauder, the New York cosmetics heir, put the idea in his head. In the Trump White House in 2019, the National Security Council was suddenly delving into the details of how the United States would pull off a land acquisition of that size. Mr. Trump kept pressing the point with Denmark, which consistently rebuffed him. Mr. Trump was not the first president to make the case. Harry S. Truman wanted to buy Greenland after World War II as part of a Cold War strategy for boxing out Soviet forces. Mr. Trump can make a parallel argument, especially as Russia, China, and the United States jockey for control of Arctic routes for commercial shipping and naval assets. Arctic experts did not dismiss Mr. Trump's Greenland bid as a joke. "Not that many people are laughing about it now," said Mark Jacobson, an associate professor at the Royal Danish Defence College in Denmark, who focuses on Arctic security. Mr. Jacobson noted that the reaction in Denmark to Mr. Trump's latest bid had been one of fury. One Danish politician called it an unusually strange way to be an ally. But he said, Greenlanders, who have long sought independence, may seek to use Mr. Trump's interest as an opportunity to further strengthen economic ties with the United States. Since 2009, Greenland has had the right to declare its independence, but the vast territory of about 56,000 people is still heavily dependent on Denmark, and has never chosen to pursue that path. Mr. Trump's interest could give Greenland an opening for more U.S. investments, including in tourism or rare earth mining, he said. Was it crazy when the U.S. acquired Alaska? Was it crazy when the U.S. built the Panama Canal? Asked Sherry Goodman, a former Pentagon official and a senior fellow with the Wilson Center Polar Institute, a Washington-based think tank. Ms. Goodman, whose book Threat Multiplier, Climate, Military Leadership, and the Fight for Global Security centers in part on the Arctic, said the United States did have a strong interest in ensuring that China in particular does not develop a strong presence in Greenland. Beijing's ambitions in the Arctic have grown, and in 2018 it laid out plans to build infrastructure and develop shipping lanes opened by climate change. Ms. Goodman said the United States should continue to prevent China from gaining a foothold in the doorstep to North America, but said Greenlanders must decide their own fate. We want to have all those territories proximate to our own mainland territory to protect us and also to prevent an adversary from using it to our strategic disadvantage, Ms. Goodman said. On the other hand, there is international law and international order and sovereignty, and Greenland is still a part of Denmark.
One thing that I'm going to say, after hearing this article, I don't think Trump is as crazy as I thought he was over this Greenland thing. I didn't realize that China had that much interest in Greenland. I also didn't realize that Denmark had given Greenland the opportunity to declare independence. I'm kind of wondering how this would be afforded, because I'm sure some money's going to have to exchange hands. But I don't think Trump is as crazy an idea on Greenland as I thought. So if he did it, I wouldn't have a problem with it, frankly. And kind of the same thing with the Panama Canal. China has been working on gaining footholds in the Americas for a while. They're pretty tight with Jamaica right now. So I'm not opposed to Trump making these assertions in Panama, the Panama Canal, and in Greenland. So good for him. And let's see, we'll go back. Go back to the headlines here.
Yeah, the Greenland stuff is news to me.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Well, just quickly looking it up, like it seems like what I'm saying is like Greenland is owned by who? Like some sort of East. Like I'm seeing Denmark.
Yeah, but apparently Denmark gave Greenland the opportunity to declare independent. So it's not a firm part of Denmark. It's not like they're Denmark first on it. Oh wow, have a look at this. I've been wondering about this. This is the fastest spacecraft ever heads for its close-up with the sun. This thing's traveling like 430,000 miles an hour. Holy shit. Let's listen to this article.
The fastest spacecraft ever heads for its close-up with the sun. This article is by Becky Ferreira and read by an automated voice. This Christmas Eve, a vehicle will travel at incomprehensible speed around a celestial object to bring wonder to the people of Earth, and it's not Santa's sleigh. On December 24th at 6:40 a.m. Eastern Time, the Parker Solar Probe, a NASA spacecraft, will pass within 3.8 million miles of the sun's surface, more than 7 times closer than any previous mission has. While surfing across the corona, the sun's outer atmosphere, Parker will surpass the blistering speed of 430,000 miles per hour, breaking its own record as the fastest object ever made by humans. It's a voyage of discovery, said Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate. We really are going into the unknown. Nothing has flown through the atmosphere of a star, and no other mission will for a long time. Since its launch in 2018, Parker has inched progressively closer to the sun during 21 solar flybys, called perihelions. The mission, a collaboration between NASA and the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory, has revolutionized our understanding of the sun, spotted comets, snapped captivating pictures, and yielded insights about Venus. In addition to its scientific haul, Parker has overcome the technical challenges of flying so close to the sun that the probe's heat shield must contend with temperatures of nearly 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We feel comfortable that the mission is doing really well, even way better than we designed it, said Noor Rawafi, project scientist at the Applied Physics Laboratory, but it still remains a very high-risk mission. Anything can happen at any time. During previous perihelions, the spacecraft traversed a region called the Alvan surface, where the solar wind, a stream of particles emitted by the sun, escapes into space. But for its 22nd encounter on Tuesday, Parker will fly hundreds of thousands of miles closer, slipping well into a stellar region that has never been explored. Going deeper into that area of the sun's atmosphere could offer insights into the interacting waves that ultimately may contribute to the solar wind's acceleration out into the solar system, said Adam Sabo, mission scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. We have just barely crossed this Alvin point in previous encounters, he said. As a bonus, the sun is currently at its most active state, known as the solar maximum, raising the odds that the probe will witness spectacular pyrotechnics up close. The probe has already braved coronal mass ejections, major blow-ups that spew the sun's plasma out into the solar system. The mission team is hoping for stormier solar seas that might illuminate the mechanisms that accelerate the solar wind and heat the sun's corona. If the sun gives us one of these humongous explosions, like a coronal mass ejection, when Parker Solar Probe is very close to the sun, that would be fantastic, Dr. Rawafi said. The spacecraft will be out of contact until December 27th, when Parker is scheduled to send a message back to Earth confirming its health. Assuming all goes well, the probe will transmit observations from the solar frontier over the coming months. 2 more perihelions are scheduled for 2025, and Parker has enough fuel for several more years, but it will never venture any closer to the sun. The mission's close-up with the sun is the culmination of a dream that dates to the dawn of the space age, but progress was thwarted for decades by the complexity of the task. One particular obstacle is the immense energy required to propel a probe toward the sun. Many spacecraft use maneuvers called gravity assists, swinging by a planet or moon to increase and decrease speed, but there were unique challenges to executing those orbital interactions for this mission. Yanping Guo, the design and navigation manager for the mission at the Applied Physics Laboratory, came up with a solution in 2007, a trajectory punctuated by 7 gravity assists from Venus. The mission was greenlit and eventually named after Eugene Parker, the solar physicist who predicted the existence of the solar wind in the 1950s and lived to see the launch of his namesake probe before he died in 2022 at the age of 94. Barring any unforeseen accidents, the spacecraft will seek to reveal new secrets about our star. The mission has racked up breakthroughs, such as the surprise discovery of magnetic switchbacks that help propel the solar wind, and observations of a dust-free zone near the sun as first predicted by the astronomer Henry Norris Russell in 1929. In this way, the solar probe has opened new windows into the sun's turbulent workings, with implications that include protecting our civilization from dangerous space weather and assessing the odds of alien life in other star systems. And still, as Parker's close-up with the sun beckons, the best may be yet to come. Dr. Rawafi said he felt jealous of future generations who could embark on solar exploration missions much more complex than the Parker Solar Probe. I wish I could go back and be a kid and start all over again, he said.
Let's see if we can find any more stories on it. But I knew about the mission. I didn't know the details of it. Pretty interesting. Let's see. Starbucks looks like some Starbucks people are going on strike. Excuse me. Let's see here. Part of Santa Cruz Wharf collapses in high surf.
It sounds like you got that old nigga cough. I've been going around.
Did y'all hear Bill Clinton's been hospitalized? He had developing a fever. They don't know why. Hey, he's getting up there. I wonder how old he is. Let's see, this is 1 minute and 34 seconds.
Bill Clinton is hospitalized after developing a fever. This article is by Aishwarya Kavi and read by an automated voice. Former President Bill Clinton was hospitalized in Washington for testing and observation on Monday afternoon after developing a fever, an aide said on social media. He remains in good spirits and deeply appreciates the excellent care he is receiving, Angela Reyna, Mr. Clinton's deputy chief of staff, said in a statement. Mr. Clinton, 78, was admitted to MedStar Georgetown University Hospital in Washington, Mr. Arania said. NBC News first reported the news, quoting a person close to the former president who said anonymously that Mr. Clinton's situation was not urgent and that he was awake and alert. Mr. Clinton was admitted to a California hospital in 2021 for a urological infection that developed into sepsis, a life-threatening condition, but it was not considered acute. He also suffers from heart disease, which was diagnosed in 2004 after he suffered from shortness of breath and chest pains. Mr. Clinton underwent a quadruple coronary bypass surgery, an open heart procedure, that year to resolve the condition at a hospital in New York. In 2010, he had another heart procedure, the insertion of 2 stents into his native coronary artery after experiencing chest pains. Mr. Clinton also has a history of skin cancers, cysts, allergies, and some hearing problems.
So, like, he obviously has historical health issues, and like, talk from 2004, like, we're talking about like coronary issues, like, yeah.
Yes, that Big Mac diet.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is an interesting story.
So, now that you brought that up, because like that was actually quite interesting. Do you think like that was the reason why Clinton like actually came out and he was supporting, like, pretty much borderline supporting Trump? Do you think that was a reason?
Say that again. Clinton was borderline supporting Trump?
Yes, he was.
No, I don't think that's the case. He did Kamala rallies. I wouldn't call that borderline supporting Trump.
Really?
Yes. You didn't know?
Well, I think he kind of did, because
No, I think he kind of didn't. I don't know how speaking at a Kamala rally is borderline supporting Trump. I mean, what example do you give in support of your argument?
So, just in support of my argument, basically, he was saying that sorry, I fucked up and read the chat, so gotta. But basically, what he was saying was that so he was just basically talking about Kamala and like and how like the campaign failed, basically.
Oh, this was after the election.
I think it was like during the process, but he did come out and like actually he was talking about like how the campaign failed, you know. Well, I will actually find the clip.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. It'll be clarifying more so than your current argument.
Yeah, like my argument is terrible right now, but I'll find the clip. I'll bring it up, but basically that's what it was. Is that her campaign is failing or has failed, pretty much. Because Bill Clinton actually came out and said that, fuck, man, like, I wish I could remember what he said, but it's like, he came out and said some shit, and it was like, this was like part of the reason why her campaign failed. He came out and said,
okay, well, wait, hold it. He said this during the campaign or after the campaign? Because you don't fail.
During the campaign.
You don't fail during a campaign.
Well, it was during the campaign. Like he came out and said that.
Okay, well, why was he talking about the campaign in the past tense if it was still going on? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, he wasn't saying it in the past tense at the time because, like, that would have been the current tense, or I'm not sure how you would phrase that, but like current tense, I guess. But like at the time, like it was current. Yeah, I gotta find it, but like, yeah, Bill Clinton like actually went in on Kamala, like he really did.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, apparently U.S. steel is still being debated on whether it can be sold to China or not. So apparently, this panel's deadlock on U.S. steel sale leaves final decision to Biden. So this ought to be interesting.
Well, the
This
U.S.
news
steel.
story was written by David J. Lynch and Jeff Stein. Panel's deadlock on U.S. steel sale leaves final decision to Biden. The president has opposed the deal for months and is widely expected to block it. A high-level government review board has told the White House it is unable to reach a consensus on the
So,
national security risks involved in Nippon Steel's proposed acquisition of U.S. steel,
What
likely setting the stage
what are
for
your
President
thoughts
Joe
about
Biden
that?
to kill the deal. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, delivered its final evaluation of the deal late Monday, according to two people familiar with the matter, speaking on the
People.
condition of anonymity to disclose confidential information.
Is
The White House
Stanley
confirmed receipt shortly before 9 p.m.
Hold on one
CFIUS said
second.
Monday that allowing the Japanese industrial giant to purchase the once iconic U.S.
Yes, sir.
So I I have to ask you, like, what are your thoughts on that?
Thoughts on what?
On this U.S. steel thing?
I don't know that selling selling an infrastructure sort of company to China is something that should be done. But then you also have to kind of walk the fine line. Blocking the sale is basically anti-capitalist. But
I mean,
I think in this case you could probably say it's a strategic, like a national
so
security.
you're actually right about that, like blocking the sale.
Well, I know I'm right about it. It's obvious.
Yeah, it's definitely anti-capitalism, blocking the sale, but like it's definitely necessary though.
Right. And I'm sure Biden will see it that way.
Well, not Biden, Trump now.
No, it says the sale leaves final decision to Biden.
Well, I mean, Trump is he's definitely anti. He's definitely
Okay,
anti.
well, Trump's not president. Biden still is. So apparently the decision's up to him. He may consult Trump, as a courtesy.
So you want to argue semantics on that one?
I won't argue with a Canadian about U.S. politics.
That is a good point.
That would be weird.
Company could lead to a reduction in domestic steel output, which would represent a national security risk. Nippon Steel said it could eliminate that risk by appointing U.S. citizens to top management and board of director positions at U.S. Steel. But the committee was divided in its view of whether those remedies would be sufficient. With the Treasury-led panel deadlocked, the final decision now falls to the president, who is legally required to act within 15 days.
Biden has publicly opposed the transaction since March, saying it was vital that U.S. Steel, the nation's third-ranked steel producer, remained American-owned. Even as lobbying around the deal continued in recent days, White House aides said they expect him to block the deal. Such a decision would mark a victory for David McCall, president of the United Steelworkers Union, who has insisted the deal would be bad for workers. But it also would draw an immediate legal challenge. Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel have warned the government. In a letter to the committee on December 17th, attorneys for the two steelmakers assailed the review as littered with factual inaccuracies and omissions, misleading and incomplete statements, conjecture, and hypotheticals that have no basis in fact and are plainly illogical, according to a copy obtained by the Washington Post. The companies also alleged that the administration review, designed by law to assess the national security implications of investments by foreign parties, has been corrupted by political considerations. The panel's concerns about the $14.9 billion takeover, spelled out in a December 14th update, betrayed impermissible influence in the CFI use process from the White House, the steelmakers said. Shortly after 8 p.m., Nippon Steel confirmed it had been notified of the CFI use action. The steelmaker urged Biden to consider the company's efforts to address any national security issues in deciding whether the acquisition should proceed. We are confident that our transaction should and will be approved if it fairly evaluated on its merits, the company said. If Biden kills the deal, the steelmakers plan to immediately challenge the move as a violation of due process and the authority of the president, the letter said. The steelmakers also told administration officials to
Andre, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. It's Japan, I guess, that's buying or wanting to buy U.S. Steel, not China. China bought Smithfield Ham, of the Smithfield Company. Maybe I'm getting that mixed up. But no, it's Japan wanting to buy, and I still feel the same way.
civil lawsuits that would involve extensive discovery, an apparent reference to the possibility of embarrassing courtroom disclosures. Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel say that Biden's opposition to the deal stemmed from a political bargain with McCall. In return for killing the transaction, the president would get the union's support for his re-election campaign. The union endorsed Biden in March, then backed Vice President Kamala Harris in July after she replaced Biden on the ticket. In opposing the deal, Biden would be acting at the behest of third parties who opposed the transaction, specifically McCall and Cleveland-Cliffs, a U.S.-based steelmaker that Nippon Steel outbid for U.S. Steel, the letter said. In several telephone calls with investors this year, Lourenco Goncalves, Cleveland-Cliffs' CEO, repeatedly asserted that the CFI use process would be a sham used by the president as cover to kill the transactions. Lourenco Goncalves repeatedly has asserted that he and David McCall have been assured of this by senior administration officials with whom they have spoken directly, the letter said. The letter also references impermissible U.S. government communications with McCall and Cliffs, implicating serious potential securities and other federal law violations. Saloni Sharma, a White House spokeswoman, denied that the president had prejudged the case as part of a political deal. This is not true. The president has been clear that he will continue to see what the CFI U.S. process yields, she said. In response, McCall said the union had made no secret of its opposition to Nippon Steel's bid for U.S. Steel. He criticized the Japanese company for violating trade laws by dumping steel or selling it below production cost in the United States. Nippon's efforts to circulate unfounded rumors and threats of legal action are regrettable, but ultimately they're no more than a distraction from the dangers the company's acquisition of U.S. Steel poses, he said. Cleveland-Cliffs did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
Well, that is that. Let's see here. There is. This is an article from the Washington Examiner that. Oh, damn it. Well, that's not going to work. Apparently, I've reached my limit. That's what I need to do. I need to get everybody to start paying for my Washington Examiner. We'll take cash apps for my Washington Examiner monthly subscription fee. I feel you. Small hats run this. Elon Musk is president. Trump is the puppet. Well, Elon's not president yet. And Tyrone, politics is literally about division. So that it keeps us divided. I don't know that it keeps us divided as much as it reflects our division.
Well, also, Trump, he's definitely involved in like Zionistic practices just as much as like all these other
What
world
practice?
leaders. Sorry?
Trump is involved in what kind of practices?
These are Zionistic practices just as much as like these other world leaders.
Okay, I don't believe in that anti-Semitic bullshit. I don't think the Jews are in any more control than any other people, to be honest.
Interesting.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
This might not be the space to explain it, but like,
I don't give a shit. This space needs some sanity imposed upon it.
Well, can you hash that out?
Nope, don't need to.
All right.
You know what? I'm not shy about talking about the craziness of this space. I think it's also anti-black.
Yes, that there is that. I'm not a fan of that, but it is
It's
what it is.
anti-black. It's anti-Jew. It's anti-immigrant. It's anti-Asian. The only thing this space is pro-white supremacy.
That is true.
Oh, you know what? It's just the water this channel swims in, and yeah, I'm here participating in it, so I'm not blameless in this, but I'm not. People seem to think that because this is a conservative space, I'm to acquiesce to, and I don't even think it's conservative. Conservative is not necessarily anti. Conservative is not necessarily anti-Jew, though it can be.
Well, do you have like Israelite stuff going on? Is that what you're
Do I
saying?
have what?
Like Israelite stuff going on?
No, I've been to Israel. Other than that, no, I don't even have an agenda. I just don't think. I think that Jewish interests have an outsized influence, but I don't think there's anything particularly nefarious about it.
Well, I personally don't care at all. Like
like the term small hat, usually, my instinct is to shit on people who are afraid to say Jew or Jewish. But, I usually refrain from it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna get the channel in trouble if you go down that route.
Down what route? Jews are Jews. Jewish is Jewish. It's not like it's a pejorative.
It's definitely a pejorative.
No, I'm afraid not. Jews call themselves Jews. You know, it's like I had a friend of mine in the Navy who was Native American and he called himself an Indian. One day I said, well, you know, you don't have a problem with people calling you Indian? And he goes, no, I'm an Indian. So I think, if anything, people who are so called conservatives talk about political correctness and woke and all that. Well, small hats are, you know, a pejorative, but it's a woke pejorative. It's because you're too afraid to say Jewish. That to me, that's not you specifically. I mean you plural.
Yeah.
To me, that's woke.
Because like we actually speak quite freely, like when we get around the talk, and like we speak.
And look at this idiot. Stanley's ignorance on full display. You know what? Fuck you, River of Hate.
What was that about?
I think you're
why did he just randomly come out and insult you? Like, what the hell was that
about?
about?
It's his, or maybe it's a her. Maybe that's why she is so mercurial. But hey HB, he just tends to like to shit on me. I think River of Hate is just mad that I'm not woke and he is.
So, I think
it's MAGA. This is MAGA wokeness.
So, like, I think that it's okay to agree to disagree. Like, I think, like, as men, like that is like one thing that we should be able to do. Is like, we don't have to agree on everything.
Well, I think I actually think the other mistake that gets made is everyone thinks that civil discourse is the solution. And I'm like, no, solving problems is the solution. Like this history versus the past thing, this isn't a fucking debate. You know, it's obvious. To me, it's obvious that the study of the past is not called the past. And why that isn't self-evident, I don't know. Keep talking about Jews and you will find out, Stanley. Dude, I went to school, like high school, with Jews. They're humans. Just like this fucking, you know, bullshit about women on this channel, this red pill bullshit. Women are people, treat them like people and everything will be fine. Look at HB. How about instead of the Jew, which I don't know that that's problematic, I just say Jewish. It sounds more genteel, if nothing else. You know, instead of saying a bunch of Jews, just say a bunch of Jewish people. It just sounds more literate. There is a reason they are called small hats, but Stanley is too. Motherfucker, how about just call them the yarmulkes instead of small hats? Small hat sounds like be brave, can't pronounce yarmulke. That's the only reason you call it a small hat. Say yarmulke, River of Hate. Say yarmulke. Let's see. Do I know what TOS is? Seems like I've heard the term time of service. Is that what it is? That's what I've heard TOS is. Time of service. Is it something else, River of Hate? Or should I call you ROH? Let's see, Stanley. Let's see. Is too uneducated. Oh, by the way, A river of hate. If you're going to say I'm uneducated, use the correct form of two. TOO is what you're meant to say. And I'm uneducated. Is what the liberals use to control speech. I'm still. I guess I'll have to Google what TOS is.
The TOS been around for a while.
It's a thoracic outlet syndrome. That's what. Google.
Just look at TOS is like what's.
No, it says literally here thoracic outlet syndrome.
Well, that's wrong. Like TOS, like
is that like saying it with your chest?
Well, just like from a social media like outlook, like TOS is terms of service.
Oh, terms of service. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, what about terms of service?
So basically,
so the terms of service say you can't say Jew.
Yes.
Oh, bullshit! Show me that one.
I would have to agree with River Hate here. Like this is.
Yeah,
like,
well, you agree with him. That's young people do that.
Well, this is Boomer Stanley. Like not understanding this, but like.
Well, number one, I'm not a boomer, and number two, you know what? I don't think the terms of service prevent you from saying Jew.
Well, I do have somewhat like of an issue with older dudes, so.
You know what? I don't have a problem with younger dudes. I'm here to teach them.
Well,
River of Hate is a young man in need of teachings.
Well, I don't actually have an issue with like older dudes. It's just, you know,
the ones who are cantankerous.
Yeah, cantankerous and it's actually funny to me. So.
Well, I don't know why people have such an issue with cantankerous Stanley and not drunk 12 man.
I have no issue with you at all.
Oh, well, not you. I mean people. I thought that's what I said. If I said you, I meant the plural.
Yeah, like you never actually said me. I'm just saying, like I don't actually have any issue with you.
I think that. I think this is going to be a slow news day. This is actually something that I hadn't thought about. I didn't realize there were still 2,000 troops who are still in Syria.
Oh, the Syria conversation. Like I have been avoiding that conversation, but I'm not sure how much you could talk about it. But yeah, I'm quite interested about that. Like I'm not sure how much you could speak about it.
I really can't. Other than Syria is kind of in the wind right now. And I've read people saying, "Hey, this is a golden opportunity to kind of, make Syria over." But basically, they are probably ripe for the picking for an entity like ISIS. Russia was the biggest Western influence, I think, on Syria, and they've turned tail.
That's not quite what happened, but
Russia. I know they still have a base on the Med, but Russia's not in the catbird seat like they were with Assad still in power.
What I mean, what I have heard about it is that basically because of the whole like Ukraine thing going on, like that's like the major reason why like what happened in Syria was able to happen.
Oh, you mean Russia being weakened?
Yes.
I mean, on the surface, that sounds plausible, but I honestly don't know enough about. I know Bashar al-Assad had been under pressure from rebels forever. So, the good thing is he was able to flee to Moscow.
So you think that he fled to Moscow?
No, he fled. Did I say fleed? I meant fled.
You believe that he fled to Moscow?
Yeah, that's what I read.
Interesting.
He's not still in Syria.
Yes, he's not still in Syria, but like I'm gonna have to look into that because like that's interesting. That is interesting. That I mean, it's possible that he fled. I'm not sure.
No, it is. He is in Russia.
Yes, he has a asylum in Russia, but like just
Okay, well, asylum means he's in Russia, right?
Well, asylum means that like he's staying in Russia.
Okay. Let me help you out here. If he's staying in Russia, he is in Russia.
Well, it's just like you said that he fled over to
Okay,
Russia.
he fled to Russia. Therefore, he's in Russia. What is it with young people and words these days?
So it's just the fact that you said fled. It's like
Okay, fled is the past tense of flee.
Yes.
He ran. The rebels drove him out, and he fled to Moscow. That's my point. Let me tell you my theory, and I'm not shitting on you specifically.
No,
It happens a lot in this space, and I think a lot of the reason people really have trouble keeping up with me is because they didn't learn to read in high school. Like you being confused about fled. When I say he's in Russia, he's literally in Russia.
So for example, I've also had these other conversations. So let's talk about this. So basically a fucking Julian Assange and also
let's go back. Let's go back to my point, which is the reason people
wait just Julian Assange and like the other guy's name, like what's the name again? The fucking
I know who you're talking about. What about him?
So did they also flee?
Okay, how are they similar to Assad? Let's start with that. Why are they relevant to this point?
So they basically had to. They basically had to.
Number one, Assange never went to Russia. He was in London, in I forget one of the South American countries' embassy.
Isn't he in Russia now?
No.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong on that.
Unless something changed, I thought he came either to Australia or the United States.
Who the fuck is the other guy that I'm thinking about? Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. The guy who worked, Edward Snowden.
Yeah, Snowden. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, thank you.
Let's see. Assange is not in Russia. Let's see, where is he? And Edward Snowden, yeah, he fled because his ass was going to be jailed. So he sought asylum in Russia. So yes, he fled. Okay, apparently Assange is in the UK. Oh wait, hold it.
Last I checked, I thought he was in Russia, but I could be wrong. But
I don't think he is. Let's put, where is Julian Assange? He is currently in Australia. That's okay. He's from Australia, by the way. So, according to
Didn't know that.
Google, or actually, it's not Google, it's a Brave search. He's currently, he returned to Australia on June 26, 2024. So, he's not in Russia. Okay, so we can now return. So, Julian Assange, uh, basically fleeing U.S. extradition, and there were also criminal charges or something in Sweden. So he was in like the Bolivia. Maybe it was. Oh, what's the? He was in. Um, he was in a South American country's embassy. It wasn't Bolivia. It was. Well, it doesn't matter. He's in Australia now. Snowden fled to Russia because he was probably going to wind up in jail in the United States,
Yeah.
or at least under heavy investigation. And Assad has fled from rebels in Syria to Moscow.
Well, I mean, Julian Assange as well. Like, the U.S. probably has some stuff. Like,
Well, no, they want to extradite him, but I
yeah.
doubt that's going to happen. To be honest, if it hasn't happened by now, it probably won't. So anyway, getting back to my point, I think young Americans did not read in high school. They don't know how words work, and they also think that even if you're wrong, you have a right to have your say in debates or conversation. And I think that's bullshit. If you're wrong, shut the fuck up. So that's my approach to debate. And many people like 12th Man, don't appreciate that sentiment, but fuck them. If you're wrong, be quiet and listen to someone who knows what they're talking about. And I don't know why it has to go beyond that. River of Hate, since you want to keep on with this disinformation, whose terms of service? I assume there's not a universal term of service. Can you suggest which term of service I'm supposed to be reading?
Yeah, like that seems to be some like
Again,
personal shit.
not understanding words and how to form a cogent sentence to convey what you exactly mean is something apparently they're not teaching in high school these days.
That seems to be like a personal thing going on between y'all. I'm not sure what that's about, but y'all got that.
No, it can't be personal. I don't know him personally.
Well, I mean, it seems to be like some personal type beef stuff.
If it's personal, it's on his part.
Well,
you atay on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
Probably a misspelling. Apparently, they don't teach typing in high school these days either. Let's see, TOS YouTube. Terms of service.
Atay, like, I haven't heard that one personally.
Have you?
I haven't heard that one personally. Like, it definitely sounds like a misspelling.
I think he might be from a foreign. I think he might be some sort of alien.
Oh, come on.
Okay, let's see. Control. Is it Control S is search? No. What is Control? Can you right click? Been a while since I've done a search on a page. I thought it was a control. Oh, it's Control F for find. That's what it is. Okay, just did a Control F for Jew. Don't see it on the terms of service for YouTube. Let's try Jewish. Okay, again, just did a Control F on the YouTube terms of service. Jew or Jewish do not show up. Anything else, river of hate. Because it's not personal, Tyrone. All he is a weird looking emoji and words that say river of hate. That's as personal as it gets for me. But if he can't get his stuff together, I'm going to call him river of bullshit. Okay, well,
that is fair to say.
Okay, now I get you. Now, see, this is the weird thing. Calling someone a Jew is not anti-Semitic. They are literally Jews. I'd say Jewish sounds more sophisticated and more literate, but calling somebody Jewish is not anti-Semitic. So get the fuck over it. Again, not understanding what anti-Semitism is goes back to, the lack of the poor education that schools are handing out to young people these days.
Well, I mean, like we do have like these anti-Semitism like conversations and stuff.
No, I kind of wonder. Probably the person who wrote these terms of service are Gen Z.
Well, I'm not actually Gen Z, so I wouldn't understand. But...
Well, you didn't write the terms of service, I'm sure. Right?
I'm sorry?
You didn't write the terms of service, did you?
No, I did not. Well, just I'm gonna have to actually think about it for a second.
I don't even see anti-Semitic. I don't even see anti-Semitic in the terms of service.
Well, it'd be like anti-Semiticism.
If you go and do a Control F, anything with anti, let's see, one of three. Let's see what else. Okay, I'm looking at anti, A-N-T-I, and there's warranties, and anticipated come up.
Yeah, just I had to think about it for a quick second. Like, I'm not Gen Z. I'm actually a millennial. So.
Okay, well, the bottom line is understanding words is important. I'm sorry, schools aren't doing a good job.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead, sir.
Tyrone, are you in Georgia? I forget now. I think you did say you're in Georgia, right? It's not. Where is it snowing in Georgia? It's not even that cold. I don't think it is. Let's see. It's 43 degrees in Savannah. Let's see.
I think one of the failures of like black people is like trying to make this like a fucking anti-Semitic like argument when it's like there's like other things at play, but like if you want to argue about that, like sure. I don't know.
Excuse me.
I don't know. Maybe I am too dumb to fucking talk about this shit. Just I don't know. Y'all got it.
Too dumb to talk about what shit?
It's like making the conversation, just basing it on like being like not really an anti-Semitic conversation, but just like like somewhat basing it off that like is like I don't know, pretty stupid to me. But
Well, I I actually think that even I think the best way to become proficient, like proficient or highly proficient at language, is to do a lot of reading. And they don't do a lot of reading whole books in schools these days. Even my son, he took like the two AP English courses. I don't even know. I think he might have read a whole book or two. But like when I took AP English, this was way back in um, 1983 that I took it. Like the AP English teacher gave a reading list that she expected us to read over the summer. And I think maybe that happened with my son, but there were like 10 books she expected us to read over the summer and be able to discuss once class started. So, we were reading books not even during school, but before school. And I don't know that they do that these days. They read like
uh,
snippets of books, but whole books. Um, my son's 18, so it would just be a handful if any. I know I had to buy him a book or two. I used to buy him books and tell him to read them. You might find it interesting, and I don't know if he ever did or not because I'm not about to force him.
uh, I mean, it kind of depends on the conversation, but like, I, I do enjoy having the conversations. It's just depending on who I talk to, and like sometimes it feels like I'm losing brain cells.
Okay, look at this idiot. Okay, dude, I did better than read the TOS, which I'm not gonna do. It's boring. I looked up. I did a Control F, which is how you find stuff in a document, to look for Jew, Jewish, and anti-Semitism, and came up with nothing. Sorry, I'm not gonna read it. Why don't you fucking read it for me and come and get back to me? Now you sound childish.
That
Thank you, Lupin. It's good to be back. I had to travel to Savannah, and then yesterday I was tired, so I'll probably be back tonight um, into basically Christmas Day midnight. I'll probably be back tonight. I don't know of anything that I have to do tomorrow that I can't sleep in to do. It was kind of a low key Christmas here.
yeah, I got about like an hour of fucking sleep left, but yeah.
Okay, no, Tyrone. I'm sorry. This demand that I be open minded to things I know are wrong is that's why that's the essence of wokeness. Okay. And MAGA wokeness is no better than any other type of wokeness. If I know shit's wrong, I'm not going to be open minded to it. Period.
That's a fact.
Okay, well, River of Hate, it's not your channel. I know you don't need to worry about TOS, and I know saying Jewish is not going to get the channel taken down. If it does, then we probably don't need to be here.
So
To be honest, I'm kind of curious. I'm not a Rumble fan, but I'm kind of curious why we haven't moved to Rumble, so we don't even have to worry about this shit.
So Stanley, like one of the things that like I have been like bringing up like in different spaces, like also on like conservative shit, like is the whole the whole Candace like standing up for that fucking like that chick that fucked like over 100 men. Like
She stood up. I thought she criticized because Porsha showed she showed a bunch of that video. Candace didn't sound like she was standing up for much.
well, I mean, she did stand up for her, but like
No,
she
stand
didn't
up. Hold
she
on,
didn't she didn't
bro.
completely
When
do
you say
that. Like,
stand up, do you mean stand up to it or stand up for it?
I mean, she was kind of in the middle, and it's
I
like,
didn't. I didn't read it that way at all. I thought she was staunchly, making a moral argument against.
explain that because I'm wondering.
She was against it. She basically did everything but call the woman a slut.
Well,
And quite frankly, that is slutty behavior.
well, the parts that like Hood played was like,
Okay. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
well, correct me if
I'm
I'm
sorry.
wrong.
No, no. Hold on. Let me cut you off right here. We'll get back to it. But this is what Tyrone says. If someone is wrong, they are wrong, but still be open minded. Okay, Tyrone, do you mean open minded to the wrong shit? Like if somebody's wrong, I'm supposed to say, "Oh, you're wrong, but no big deal."
Well,
Is that?
so
I thought y'all were MAGA.
so the main issue that I had with that was that basically she was like she literally said like this chick was a victim. I'm like, how is she a victim? She literally has like a fucking OnlyFans. Like, how's she a victim? In
Okay,
what
well,
world does this happen?
you can have an OnlyFans and still be a victim.
Oh, come on, man. Come on, Stanley, you're defending like you're
No.
defending OnlyFans
See,
hoes. Like, come on, man.
again, me saying you can be a victim without OnlyFans and have an OnlyFans channel. How is that even defending OnlyFans?
Well, you
I'm
literally
not
just said
even
like,
talking about OnlyFans. I'm talking about the girl who has an OnlyFans.
well, you literally just said that like you could be a victim and still have
No, I
OnlyFans.
literally said that, and I'm literally trying to figure out how that's supporting OnlyFans. We weren't even talking about OnlyFans. We're talking about a girl who has an OnlyFans. The subject of the topic is the girl, not OnlyFans.
So the reason why I brought that up that is actually like it's actually like a big topic.
For whom?
Content creators. That's
It
actually a
is?
big topic. Yes, it
Well, I
is.
mean, it was a few days ago. I haven't heard about it since.
I mean, it still is, but
Okay, well, what I heard, and I wasn't paying that close attention, I guess, but what I heard wasn't anything remotely supporting this girl from Candace. And I haven't paid that much attention to it, but who could support something like that?
well, like her whole thing is like she was like like even though this chick is like on OnlyFans, she's a victim of like uh she's a victim of fucking like uh what's it called?
Poor upbringing?
I, I don't know what to call it. It's like this
She's a
chick like,
victim. She's a victim of horrible parenting who didn't raise her with any sort of moral standards.
and this chick got an OnlyFans, so it's like, what is she a victim of? Like,
You can be a victim of poor parenting and still be guilty of, sins.
yeah, like shit like that. Like, I can't understand it. Like, y'all got it.
Well, I can't understand it because, I mean, that goes beyond slutty behavior. That's just That's self abuse.
Just
That's
self deprivation
that's
behavior.
masochism. Somehow or another, this girl has managed to fuse masochism and slutty behavior.
I don't know.
I mean, why would someone want to sleep with 100 people? That's going to lead to a bunch of chafing.
Just a bunch of stuff that, like, you know.
I don't know this for sure, but there's only so much KY can do.
Well, there's a bunch of problems that, like, would definitely be an issue here, but all I've heard is that is the men are the problem, and this is why I'm confused.
Let's see. Stanley, do you have an open mind? Are you willing to hear someone out? Okay, well, I'm not gonna go into the spelling problems here. I'm willing to hear someone out, but I'm not. Look, Tyrone, there. I'm willing to hear someone out if what they're saying is not outright wrong. There are some things that are just wrong. Okay, I'm kind of into moral relativism, for instance, but not everything. There are limits to even relativistic sort of attitudes. And when I say something like history in the past aren't the same, I'm not even willing to entertain that they're the same because they're obviously different. So, you can argue that point to someone who might not know the difference and get away with it, but I know the difference. And life's too short. So, yeah, I'm willing to hear someone out if they're making sense. So, what
I'm
else is
just
going on in your life besides lusting after girls who want to sleep with 1,000 guys?
uh, was that somebody speaking or was that a clip?
Oh, it's probably a clip. This is what Kimmy wanted to watch, but um, we have a couple pop the balloons here.
Well, I'm looking it up. It's like I haven't heard of the term uh moral relativism.
Relativism. It's a thing.
I haven't heard of that term before. So I'm seeing a moral relative. Fuck, I'm gonna butcher this, but moral relativism or ethical relativism is used to describe several philosophical positions concerned with the differences in moral judgments across different people and cultures. And an advocate of such ideas is often referred to as a relativist.
Oh, do you think I was making it up?
Well, I never said you were making it up. It's just I never heard of the term before. So
Oh, I'm just joking. Have you
no,
heard of
no,
this?
that's cool. I've just never heard of the term.
The Stanford, what is it? The Stanford has like a philosophy dictionary. Um, I'm leaving them in error. Well, Tyrone, what I have to say to this is if you don't believe what I'm saying, you're always free to Google it. I can be wrong, and I'm not like an authority on much, but there are a few things I do know. And, when I say I have no doubts in my answer, I literally mean I know it. As in, I've either looked it up before or I know enough on the subject that I feel, confident in insisting that I'm right. Moral relativism is the layman's term, as far as I know. Because the problem is the layman's term would be everybody is kind of right. It's almost like multiculturalism. Moral relativism is something that kind of became a thing in, let's say, the 80s. And multiculturalism is probably, you could probably argue that it kind of grew out of moral relativism, where every culture, well, there's such a thing as cultural relativism, I think, where, there are people who will say, hey, Western culture is the best of all the world cultures. There are other people who go, well, Western culture works in the West, but, Western culture might not work, say, in China. It's kind of like the democracy, like during the Arab Spring, a lot of people argued that, democracy is not a native concept, is a concept not native to the Islamic world. And I think they're probably right. But, a multiculturalism basically says that, oh, hey, all cultures are equal, etc. And that's probably not right, but I'm not one to think Western culture may have won out. And it might be the best culture, but it's not like the god of all cultures. It has its flaws. Moral relativism is what leads to believing a man in a dress is a woman. You could probably make that argument and not sound like the level of idiot I would think you are. But no one believes a man in a dress is a woman. We believe a man in a dress is a trans woman. There is a difference. But nice try, River of Hate. Keep trying. You'll get something right. Tyrone, I thank you for the compliment, but it's really not a matter of me being natively smart. It's just that I've read a lot. Oh, let's see here. Andre, you're in the Eastern time zone, right? No, a woman cannot be a trans woman, River of Hate. That's why they're called trans women. They're not synonymous. They're not equal or equivalent.
I, I'm actually in the West Coast.
Oh, are you? Okay. I didn't realize. For some reason, I thought you were like in Montreal or somewhere.
No, I'm actually in the West Coast. Well, I'm from the East Coast, but I live on the West Coast now. So,
well, good for you. In British Columbia?
Alberta.
Okay, cool.
Well, I actually live in like pretty much like the Texas, Canada. So.
You said you're the Texas of Canada?
Yes, where I live. So
are you in Calgary?
Not sure how you knew that, but yes.
Well, I know a couple cities in Canada. I know there's the Calgary Stampede. It's not like the big rodeo or something. Okay. Yes, River of Hate. A man in a dress is either a transvestite or a trans woman, not a woman. I think I don't understand what the kerfuffle is about all this. Oh well.
I'm not sure about that. Like
The Calgary Stampede.
Sorry?
The Calgary Stampede. You're not sure about that?
I wasn't talking about that, but like, if you brought it up, I could speak on that. But like, that's not what I was saying at all.
Okay. What are you doubting?
I was talking about like what dude was saying in the chat. Like, I'm not sure. It's like y'all got like a beef thing going on.
No, I wouldn't call it a beef. It's a running shitstorm that he's trying to dodge.
I'm running shitstorm.
Hey, John.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I was replacing a faucet, man, this morning.
Your volume's low.
Oh, shit. I'm replacing a faucet this morning. Do you hear me?
Oh, really? Would it freeze over?
Nah, hell no. I'm just upgrading the faucet this morning.
Okay.
And it's leaking for some reason. Beyond the valve, you know, where you turn the water off up under the kitchen sink. And beyond the valve going to the wall.
Well, lucky you.
Hey, morning, Stanley, John.
Hey,
What's going on, man?
The last time I tried to replace, as a matter of fact, I replaced a faucet, and my wife and I were doing it, and man, we practically flooded the kitchen.
So, just good morning, John Galt and Sim B. Yeah, talk shit, but yeah.
That was funny to you, Andre?
Yeah,
that was funny.
Yeah.
That's what you got this morning.
Yeah.
How long you been thinking, holding on to that joke? Sound like you've been cultivating it for a while.
Well,
preheated the oven. Yeah.
Well,
Before you slid that joke in there. Yeah.
Well, I have been cultivating that for a while.
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell you thought it was gonna do something, but it did absolutely nothing. But you know, I like giving back to the community, though, man. You know.
Come on, dog. Like it ain't like that. Don't do me like that.
You know, I like to give back, be a big brother to the special needs, man. I like
to do me like that.
Well, just tell him to go back to the drawing board.
Listen, Stanley, I let guys take their shots, man. He took a while for him to come up with that. Simp, 2 in. Wow. Had to use an equation to come up with that one, man. Man.
Hey, he workshopped that with SKC.
Well, I actually have a conversation with like old niggas all the time, so like that was
Hey Andre, what province you from in Canada?
Alberta.
Gotcha. That explains the lack of personality, and
I'm actually from Toronto, but Alberta's where I live now.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
Ontario.
That explains it. That explains it.
Yeah, like that's where I'm from, but like currently I live in Alberta, so it's a little bit different.
Tell us what it's like in Alberta.
Sorry?
What's it like in Alberta?
Alberta.
Oh,
So-
Alberta.
Alberto.
So
that's one of your workers, John. Alberto.
so like do you mean in like in comparison? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, I've never been there before.
So Toronto is like basically this is why like I had ties with like just folks from like New York and Detroit, because we actually have like really close ties, but it's quite different over here because Alberta is like pretty much like the Texas Canada.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Yes, it really is. Look it up. Like it's pretty much the Texas of Canada. Yeah, it really is.
Hey, HB.
Yeah.
He said that to me, and I didn't even bother laughing because I don't think Texas is that great in the first place.
Well, all right. So let me explain.
Saying
this.
that
Like,
only
why-
works when you say it to Texans. The rest of us don't give.
Yeah.
The rest of us don't give a shit.
I've come to find that out actually living down there. It's compared to a super, the big difference between like being in a liberal state and a Republican state. There's way more rules in a Republican state than a liberal state.
So HB, like I could actually explain this better because I actually do have a cousin that lives over here that like he has a dual citizenship. He was actually born in Texas, and yes, it is quite the same, because the reason why I say this is that their like national thing that they do over here is like it's like some hillbilly shit. It's fucking it's like some rodeo shit that they do. Like that's their national like yearly thing that they do. Some like rodeo fucking like just like it's bull riding and like animals and all this kind of shit. Like
they do that. They do that in North Dakota. They do bull riding in North Dakota. That's not exclusively Texas.
Well, I'm not saying that it's exclusively Texas. It's just I'm saying it's like I actually have a cousin that was like born in Texas that actually lives over where I live, where he got dual citizenship. So I know a bit about Texas. Is all I'm saying.
Hey, that's not Ted Cruz, is it?
Andre, respectfully, I don't think you know what the hell you're talking about. I hear you. Didn't you guys get all your guns taken away? That's about as un-Texas as you can get.
Well, my
oh, Porsha, I didn't know you were awake. My bad. I thought you were still asleep. My bad.
So
I'm like, why the fuck y'all keep kicking me?
My bad. No, I thought you were asleep.
So I mean, you're speaking about like gun laws, like in. I believe you're trying to ask me about Canadian gun laws, which like it's something else, but yes, like yes, my cousin I was speaking about that, like he actually has dual citizenship, and actually yeah.
Have you been drinking tonight, Andre?
Yeah.
Yeah. You been smoking too? Been smoking a little bit?
No, I haven't smoked anything, but
Okay. You guys celebrate Christmas over there in Canada?
That was kind of a bad question, but yes, we also celebrate Christmas in Canada. I'm not sure why you asked me that.
Well, Merry Christmas, Andre. I was just gonna tell you Merry Christmas. I don't know what your traditions are up there. I thought you guys like celebrated hockey or something. I don't know.
Celebrating the hockey? Like, come on, man.
Ice skating, something like that. I don't know.
Well. Actually, since you wanted to make a joke about that, like, we actually, all right. So, we actually invented basketball. You know.
Oh God!
Yeah. All right. So let's argue on that if you want to go down that route.
No, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue that.
Yeah.
I really don't care, but
I don't care either. I'm just fucking around. It's just like.
What else did you Canadians invent over there? Maple syrup? What else?
Come on, dog, like that? You can do me like that?
Canadian ham? Or
Canadian bacon?
Canadian bacon? What else?
You're talking about P-meal bacon, but I don't eat pork, so that's on you.
Oh, what are you, Muslim?
No.
Assalamu. Okay.
No. I am Jamaican, so we typically don't eat pork.
Okay. All right.
We typically don't eat pork, so yeah.
All right. Okay. That's interesting. I thought that was like a national food up there in Canada was pork. It's not.
Not for Jamaican people. We typically don't eat pork, but like a lot of my family do. But it's like I don't personally. So I mean, you can troll if you want.
What do you do up there in Canada?
In terms of
for work, I hear it's the job market's pretty tight up there.
Construction, like I've done a bit. Like I've done truck driving. I've done construction. Trying to get into like the oil and gas industry.
Nice. Yeah, you guys got a lot of oil up there and gas, natural gas.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, man. Here comes. See, man, you woke up, Porsha. Now she's about to be talking about Texas for the next hour. God damn it. Oh, God. Yeah, don't ever do that again. Don't ever compare Canada to Texas, because
Well,
I have to hear this for a month.
Well, actually, like where I live is like literally considered to be like the Texas of Canada.
Oh God damn it! Oh God.
Well, she could argue against it. Like,
what else? Because the only thing you said was that you got a cousin with dual citizenship. What else makes it Texas?
So, basically, like this specific like city that I live in is in Calgary, right? So it's like they have they call it like a stampede, right? And basically it's like it's some country ass shit where it's some country ass shit that they fucking do, and
is that John fixing something? Stanley, is that you or is that John?
I'm sorry, it's me. I forgot to mute.
Oh, okay.
That's just water.
Oh, okay.
Into this fancy coffee maker thing.
Oh, wow. Nice.
This guy said fancy coffee maker thing.
Yes, my brother has like a Keurig thing.
Oh, yeah, I used to have one of those.
I'm not sure I'm a big fan of making coffee one cup at a time.
Yeah, I know it is kind of weird, right?
It's like so I don't know, yuppie. I mean, fuck.
I feel like you pay more
You
with Keurigs. Like you pay more for the coffee. I think it's like a big scam.
well, they make empty like these little empty pod things that you can put your own coffee in.
Yeah, that's what
So you don't
that.
have to buy, yeah. I mean, like I have a particular coffee that I like, and um, you can buy it in pod form, but I just get like a bag of it, and then you put like 3 tablespoons per cup.
Oh yeah,
And
let me say good morning to Portia before she kills me. Good morning, Portia.
hey, Porsha,
Good morning. Ah, okay.
Good morning, HB.
Say good morning to Stanley too. Don't ignore Stanley.
Can I?
we just talked a few hours ago.
Oh, okay.
I just spoke. Good morning, Stanley.
Good morning.
Thank you. Let me guess what your favorite coffee is, Stanley. Is it
There you go.
let me guess. Okay. Wait, all right, first chat. Guess what Stanley's favorite coffee is? Let's see some coffee brands in the chat. What do you guys think?
Starbucks, obviously.
Nah, Stanley is not a Starbucks guy. Nah.
I actually, it's not bad, but I like. Well, I'll let people guess. It's not.
Yeah. Guess first, chat. Let's see what the chat. I'm thinking Bustelo. Stanley seems he
No,
likes
I've had Cafe Bustelo before, but not really. It's a little too bitter for me.
Okay, not Bustelo. All right.
No, it's not Folgers.
So wait, just like in the chat real quick, Mavid, you're definitely wrong. Like Stanley is not a Folgers guy.
Oh, I'm not against Folgers either.
Oh, come on, stop the bullshit.
No. As long as I don't. It's not instant coffee that I drink. That's never that good.
I mean, Stanley seems like man. I wouldn't be surprised if you drink like some off-brand store brand coffee. Is it like some off-brand coffee? Nah.
Yes. This is caught.
Is it
Sorry, just real
Nescafe?
quick,
Oh no. Maxwell House. Maxwell House.
No.
No.
He's definitely not drinking Maxwell House.
Stanley, do you drink coffee like
so?
every day, or is it like a?
No, not really. Generally, the only time I only drink it in the winter time, generally, and I really only drink it when I'm in Savannah. And I've had it more working overnights. Probably had more coffee in the past 4 months than I've had in the past 4 years.
Oh, really?
What about Green Mountain? Green Mountain coffee?
No. Let me just cut the suspense. It's Caribou Coffee. They've got a morning blend that's a blonde roast. Caribou Coffee. You never heard of it?
Oh, that makes sense. Blonde roast.
Well, no, blonde roast.
Wait, just say it again. HB, what did you say?
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it, or I would have called it something. I would have called it morning blend. Blonde roast is basically it's like the least roasted coffee, because roasting takes out the caffeine, and I like the maximum caffeine. So blonde roast is they'll usually call it morning blend or something like that. It's a light roast. That's actually a better name.
You know, I never liked the taste of it.
Coffee?
The taste of coffee in general?
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Yeah, that's not, a lot of people don't.
I don't even like the smell of.
I mean, it kind of depends on what kind of coffee you're drinking, but
It kind of turns my stomach a bit. I don't really.
yes.
So Stanley, Stanley, you like your coffee like you like your women, blonde rose.
Yes.
No, I like them to keep me awake.
Oh, okay.
Don't be boring.
So Porsha, so in terms of caffeinated drinks, I would say that I am a fan of lattes. I'm a fan of that.
Who, me? Not so much. Oh, I tell you what, one of the first times I was ever out with my wife, we stopped at a Starbucks, and I was so against Starbucks that I went up and just ordered black coffee just to see what the reaction would be.
Why would you do that?
It did throw them for a little bit of a loop, but they were okay with it. Yep, I don't want any of that fancy shit. Just give me black coffee.
So you went to a Starbucks and you were like, "Give me black coffee."
Yes.
Is it like whenever the whole I like my coffee the way I like my women? Was that?
No, I was out with my wife. I don't know that I would have said that in front of a white woman. But,
Yeah, that would have went over
hey,
too well.
hey, honey, order me coffee the way I like my women, strong and black.
Well,
I think that would have caught her attention.
So I think you got it fucked up, Stanley. Like me, it's like I order my coffee the same way I like my women as well, but it's like I like the mix. I'm sorry.
What? So what you're saying is you like your coffee transgendered? Is that what you're saying, Andre?
That ain't what I said. I said I like it mixed.
Oh, okay.
Look at Mavid. Look at Mavid. Mavid says all the bitter old people order coffee that way.
He's got a point.
That's actually pretty funny.
Mavid's like 1 for 100, man, with jokes. He gets a joke in here once in a while.
That's that old nigga smoke shit going on. I get it though.
Yeah, he heard me. He heard about coffee, and that light bulb went off.
Yeah. I got a whole notebook full of jokes for you, Stanley. Just refers to it.
I don't know why people go at Stanley like that. Like Stanley's cool. Like I'm not sure why they go at him like that.
Stanley triggers a lot of people. I think that's what it is. He triggers people. And I don't know. I don't know what it is, man. I honestly think Stanley is like a national treasure. But I think
calling Stanley a national treasure.
They like this treasure. They like this treasure buried.
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't want Stanley to be great, man. It's really crazy to me. It's fucking hilarious though. Like,
look at Daughters of Assassins or like a cemetery. Wow. I was going to say the River of Hate. You know what? I've never even had a Red Bull or an energy drink. Years ago,
that's bullshit.
We're talking back in the 80s. Caffeine pills were a thing. I forget what they're called, but they still sell them. But I took I had a comparative lit test that I had not read for. So I did an all-nighter reading the whole book. And I took caffeine pills, and it was like I was reading the same chapter over and over and over.
So
I never did it again.
So Stanley, we got to speak on the fact that you said that you've never drank a Red Bull before. That's
No, I never
bullshit.
have.
You've never had a Red Bull in your life,
Or an energy drink.
or and come on,
I mean, why would I do that? I got coffee. Or get sleep. How about get sleep?
Porsha. Like Porsha, are you gonna let this slide? Like he's clearly lying right now.
Why would I be lying? Wait, why would I lie about that?
He's 60. Why would he be drinking a Red Bull? He could have a heart attack, man. What are you
That's
talking
true.
about? What are you talking? That's how Kevin Samuels died, man. Drinking all those Red Bulls.
That is definitely a
It was
fact.
because he drinks a lot of energy drinks. That's what happened with him.
Well,
Probably.
I think he was killed. But if you ever watched his show, Kevin Samuels drank Red Bulls every show.
Yeah,
like
he
would drink
was doing it
multiple.
all the time.
I thought he was drinking bourbon.
Well, he drank a lot of Red Bull, so that
Hi,
was like a big.
Tyrone.
Hey, Tyrone, man.
Oh,
Happy, Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa, man.
Tyrone's back.
Well, Kevin Samuels drank a lot of Red Bull. Like that was like a big reason why like he had an early demise.
Yeah, I think he was
those
killed
energy
too.
drinks, but
I think he was killed.
I can't. I can't. Those energy drinks, they're no good. But for me anyway.
I think Kevin Samuels was assassinated, but also he did drink a lot of Red Bulls.
Do you think she did it? Like, do you think she was like a murder for hire?
Oh, come on. Like, we ain't talking about that
sure.
shit.
I
think
definitely think so too.
I think the sisterhood came together, paid for a hit, and they got
Y'all
him
got
out of
that
there.
shit.
It was a hit, allegedly.
Yeah, alleged. This is all alleged. But,
Alleged, yeah, for sure.
You know,
y'all got that alleged stuff. Like, I never heard shit like y'all got it. So,
you know, mixing Red Bull with Viagra is a deadly combination. You don't want to do that, especially if you're like 60. Like it's fucking die.
Yeah. Y'all got that.
He
Like,
had a heart attack.
You see,
Did he have a heart attack, Kevin Samuels?
well, his heart stopped. So yeah, I guess so.
Let me
It
see.
stopped right on top of he was right on top of that hooker he was with.
Oh yeah, he had. It says that he had hypertension.
So
It actually does say that he was on top of that. Wow.
yes, he was definitely on top of this chick. Like, it was a Latina chick, by the way, but like he passed like in old nigga territory, because like old niggas, like, they be going out, but I'm not sure the reason why he went out earlier than he should have, but
Oh no, it was right on time. But yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely right on time.
Yeah. It was right on. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he left his mark. There was really not much else he could do. He left his mark. He got to live the life of a fuck nigga. You know, he got to pay for exotic whores, and it's the fuck nigga dream. Be famous, paying for whores.
Well,
Live the life.
I'm not sure why you're defaming him by calling him a fuck nigga. Like, I mean, like, I don't agree with everything that he has done. But
No, I'm not saying it in a derogatory term. I'm saying it in like with the utmost respect. The utmost respect. You know, for some guys, their dream is to be able to be rich and famous and pay for expensive hookers. So when I say fuck nigga, that's what I mean. You know.
Well, I get that, but it's like my whole thing with him is like basically like his death was, he died on top of a Latina bitch.
Yeah,
like,
she was a hooker. Yeah.
Well, we got to keep it a buck. Like, he died on top of a Latina bitch. It was like
yeah, which you got something against Latinas?
I don't at all. That's what I'm saying. It's like he died on top of a Latina bitch. Like, so we got to keep it a buck, and like, that is something that
What are you saying? What are you saying right now?
How
So
did he die? On top
so
of me.
well, I'm saying to keep it a buck. Like, he died on top of a Latina bitch is like what you would want. Well, maybe not Latina. I don't know if you like Asian or whatever else, but
yeah.
But he died on top of a Latina bitch. So like, keeping it a buck. Like, what did he do wrong? So it's like, I'm not understanding like why dudes are like got the problem with that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, I wonder, was he checking his blood pressure every day?
I don't think so. I think he kind of knew he was out of there soon.
So
Yeah, well, high blood pressure, you can take pills for that.
So HB, I looked this
Yeah,
up,
but
and
you
it
can't
says
drink
the
Red Bulls.
causes. It says the causes of hypertension in Black America. Excuse me. The causes of hypertension in Black Americans are complex and likely include the impacts of racism and segregation, including
Oh, come
limited
on.
access to medical care, medication, and healthy foods, medical researchers say.
Oh God. Oh man.
Can somebody please explain that?
Yeah, it's called epigenetics.
The causes of hypertension in Black
You can
America
Google it
are
if you want.
complex and likely include impacts of racism and segregation. So
Yes,
Kevin Samuels
it's called
died
epigenetics. It's a theory, at least.
So he
Yeah,
died
like
because of racism and segregation.
these are definitely like theoretical arguments and stuff. Is do you think that Kevin Samuels was killed by racism or?
Okay, see, here is what I was talking about earlier, Andre. I think that young people today suffer from from the horrible educations that they're receiving. They actually don't understand words. They actually don't understand how sentences work, and they just don't have the facility with language that they should have if they want to get in spaces and do debate stuff.
And behaviors can change how genes are expressed.
So where you would get the idea that that's what I meant is beyond me.
Well, I'm actually
Nope, don't actually me because you'll only bore me.
All right, so
save it for someone who has the open mind that Tyrone wants me to have.
So Stanley,
he's Canadian. Stanley, come on. He's
Stanley,
Canadian,
come on. Well, it was Stanley. That's not actually what I said.
No, don't tell me what you said. See, I understand your words.
All right, so
do you understand mine?
All right, so like we could have a conversation if you want to.
No, there's no need to have a conversation. I'm not that open-minded. I'm not going to debate shit that I know is messed up.
All right, so let's not
correct. Let's not.
I could agree to disagree. So like that's what we're doing right
now.
now.
No, we're not going to even we're not even disagreeing. We're like two ships passing in the night. We literally have nothing. My argument has nothing to do with yours, and vice versa.
Never mind. All right.
I was interested in that epigenetics thing, Porsha, because it's not something that's actually accepted. It's just something that's kind of theorized. But I have seen some things like stress. Stress basically does alter some things that people think that scientists think can be passed down. The kind of changes on the genetics, brain function, and all that jazz they theorize can be passed down. So that's where they're getting the part about slavery and all that stuff. Being enough of a problem that it affects genomes, but I don't know that anyone's proved it to a point to where it can be accepted, by the Andre of the world.
So the genomes of what exactly? Like, what are we talking about?
Human beings.
Interesting.
Or monkeys too.
Probably.
Yeah, you can't forget the monkeys.
Monkeys, genomes of monkeys.
I tell you what, race. I tell you one thing, and I think the perfect analogy that River of Hate kind of alludes to here. Racism can lead to ignorance, which is passed down generation to generation. So we'll just call that mental epigenetics. Dumb shit is passed to kids.
So I gotta ask you this, Stanley. Like, what's the deal with you and River Hate? It seems like this guy hates you for some reason.
Well, the other night he came in going after Kimmy and Porsha, and I just kind of handled it. and we've been frenemies ever since.
Okay.
So I tolerate his little jabs, and I jab back myself. It's just a running, good-natured. We're practically. What is it? What was the Hilton? Where Paris Hilton and what was Lionel Richie's daughter? Frenemies.
Well,
River Hate's a good guy. He's just not into women, but he's a good guy.
Well, being homosexual is okay.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't call him a fag. I just said he wasn't into women. I don't.
Well, if you're not into women, then what are you?
Yes,
you could be asexual. I think he might be asexual.
I would call him monastic.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think he's a cocksucker, but
you literally just disrespected the guy, and you're saying that you're not disrespecting him.
No, I said respectfully. I don't think he's a cocksucker.
You can't respectfully disrespect.
See, this Andre thinks he's a wordsmith and he can dismantle everybody's.
Stanley, he's Canadian. Come on, man, you gotta. They're like on the spectrum. He's from Canada. You can't be so hard on the guy.
He's a cowboy Canadian besides.
Yeah, he's a Jamaican Canadian at that.
He's a Texas wannabe.
Where I live, it's the Texas of Canada. Come on, man, this guy. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Up there drinking Canadian rum, he doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Well, I actually know quite a lot.
Canadian bacon can cause hypertension.
Yeah.
Well, our thing is yes yes,
Canada.
Well,
your name is Andre 420. Is the 420 alluding to marijuana?
Yes, it is, because weed is legal in Canada.
Okay. Do you usually get high before you go on those construction sites?
No, because I wouldn't be allowed to work on these sites if that was the case. So
yeah.
Hey, man.
You know what I will say? I think Canada has the best weed.
Well, I mean, I have grown the best weed. I'm just saying.
You got a green thumb. You grow anything else up there in Canada?
Just weed.
Okay. No dandelions or.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say we're online, so it's I'm not gonna say about
Well,
understood.
you already
But, like,
you already said it. I mean, you already said it.
what? I protect myself, so yes. There's only certain things I say.
Are you wanted by the Mounties up there?
Am I wanted? Like, come on, bro.
You on the run?
Did you hear he plays Bullwinkle at kid's birthday party?
Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, all right.
And River of Hate plays Rocky.
All right, y'all got it. Well,
And Community Anthropology plays Natasha.
I'm just basically saying that, like, I am not going to incriminate myself in some like bullshit, just randomly talking to people online.
You already did.
I thought you guys just did that though. Like, I thought it was okay in Canada.
Well, I didn't actually do that, but I am not gonna like randomly incriminate myself in just a random conversation online.
You said you have an illegal grow operation over there. I mean,
that's not what I said at all. I'm not sure why you're.
That's what I heard.
That's
Is
not
that
what
not
I said.
That's what I heard. You said you had an illegal grow operation.
Well, pull it back up and see what I said, because that's not what I said.
That's exactly what I heard.
That's not what I said. I said that I have actually grown weed before, but
yeah, that's an illegal grow operation. Yeah.
Well, actually, I have had a legal like medical license before.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, okay. Like it's been legal for me for like years.
There we go.
Illegal with an illegal license. Gotcha.
No, that is not what I said at all. I actually said that like it has been legal for me for years. So
let me ask you a question, Andre. How long have you been a criminal?
He had to escape from Toronto to Calgary.
Goes from worse to worser.
Escaping?
Oh, you know who one of my favorite people from Calgary, Canada is Alberta. Is it Calgary, Alberta, or Alberta, Calgary?
Calgary, Alberta.
Calgary, Alberta. Bret Hart.
The wrestler?
Yeah, Bret Hart, the wrestler. Yeah, he's from Alberta. Yeah,
ain't he the one that died?
No, that's Owen Hart. That's his brother, his little brother. Yeah.
Well, that's the Hart family, so I don't know.
Well, I usually have like high expectations for anything cool to come out of Canada. I saw this last week, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Cool came out of Canada. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, kinda. It would, Let's just take a look here. So in Canada, they do a lot of smash and grabs apparently. So don't worry, they're not black. They're black.
Yes.
So security didn't do anything about it, but the cool thing was this for me.
Yes. Wait, just real quick.
Let's do it here, guys. We're gonna take off your
Andre, how long have you been
found, like you said, running now into the tree lot. They are walking, sort of jogging with bags in their hands.
Good time.
Oh, wow.
Well done.
and they know we're here. They're now bending it north towards the fence line on the south side of the building. You're about 30 meters away from them if you go directly east. Directly underneath you, I think it's a level parking lot or something. They're below you, all running now eastbound in the woods.
Sounds like Andre. Sounds like Andre.
And there too, numerous officers are out, canines out. I believe 2 are in custody. 1 is still running eastbound. He's giving up.
So,
the gunshots, but it's Canada.
So
Andre,
Andre, how long have you been? How long have you been robbing malls?
Malls? I haven't personally robbed a mall before.
Oh, okay. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Well, I haven't actually robbed a mall before, but maybe that should be on my list. Should it be?
Allegedly, possibly.
Well, just like since we're being sarcastic here, it's like should it be on my list? Or...
Go ahead, finish what you're about to say.
Well, you're the one that brought it up, so yeah. So I am very proficient in sarcasm. So if you want to go that route, like
is that what you're proficient at? I thought it was being a career criminal. Okay.
Really?
All right.
Wait, hold it. Did you say you're proficient at sarcasm?
Yes, I am quite proficient in sarcasm.
Stanley.
Oh boy. Well, do tell. We're gonna have to have to kick those tires.
SKC, I definitely need coon training because it's like I'm trying to deal with these niggas, but like these niggas be on some bullshit.
Dude, you don't know what sarcasm is.
Is that is it because he's Canadian?
Yeah, Canadians typically don't have a sense of humor or a personality, so
that's
I don't
bullshit.
even think he really. I don't even think he knows what sarcasm is. I really don't.
Well, definitely. Irony is actually something that doesn't grow naturally in Canada.
Nah, it doesn't.
That is actually bullshit because
you gotta have irony to have a good sense of sarcasm.
All the Canadian bacon and that maple syrup.
All right. So we're gonna do that.
All that clean air.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And lack of assault rifles makes a country very, very boring.
Communitas says you ought to pay more attention to his shows. Like he has a sense of
he definitely has a sense of sarcasm. He
no, Communitas. The only thing sarcastic about Communitas is the word Communitas, and that's not even funny.
He Canadian too?
No, it's not.
No. He's American.
No, SKC is a Texan, I think.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You would never know it. See, that's the fucking sarcasm.
Yeah,
that he's a Texan.
Oh, interesting.
You know, but he comes from the shit kicker end of the state.
Oh, what is that, like Houston?
I don't know, wherever SKC comes from. I just know they kick shit.
He seems like a Austin, Texas type of guy.
Or maybe Houston.
No, I think
Houston or Austin.
I think he said he went to Rice. Where is Rice in Houston?
Yeah, that's in Houston.
Oh, okay.
He went to Rice?
I think that's what he said. Or maybe he cooked rice. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, good morning, Kimmy Cakes. Kimmy's here, you guys. We can start the show. We can start the show now. Kimmy's here. Yeah, Kimmy,
Yeah,
we're interrogating this career criminal Canadian up here. His name is Andre 420. He has a illegal grow operation, and apparently he does armed robberies at local malls.
I never said that at all. Like, I'm not sure
Well,
why you're
there
saying that.
jewelry heist at the malls.
Yeah.
I never actually said that at all. But okay.
He does it on ice skates too. That's what's really interesting about this story.
I never said that at all. I'm not sure why you're saying
He
that.
does
I
it with
said
an
that.
elf's hat, an elf hat.
How does it, Andre? How does it feel that your national weapon of choice is a hockey stick? You know, America, our national weapon is a Glock. Your guys' is a hockey stick.
Don't they call them hockey staffs?
All right, just
I don't know.
Just
What,
do that.
What do they call them
that's
over
cool.
there?
That's
I'm
cool.
gonna look it up and see.
What do they call them?
That's cool. Go ahead and do what you're doing now.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up because I wasn't so sure that people really cared. What do Canadians call hockey sticks?
Well, I mean,
Mom.
hockey was.
Porsha, we have a Canadian up here. You
Well,
know,
They call them thermometers.
They call
hockey-
them twigs.
Well,
Oh,
hockey was
twigs,
actually.
really?
Well, hockey as well as
They don't call them
basketball.
flags.
Wait, just let me finish what I'm saying. Like, hockey was, as well
Go
as
ahead.
basketball, was actually invented over here in Canada. So,
yeah.
what do we need to call it? Like, it was. I'm not sure.
Well, you need to call them American because hockey and basketball revolve around America.
You're wrong about that. Like you're at least for basketball, you're right.
Oh, I think I'm arguing for hockey.
Yeah. For hockey, like we have an argument, but like basketball, like you're right.
Communitas says 3-on-1. You need coon training, Dre. I don't know what that means really,
Well,
but
he means
SKC,
like
you're welcome. You're welcome to come up and get some.
Well, he means like I need to learn how to like argue, like against.
Oh,
people
like
that want-
see, SKC thinks that he's some wordsmith, dude. You're fool.
SKC,
That's
show us some fine art, some more fine art, SKC.
Oh, he's a painter?
He's already doing it.
No, he's a fine art enthusiast.
Joe.
yeah. That Whistler piece he showed was a doozy.
Man.
Like
SKC.
is it Basquiat? Like that?
Oh, no. I don't think he's into that trash. But he's more into
into Andy Warhol.
Yeah, he likes more like white painters. He doesn't really like the black painter guys. They're all hacks for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah, after all, they
name me one good black painter. Go ahead, Andre. Go ahead.
Well, we showed
Don't put that on
JJ.
me. Don't put that on me.
Didn't we show JJ Evans?
I don't think he painted that.
So he likes like Rembrandt and Caravaggio and Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah.
His favorite is Grandma Moses.
Yeah. Yeah, he's into the
He's a Rockwell fan too, I think.
Yo, Stanley.
Masterpieces.
Yes, Tyrone.
Hey man, I just want to I hate to interrupt everything.
Oh no, go ahead, Tyrone.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I've been listening, man. I'm kind of in my feelings right now, you know. And I want to let y'all know I appreciate y'all for being 24 hours a day. This is some real serious shit right here, Stanley. You know, I'm really thinking about my sister who was killed not too long ago. I don't know if y'all might have heard the story or not, but that was my sister. She's on Fatal Attraction where her boyfriend killed her and buried her in a shallow grave with some cement. Well, I'm kind of in my feelings because it's the holidays right now, and I appreciate y'all having an outlet right here where I can get a lot of shit off of my mind. And just
Do you have the link for the story?
It's Fatal Attraction, Yamisha Brown, if you want to look it up.
So, by the way, HB,
what is the name?
Yamisha Brown, and it's on Fatal Attraction.
So, by the way, HB, like, you for some reason were accusing me of like some criminal activities, like, yet.
Well, you admitted to it. I didn't accuse you of anything.
I didn't admit to shit. Like, you suggested this stuff.
You incriminated yourself on YouTube, a live stream.
I didn't incriminate myself into anything. Like, you actually suggested this.
No, you literally incriminated yourself, and then you double backed and said that you're a licensed pot grower. I didn't even ask about any of that.
Well, it was like you were acting like I was a criminal. It's like, no, I'm not. Like, and the times when I did like have like access to this stuff, like it was legal. So that's all I was saying.
So you're saying when you were growing pot, it was all legal?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you say that at first?
Because that's not what I was talking about. It was like,
and then why did you get so combative and say that you weren't you were incriminating yourself? You were kind of freaking me out with that, man.
Because that's typically like the stereotypes that.
What stereotypes? I mean, your name is Andre 420. What stereotypes?
That's fair. That is definitely fair.
Well, I'm not stereotyping you. You put it in your name. I mean, what are you talking about here?
That's definitely fair.
Y'all, the brain drain has arrived.
Yeah, don't listen, Andre. I'm gonna give you some pointers. Don't read the chat because they don't care about you at all, man. They're gonna lead you down a dark path.
Well, I'm actually talking to you, not the chat. So
yeah, I see that you're reading the chat though. Don't read the chat, man. Don't read too much in the chat. These guys are idiots in the chat.
Now, Andre, if you were to involve yourself in a higher coon training, you would be able to read the chat and interact with three at the same time.
I'm working on it.
So we got to get you there, man.
Yeah.
But I sense a lot of potential.
Yeah, the one thing you want to be called is a coon.
One thing at a time.
Actually,
one thing at a
like
time.
to be called.
Do you teach a class for coon training?
Yes, actually, I do.
It's online? Is it free?
No, it's not free.
Merry Christmas, SKC.
Yeah,
Andre, you're gonna have to pay for that.
Yeah, you gotta support your coon training. It's not free.
Oh man, I don't know why, but hearing a Canadian say coon just doesn't have the same effect. It's just kind of
doesn't have the same impact.
No. You have to lean into it with your own flair.
Yeah.
Andre.
SKC, he's Canadian, man. It's not gonna work.
Nah, he can do it. I believe.
Nah, he
You have to put your tail into it.
What are ya, coon? What are ya, coon?
Something you learned at home, Stanley?
No, you know what?
It kind of rolled
I
off.
don't know.
Kind of
I don't know what part of the South you came from, but coon's not a good word in my part of the South.
What do you do with your tail?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, you brought it up.
No, I was making a joke. You sound serious.
No, I'm just wondering. I wanted to follow the joke further. What else do you do?
You know what? No. You need to stick to your own style of humor, which is a
What are you
lot
talking about? My
more.
own style of humor.
It's a lot more Thomas Sowell than Richard Pryor. Your type of humor.
What are you talking? What is my type of humor?
I didn't know Thomas Sowell was a comedian, Stanley.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You didn't know that, HB?
No, I
Yes,
seen him
he
at
is a
the.
grand comedian.
You know, Thomas Sowell wrote a bunch of Richard Pryor jokes. He has
all sorts of
Paul. He and Paul Mooney were friends.
He has all sorts of joke books. HB, they're like kryptonite to black people. Oh yeah, there we go. It's beautiful. Yeah,
I see where we're
Good
going.
morning, Asvaroon.
Hey,
Yeah, good evening. It's evening over. Yeah, it's evening over here. Good evening.
Good evening,
Yeah.
Asvaroon.
Yeah, good
Christmas,
evening, Porsha. Yeah, Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, HB. Merry Christmas to everyone in the panel.
Thank you, man.
What are you getting for Christmas?
Goddamn hood convenience store owner.
I mean, like, my parents have stopped giving me gifts. I have to buy something on my own now.
That's pretty much Christmas for adults. Yeah, that's how it goes. Wow. SKC, is Andre one of your disciples?
No,
I am not a disciple of anybody.
If he would, he would have frustrated you guys.
Shit.
You know,
like you're doing now.
Exactly.
Yeah, SKC.
Stanley.
I think you only frustrate Stanley. You and Hood Conservative.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was your Lord and Master.
Who, Andre?
No,
so
Stanley's like the.
He's not your Lord and Master, HB.
I'm like the evil gnome of the channel.
I thought he had like gravitas and stuff.
No,
well, I have more gravitas. I have more gravitas than you.
So
that's not saying much.
Stanley's the overnight. He holds down the overnights.
He's
like the overnight museum guy. Okay.
He's the third shift.
I'm the old guy they give with the gun with one bullet.
You know what Stanley does?
He thought it was a gun. It's a flashlight.
Stanley adds balance too. So it's not just a big circle jerk.
Just so basically, like I am not nobody's fucking. I'm not nobody's.
Go ahead. Take your time. Go ahead, Andre. Take your time.
All right. So like,
you're not nobody. You're nobody's coon.
Come on, Andre. Take your time.
I am nobody's coon.
You gotta walk before you can run. Go ahead.
So I
get that rhythm. Shoot that ball.
I am nobody's sycophant. Like I am actually on larger channels and we
got a celebrity up here. Wow. Okay.
So I actually like have these arguments like quite.
You're SKC's boy.
Yes,
I don't have any. I don't have any boys online. I have my own children. My wife.
Look at you being all serious.
But I don't have any boys.
You're afraid somebody's gonna hit you up for child support for Andre.
Child support? What's that? Oh, that's one of those community thought patterns. Oh, my fault, Stanley.
But yeah, SKC, we try to do 24-hour streams over here, and so we have different hosts on the channel. So Stanley's one of the hosts, and we like to have different. We don't just want it to be an echo chamber. So Stanley kind of represents a different point of view.
The lunatic fringe.
So I'm confused then, HB, and help me out. Help me out. And I'm not trying to jab or anything. I'm just wondering. So, are you stating that one person can't hold or entertain multiple views and vantage points?
No. Maybe you didn't hear me. This is a 24-hour stream, and I don't think one person can do a show of 24 hours.
Oh, okay. Just for the time.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I was
Maybe you
wondering
didn't hear
if
that
it was
part.
like I was wondering if it had something to do with personality, because obviously Stanley can't hold multiple viewpoints. It's only his, and that's it. So
You're goddamn right. I don't have multiple personalities.
Well, that's why we have multiple
Have you ever
personalities.
This idiot confuses a single point of view with being sure of your position and being consistent.
Have you ever heard of mock court, Stanley?
You know what? What I've heard is you're full of shit. That's why I don't pay attention to you.
Have you ever heard of that?
Kick this motherfucker, Stanley. Look at his avatar.
Okay, I have no idea. I have no idea what any of this means. All I know is I saw Thomas Cole laughing in your avatar. He's the comedian that you wish you could be.
He makes me laugh at you.
Oh, you know what? Whatever makes you laugh.
Play the jokes.
You're the only person I know who laughs at Thomas Soul's jokes.
I'm the only one that needs to.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was a comedian, honestly.
You know what?
Thomas Sowell tells jokes.
He does.
Apparently.
I didn't know. Wow.
Apparently, he's SKC's comedy muse.
He is.
Also the thing with Stanley, Stanley brings the ladies love Stanley too. SKC. Yeah.
I would think that they would. An old man sucking toes.
Well, I didn't know. Stanley, you're a toe sucker, Stanley. I didn't know that.
The only toes I'm gonna suck are Kimmy's.
See, there we go. See, how did you not know this?
See, I'm waiting for the reaction to that. I'm sure I will suffer greatly for saying that.
And he's willing to suffer greatly for that.
Stanley.
She's gonna treat me like Lindy Lou treats 12 men.
That just one SKC can bring out.
Wow.
I'm just kidding, Kimmy. I don't really mean that.
SKC,
yeah, sure.
Okay, SKC. So
have you ever seen her, man?
What are you getting at, SKC? Where do you think Stanley should start his own channel or something? What are you trying to get?
No. I think that he's good right where he is. This is right within
overnight where I can't hurt anybody.
Training wheels first. And,
that's true though.
Yeah. I'm
not your level. I'm not your level of grifter yet.
Well, do you not like seeing black people be able to work together?
You definitely can earn the money. I proved that there, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah.
All $300. How many Meals on Wheels did I get you and your kids?
Get it right. $5.15.
Oh, was it $5.15?
Yeah.
Shit, that's gonna keep your kids and barbecue chips and soda for a month.
Well, it certainly did buy a couple of stocks for them.
I bet it did.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thanks, Uncle Stanley.
What we're doing over here is something that's kind of against the grain. You don't really see black people able to work together. And
why is that, HB?
It's all because of you, SKC. You taught us.
I haven't been alive that long, Stanley. Why?
I don't know.
Why is that going against the grain?
I think a lot of black people, they're kind of chaotic. They don't really like to work well with others, and that's why.
Okay, well, why?
I think it's a intellectual thing,
No,
I think somebody like
you can't say that you're just insulting Black America.
Well, SKC, I just did.
Intellectually,
I just did.
I don't think. Okay, could I give you an alternative? Can I give you an alternative? Perhaps it has nothing to do with their intelligence. Maybe it has something to do with culture.
I mean, what does that mean, though?
What do you think?
Yeah,
You're the one that said it. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to give you breadcrumbs. Give me your best assumption.
Breadcrumbs?
I don't need
Like
bread.
he, like he is your sensei or some bullshit like
I
that.
don't
He's giving
need
you
bread.
breadcrumbs, dude. You talking to a grown man?
No,
What the
why
fuck
you
are you?
Directly, man. Just
Hey,
speak
we're not in
directly.
Japan.
Just speak
No, see,
directly, man. I don't.
he's used to dealing with like hood chicks and shit.
What?
Yeah, I don't get you, SKC. You're a little weird.
I know.
But,
I know.
But yeah, no. The thing with Stanley, obviously, I don't agree with 99% of the shit Stanley says, but
That much?
yeah,
What, Stanley? You're that off.
I'm surprised it's not. I was hoping it was 99.9.
He's having these
No.
revelations.
There's a 1% things that I do agree with you. Like when it comes to fatherhood and stuff, I'm right there with you, Stanley. Parenting, you'll never hear me any pushback on that. But when it comes to the politics and stuff, we don't agree. But I do like to hear other points of views, though.
Yeah, you can only be open-minded to do that. Stanley's not open-minded.
Oh no, I'm not open. I'm not open-minded to bullshit.
Who just stated that comment? Was that
What
Tyrone?
comment?
Yeah, that was Tyrone. That's Tyrone.
My goodness, that is. Why do you believe that he's closed-minded, Tyrone?
Because Stanley is closed-minded. Because there's been plenty of people on this show that he doesn't agree with, and he'll kick them off the show because they don't agree with what he's saying.
No,
that's
no,
not
no.
fucking right.
You know what?
You got to be open-minded.
I don't.
Dialogue and conversation. See,
Well,
now he's talking over people.
What some people?
Talk over him.
Seems like
That's
fear.
crazy.
So
Yeah. Well, you know what, Tyrone? It probably seems that way to you, and I'm not willing. That's the one thing I'm going to give you. You're right about that. I'll kick your ass off if you're destructive to where I want to go with the show. Every single, and not only that, you know what's even better? I'm going to keep doing it.
So
just to do it, Stanley. I mean, like, I don't give a fuck. I come here for entertainment.
Well, then, if you didn't give a fuck, stop sounding so hurt by it.
So,
hey man, I can voice my opinion, Stanley, just like you do. Who the fuck are you, motherfucker?
I'm motherfucking Stanley Cross. That's who I am.
Motherfucker.
The fuck make you think you so fucking right?
I'm not gonna back down just because you're on here chastising me. I'm gonna keep doing it because I think I'm right.
I'm not backing down from you.
I think I am right.
I think, and I think too, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, you should try thinking.
I think
it
too,
might help your point.
I think a whole lot, motherfucker. And it shows that you don't think and that you're a narrow-minded motherfucker.
No.
Just you won't let nobody else speak.
No, I won't let you get away with bullshit like you and 12th Man and Solid Snake want to do. It is bullshit. It is pure bullshit, and you're pissed off that I call it bullshit.
It's pure bullshit that you say.
It is pure bullshit. And you know what? You and SKC are kindred spirits that way. You don't like
why do you always throw me into your battle? Why do you always throw yourself into
I literally, I threw you in there because you're full of shit too, SKC.
Handle that other man there and leave me alone.
Exactly.
Oh no, motherfucker! I know you're on this panel. I'm gonna fuck with you too, just for the fun.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah, you're always my Huckleberry. You don't have to volunteer.
Then explain what it is then first. Explain what it is.
You are just my Huckleberry. You don't have to ask. You don't have to.
What am I referring to then, Stanley?
I have no idea.
Exactly. I know you don't know what I'm saying. You're just repeating stuff that you don't even understand, do you?
Oh, motherfucker! You know what? I understand. I understand.
Repeat the words back to me.
I understand that John Galt has given you a stage to perform, and we're watching you perform. That's what I understand.
That's right. I am a performance artist.
That's right. You are a performance artist and should be taken as no more than that. Welcome to the John Galt stage.
Yes, I enjoy being here.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Hey, Stanley.
Yep, Tyrone.
I want to know why did you kick SKC the other day because of his avatar?
He was intimidated by the tech.
You know what? I don't even remember. I get pissed off at so much with SKC. Half the time, I don't even know why I'm throwing him off. I just don't want to.
I said nothing. He was just like, "Hey, change your."
I just
Change your
Tyrone, let me tell you what it really was. I don't like the cut. I don't like the cut of SKC's jib. That's the only reason.
His avatar has nothing to do with his jib.
Wait, Tyrone. You know, the reason why Stanley is kind of why, Stanley represents something, and when Stanley kicks off 12th Man and he kicks off SKC,
he represents the old angry Negra.
No.
Yes. I was.
Stanley.
I was actually about to say that.
No.
We all know it. 420. We know it.
He represents a triggered liberal, and the irony though is you guys also get triggered by Stanley too.
No, Stanley's obnoxious and belligerent at times.
That is.
He's power hungry.
I think
he's power hungry.
I think you
just
said
when you kick people, people off because of their avatars, that's power hungry.
Tyrone, you know what's power? You know what power is? Power is you actually believing that I kicked somebody off. Power is convincing Tyrone.
Wait, just
motherfucker, I'll put you in the back to get what I have to say out. I'm not shy about doing it. You know that by now.
But
power is KC convincing you that I kicked him off because of an avatar. That's power.
Stanley, I'm here listening, and I see what you do, Stanley, and it's belligerent and obnoxious and fucking out of order, bro.
And you know what? You know what? I appreciate your attitude. I'm going to meet you where you are, and I'm going to keep doing what I do.
Tyrone,
how you gonna kick him off because of his avatar?
Wait, Tyrone.
Why is it your business? Why is it your business? Does SKC need you to defend him or something?
I'm not defending him. I'm asking you a question.
Y'all
is it a pussy defending a pussy?
Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
Gang, right?
You know, this is look at all these women women haters ganging up on me.
Stanley,
I love women.
Wait,
it's like three red pills get together to form one big red pill.
Yeah.
Wait, just
trigger though, Tyrone.
No, like don't lump me in with these niggas like Stanley.
Wait, is this dissension in the ranks?
Yes, Stanley, don't lump me in with these niggas like.
Okay, I won't do that. At least you have a little bit of independence.
Yes,
independence is good.
Yes, well,
you know, the gel coating on these two red pills are bonding together.
Well, it's
wait,
just real quick. It's like Stanley's. I'm not a woman hater. Don't put me in that spot. Like, I actually have a daughter. Like, don't put me in that spot.
Well, daughters aren't necessarily women.
That's his deflection, man. He's deflecting, man.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm deflecting. I'm glad you recognize that.
Hey, Tyrone, the power isn't in Stanley kicking people off the panel. The power is in how many people he triggers. That's the art of this.
Stanley doesn't.
How old is Stanley? HB. I don't mind Stanley triggering people, but when people trigger Stanley, he kicks them off. So what's right about that?
But Tyrone, that's the irony.
Well, maybe Stanley triggers y'all niggas like he doesn't trigger me.
No. It's not about freedom of speech at all. It's not about
It's
that.
not about freedom of
Stanley
speech
doesn't
anymore.
trigger me. Maybe it triggers y'all.
Freedom of speech.
I think that's probably the case.
Yeah, freedom of speech only applies with the government. This is more like a
It's
rulership.
a niggathon.
So this is an oligarchy or dictatorship. When whoever's up here,
I'm glad you're.
Yeah. Tyrone.
I tried to meet you where you were.
Jim Crack don't do it. I mean,
No, Tyrone.
I'm
I
not.
do it too.
Am I get crack?
No, Tyrone. I do it too. I kick people off too. I'm not gonna lie. I get people out of here too.
And Tyrone, just for a moment.
It is rare. It is rare.
And Tyrone, just so you'll know, Tyrone, the whole thing and so forth. And this is the beauty of it all. The kicking and all of that stuff, the Stanley and all of that. I enjoy it. It gets me paid every single time. So,
by the way, SKC, didn't you kicked me off your panels? You banned me from the chat.
I enjoy it too, man.
Only because you broke my one rule.
Oh no, motherfucker! You did it because I triggered you.
Only because you broke my one.
You did. I broke the rule and triggered your ass. I broke. You know I didn't break that rule accidentally,
yes,
right?
You did. I can put it before I can put it before your group.
That's right. Not only that, I shit all over you and your show, and you banned me. That's what really happened.
You broke the only one rule. And yesterday, I have the footage of you saying that.
Stanley from your show, but you can still come over here freely and talk to him, and you're not banned over here.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not because I obey. I at least have the decency to obey rules.
And motherfucker, I did not. I intentionally broke your rules. I shit on your show and you banned me because you couldn't handle it.
One rule.
I broke your one rule. I wish there were more to break. Make some more rules so I can break those too.
No, I only have one.
Do you know how weak you sound?
Wow. No, I sound paid. I know that.
Motherfucker, I'm glad to have fed your family for a month. That's like $500 worth of groceries. Say thank you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you and
my avatar.
Merry Christmas to you and your well-fed
I'm
family.
not the one with the cash app underneath my
Courtesy Stanley motherfucking Cross. Fed your family.
It's so known right now. It's so known right now.
I don't even tell the audience. Tell the audience what Stanley's money provided your family to eat.
So $515 for
I wanted your family to
have of dealing with you. That's what it provided.
Well, Stanley, like, why can't you
get your kids? I can't help that you don't know how to monetize yourself.
Oh, motherfucker! You know what? I get more satisfaction.
I'm a businessman.
Hearing me monetizing you and yours.
I can't help that you haven't advanced.
Hey, I can't help if your kids' bellies are full of Stanley's.
Right. As of right now, you have not been able to achieve what I've been able to achieve using your words.
The coon kids.
Yes, and they're paying kids too.
Wait.
SK,
Wait, just good.
You know, Stanley doesn't do this for money though. He's not, he's retired.
Oh really? Well, why is his Cash App up then?
Hey,
we put it up there.
Oh,
he
doesn't do it for money, but his Cash App is underneath his name.
No, SKC,
I don't have mine up.
Your Cash App,
I don't have mine up.
Gets more of my cash than my Cash App.
Hold on, SKC. You asked the question.
No. I'm wondering.
SKC, I'm trying to answer your question.
Dre, here comes that.
This motherfucker won't
so far.
This is why I kick him off. This is why I kick him off.
SKC,
why do both you guys?
Yeah, look at me. He needs to be kicked off.
SKC, if you're gonna ask a question, let me answer it.
Sure.
Calm down.
Why do both you guys have your Cash App up?
Calm down. Hold on a second. Let me answer.
I don't know. Your Cash App gets more than mine.
Calm down. Hold on. I'm gonna answer. We put all the host Cash Apps up, and we forced Stanley to put his Cash App up.
underneath his avatar.
He didn't want to. We forced him to do it. He didn't want to.
Underneath his avatar.
Yes.
And scrolling on the bottom.
Yes.
Well, I guess I could take it off.
So you guys wanted him to get paid.
No, we wanted everybody, all the hosts, to have their Cash App up for anybody that's listening to be able to donate to them.
Why?
Because all of us already had ours up there.
Huh?
Stanley was the only one, and it didn't look right that he was the only one that didn't have his Cash App up. So we forced him to put it up.
Why didn't it look right if he said that he doesn't want to get paid?
Well, because it just doesn't look right. If everybody else has their Cash App up, why wouldn't Stanley? Just because he doesn't want to get paid.
Yeah, he's supposed to be Stanley,
SKC, put your Cash App up.
Who doesn't need your little money.
SKC, put your Cash App up.
No, I don't need to. I don't need to.
So we can watch you make money off
already getting Cash Apps.
I want to see. I want your kids to have another Christmas present.
It's one of those things, Stanley, where you have people that watch you from here and there and so forth, and then they send you little gifts and things. I'm not playing. I could put it on the screen for you to see.
Hey, this is funny.
Do you put your Cash App up on your page, SKC?
Hardly ever.
Well, how did you get $500 from me?
Like
without your Cash App.
Like he actually did. Like
there's a moderator. There's this thing called a moderator, Stanley.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who puts my stuff up in the chat?
Oh, so your Cash App is up. It's just not you putting it up. See,
I don't put it on screen.
Your Cash App is
don't put it on screen.
It's just you don't put it. Your moderator does. Gotcha.
Yeah. Who I've never
your Cash App is up. Is the point?
Who I've never asked to do it.
Yeah. Sure you did.
Part of it too, SKC.
Well, Stanley didn't ask to do it. They wanted him to do it.
Too. Yeah, it's aesthetics too. We just wanted everybody's Cash App to be up.
Hey, and by the way, you know what? I usually will kind of message people, hey, thank you for the Cash Apps. And, the people who actually do support, my wackiness, man, y'all don't know how much I appreciate it. I really don't say it a lot. And it's not, a lot of people don't disagree with me, but at least a lot of people get a laugh one way or the other.
I don't think
so I appreciate I appreciate
the bad thing for anybody to donate to you.
Yeah, you should donate, SKC.
Why?
I don't know. You're a fan. You're a fan. You need me, SKC. You need me and John and HB and Porsha. You need us.
How?
We need how? You're literally on this panel.
The other day I had a long form conversation with John, and it was based upon a show that I did previously on my own, just an art show.
So
and we had a. Did you enjoy that conversation, John?
So
that was cool.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, had you ever done a show like that before, Stanley?
Me? Well, I keep telling y'all, I got a C in an art class my sophomore year of high school.